Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Smiling broadly, the girl asked them to imagine what would happen if a war broke out between an army of 37,467 people and an army of 100,000 people. A huge number of people stood on the battlefield, raising their flags in the air. Raising her index finger, the woman asked which of them would win. The children stood in front of her in silence. Twirling a lock of hair in her hands, the teacher said that such silence upset her. A boy raised his hand behind everyone else and answered that the first army would win. Squinting, the girl asked for the reason for this. Lowering his head, the boy repeated the number of soldiers. The people stood one behind the other in neat ranks. Looking ahead, the student suggested that an army that accurately counted the required number of soldiers and assigned each one his role would be able to lose to an army that did not have organizational skills. The children silently looked at the teacher. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that this was the correct answer. She closed her eyes. Looking down, the woman asked the children to remember that knowledge is power, because only those who remember this can become true knights. The young man looked ahead confidently. A question arose in his head: who knights really are? A man in a red cloak and with a sword in his hands walked forward. The sword was chained. Knights were the heroes of the time, who can be described with the words honor and justice and who risk their lives to protect them. The man raised a huge hammer above his head. His comrades raised their swords. Frowning in disappointment, the girl asked why the children could not answer as quickly and said that she hated the boy. The boy pursed his lips in confusion. Pointing her finger forward, the woman reminded them of tomorrow's exam, which the children would hardly be able to pass because they had become very weak during the warm-up. The children looked away in embarrassment. A boy was lying on the floor behind them. Smiling, the teacher asked them to be careful because no one was going to give them any slack. Hearing this, the children frowned in displeasure. Turning away from them, the girl said that that was all for today and asked everyone, except for the one who answered the question correctly, to do 100 sets of exercises for training. The children looked angrily at their comrade. Looking back, the woman asked them not to quarrel, otherwise she would get very angry. After these words, the teacher disappeared from the training room. The children silently looked at the place where she had been a second ago. The girl grabbed her head in fear and asked how long it would take them to do 100 sets and whether they would even be able to pass tomorrow's exam. The child pointed her finger at her comrade lying on the floor and asked him to get up because the training was already over. The blonde frowned and asked how he could lose consciousness right after the first blow. The trembling Ruse answered that the teacher's blows were no joke. The brunette approached his friend from behind and asked if he was going home. The answer was affirmative. Looking at the back of the guy leaving, his classmate angrily suggested that it was nice to be free before everyone else. Frowning, the student shouted that the boy himself saw what was happening during training. The guy looked away. The girl angrily swung her fist. Suddenly, the teacher appeared between them. The fist was right in front of her face. The girl remained calm. The woman looked away. Then she closed her eyes. Suddenly her eyes became round. The teacher grabbed the student by the arm. The next moment, she rushed forward. Thanks to a powerful jerk, the child's body flew to the side. Ruse watched what was happening in fear. Suddenly, the girl was right in front of him. She hit him in the stomach. The guy's eyes turned white with pain. He fell to his knees. The woman closed her eyes. The blonde wiped his mouth with his sleeve. His girlfriend looked very angry. Their indifferent classmates stood behind them. The bully grabbed him by the sleeve and asked why the strongest student just stood there and watched, if helping their comrades was so important to true knights. The boy's gaze was as indifferent as possible. He closed his eyes, and then the boy looked away. Gritting his teeth, his classmate reminded him that she had told him the same thing many times already. Swinging his fist again, the child asked her to stop ignoring them. The boy noticed the fist flying at him. Its shadow fell on his face. The brunette grabbed his friend's fist and asked her to stop fighting. With a calm face, he reminded her that they could be disqualified because the teacher said she would get very angry if they started a fight. The student frowned silently. Ruse was shaking with fear, clutching his sweater. Having said that he was not satisfied with this arrangement, the brunette suggested starting training. His classmate walked away. The girl pulled her fist out of her friend's hands. Russ clutched his heart and supposed that it wouldn't be a bad thing if the teacher got mad. The girl opened her mouth wide and said that their classmate had always had a bad temper, but now it was even worse because he was just watching them get beaten up. The brunette looked away and said that he shouldn't be judged because something bad had happened to him and it would be strange if he was okay. The bully looked down silently. The kid narrowed his eyes and explained that he couldn't even imagine how much pain it was to lose his family. The boy was walking down the street. Suddenly, he stopped. The purple sky hung above him and the wind blew. The boy stood and looked up. His face looked peaceful. The child took a deep breath. Then he pursed his lips. The boy looked down. The student smiled and was glad that he hadn't been caught. Everyone knew that his house had burned down last week and all that was left was ashes. The fire enveloped the body of the boy's only brother and turned it into ashes. The child looked ahead, sadly knitting his brows. In front of him was a burnt house, a secret that no one knew. The wind fluttered the ribbon on his hair. In front of the boy with red eyes lay the corpse of his brother. Grinning, he thought that in fact his brother died from his hand. Someone hit the protagonist in the face. A week before the incident, clouds floated across the sky. The boy was sitting on the ground, someone was standing in front of him. The boy wiped his face with his hand. His classmates looked at him in bewilderment. The sounds of blows were heard under the blue sky. The protagonist lay on the ground. His bully clenched her teeth furiously. Having adjusted her hair, the bully called her friends to follow her. Finally, someone spat on the child's hair. Having insulted the victim, the guys left. The boy raised his head. He put his hand to his head. Sticky saliva stretched from his hair behind his hand. The boy leaned against the wall. Sitting on the ground, the child thought about how much he hated this village. There was a magazine with Najin's picture on the display case. The protagonist looked at it with disappointment. He put coins in a box and asked to give him the magazine. The seller threw the goods at the customer. Najon looked at him calmly. The man crossed his arms over his chest. He had a disapproving look, in which one could see the question of what could happen to him for his antics. The boy picked up the magazine from the floor. Since the moment they settled in this village, he was pretty good at reading people's emotions. The child shook off the paper. The boy looked away. Such a life taught him to make the appropriate facial expression. He was not allowed to cry, and his face should not express any emotions. The seller frowned. This is how he managed to avoid bullying? The man turned away. The protagonist walked away from the counter, but in fact, he was always overwhelmed with different emotions. Water was dripping from the magazine. Walking down the street, Najon was reading an article. The rising star that the knights wanted to recruit as their apprentice was ranked first. Najon was the second most promising candidate and number one in popularity among the candidates in the entire country. The boy looked at the magazine. Suddenly, his eyes widened and thought that Udian was a village of fire. His finger was on the picture of his brother. A smile appeared on his face. Sometimes he still couldn't hide his expression. The man frowned menacingly and said the word half. The boy looked up and asked what it meant. Standing in front of the man in the middle of the street, the child reminded him that he had taken care of everything that was asked of him and did everything in the best possible way. But he would still only be paid half. Looking at the papers, the man said that the worker left his place in the middle of the workday, and leaving work without notice is punishable by a fine. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear and asked the boss not to do this. The man lowered the corners of his lips and said the word third. Najeong's eyes widened and he explained that it was because his classmates had beaten him up. The man's brows furrowed and he said the word quarter. The boy shook with nerves. The boss looked down at him and said that no one in the village would want to hire a child except him. The boy's mouth dropped open in disappointment. Then he lowered his head in humility. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist reminded himself that he couldn't cry or get angry. He had to stand there with a blank expression as the villagers passed by. Clutching the magazine in his hand, Najon thought that he deserved this fate. Hearing someone's voice, the boy turned around. Something flew through his hair. A stone bounced off the ground and fell. The children looked at the victim of bullying. One of them shouted that the stone had missed the target and wanted to show a master class. The boy squinted. The next stone hit him right in the head. To the villagers, the child was an ordinary sinner who had started a fire 10 years ago, the flames rising high into the air. Thinking that it would all be over soon, the protagonist turned the page of the magazine. He placed his hand on the picture of his brother. Suddenly, Najon collided with someone. Falling to the ground, the boy apologized, but the person called his name and extended his hand. The child looked at it in surprise. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Standing in front of him, Najon asked if he was okay. Grabbing his brother's hand, the boy said that he was fine. The siblings stood opposite each other. Najon was a local hero who was not afraid to save people from fire at a young age. A smile shone on his face. The only value that the main character had left was his family. The brothers hugged. Someone was watching them from behind. The brunette silently looked forward, casting a long shadow. Looking back, Najon asked what kind of magazine it was. Smiling widely, he asked if his brother had bought it because of the photo on the cover. Putting his hands behind his head, the boy felt pleasantly embarrassed. Najeong was surprised that his brother was really on the cover. Najon was surprised that he was not recognized. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the boy replied that it was just a joke. Asking his brother to look at something, the child handed him a page of the magazine. The paper depicted a sea, and the protagonist asked if his brother thought the entertainment on the continent was very interesting. The boy lowered his eyebrows in confusion, but answered in the affirmative and asked what the matter was. Najon silently lowered his gaze. Putting his hand on the pictures, he reminded him that when they were children, his brother always said that he wanted to go on an adventure. Hearing that the boy wanted to leave the village, Najon's mouth opened in surprise. Putting the magazine to his chest, the child imagined icy deserts, crystal seas, mountains, the imperial capital, and said that he wanted to go everywhere. Smiling, the protagonist decided that they would live in peace as a knight and an adventurer. The boy knitted his eyebrows sternly and agreed with him. Approaching the house, Najeon asked if his brother was not upset that he would have to leave. Opening the door, the boy asked if everything would be okay if he managed to complete the internship and receive a grant. There were people in robes and masks in the room. Looking down, the boy asked what they were doing in their house. The tip of a sword flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, the blade of the sword entered the ceiling. The man in the mask looked forward. Najeon watched him carefully. Grabbing the enemy's hand, he took the sword up. The child's eyes widened in fear and asked what was going on. The man in the room said that the one who blocked the blow was their target. The comrade standing next to him noted his excessive strength. The protagonist asked who they were. The brother held out his hand in front of him. Najeon looked at him questioningly. Clutching the hilt of the other man's sword, Najeon thought that these people posed a real threat, judging by the previous swing. Frowning, the boy understood from their conversation that they came to kill him. The boy trembled in fear when someone laughed and called them brave. The stranger asked if their target would let himself be killed so easily. Two red eyes flashed from under the mask. Najeon swung his leg and replied negatively. He threw the enemy back with a powerful blow. The guy raised his hand. His fingers tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. It was obvious that the advantage was not on his side. The most important thing was information about the opponent, that is, skills and weapons. This is a situation in which you cannot be sure of anything, but it was clear that you cannot fight in such a small space under any circumstances. The people in robes stepped forward. Najeon closed the door. The opponents pressed him from all sides. Squinting, he thought that he cannot allow his brother to be taken hostage, because otherwise nothing will work. Deciding to isolate the enemies, the guy put his sword forward and said that the house was rather dirty and needed to be cleaned. Hair covered his eyes. Najeon squinted. In the end, his bad, but the best decision turned out to be the right one. Knocking on the door, the protagonist demanded to open it. His brother rushed to attack. The opponents were able to hit each other. The next opponent had already aimed his sword straight at the target. The boy jumped to the side to avoid the blow. A sword blade flashed in front of him. Without wasting a second, Najeon rushed to the side. He hit the man in the robes on the hands. The sword slipped out of his hands. Taking advantage of this, the boy swung his sword. Suddenly, something made him look back. In front of his eyes was the blade of a sword. To dodge the sweeping blow, he had to jump. Najeon landed at the other end of the room. Blood was running down his cheek. The space was too tight to maneuver, but it was still possible to make an attack. The men in robes looked at their prey. The one standing in the center was the one to be wary of the most. Looking to the side, the boy thought it was strange that their leader had not moved at all lately. The stranger stood to the side, arms crossed over his chest. Looking down, the masked man asked what they should do, since the enemy was much stronger than expected. Reaching for his sword, the enemy decided that it was not too late. Seeing that the stranger was preparing to attack, Najeon held his sword forward. The man placed his hand on the hilt. Suddenly, something caught his attention to the side. Screams were heard from behind the closed door. The enemy turned around. The guy frowned menacingly. In general, his judgment was correct. The protagonist shouted that he would call someone for help. A mark from the sword appeared on the door in front of him. The next second, the door shattered into small pieces. Covering his face with his hand, Najeon looked forward. His brother stood in front of him. However, making the right decision did not always lead to victory. The guy held the sword in front of him to protect his brother. Sheathing the sword, the stranger said that blocking his attack was simply amazing, and noted that the enemy looked terrible. The bloodied Najeon's hands shook. The man drew his sword again and asked if his opponent would be able to block the blow this time. The boy opened his mouth in fear. His brother rushed forward. The enemy responded in kind and said that he was eagerly awaiting his opponent's choice. A loud bang was heard from the house on the hill. Blood gushed from the boy's back. The child looked at the wound and shouted his brother's name. The masked man watched silently. He looked at the sword stuck in the wall. The man touched the mask, which had a cut on it, and thought that the opponent had decided to choose defense over attack in the middle of the fight. Crouching down next to his brother, the protagonist asked him why he had to do such a thing. The man approached his comrade and offered to take care of the other boy as well, because it would not take more than a couple of minutes to kill him, but the stranger objected, saying that they were family. The enemy stuck the sword into the wooden floor. He let go of the hilt, deciding to give his victim a chance. Najeon looked at him from under his brows. The man crossed his arms over his chest and ordered him to kill his own brother in exchange for sparing his brother's life. The child raised his eyebrows in shock. The twins stood opposite each other. They hugged and laughed. Unlike the typical sibling relationship, they were very close. When they were younger, Najeon was weaker, and every time his brother had to run to help when he was bullied, the bullies ran away in fear. Wiping his tears with his hand, the boy asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, his tear-stained eyes widened when he was asked not to apologize. Without turning around, the protagonist said that it was normal for the strong to protect the weaker. Najeong opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would defeat everyone who bullied him. The only thing he had left was his family. The boy pierced his brother's body with a sword. Blood gushed out from the open wound. The bloody sword fell to the floor. There was a secret that no one knew. The child looked at his bloody hands in horror. He looked up. The dead body of Najeon lay on the ground. A grin appeared on the face of his own brother's killer. Letting go of the sword handle, the enemy ordered the boy to kill Najeon. The protagonist looked forward in fear. His hands were shaking. Grabbing the sword, he shouted that this was all nonsense and that the battle would go on to the last. The enemy swung his fist to strike. The boy looked away, and then he immediately closed his eyes. Najeong frowned furiously and asked his brother to be patient for a while because help would arrive soon. Najeon answered him with his head down. The boy said that they had no chance of winning. Blood was flowing from his mouth. His hand was clutching his brother's hands. The child staggered. The masked men looked forward in shock. The blade of the sword pierced the victim through. The protagonist looked forward in fear. He looked down to see his brother. The boy was holding the hilt together with his brother. Najeon raised his hand and said his name. The boy put his hand on his brother's cheek and wanted to say something, but his body fell to the ground. Najeong stood motionless, unable to utter a word. His frightened eyes lit up. Someone approached him. The men in black passed by the boy. Looking back, the masked man said that they had managed to put out Yudion's fire. The boy remained standing behind them. There was no one left except him. The paper lying on the floor caught fire. Suddenly, it burst into flames. The child was sitting in the center of the fire. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. He was worried about only one question: why did this happen? He looked around. In front of him was his brother's corpse. He was worried about the question of why Najeon was killed. The protagonist opened his mouth, thinking about death. In his memories, he looked at the sky and promised his brother that he would defeat everyone who would mock him. The tears turned into a thin stream. Najeon shouted that his brother was the only person dear to him and all that he had left. The wind blew his hair. The boy frowned menacingly, thinking that this was his family. He took the sword lying on the ground. With a sharp movement, the boy cut off his long hair. Taking the ribbon, the child tied a ponytail and decided that Najeon died that day. The protagonist stood in front of the fire. Looking at his dead brother, he asked permission to borrow his name. The boy stood in front of the destroyed house. A light wind swayed the strands of his hair. His gaze was indifferent. That day, 5 people in robes and masks gathered in the room, but their number was not so important. Then Najeon frowned and said that they came to kill him. The boy took a step forward. He did not know the motives of the enemies, and in general, it did not matter now. Looking around the ashes with horror, the child decided that revenge was the only thing that mattered to him. He raised his hand. The fact that the faces of the killers were hidden under masks was not a problem. In his hand was a sword. The protagonist decided that the enemies themselves would come to him if he could believably portray his brother. Najeon frowned sternly and thought that there was one significant problem. That day, the man standing behind everyone directed his comrades to Najeon. On his mask was an engraving in the form of a diamond. Squinting, the boy thought that this killer knew his brother and was probably the instigator of what happened. Someone peeked out from behind a tree and said that this was a waste. The boy looked back, realizing that the stranger in the diamond mask had always been there. The teacher folded her arms and said that his brother's death was a great loss. Thinking that she was not even trying to show sympathy, the child furrowed his brows and asked what she was talking about. Smiling, the girl told him that she saw great potential in the deceased student, while everyone else thought he was too weak. Squinting slyly, the woman said that she was very sorry to lose such a person. The protagonist looked extremely serious. The teacher did not take her eyes off her student. Looking into her eyes, Najeon wondered what they were trying to tell him. Imagining the masked man behind the girl, he assumed that she was the one who instigated the murder. His hand was tightly clutching the hilt of the sword. Leaning down to get a better look, the woman praised the weapon. Looking up, Padian asked where the sword was from and assumed that the student bought it. Looking down at her, the boy answered in the negative and thought to himself that they were trying to catch him. The teacher smirked. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that this couldn't be true. The girl kept looking at her student. She was too strong. The boy imagined her fight with her brother and decided that if she really was an enemy, then even Najeon would not be able to compete with her. The child asked why the woman came here, realizing that this interrogation was not in her plans. Padian smiled widely and explained that she came here because she had something to say. Thinking that this was strange, the protagonist closed his eyes and said that there was no need to joke with him. The teacher put her hand on his shoulder. Hugging him, the girl praised him for his good work, telling him his real name. Najeon's eyes widened in amazement. The world around him darkened. He was worried about many questions about where from and how long ago his identity was revealed. Without raising his head, the boy thought that the girl could not be the killer and that this was probably just a test. He looked back and called out to her. He thought that he had managed to copy his brother's style of speech, look, and even appearance, and the heroes silently looked at each other. Imagining his true self, the boy thought that he could deceive anyone and that even if someone doubted him, he would have no evidence. The woman leaned over. Closing her eyes, she laughed and said that this really looked like Najin. Putting her hand on the student's cheek, Padian said that his empty gaze, expressing nothing, was simply perfect. With a sly grin, the teacher said that if her friend was not as energetic as his brother, then he should not expect a normal reaction to his actions. Lowering her eyebrows, the protagonist agreed. His true self gritted her teeth and thought about why the girl had exposed him, but was still acting so strangely. He was completely confused about her intentions. The woman leaned over his ear and asked him to relax. Looking back, she reminded him that she came here to tell him something. Touching the student's lips, Padian noticed that he still looked a little ridiculous. Grabbing his face, the teacher decided to give him advice, saying that he did not have to become Najin at all. Najeong frowned in shock. The girl removed her hand from his face. Waving to him, the woman said goodbye. At that moment, she disappeared. The boy was clearly in a stupor. He raised his hand. His fingers trembled. Sweat ran down his face. Looking down, the boy wondered what to do now that the teacher had guessed everything right away. Squinting, the child decided that the Lady Knight would definitely not tell everyone about this. Remembering her relaxed face, the protagonist wondered what her advice could mean. Putting his hand to his mouth, he decided that the girl had given him the best of intentions, as she did not seem threatening, but he should not completely rule her out as a suspect. Looking ahead, Najeong thought that the main thing was revenge, and first he needed to know the target of the attack. A clear sun rose over the village. Raising her hand, Padian said that it was the day of the exam and hoped that the students had slept well. The boy stood behind everyone. Rukian said that she was very nervous. Her friend expressed solidarity. Loudly stamping the floor, the teacher shouted that it would be great if at least someone answered her questions. The children answered in the affirmative. Putting her index finger up, the girl decided to explain the rules. Squinting, she said that those who passed the exam would move from the preparatory class and become night students. She was not allowed to tell the details, but the children should know that they could die during the exam. Hearing this, the students' eyes widened in fear. The woman looked down and asked if anyone had any questions. The children looked at her silently. Padian raised her eyebrows and asked if anyone wanted to refuse. Rukian frowned angrily. The teacher smiled. Pointing her finger forward, she wanted to announce the start of the exam. However, someone did it for her. The children looked back. The girl with an umbrella in her hand said that she had arrived to conduct the exam. The woman frowned in displeasure and asked why the crybaby was interrupting her. Rudica reminded him that she had asked not to call her that. Tears appeared in her eyes. The knights began to argue. Rukian frowned sternly and asked what about the exam. Ruse suggested that their physical abilities would be assessed today. It became clear to everyone that Najin would take first place. Squinting, the protagonist wondered if the culprit of his brother's death could be among his acquaintances. Just in case, he should check everyone. His classmates were standing at a distance and discussing something. The brunette appeared right in front of his face and asked if everything was okay. Frightened, Najeong looked up and asked if he really looked like something was wrong. Frowning, he thought that he was doing a good job of playing the role of a brother, but something must be wrong. With a worried look, the brunette said that his friend seemed lost and guessed that it was all because of overexertion. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that it was not so and thanked his classmate for worrying. The image of the smiling girl and her advice appeared in his mind again. The boy lowered his eyes and understood what her words meant. Someone raised their hand and addressed the Lady Knight. Lowering her hand, Rukian asked to tell her more about the exam. Squeezing Rudica's cheek with her fingers, Padian looked back. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. The teacher asked if the students were really looking forward to the exam. The children frowned tensely and answered negatively. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl decided to tell them about her role. Smiling widely, she explained that she would be a kind of caretaker whose job it was to stop the examiner in time, who could kill them. Therefore, they could not worry about any of them dying. Rukian looked at her friend and asked if she heard everything correctly. The exam would last exactly 3 days. The tip of the umbrella stuck into the floor. The student's task would be to defeat the knight. The children stood around Rudica. Gray Fox looked down and asked which of them would be first. Padian crossed her arms and asked the students to focus because, unlike her, this knight had no reason to feel sorry for them. Narrowing her eyes, the teacher added that this girl was much stronger than her. Rudica raised her umbrella. The protagonist frowned tensely. Imagining the knight against the red background, he thought that even 10 students would not have the strength to defeat him. Looking ahead menacingly, Najeong decided that such conditions for passing the exam were simply unbelievable because no one had a chance to do this. Imagining his brother smiling, the boy thought that passing the exam was very important to him because Najin was the most promising candidate who simply had to become a knight. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy decided that he would show the criminals who killed his brother that Najin was still alive. His eyes lit up. This exam should be the first step on the path to revenge, and the boy decided to do everything possible to make a breakthrough. Rutika looked up. Holding the blonde in her arms, she called them all weak. The student's body fell down. Gray Fox asked if the rising star wanted to try his luck. The child stood in the distance. He looked away and gave a negative answer. Hadian raised her index finger and declared that the first part of the exam was over. White clouds floated across the evening sky. People walked forward along the road. All the students seemed very exhausted. The one who walked in front of everyone began to tremble. Rukian looked back. The protagonist stood behind the brunette. The classmate came close to him. Frowning, the student asked why he was standing aside again and not helping them. Najon silently looked into his eyes. Rukian looked tense. At this time, his opponent seemed to be relaxed. The classmate glanced at him sideways and assumed that this was a way to win, since the boy had probably analyzed the night during the exam and understood all of her weaknesses. The boy looked away and said that he knew nothing. The student gritted his teeth in displeasure, realizing that he should have expected nothing else. The protagonist frowned menacingly and said that if they wanted to increase their chances even a little, they needed to set up an ambush, since that was the only way to defeat the knight. An image of a smirking teacher popped into his head. Narrowing his eyes, Najon reminded him that the exam period was 3 days and that all was fair in war. Rukian pursed her lips, and the blonde man behind him asked if his classmate was serious. Looking at the protagonist, he said that those who aspired to become a knight should not break the rules. Looking back, his friend agreed, suggesting that they do everything according to the rules and honor. The boy humbly closed his eyes. Smiling slightly, Rukian suggested joining forces and thinking it over properly to win. During the second round, her entire face was covered in bruises. Rutika was holding an umbrella. Looking at Tar, the student realized that they couldn't hurry. She rose up on her toes. Her friend did the same. The operation began and the boys simultaneously rushed towards the knight. The blonde reached out to grab the umbrella. Something flashed before his eyes. The gray fox hit him in the face with her knee. Blood gushed from the student's mouth. Rukian swung her fist. Her hand was aimed straight at the target. The girl grabbed her opponent by the neck with the handle of the umbrella. The next moment, she threw her opponent aside. Having crashed into the wall, the student thought that there was very little left. Some time ago, she frowned sternly and explained that she would take the entire blow according to the plan. Squinting, the girl explained that first it was necessary to disarm the enemy so that she would not have the opportunity to use the umbrella. First, it was necessary to understand what this weapon was needed for. Closing her eyes, Rukian called her friends to attack. Tar and Ruse rushed towards the target from behind. Rutika looked back, not understanding what they were planning. Thinking that it was just a group of people, the knight put the umbrella to the blonde's neck. Suddenly, the umbrella opened. A gust of wind formed because of it threw Ruse back. Then the gray fox hit Tar in the stomach. Rukian opened her mouth wide and gave the command. The blonde's eyes widened. He grabbed the umbrella with both hands. His feet slid along the ground. The girl stood there in confusion. Frowning, Tar called his friend to action. Rutika turned around tensely, realizing the main reason why the rising star was not participating in the battle. Another gust of wind threw the blonde aside. The umbrella opened again. Peering out from behind it, the knight realized that the children had finally decided to take advantage of the fact that they were in the majority. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The protagonist stood motionless. The gray fox realized that this was just bait. The brunette pulled his sword out of its sheath behind her. The boy rushed forward. The girl realized that they were going to deal her a decisive blow. She kept the umbrella open. Rutika looked back, upset that she was creating such a bad impression in the eyes of the children. Tears flowed down her cheeks. The gray fox opened her eyes. Her hair stood on end. Rukian's eyes widened in shock. Ruse was lying on the ground. Tar raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. The brunette opened his mouth in fear. 2 yellow eyes lit up in the darkness. There are many cases when lower-level owners win in battle, and this makes them feel truly alive. Thinking about how hard it was for him to breathe and move, the brunette trembled and realized that this was true power. Suddenly, he frowned. The knight looked ahead. Hearing a sound behind her, she looked back. Sometimes, defeating a low-level person is refreshing. The protagonist put his arm around his shoulder and said that he was cold. The girl frowned in confusion and decided that this was quite thoughtful of the rising star, who was only watching from the sidelines and analyzing the fight. With a distraught expression, Rutika suggested continuing the exam because she was interested in how smart the rising star was. Someone put a hand on her shoulder. Smiling, Padian said that this would be enough for today. The gray fox looked back in disappointment. Her hair fell and she agreed. The second round was over. The children gathered on the destroyed playground. Rukian slammed her hands on the ground and cursed this fight. Her friends looked at him silently. The protagonist looked down and stated that he understood everything. His classmates looked at him questioningly. Naejong, brows furrowed, said that he understood how to defeat the knight. The student, her mouth wide open in shock, asked if that was really true. The boy covered her mouth with his hand. The boy narrowed his eyes and explained that he could not give details, but they would definitely win if everyone followed his instructions. His gaze seemed determined. Round 3, the children gathered in front of Rudica. Sitting on a broken column, Padian asked if everyone had prepared well for the last day of the exam. Raising his hand, the child asked if he could speak before the exam began. The knight narrowed her eyes and allowed him to do so. Without raising his eyes, the protagonist said that he had thought for a long time about the intention of the exam. In his memory, the examiner lowered her head and asked who would be first. The teacher smirked when her student remembered that the main goal of the exam was to defeat the knight. Looking ahead from under his brows, Najeon said that they were not told that they had to fight. The gray fox silently closed her eyes. Looking at her, the boy said that they had to prove that they were superior to the knight, and he had long been tormented by the question of what the meaning of this exam was. The girl closed her eyes, but the student's next words made her look at him. The guy said that they still decided to surpass the knight in battle, with the rest of the students standing behind him. The girls looked at them in surprise. Shocked, her eyes widened. Padian thought that this was a little unexpected and asked what her charges were going to do. Glancing at her friend, the teacher decided that she must be angry. Rudica stood silently nearby. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. People are often driven by anger. They do not always know how to control their emotions, which is why they are destroyed from within. Looking at the children standing in a row, the knight understood what they were thinking all this time. Once her advance group was already disbanded, the gray fox asked, frowning angrily, if the students really thought they could defeat her in battle. Taking a fighting stance, Rukian ordered everyone to concentrate. The girl raised her umbrella. She swung the weapon. Opening her mouth wide, the student shouted that the enemy was advancing. The umbrella opened. The children opened their mouths in amazement. The swing of the umbrella created a strong gust of wind. Ruse screamed and flew into the air. Rukian covered her eyes with her hands. Squinting, she realized that she could not open her eyes. Rudica was behind her. She hit the girl in the face with the umbrella. Spitting out a clot of blood, the student wondered if they would be able to defeat such a monster. A while ago, the protagonist had furrowed his brows sternly and declared that their plan was quite simple to execute. Frowning in displeasure, Rukian asked if her comrade really wanted to use the same plan twice. Tara asked if it would definitely work. Imagining the enemy's face, Najeon explained that the examiner had stopped attacking them for a while. This meant that Raejeon's abilities were working on her. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise. They needed him to strike in time. The boy swung his sword over the knight's head. Frowning sternly, the student decided that it should work because the opponent was much more absent-minded than last time. The gray fox stood motionless at the moment of attack. Suddenly, she looked back. Raejeon's eyes widened in fear. Tar frowned and stated that the knight would not fight at full strength because she was 100% sure that she would not miss a single blow. The biggest problem was that the knight was able to immobilize the target with just one look. Ruse scratched the back of his head. With a frustrated expression, the blonde explained that even with serious preparation, the slightest hesitation would lead to a mistake that would cost the victory. Frowning, he added that it would be very difficult to overcome this. The brunette's body flew to the side. Rudica raised her umbrella up. Her gaze looked determined. Raejeon gritted his teeth. The knight looked away. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that everything was fine. The next moment, he rushed to attack. Frowning, Najeon realized that the girl's gaze had no effect on him. The gray fox widened her eyes. Looking into the eyes of her opponent, she realized that the rising star was not afraid of her aura and had not attacked until now. From the very beginning, Rudica was vigilant towards him because she overestimated his abilities. Gripping the umbrella tightly, the knight wanted to see the true strength of this student. She was truly curious to know what the boy was capable of, so the gray fox decided to make a powerful attack that was incredibly destructive and swung the umbrella. With wide eyes, the boy thought that his brother could withstand such a thing, but for him, such an attack would be fatal. The umbrella trembled. Rudica frowned in confusion. It was the only person who knew the child's innermost secret who prevented her. Padian grabbed the umbrella and threw her student back. In the past, the teacher raised her index finger and reminded the children that she would watch the fight in order to save them from death at the most crucial moment. The woman, who had no choice but to stop the knight, narrowed her eyes and thought that her student had done this on purpose to use her. The protagonist fell to the ground. He had no chance of winning in a fight with the knight, so he hoped that his mentor would protect him. Gritting his teeth, Najeon thought that he was still too weak for this. His eyes were burning with a red fire. Padian frowned sternly. Rudica looked at her pitifully. The heroes froze in a silent scene. Frowning, Gray Fox wondered why her friend was protecting the student. The umbrella jumped out of the woman's hand. Her gaze seemed upset. The knight swung her weapon at her opponent. Looking down, she thought that she just wanted to see what this child was capable of. The tip of the umbrella ended up near the boy's eyes. The girl watched him carefully. Suddenly, something made her look back. The teacher swung her leg. Padian hit her friend with all her might. Rudica landed on her feet. She held her sword out in front of her. Frowning in disappointment, Gray Fox asked why the woman was defending him and what was going on with her. The teacher looked at her silently, unable to find the words. She scratched the back of her head. Padian turned around to look at the student. The woman closed her eyes in embarrassment and explained that it was a secret. The girl shuddered in confusion. The teacher opened her mouth and said that she could not give a specific reason. She explained that the knight had to fight not only against the students, but also against her, and that was their strategy. Rajan helped his friend to his feet. Raising her index finger, Padian said that no one knew what could happen if they were so careless about the lives of the students, because this was not a massacre, but an ordinary exam. Narrowing her eyes, the teacher said that if you look at the situation from that angle, her friend would have to admit defeat. Her finger pointed at the shocked Rudica. Gray Fox raised her wild eyes and asked if ordinary children had defeated her. Smiling, the woman replied that they had. Bowing her head, the girl said that it couldn't be. Padian confirmed her defeat once again. Rukian thought that her teacher shouldn't provoke the knight. Her eyes turned white. Rudica clenched her teeth in frustration. The student hid behind the woman's back. Gray Fox's eyes filled with tears. The teacher put her hand to her head and sighed heavily. Sobbing with grief, the girl asked why her friend protected some children, but hit her and never told the reason for her bullying. Padian put her hand on her shoulder and apologized. The students watched in shock, thinking that Rudica was a real crybaby. Half an hour later, Gray Fox lowered her brows in disappointment and congratulated the children on now officially becoming knights' apprentices. The children exchanged joyful glances. Looking down, the girl asked if anything had changed after they had passed the exam and become full-fledged knights' apprentices. She was interested in the opinion of a rising star. The protagonist looked at her silently. Frowning, he replied that he had not felt anything special. Looking into his eyes, Rudica noticed that the children had just been promoted to apprentices, but they did not feel any changes. Being a real knight and receiving the qualification were two different things, because the apprentices would either have to try to become worthy of this title, or receive it because they were already worthy of it. Raising her eyebrows, Gray Fox explained that after the selection, there would be training, during which the children would be able to receive the qualification of a knight. With wide eyes, she asked them to follow her. The children tensely knitted their brows and agreed. The blue sky hung over the bare trees. Someone was standing in the forest. He held a sharp sword in his hands. The protagonist rushed forward. He cut the air with his weapon. His expression was as calm as possible. Najon raised his hand. His sword pierced a tree. Dozens of trees were cut down to the roots. The boy thought that he was still far from his dead brother. Rudica looked back and asked what grade the children were in. Rukian frowned and replied that they were in grade 274. Taking a step forward, Gray Fox objected and explained that they were currently in the second special class. The girl asked if the students knew that the situation in the East was currently difficult and that a special teaching system had been created in preparation for the war. The children silently looked at her. Rudica closed her eyes and explained that while studying in the second special class, they would also perform the duties of members of the night platoon. Remembering the words of the teacher, the boy frowned and understood what Padian meant. Raising her hand, Gray Fox explained that the children were still too weak and that they didn't even have any weapons. The students stood in a neat line. The girl explained that their next task would be to find her before she left, because in a month she would leave the village, and from that moment the quest began. Rudica, sternly knitting her brows, reminded them that they only had a month to prepare their own weapons. The protagonist looked at the sword stuck in the tree. He stretched his arms and thought that the main problem was his abilities, because now everything would not be as easy for him as it was during the exam. Taking the sword in his hands, Najeong thought that he had been too smug. Raising his weapon up, the boy decided that he needed to train hard to become better and stronger, even though he still couldn't reach Najeon's level in such a short time, even though they were blood brothers. 2 weeks later, the boy was breathing heavily. His face was covered in sweat. There were many sword marks on the tree in front of him. The child's eyes widened menacingly, realizing that his skills weren't getting any better. 10 years ago, it happened long before the fire in the village. At that time, Najeon was the weakest child, so he had to protect him. The boy stood with his hand raised in a fist, covering the hero with his body. One day, the main character got very sick. He really thought he could die. That day, Najeon looked at him, saying that from now on he will protect his brother. There was a dark night sky above the roof of the building. The brother looked at the seriously ill Najeon lying in bed. Tears appeared in his rounded eyes. After several difficult days, the hero finally came to his senses. By that time, Najeon had become a completely different person in just a few days. The guy opened his eyes slightly. His hair lay chaotically on the pillow. He rose from the bed, looking out the window. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. His brother was standing outside, the rope in his hair fluttering in the wind. Najeon was standing in front of the tree stumps with a sword in his hand. The guy opened his mouth slightly. He smiled and closed his eyes, asking if Najeon was better. His brother had become so strong that he no longer needed the protagonist's protection, which is why he came up with the idea that since he and Najeon were blood relatives, he could become stronger for his brother, just like his brother. Najeon froze, his mouth slightly open. His eyes opened wide, shining red. However, in reality, this was not the case. The boy was breathing heavily, standing in front of the tree. He frowned, thinking that he hadn't become even a little stronger. Initially, he should have been at least below average. 2 whole weeks had passed, but nothing had changed. There were marks from a sword on the tree trunk. Najeon stared ahead with an empty gaze, wondering if this was possible. Shouldn't he have become at least a little stronger? He frowned, sweat running down his face. The hero wondered if he really had no talent at all. That was it. Najeon had no predisposition to fight. To explain this, we need to start with his brother. Najeon stood with his back to him, his hair fluttering in the wind. The boy was a man with incredible abilities. He could be compared to the purest precious diamond that appears once in a century, and Najeon, on the contrary, he was born such an incapable boy, who also appears once in 100 years. He could only be compared to a piece of stone. The blue diamond fell into a pile of stones mixed with jewels, and at the bottom was an uncut stone. The hero froze, breathing heavily and holding a sword in his hand. The boy cursed. Najeon, who was having a hard time accepting this harsh reality, often recalled his brother's words. Najeon raised his eyebrows, saying that his brother needed more real training. The protagonist frowned and sighed heavily, thinking that this was true, because life is a battlefield. Najeon stood in front of a stone cliff. The boy put his clasped hands forward, thinking that they say that dormant abilities can awaken during a crisis. He saw in one book how a person's powers awakened when they tried to throw him off a cliff. Although it was fiction, he wanted to believe it. He reached out with a trembling hand to the cliff. The boy grabbed the stone. The hero sighed heavily. Najeon froze, climbing a few centimeters up the cliff, saying that he gave up. He rested his hands on his knees and lowered his head. The boy frowned and looked ahead, thinking about how the other boys could become so strong, when he could easily wipe the floor with them when they were kids. They all had some kind of skill. He imagined the faces of the 4 boys. The hero imagined the dark-haired boy with green eyes, thinking that especially Raijun. He attended classes to train knights every other time, wondering how he became so strong. The hero looked to the side, thinking that for sure, every Monday, he went to some secret training. The boy stood behind the tree trunk, watching Raijun walk forward, saying that today he would steal his training method. The boy looked back. There was no one between the tree trunks. Najeon hid behind a wide tree trunk, thinking that the boy was very attentive. Raijun did not take his eyes off the side where the hero was hiding. In his mind, the protagonist asked him to go quickly. Raijun turned around, heading off to do his business. There was a sound from behind the trees. Najeon was surprised to see that it shouldn't have been that fast, because Raijun had started running. The boy was breathing heavily, his mouth wide open. He put his hands on his knees, thinking about why the boy was so fast. Maybe rock climbing was the way out. He had definitely seen the hero going that way. Najeon's eyes widened. Raijun was standing by the waterfall, his sword outstretched. He looked at the weapon, wondering if this was what he had chosen. The boy swung. The protagonist's eyes widened, wondering what he was doing. Raijun opened his mouth, saying, "Attack to the side." The boy swung his sword, cutting through the flowing water. Najeon raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, asking what he was doing. The hero walked along the path between the trees, thinking that it would hardly help him, because fighting with water is nonsense. The guy looked to the side, thinking that Raijun looked mysterious, asking what kind of training this was. He heard words about there being a raccoon. People in masks and tight cloaks stood next to each other, discussing that after this animal comes the hippopotamus. Najeon stood motionless, looking at them. The man in the mask looked in his direction, sharply turning his head. The crowd of people fixed their gaze on the young man among the tree trunks. His red eyes widened. He looked at the masked people, wondering what they were doing here. Had they really been following him all this time? He tried to remember what they were talking about, simultaneously realizing that he did not even take a weapon with him. A drop of sweat flowed down the guy's cheek. A shudder ran through the hero's body. He understood that even if he had it, there would be no chance of winning anyway. It was over. He was sure that he would die today. The man looked at him silently. The guy lowered his head. His face darkened. Najeon frowned and opened his eyes wide, thinking about what to do. In this unexpected and unforeseen situation, the hero panicked. At that moment, he was only brought to his senses by the scream of the man in the diamond mask. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. His head was filled with various thoughts that he could not die because he had to take revenge. The man shouted, addressing him as Najeon. He turned his head, asking if he had heard everything. The man in front of him raised his hand. The hero noticed the leader who was trying to stop him. These two things made his panicked mind begin to think. The guy was sure of one thing. He was in a difficult situation. Najeon froze, looking ahead. He frowned, his red eyes wide. The boy stood in front of them, his hands clenched into fists, thinking that he couldn't see their faces, but they could read his expression perfectly well. Najeong didn't look away, thinking that the man had asked him if he had heard them, which meant that they were talking about something important. As soon as the hero's mind began to work, he put all the pieces together, and the solution he came to after all the thinking was a calculated silence and a sly grin. He pursed his lips nervously. The masked men did not take their eyes off him. Najeong smiled, raising his eyebrows. The men looked at him in surprise. The boy immediately started running, hiding behind the tree trunks. The man screamed, calling him a bastard. The leader raised his hand, asking him to calm down. He turned around, saying that the hero didn't have a weapon, it was a chance, plus he heard their conversation, but the leader asked him to calm down. The man looked away, saying that it was a trap. The Fire Knight, their leader, had a keen sense of smell. There was a high probability that it could be a trap, but there was no evidence, so they decided to rely on intuition. In the current situation, it was the best decision. The man looked after him. His mask strings fluttered in the wind. The man's eyes were visible in the shadow of the mask. However, the circumstances themselves were false. Najeong simply hinted that he was trying to lure them into a trap, and he played the role very confidently. The guy quickly ran along the path. The hero opened his eyes wide, continuing to run and wonder if they really bought it. The protagonist quickly moved through the forest thicket, thinking that he could die. He frowned, thinking that there were some misunderstandings left in him. He remembered how the girl, with her eyebrows furrowed, said that they all needed to find their weapons. But the hero was not as strong as Najeong. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that his weapon was the sword, and what he had not noticed before was precisely that, his weapon. The boy remembered the sharp sword, grasped by the hero with both palms. He remembered his sly smile. The hero frowned, continuing to run forward. He imagined the hero with bright blue eyes, thinking that he now understood the words about how he did not have to become like Najeong, because in the end, his thoughts suddenly stopped. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face. The hero crashed into something in front of him, throwing his head back. He stopped with his feet and leaned forward. His eyes opened wide. Raijun appeared in front of him, raising his eyebrows, asking if everything was okay and where he was rushing to. The guy froze in front of him. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking that it was good that he was the one here. Suddenly, his eyes widened, wondering if the hero could be in league with them. Raijun looked at him in surprise, his eyes wide. He again addressed him by name. But the hero opened his mouth, thinking that if his assumptions were correct, the guy could simply take off his mask, all for the sake of getting information out of him. Najeong froze, lowering his head down, thinking that if he was his enemy, he would ask only two questions: was he Najeong or how much he heard? At this time, Raijun asked if the hero was okay, did he have any pain? The guy raised his eyebrows, getting ready to ask a question. The protagonist was thinking about what the young man could ask. Suddenly, they turned around, hearing an excited cry that the girl had finally found them. The heroes looked at the out-of-breath Rukian, who leaned her hands on her knees, saying that something bad had happened. She raised her head and, frowning, reported that the night fox had escaped. The guys rounded off the question in surprise, not believing her words. There was a blue sky above the city, clouds were slowly floating across it. Padian smiled and raised her finger to her face, asking if they really believed the words that she would be in the village for another month. Rukian arched her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, answering that she could not think otherwise. Rudica raised her eyebrows, saying that their next task was to find her before she left. In a month she would leave the village. From that moment the quest began. The girl frowned, shouting that Rudica herself said that she would give them a whole month. Asking what kind of knight she was, Padian closed her eyes, asking if it could be called a mission if they were constantly asking her for details. She noted that this was not an intended circumstance, part of the task, so they should not be lazy. Rukian was stupefied. Tar frowned, saying that they had no choice, so they needed to act right now. The teacher told them to take only the bare necessities. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Padian waved her hand at them, asking if they had already chosen a weapon. Rukian turned around, answering, of course. The girl said that then they would meet in an hour. She smiled, asking to make sure that their guns were sharpened. The protagonist looked at her, wide-eyed. He turned away, frowning. Padian smiled, watching them go. A question was heard: is everyone ready? Clouds were floating across the blue sky. The team of heroes gathered together, saying in one voice that it was time to go and show what they could do. Najeong frowned, looking ahead, his hair fluttering in the wind. A man's voice called out to the leader, asking if everything would be okay. He turned around. The hooded man asked if this was the best chance to catch him. If there was no trap, everything would be much easier. He raised his hand, saying that even if there was an ambush, they would have dealt with that brat. The masked man looked at him silently. He looked away, saying what's done is done, it doesn't matter now. Clouds were floating across the blue sky. A question was heard, if everyone is ready. The heroes gathered together, saying it was time to show what they could do. Ryujin put his hand forward, saying that he found the place where the night passed, asking everyone to come. The heroes turned to the squatting boy, saying that he was doing well. The party headed forward along the path. Rukian raised her eyebrows, saying that the knight must have been in a hurry to leave traces behind her, asking him to continue searching for the others. The protagonist frowned, looking at her and asking if she really thought so. The girl looked at him in surprise. The boy asked if she really thought that the knight could have left traces behind him by accident. Rukian turned around and frowned, asking why not. Najeong raised his eyebrows in displeasure, saying that the girl was still a knight. She frowned, shouting that the traces were real, asking what he was trying to prove to her. The boy froze and clenched his hands into fists, saying that there was no guarantee that an ambush would not await them, asking how they could be fooled at the very beginning of the task. The girl frowned, looking at him. Tar looked at the hero, noticing that the knight could have intentionally left evidence. Najeong frowned, asking if a person who wanted to escape for a month would leave evidence. The group of people became silent. Ryujin raised his eyebrows, asking why she did it then. If it was not evidence, then what? The protagonist turned to him, saying that it was a hint, they could probably find more. Rukian frowned, asking what kind of joke this was. Not understanding whether the girl left hints or random evidence, she shouted that this was mockery. Najeong grabbed the hilt of his sword, saying that he did not say this with complete certainty, these were just his guesses, because now they cannot be sure of anything. The best solution for them is not to rush and not to hope for chance, but they also do not need to lose vigilance. The hero's eyes widened. He said that they would have to be very strong to catch the knight. The heroes looked at him in surprise, their brows knitted. Ryujin frowned, saying that the clue was found on the east side of the village, asking if they thought they would be able to figure out which way the knight could have gone just by following that trail. The boy presented a map with the town marked on it. Tar raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, asking if they remembered what the girl had said the first time they met. She had told them about being sent to them. Rudica raised her eyebrows, saying that she had been sent to conduct an apprentice exam for them in the north, so she was looking forward to working with them. The boy knitted his eyebrows, saying that since she had been sent north, it was possible that the knight could be in the east or south. Rukian frowned, asking what about the west, to which Tar replied the same. Ryujin opened his mouth, saying that the exams are held by region. Most likely the destination will be the point of contact of the cardinal directions. In other words, the center of the continent. The guy imagined 4 arrows on the map leading to one point. The protagonist looked to the side, realizing that he was talking about the capital. Najeong said that the capital is the place of residence of the knights. Even various events and awards are held there. They cannot be sure of their judgments, so for now they need to move in this direction. The heroes looked at the guy carefully. The sky darkened. Everything around was illuminated by the light of the moon. A group of people made a fire. Tar came closer to the others, saying that there are no more clues in this place. Rukian arched her eyebrows, saying that she was very tired. Ryujin smiled, saying that thanks to the protagonist, they were able to make a little progress. If they had wasted time at the very beginning, they would not have been able to do even half of what they have already done. The girl froze, asking if it was true that they hadn't managed to get close, to which Najeong, looking down, said that they were in no position to even think about it. He opened his eyes a little, saying that it would be great to tell each other about their weapons. Ruse rose from his seat, asking why this was necessary. Najeong frowned, saying that this way they would better understand how to act in a critical moment, so learning more about each other was a good solution. Rukian frowned and chuckled. Ryujin smiled behind her, agreeing with his proposal. He picked up his sword, saying that he called his weapon Libra. It was a one-handed sword. It did not have any special features, but it was very durable. All it needed was to withstand the strength of the guy's skills. Ruse raised his eyebrows, saying that his weapon was a double-edged axe. Sparks would come from it when it hit a hard surface, and he called it Gemini. Tar held the weapon in front of his face, saying that it was a dagger. Once a day it could emit accumulated sunlight. His weapon had no name. Rukian frowned, saying that she also had a sword, but it had no powers, but it was unmatched in sharpness. It was an heirloom weapon of her family. Its name was Light. Najeong opened his eyes wide, listening attentively to their words. The boy closed his eyes. The girl knitted her brows, asking what about him. The hero said that he had something to tell them first. He was sure that they had noticed that he was not the same as before, but he trusted them, so he decided that he wanted to share it. The boy was weak. He remembered the girl with blue eyes, telling him that he did not have to become Najeong. In the first place, the hero would never become his brother. What he was destined to become was something else. The heroes widened their eyes in surprise, looking at him. He opened his mouth, saying that he was no longer able to fight. Najeong knitted his brows sadly, looking ahead. An awkward silence hung in the group. The guy lowered his head, saying that he was convinced of this during the exam because he was unable to use force during the fight. Maybe it was some kind of psychological problem after what happened. But sometimes his body stops obeying him. He will try to get himself in order, so he asks to be understanding for some time. Everything that Najeon said now was bait, who he was supposed to become, not just Najin, but a hero who lost his brother Najeon. He understood that his acting had to be convincing, at least a little. The protagonist gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The group froze, not taking their eyes off him. Raijun came closer, asking if he was okay, because so much had happened, he must be having a hard time now. His acting was very convincing, so the heroes believed him. The truth was that Najin was not able to fight like before. This was one of the options for bait. The guy's face darkened. He looked ahead from under his brows. Raijun froze in front of him, his eyes wide open. The girl furrowed her brows, looking at the floor. A bead of sweat was running down Tara's face. Ruse raised his eyebrows, looking ahead. Ash from the fire was rising into the sky. The fire was burning brightly, the branches beneath it were crackling. The boy said that the protagonist was next. Raijun was going to bed, saying that if he saw anything, he should wake him up, asking him not to do anything alone. The boy looked at him, saying that he had done a good job. There was a dark night sky above the trees. Najeon knelt down near the fire. He stood up and headed deeper into the forest. The boy's eyes widened, hearing a crunch behind him and asking where he was going, since it was his turn to be on night watch. The hero looked back, saying that he just decided to look for water nearby or more clues. He was not going to go far. The man behind him opened his mouth, asking if his name was Najeon. The protagonist's eyes widened. He took the bait. Najeon smiled and frowned as he looked at him. The hero remembered himself saying that he was no longer able to fight. The boy's performance was quite convincing. Even if someone might have suspicions, no one would pick on a man who had recently lost his family. He remembered the faces of his comrades. However, if it was a man who knew what happened that day, then Najeon's words would give him strength, because he would understand that it was Najeon who survived. The hero remembered his dying brother on his chest. The brothers' faces complemented each other, they differed only in their hairstyles. That's right, the bait was made to see if the man in the diamond mask was someone he knew. He imagined the man in the mask and the silhouette of a man standing in front of him. Najeon looked back, realizing that the only one who fell for his trick was Ruse. The boy smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking if he was right. The hero came closer to him. Ruse put his hand to his side. The guy frowned, wondering if Ruse was really a man in a mask, but decided not to jump to conclusions. First, he needed to figure out how far they were from the camp. He made sure the distance was enough. The guy stood in front of him, blocking the path to the fire. Najeon frowned, asking what he was talking about. He opened his eyes wide, asking if he really came to make fun of him. A shudder ran through Ruse's body. He smiled, saying that he was even scared for a moment, thinking that the hero really was Najin, as expected of him, because the guy was always smart. The main character looked at him, saying that he was not going to tolerate this, mentally wondering if he really was a man in a mask. Najin gritted his teeth. Ruse lowered his head and began to untie his weapon, saying that it didn't really matter who the guy really was. All that mattered was that he was very weak right now, and his goal was to kill the hero. The guy held the weapon out in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Najeon frowned, saying that during training and exams, he was always the first to be eliminated, asking how he was going to kill them. A wound appeared on the hero's shoulder, from which blood spurted. His eyes widened, he looked down. Ruse appeared behind him, holding his weapon in front of him. The guy pressed the wound on his shoulder. Najeon frowned and looked at him, realizing that the guy had only been pretending to be weak all this time and hiding his true strength. Ruse frowned, asking him to stop thinking that only he was special, because he was not the only one. He warned that the next blow would be to the neck, the first one was just a test. He opened his eyes wide, asking if the protagonist had told anyone about what he had heard in the forest. Najeon frowned, trying to understand what he was talking about. He remembered a crowd of masked men talking. The boy opened his mouth. He smirked, thinking that there were two things he was sure of after starting a conversation with Ruse. The protagonist smiled, saying that from what he had said, the conversation that day had been very important. Ruse frowned, a shudder ran through his body. And the second thing was that the boy, remembering Ruse's address, realized that Ruse had addressed him as Najin, which meant that he was not sure who the protagonist really was. The protagonist's body and face were divided into parts, which were complemented by the image of his brother. He bit his lip, realizing that he needed to act according to his plan. The hero said the word. Ash. Ruse frowned in surprise. Najeon pressed his hand to the wound, saying that they had talked about the fire of Yudian dying out that day in the forest, leaving only ashes. Ruse frowned, looking at him. The guy opened his mouth, saying that they were wrong. The protagonist looked at him with bright shining eyes, saying that he was an ember that they had not extinguished completely. Soon he would flare up and make each of them suffer, slowly burning in the fire. He frowned, looking ahead. Ruse frowned and smiled, wondering if Najeong had really decided to reveal himself just like that. The guy asked how he could take revenge on them. The protagonist froze. The guy looked at him, beads of sweat dripping from his face. Najeong ducked. Ruse held his axes out in front of him. A bright flash appeared in the shadows. The protagonist ran in the opposite direction from the guy. Ruse fell into a stupor, looking after him. Najeong opened his mouth wide, calling out to the rest of the team. He stopped with his foot in front of them. The guys jumped up from their seats, asking what happened. Ruse came up behind him, thinking that the hero decided to play with him, deciding to see who would win. The guy frowned and shouted that the main character had lied to them all and that this man was not Najin, but Najeong. He pointed his finger at the guy standing in front. The group froze around the fire, looking at the guys. They widened their eyes in surprise, asking what this meant. Ruse laughed, going to tell his version, but he was interrupted by the main character's scream. He opened his mouth wide, asking the guy to stop it. Najeong bowed his head and clenched his fists, saying that he was shocked by what Ruse actually thought of his brother and how he treated him, but this was too much. Because the guy hoped that they would understand him and not be harsh because of the loss of Najeong. He is still in shock, so he cannot get his power back, but what the hero is doing is too much, even for him. Najeong pressed his hand to the wound on his shoulder and turned his head. Ruse froze, his eyes widening in surprise. An awkward silence hung in the group. The heroes exchanged glances. The hero imagined flashes connected to each other in front of the girl's face. He knew something about female intuition. This is a real sixth sense. Women can feel and correctly react to what the male sex is not given to see in the expressions on people's faces, their actions or words. Reasoning that appears before thoughts. Rukian clenched her fists, asking what the hell Ruse was doing. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, not believing that they all believed the hero's words to be true. Najeong froze, pressing his hand to his shoulder and thinking that the ability to correctly express emotions was what he did best. At that moment, Ruse realized that the ability to fool everyone, as well as gain people's trust, was Najeong's weapon. Ruse's eyes widened in fear, beads of sweat dripping from his face. The protagonist stood motionless in front of him. He looked at him from under his brows and smiled. It didn't make sense from the start. Ruse watched the crowd of people ahead. The heroes surrounding him were asking the protagonist if he was okay and if he was injured. The guy frowned, wondering if the hero had really been Najin from the start. The masked man said that it was definitely Najeong. He was sure of it. The man next to him said that they had definitely seen everything with their own eyes. Najin was dead. The leader turned his head, saying that it was his mistake, that they hadn't made sure of it. The man standing next to him cried out that it didn't make sense, because even if Najin was alive, he was probably very weak. The man looked at him, asking if he really thought so, if he thought it was Najeong. The hooded man froze. The protagonist stared ahead with an empty look. The man lowered his head, saying that it was Najin. A group of people in robes formed a circle. The man looked away, noticing that the boy could clearly tell the difference between Najin and Najeong. The hooded hero lowered his head, saying that it was so. The leader asked if he should believe what the boy said last week or what he was saying now. The hooded boy raised his head, saying that due to circumstances, he was simply pretending to be Najin. The man lowered his head, saying that they could not be sure who this man was, because in any case, Najin was a child of fire. And now 2 knights were always hanging around him, so it was dangerous to act, but he had a plan. For now he would have to keep an eye on the hero. The boy lowered his head, repeating his words about the child of fire. The leader said that he would inform him of further actions later. There was a blue sky above the mountains. Najeong opened his eyes wide. He froze, looking at the crowd of people in black robes. The hooded boy raised his head. At that moment, seeing him, Ruse was confused. He should not have revealed his identity. The image of the masked man was completed by the guy himself. The hooded man shouted that Najin had heard everything. After these words, Najeong began to suspect something. The gaze of the masked man and the protagonist crossed. Ruse gritted his teeth and frowned. Najeong looked at him with a cold gaze. This man under the mask with the diamond was much closer than the hero assumed. Then the guy thought that if he was wrong, then Ruse should answer who he really was. Thus, the guy fell into his own trap. The girl clenched her fist, screaming about whether he thought this was too much, asking him to answer what he was doing. Ruse fell into a stupor. He bared his teeth, looking at her. The guy thought about where to start, whether he should deny everything, how he should explain his behavior, because no matter what he said, everyone would side with the protagonist. Ruse lowered his head and sighed heavily. He looked ahead with an empty look. The guy stood in front of a group of his comrades. Ruse swung his axe, rushing towards Najeong. Rajan appeared right in front of him. He held out his sword, stopping his attack. The guy hissed in displeasure, frowning. He jumped back, spreading his axes to the sides. Rukian frowned and held out her sword, telling him to go away. Tar looked at him disloyally, asking if he was really going to fight. The hero wondered if Ruse had always been so fast. The girl was watching him closely. Tar looked down. Rajan stood, raising his sword in front of him, saying that he was still inexperienced in terms of fighting, but despite this, he always tried his best, so if he was going to fight, he could be seriously hurt by it. Rajan lunged at the main character. He raised his sparkling green eyes to the guy. Ruse froze. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he would see them again. Ruse held out his blade. Tar screamed and frowned, saying that it was his weapon. A bright stream of light flashed between the trees. Najeon closed his eyes. The light was getting darker. He opened his eyes slightly. In place of Ruse, there was only a blade stuck in the ground. Smoke was coming from it. The guy reached out to it with his hand. Tar picked up the weapon and brought it to his face. Thus, Ruse disappeared. As a result of a majority vote of 3-1, the heroes decided to continue the mission without him. The group of heroes went forward. Najeon walked behind, thinking that thanks to the guys, the atmosphere was completely discharged. It became quiet and calm. The girl turned to him, calling out his name. The hero turned around. She knitted her eyebrows, asking if he was okay. The guy replied that everything was fine. Rukian lowered her gaze, telling the hero that he needed to hold on. She opened her mouth slightly. The girl quickly moved forward. The main character froze in place, her eyes wide open. He thought about the girl who always bullied him and her gang that stuck together. They didn't seem that close. He imagined her surrounded by Tar and Ruse. He imagined Ruse smiling, saying that he only beat him up for fun. Everyone thought he was weak, so it was to his advantage to stick within a group. He imagined Tar looking away, saying that he didn't do anything, always stood quietly next to the bullies, but didn't bother the hero. He imagined Rujian scowling, saying that she hated him, but he thought that she wasn't as bad as she seemed. Najeon looked down, thinking that maybe he even understood her. She just needed to vent her anger. He imagined the girl crying, holding her hand out. 10 years ago, there was a fire that killed her only family member. It was her father. Rujian walked forward. The protagonist froze, watching her go. He frowned sadly, thinking that Najeon had actually caused the fire. But she was not angry at him for causing her father's death. She was angry at herself for not being able to take revenge. The ribbons in the boy's hair fluttered in the wind. Meanwhile, something ominous was approaching from the coast of the eastern continent. A red circle was marked on the map. The waves were roaring off the coast. A ship had docked, cutting through the streams of water. The man took a few steps, walking along the light sand. He was dressed all in black, with a hat on his head and a mask with a skull on his face. His eyes were shining brightly red. He noticed that there was a rotten smell here. A blue sky was visible above the rocks. 4 people were visible, and one of them suggested that they search here a little longer and then move on. The protagonist raised one finger, saying that they needed to cover as much ground as possible while searching and still keep up the speed, so he suggested that they split up and just shout if something happened and not go too far. Rukian clenched her hand into a fist and said that the first one to find a clue would be released from the night watch. Within a moment, the 3 of them ran away and Najeon was left standing alone. The wind blew and blew through his hair. He stood alone in the middle of a rocky area. Then the protagonist turned around and walked away. He sat down, leaning his back against a rock. Putting his hand on his knee, Najeon sighed and thought that he could rest for an hour because chasing a knight was not that easy. His face was covered in beads of sweat and he thought that in some way he was glad that his enemy was RS because he never got good grades, plus he had a bad character, and perhaps Ruse was the best option out of all the possible options. The 3 young men froze, looking in one direction. Rukian, Raejan, and Tar turned around, and the protagonist assumed that not only Ruse was undercover, and perhaps one of these 3 was also a member of that organization. Najeon put his hand on his face. He remembered how the people in masks and cloaks said that he blocked the blow, and thought that after such words, it was impossible to say that someone else was involved. The protagonist's gaze was serious, and he thought that he could not be sure of anything, so he needed to be prepared for anything, but the main problem now was himself. The young man with dark hair waved his hand, and Najeon thought that Ruse was much stronger than he thought, and he was weaker. The protagonist raised his hand to his face, thinking that his stamina had increased in the past few days, and there was still a big gap between him and the others, but it was impossible for him to reach their level. Najeon came to the conclusion that the most important thing for him was not to show that he was trying to make up for lost time. Najeon thought about his eyesight. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly, thinking that despite his sharp eyesight, he could barely catch the movements of his comrades. Najeon widened his red eyes in surprise, looking forward. He put his hand on his mouth and thought that he needed to overcome the gap between him and the others. Looking straight ahead, he thought that the only hope was that all his assumptions were correct, and now he should try to buy time. The youth in green clothes ran quickly, breathing through his mouth. He stopped, sliding his foot on the ground. He stopped in the middle of the forest. Ruse, whose face was covered in sweat, said that he had been defeated, but had learned something. A tree trunk was visible. A silhouette appeared from the darkness, and someone asked Ruse to tell him everything. The man in the red and gray mask asked Ruse if he was sure that it was Najin. The youth frowned and replied that Najin had admitted it to him himself, so he had no doubt. The man crossed his arms and replied that it made sense. Ruse shouted loudly that there were no knights there now and only students remained, so Najin should be destroyed now. The masked stranger replied that it was impossible because it was dangerous because he was there. While Ruse looked at the man in bewilderment, the man said that they had to get rid of the one who could hear their plan, and if one of the brothers turned out to be Najin, he would not understand what they were up to, so it was not worth taking risks yet. There was a small white sparkle in the eye slit, and the man said that they would leave Najin in the background. The protagonist frowned and thought that they were definitely thinking about it, but while he had time, he should find a way to become stronger and focus on training. He leaned his hand on the rock and thought that as long as he developed physically, he would be under the knight's care all the time, which was very convenient. Rukian ran past, shouting that she was glad that she returned first, and then looked at Najin and was surprised that he was here so quickly. Above the rocks was a blue sky with white clouds. Rayajun opened his eyes wide and said that he could not find anything, and the girl with green hair stretched out her hand, shouting loudly that she had an objection. The protagonist looked at Rukian calmly, saying that he would listen to everyone after everyone finished their reports, and the girl screamed furiously, asking why Najin became their leader and why they had to report to him. Rayajun sweated and replied that Najin was the strongest among them, and also the smartest, because thanks to his strategy, they were able to pass the exam. Rukian gritted her teeth in displeasure, and Tar raised his hand, asking if he could sleep for a while if they were going to discuss this topic. The protagonist frowned and said that this was not right, and that Rukian had a point, so the leadership should be given to her. The girl blushed and put her finger to her face, shyly asking if Najin really thought so. She closed her eyes and said that she had not found anything either, and Rayajun did not understand why she continued to report to the protagonist. Tar turned around and looked gloomily at Najin, who asked if he had found anything. The blonde boy replied that he had only found a small village nearby. His gaze hardened and he wondered how the protagonist could have guessed that he had found something. Najin covered his mouth with his hand and remained silent. Looking at the three, he said that it was worth going there, and Rujian agreed. Rayajun thought again about the plan of action that the protagonist kept proposing. They walked along a path. Ruji and empty houses were visible. The girl turned around, saying that this place did not look like a village, and Tur said that he wondered how long the place had been abandoned. Najin frowned and suggested that the team split into two groups to explore the village. Rujian put her hand on her waist and told them to just look around and not do anything. Tur and Rayajun turned away, and the dark-haired boy said goodbye. They walked along the ground. The windows of the houses were broken. An axe was sticking out of the door. Rujian looked away, saying that the place looked more like a dump and asked if there were people living here. The girl's eyes widened in horror when she heard a crunching sound. Rujian gritted her teeth and turned around abruptly. She and Najin were looking in the same direction in confusion. A pink-haired girl was standing in front of a collapsed house, asking for help. Her face was covered in bruises, and she mentioned the people of the village in a weak voice when suddenly her eyes began to close. The stranger fell, and Rujian caught her, asking what happened to her. She frowned and screamed for the stranger to come to her senses, and the protagonist assumed that the village had been attacked recently. Rujian gritted her teeth in fury, asking who could have done such a thing. Pink strands framed the stranger's face, who quietly asked to save the people. Hearing this, Rujian's blue eyes widened in shock. Then she raised her eyebrows and told the girl not to worry. Rujian and Najin turned around when someone called the protagonist. Rayajun pointed his hand to the side, shouting that they had stumbled upon the knight's trail. Rujian and Najin frowned tensely. The girl was sitting by the wall of the house, with Rujian and Rayajun next to her. The protagonist looked away, asking about the knight's trail. Tar looked at Najin intently, saying that the trail was still fresh, and they would be able to catch her if they set out immediately. Najin touched his face. Suddenly, he and Tar turned around when someone asked if they were okay. The pink-haired stranger looked away, saying that their village was completely ordinary and peaceful, but they were attacked a few days ago. Rujian frowned, asking what kind of villains did this. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she didn't know and there was nothing special about their village, but they just came out of nowhere and started killing the villagers. Najin frowned and asked what those people looked like and if they were wearing masks or something. The protagonist then looked away. Everyone was staring at the stranger, who said that those people weren't wearing masks, but their faces were covered and they were using strange weapons. Rujian looked suspiciously at Tar, who asked if the villager had seen a girl with short blue hair holding an umbrella. Tar thoughtfully touched his face when the stranger replied that she hadn't seen such a person. Suddenly, she screamed loudly that they were knights' apprentices and begged for help and to save the villagers. All four of them froze, silently looking at her. Tar said with a serious face that he wanted to help. Rujian furrowed her thick eyebrows and reminded him that the boy said that if they followed the knight's trail now, they would have a chance to catch her. Tar clenched his hands into fists and replied that they were still apprentices, but they all had the goal of becoming knights and they could not simply ignore people who needed help. Raijun said with a stern face that they were still apprentices, and there was no guarantee that they would be able to help with their abilities, because the people who attacked the village had dealt with the local soldiers so easily, and their team was not as strong as they seemed. The houses were destroyed, and the boy added that this state of the village was the result of the work of those people who had very good skills. Tar silently crossed his arms, and Rujian said that Raijun was right, because if they could catch up with the knight, they would complete the task and be able to call her for help. Then the girl turned around and she and Rajan asked what the protagonist thought about this. Najan touched his face with his hand thoughtfully. He slightly opened his mouth and asked what would happen if they could not find the knight. The three looked stunned and Rajan said that the tracks seemed very fresh, so the knight could be closer than ever. Holding his hand to his face, Najan said that there was one more thing. He asked with a serious face what would happen if the people who attacked the village were much stronger than the knight. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he had many doubts and that, judging by the tracks, the knight had been here quite recently. But it was unlikely that she could just pass by what happened here. Tar opened his mouth and declared that he would fight no matter what. He looked seriously at the protagonist and added that it did not matter how strong the enemy was, whether they won or not, because they were obliged to help as knights. The boy wrinkled his nose and concluded that if he couldn't become a knight, he would rather die on the way to becoming one. Tar crossed his arms, silently looking at his comrades. Raijun looked down and said that he would go looking for a knight because he thought it was right to find her and ask for help. Rujian frowned. Tar looked at Najan and asked what he would do. The protagonist remained silent while his comrades looked at him. He opened his mouth and thought about what Najan would do in this situation. The man was walking along the path. The girl's long hair fluttered in the wind, and she thought that there was a cave in the mountains where those people lived. Tar stood at the entrance to this cave. He looked to the side and asked Najan if he would really be okay. The protagonist held a sword in his hand. His face was sweating, but he said that everything was fine. Tar looked at him silently, then he closed his eyes. They went deeper into the cave. Their silhouettes disappeared into the darkness. A strong wind blew the green leaves. The trees swayed. The girl stood on a branch, saying that it was a pity that only 2 people had fallen for her trick. She watched the entrance to the cave from afar. Drops of water were trickling down from the stalactites and the boys said that the cave was quite spacious. They walked forward and Tar said that he did not feel any signs of life. Suddenly the boy looked to the side. A man in black and red clothes was sitting there. Tar put his finger to his mouth and whispered that there was someone there. The stranger with bandages on his face crept up from behind, asking who it was. Tar and the protagonist turned around abruptly, frowning. It became dark. Tar waved his hand, attacking the stranger. The boy froze in shock when the enemy appeared behind him. Tar, holding a knife in his hand, was covered in sweat. The man with bandages on his face asked if they were uninvited guests or invited, and Najan realized that they were not the people in masks. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. Tar called the protagonist, looking at the stranger. The fair-haired youth frowned and said that it was bad because the stranger's strength seemed to be equal to the knight's. The man in bandages smiled. Najan looked at Tar in horror as he shouted for him to come up with a strategy. The protagonist frowned and suggested that they stall for time while Rujian and Raijun searched for the knight. The stranger put his hand on his hip and asked if they were looking for someone. Tar and Najan's eyes widened in shock at the same time. The stranger took out an umbrella and asked if it was a gray fox. The protagonist's sweat dropped upon recognizing the fox's umbrella and thought that they had ended up in the worst possible situation. Rujian frowned her black eyebrows and said that she also thought that finding the knight was the best solution. The girl looked at Tar and said that besides, they did not know if they would be able to get so close to the knight again, and the young man replied with a serious face that in that case they had no choice. Rujian and Raijun stared at their comrade, who suggested that they split up again so that some of them could go in search of the gray fox. Tar frowned and said that they in turn would try to save the villagers. A look of concern appeared on Rujian's face, and Raijun said that they would try to return as soon as possible and asked the comrades to be careful. Tar looked straight at Raijun and told him not to worry because they would quickly settle everything and reunite. The fair-haired young man was sweating, saying through clenched teeth that the enemy's strength was equal to the knight's. The stranger held an umbrella in his hand. It was clear that he was smiling through the bandages. Rujian turned around. Raijun asked what happened and the girl frowned, asking if Najan and Tar would be okay. The girl looked into the distance, where there were trees and a rock. In the rock, there was an entrance to a cave. Tar and the protagonist were standing inside, and in front of them was a stranger in bandages. He was holding an umbrella in his hand, his eyes were shining brightly. Tar was covered in sweat and pursed his lips, clutching a knife in his hand. The stranger did not take his eyes off them. Najan frowned and asked if the stranger was the man who attacked the village and harmed the people. He smiled contentedly, confirmed it and asked so what. The protagonist thought that the target was identified and with a stern face asked where the survivors were. He decided that now he should stall for time. Neijin wrinkled his nose and thought that Tar, although weaker than Reijun, had a high level of agility. The fair-haired youth was covered in sweat. He was holding a knife in his hand, and the protagonist thought that this weapon could emit a flash, but only once. Sweat was running down Neijin's face as he thought about combining everything they had now. Suddenly, the stranger shook his hand, holding an umbrella. The protagonist frowned and shouted loudly for Tar to be on guard. The umbrella flew towards the blonde youth. He raised his hand, throwing the umbrella away, which flew into the ceiling. The enemy approached Tar. The youth frowned and pursed his lips. The stranger hit Tar, and he flew back. The protagonist's red eyes widened in shock as his comrade crashed into the wall. Tar gritted his teeth as dust flew around him. Neijin wrinkled his nose and looked at his comrade. The man stamped his foot, and the ground cracked. The stranger bent his legs, holding a sword in his hand. He broke away and quickly ran forward. Tar stood against the wall with a sword in his hand. The protagonist clenched his jaw. Tar lowered his head. Blood was running down his face. Neijin thought that if Tar got hurt, there was no chance of survival. The stranger in bandages was smiling widely, and the protagonist decided that it would be better for him to die then. He shielded his comrade with his body. Neijin weakly opened his eyes and thought that he was unconscious. He saw the vague silhouettes of two people and realized that Tar was okay. The blonde youth, whose face was dripping with sweat, was shouting for Neijin to come to his senses. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and thought that it was bearable, but he still passed out. Neijin widened his red eyes in shock and asked if Tyr was going to use it. The youth looked at the knife and said that he had no choice and he must protect the protagonist. Neijin raised his hand, looking at Tar in shock. He froze, his eyes wide open, and thought that if there was no flash, they would not be able to defeat the enemy. The stranger raised his hand and asked if they had any problems. Tar stared at the man and thought that he wanted to attack him, but he did not see his weak points. The stranger's eyes emitted a yellow light. He told Tar and Neijin not to worry because they did not have a chance in the first place. The man swung his sword. His bandages flew to the sides, blue hair peeked out from under the hood. Tar gritted his teeth and widened his eyes. The protagonist froze in horror and thought that they could be defeated. Suddenly, the stranger retreated. Tar and Neijin froze, their mouths open in surprise. The knife spun in the air. Someone grabbed the weapon and apologized. Rujian and Reijun stood in the middle of the cave, and the girl shouted that they had also decided to come here, and that they could not fall below the level of the disciples, ignoring the people who needed help. Besides, the knight's trace had already disappeared. The girl bowed her head, asking to save the people. Rujian widened her blue eyes and said that they could not abandon their comrades. Tar and the protagonist looked at the girl silently. Neijin then smiled. They turned away and took fighting poses. The enemy held a sword in one hand, standing in the middle of the fog. The protagonist frowned and said that they should give the enemy hell. The man with the bandages looked at them silently. The group of 4 people looked unfriendly. The bandages floated softly in the wind. The stranger's eyes emitted a yellow glow. He stamped his foot. Neijin, whose face was dripping with floor, tensed up. Suddenly, the stranger disappeared. The protagonist yelled loudly that the man was attacking and told Rujian to block him. The girl immediately ran forward. She gritted her teeth and their weapons collided with a loud sound. Rujian put her hand behind her back, frowning. The protagonist turned to the girl and yelled at her to stay alert because this guy's strength was on par with a knight's and Rujian could be defeated if she didn't concentrate. The girl turned around and looked at Neijin in shock. The protagonist frowned his black eyebrows and realized that Rujian didn't notice this, but he could find out everything. He thought about his ability to read the enemy. The man held the umbrella while Neijin thought about how he couldn't determine what abilities he had. The stranger stood firmly on the ground and the protagonist thought that he could accurately predict his attacks. Neijin looked at Tar, asking if he was okay, and he confirmed that he was. The protagonist frowned and shouted at Tar to stop pretending and answer honestly, because that was also part of the strategy. Tar silently looked at Neijin with his black eyes. Then he looked away and admitted that his body was not obeying him. The protagonist called out to Ranjan, and the young man immediately ran past him. The stranger looked at them, holding a sword in his hand. Neijin stood behind his comrades, saying that Tar was injured, so the 3 of them should handle it. A crack appeared on the stalactite. A piece of stone broke off. It fell down where the 3 people were standing. Upon touching the surface, the fragment broke into small pieces. The stranger swung his hand. He swung his sword. Ranjan and Rujian jumped to the sides, and the enemy ran past them. He looked to the side and realized that their goal was a siege. The man was surrounded. He ran to the protagonist and thought that in this case he would destroy Neijin, and everything would be over. The protagonist raised his weapon and their swords clashed with a loud sound. Tar looked out from behind the protagonist. Neijin frowned, asking his comrade to answer honestly, because this was also part of the strategy. Tar hit the enemy in the stomach and understood what those words about strategy meant. The man raised his sword. He looked up and thought that in such places, using large weapons was a minus. The protagonist held the sword in both hands. Tar ran towards the enemy. Rujian and Raijun stood behind him. The man smirked, asking what Tar would do. Suddenly, the young man froze, having received 3 blows. He was knocked down by the enemy who ran past him. The man hit Rujian in the stomach. The girl held a sword in her hand. She bent her back and the enemy disappeared. He appeared behind Raijun. The young man covered his face with his hand. The stranger attacked him and a powerful explosion thundered. He smiled and thought that he was the last one left. His entire face was covered with a white bandage. The protagonist thought that all people lie. He slightly opened his mouth and thought that the signs of a lie are a rapid heartbeat, imitation of the desired facial expression, looking straight into the interlocutor's eyes and the like. Then Neijin thought that people often see through those who are trying to lie. He did not understand how she did it. However, Neijin was not like that. The protagonist wrinkled his nose, asking if Ruse had come to mock him. Neijin never showed those signs of a lie. Ruse replied with a smile that he was scared even for a moment and truly believed that it was Najin. The protagonist thought that her emotions were very pure. Tears flowed down his face and he mentioned the fox lady, thinking that lying was also a kind of ability. The stranger frowned when he saw Neijin crying. The protagonist thought that the same feeling had come from the gray fox back then. He imagined the face of a girl with yellow eyes who was wrinkling her nose. Neijin widened his red eyes, tears flowing from them. The protagonist's lies were always recognized as sincere. The stranger looked at him silently, thinking that Neijin was really that strong. The protagonist's dark silhouette was visible. Naturally, it was just a lie, and in reality, Neijin was not that strong. He was just pretending to be. The enemy clenched his hand into a fist while Raijun stood behind him. However, only those who could reach such a level of lying could sense that they were being deceived, and such people were always on guard. The black-haired youth gritted his teeth. The protagonist widened his eyes and frowned. The stranger grabbed Raijun by the wrist. The youth clenched his jaw and raised his thin eyebrows. He suddenly moved forward sharply. The man pushed Raijun towards the protagonist. The youth stuck his sword into the ground, which helped him stay on his feet. Neijin stared at the enemy. Then he closed his eyes. He opened them slightly, his face covered with beads of sweat. Breathing heavily, the protagonist thought that he was not used to this kind of thing at all, and he had just reached his limit. The man watched Neijin. He realized that the protagonist had returned to his normal state. Bandages covered his face, and he said that they were full of determination and energy, and this reminded the man of old times, so it would be a waste to kill them. The team of 4 looked exhausted. They silently stared at the enemy. The man's eyes glowed yellow, and he added that therefore he would give them a chance if they joined him. The faces of the young warriors were stunned. Rujian frowned tensely. The stranger added that they had the right to refuse, and that he was giving them 3 seconds to make a decision. He widened his black eyes a little and said that when he counted to 3, he would crush the heads of those who refused his offer. Rujian opened his mouth slightly. Rujian clenched her teeth and frowned, and the stranger began to count. Tar looked at him silently with a thoughtful look. The protagonist frowned and wondered if this was really how it would end. The girl with a calm face said that they had no choice because they were too weak. Everyone turned around, and Rujian added that even together they would not be able to defeat the enemy. Neijin frowned, not believing the words of the girl who said that they would all die if they continued to fight. Rujian's hand, which held the weapon, was shaking. The stranger rolled his eyes and counted to 2. The protagonist silently looked at the girl, while beads of sweat were running down his face. Rujian placed one palm on the other. Looking straight ahead, she said that they should continue nonetheless. The girl drew her eyebrows together and said that they were afraid of the thought of death, but they were knights apprentices. Neijin slightly opened his mouth. Rujian arched her black eyebrows and yelled that they chose to finish off the stranger. The protagonist smiled and thought that these were good words. Suddenly, the man counted to 3 and appeared next to Neijin, swinging his hand. The protagonist closed his eyes. Then, he carefully opened one eye. The girl with short hair used an umbrella as a shield. Rudica turned around and said that they did a great job. The gray fox with a serious look said that she could not help but admit it. Padian smiled slightly, looking down. The gray fox looked towards the protagonist's team and said that these children could die because they were not prepared enough and that it was an unfair victory. The woman narrowed her blue eyes. Rudica looked at her and asked if she wanted them all to die. Padian replied with a calm face that she had never even thought about it and that the students would be expelled immediately if they did not meet her standards. The gray fox widened her yellow eyes and said that she had already had similar thoughts and was going to organize another exam for the students. She wrinkled her nose and added that if she found anyone unworthy, that student would be expelled immediately. The protagonist's team was in a cave. Rudica stood in front of them and praised them for their good work. Tar's eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell open when he saw that the fox was fine. The girl opened her mouth and said that she was disappointed in the students. Tar looked at her with confusion, and she added that they had done well in the first stage, because they had almost caught up with her, based on only one clue. The protagonist opened his red eyes wide, saying that they should not let their guard down, and the gray fox said that was a good approach. She looked away and said that if they could catch her then, it would have been the best result. Najin and Rujian looked at Rudica, dumbfounded. The girl watched the team walk through the forest. She said that she had been watching them from the beginning. The four froze, silently looking at the gray fox with surprise. Rudica touched her forehead and said that otherwise there were a lot of disappointments, and their preparation was really terrible. Rujian opened her mouth and raised one eyebrow in confusion. The gray fox turned to them and added that the enemy they could never defeat. Being in a hopeless situation, their pride and righteousness did not bend under the circumstances, and this is the main virtue and the most important trait of knights. Rudica remembered Tar talking about his goals and said that she highly appreciated it. Then she remembered Rujian shouting loudly that they choose to finish off the enemy. Looking at the students, the gray fox said that for this reason, from now on, they are not only the official apprentices of the knight, but apprentices recognized by her. Rujian looked at Rudica in shock when she praised her for raising the spirit of her comrades with her speech. Tar looked at her carefully when she said that being strong in spirit is great. However, one should not overestimate oneself at this critical moment, and one must be able to admit one's weaknesses. Then the gray fox looked at Najin and said that she had a lot of questions for him, but she wanted to clarify something now. The protagonist frowned, and the gray fox asked if he knew about everything. Najin closed his eyes and confirmed it. Rudica looked at him with a serious face and demanded to know why she didn't tell her comrades anything, and she warned that her decision would depend on his answer. The protagonist pursed his lips and frowned. While the gray fox was talking, a man with bandages on his face stood behind her. The ribbon fell to the floor. The guy, who had been their opponent before, finally uncovered his face and said that he was so uncomfortable with the bandages and he thought he was going to die. The children listened with irritation that he couldn't even breathe normally, and he had to play the role of a villain and also fight. It turned out that it was the Blue Wolf Fidorans. Najin had no idea that they were being fought by a disguised knight, so the whole situation was a test from Lady Fox, and the worst part was that they were weak opponents for Fidorans. Fidorans exhaled heavily and said that the children were much stronger than he thought, and then said that Fox asked him to do this for her because he owed her a favor. Blue Wolf looked back and muttered to himself a question about why they had gone so far, but it was already late anyway. Tar thought about his words about it being late, and Rukian asked Blue Wolf if that guy was Blue Wolf. Fidorans was embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and said that he felt embarrassed that he was recognized, and then asked what was wrong. Rukian exhaled and said that no matter how much she thought about it, she could not understand one thing. The girl looked at Fidorans carefully and asked why he attacked the village. She frowned and said that he was a knight after all, and she was looking for reasons why he had done such a terrible thing, but how could he do that to people? There was an awkward silence. Lady Fox came up and asked where Ruse was. Najin remained silent. He frowned and thought that this was a very short but implicit question, since he did not know what exactly she might know, so he should not reveal all the information. Najin lowered his head and said that he did not know, so let her ask him about it herself, and thought to himself that he would not say anything for now. Lady Fox frowned and asked him again. Najin looked up at her and said that Ruse voluntarily left because they had a conflict, and he did not think he could objectively say anything about him. Lady Fox closed her eyes and thought about this boy, and then said out loud that it did not matter, since he ran away, he automatically failed the task. He looked closely at Najin and said that she wanted to go back to the previous conversation, and then asked since when he knew. Najin closed his eyes and said that it was obvious. They were told that people were killed, but there was no trace of blood, and the buildings had been destroyed for a long time. The fox did not know what to answer. Najin remembered the girl and said that at one point his trust in her disappeared, since she could not have known that there were 5 of them initially, so it turns out that this girl was waiting for them. The guy looked closely at the teacher and said that at that moment he had 2 thoughts, that it was a trap or another exam. That's how he guessed everything. Lady Fox looked closely at the student and asked why he didn't tell his comrades anything. Najin replied that he wasn't sure which of the 2 options awaited them. The fox's gaze became tenacious when she asked why in that case he went with her to the cave. Najin was a little nervous, but still calmly answered that it was necessary to understand and personally verify everything. It was impossible to tell from Lady Fox what she was thinking when she asked how the guy understood that it was an exam. Najin told about the umbrella as proof that she had met that person. He thought of Fidorans and the ribbons when he said that. However, it did not seem like there had been a fight between her and the enemy because both the umbrella and the person were in perfect order. The boy looked at the teacher and said that he knew how strong she was. After all, she was not the kind of knight that one could meet and remain completely unharmed. Najin's gaze became indifferent when he said that at that moment, he was sure that this was a test created by Lady Fox. The teacher listened to him attentively. The boy thought that everything was a farce. Najin became suspicious the moment he met the girl from the village. And after that boy with a bandaged face appeared, Najin had no doubt that he and the girl from the village were in cahoots, which showed his ability to read the enemy. Najin lowered his head and explained that he immediately understood what was going on, but he did not say anything, although he was confident in his guesses from the very beginning. He hid it until the last, thinking that this secret could help him with the task. Ms. Fox exhaled and thought that there was nothing suspicious. She looked at the student again and thought that this was quite logical and reasonable, but she did not know why. But she felt his actions and words were incompatible, but her opinion would not seem professional. Najin looked at her calmly. She saw the guy as a clod of strength, which was the most important thing in him, so she thought that it would be enough. Najin was a little surprised when the teacher said that she understood and decided something after listening to his story. Ms. Fox with a serious expression said that she did not like Najin. He listened in surprise that such behavior was disgusting, since she could not get rid of the feeling that he used his comrades. She turned away but said that she would be keeping an eye on him from now on, so he should be careful. Lady Fox headed towards the exit of the cave and said that it was time for everyone to move out, so they should get ready. Najin was surprised to think that he thought she was already keeping an eye on him. Rukian came up from behind him and asked him not to be surprised since it was an exam, to which he simply sighed, and she asked him why he was sighing again. They walked out of the cave and Blue Wolf stated that it had been a long time since he had seen sunlight, to which Lady Fox asked him not to exaggerate. Tar looked at the teacher's back and asked where they were going to go, to which she replied, turning around, that she was going to join them with the other two special forces. Najin was surprised to hear that it was already late, so they should hurry. Suddenly the woman heard that there was no need for that. There were two figures sitting in the trees, one of whom said that they had not been seen for so long that they decided to go out themselves, at which point more figures appeared from behind the forest. One of the people in the helmet said that they should still leave earlier next time, to which the other person replied that he was tired of chasing them. It was the fox's problem, so why did they need to hurry so much? The woman clicked her tongue in displeasure. The boys stood there, confused. Rukian looked at the children their age and said that she thought they were their colleagues. He noticed a wary girl with mint hair. She suddenly jumped up to Najin, clenched her fists and swung. He looked at her in bewilderment. Tar thought in bewilderment that she was fast, although he did not even notice a lot of movements. The girl swung as if to attack. Najin cursed. He squinted and thought that it seemed like there were too many of them. He looked at the outstretched hand in surprise. The girl stopped abruptly and extended her hand to shake. She turned to Najin of Udian with a smile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, then asked how he was doing. The guy looked at her palm in bewilderment. The girl was smiling. He cursed again because he did not know who she was. Najin extended his hand. He was a little nervous. Light blue giraffe Juice said that he thought that guy with the tail was Najin, and Black Chicken Varen said that he was the rising star. Juice turned to Sky Blue Raccoon Darren and asked what she would say, to which the girl replied that she did not even know because she had heard that this guy would become a legend. It turned out that apprentices from the eastern part of the continent, Quarren, Darigan, and Vadran, had come to them, thinking that since there were 4 of them, they would lose. Also there were the apprentices from the southern part of the continent, Yulnana and Nuljan, who thought that the others looked weak because they were much stronger. In the crowd, one could see the apprentices from the northwestern part of the continent, Ryaman and Paimel, who said that there was nothing special about the opponents. A little further away stood the apprentices from the southwestern part of the continent, Musa, Turisan, and Juran, who thought that they had never seen Martha treat anyone favorably. The girl with mint hair turned out to be Martha. Najin thought that he was attracting a lot of attention, and this was problematic, so it was difficult for him to do anything at such times. He said out loud that he did not know. Najin looked at Martha and said that, to be honest, he did not remember her at all, and thought to himself that he needed to turn on Najin's impudent mode. Martha was discouraged. The boy thought with concern that it would be better to do so rather than pretend that he knew everything. Musa clenched his fist and angrily said that Najin was a rude person, after which he irritably asked how he was talking to Martha. Najin remembered that Martha was the girl who was applying for first place in the exam. She chuckled awkwardly and asked if he had forgotten about her, since it turned out that he did not even remember how they both wanted to become knights. She also reminded him with an evil smile that they wanted to make their child the strongest knight in the world. Everyone around was shocked, as was Najin himself. Rukian asked in surprise what this stupid Najin was doing, to which the boy calmly looked at Martha and said that he did not remember such a thing, since she probably made it up in her head. He thought that Najin would never sign up for such a thing. Martha looked upset. She said that he remembered it. Najin turned around and said that he didn't understand what she was talking about, then asked how about becoming strong herself instead of using someone else to do it. He walked away from her in the other direction. Martha was upset. Rutschin came up to her, put her hand on her shoulder and said in her ear that Najin was acting like a jerk as always, so she shouldn't worry about it since he was always like that. Suddenly, Rutschin's hand flew to the side, so the girl barely had time to react. Marta threw her hand off her shoulder with a strong blow. She looked at the girl angrily and told her not to touch her. Marta turned around and went back to her group. Rukian rubbed her bruised hand and called Marth weird. Fidorins closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly, then asked if these guys would be able to get along, to which the fox, discouraged, replied that she did not know. Night Light Blue Giraffe Juice introduced himself. They were standing in the village when he explained that the guys had a lot to learn, but what he was going to try to explain now was the Knights theory. He pointed at the other knights and said that since they looked stupid, he would have to be more specific. Rukian wondered if a knight needed this, but continued listening to how she needed to raise her hand if someone needed to know about this very theory. She wanted to raise her hand. Juice, barely noticing this movement, warned that people who did not know this would not be able to obtain the knight's qualification. Rukian immediately lowered her hand. Juice continued to say that the story about spears and shields was one that someone had probably heard before, and then began to tell the story of how a long time ago there lived a merchant who sold weapons. One day, he raised a spear above his head and said that this spear could pierce everything in the world. Then the merchant raised a shield and said that this was a shield that could block everything in the world. At that moment, a random spectator was watching him, who asked what would happen if the merchant pierced this shield with a spear. The merchant could not answer. Jews asked the apprentices what came to their minds after hearing the story, and then asked the girl with green hair to speak. Rukian, somewhat nervously, answered that a knight should not cheat and lie by doing good. Some of the guys laughed. She continued to talk about how it was still wrong to deceive anyone, to which Jews exhaled heavily and asked her to say her name. She introduced herself, blushing, and Jews said that he was impressed by her courage. He said that from the story it was clear that even if they had the strongest spear and shield, it meant nothing if they could not convince anyone. Jews said that knights could not simply be said to have power, since no one would follow them if they were unable to convince people of something. The other teachers listened as he said that the theory of knights was that each knight had his own opinion, capable of instilling lies in people. Suddenly, Jews turned to the black-haired man, who was laughing at Rukian, and asked what thoughts came to his mind when he heard the story. Darrigan stuttered as he said that they had to be convincing to people, but Jews ordered the next one to speak. Vadran raised his index finger and said with a smile that there was nothing special about great power if it was not able to lead people to their own justice. Jews stared at Najin silently, then asked him what he thought. The guy looked away. He answered with a cut expression that he thought it was more advantageous to be with a shield. Darrigan and Vadran silently looked at each other, not understanding what he was talking about. Juice asked him to continue, asking what the advantage was. Najin, thinking, said that if both the shield and the spear are the strongest weapons, then this means that they are made of the same material. Then he added that therefore the shield will have an advantage. Rukian looked at him in surprise, not understanding what kind of nonsense he was talking. Juice thought with a smile that he had never heard such an interpretation, and said out loud that it was true, but he asked what he thought about the story he heard. He explained that voicing your own interpretation, your own thoughts, your own ideas, conclusions, without paying attention to the influence of external factors is the definition of the Knights theory. Jews looked at Darrigan and Vadran and said that they simply listened to what he said and conveyed it as they thought, then asked if they did the right thing by laughing at Rukian, who proudly said what she thought. He said angrily to never laugh at other people's thoughts, since their opinion will not always be the only one. The black chicken raised his hand. Jews asked what it was, and he replied that his spear was also capable of piercing anything. Then Varen said that he was joking and suggested to stop talking about boring things and get down to the warm-up match. Najin worriedly thought about the warm-up match. Varen explained that in order to understand their skills, they would have training, and they would just watch how they maimed each other. He said with anticipation that the spectacle promises to be fun. Najin and Rukian looked tense. The guy sighed heavily and looked at the mask. His fingers clenched on his eye sockets. There was a rustling sound. The guy put on a mask. A comrade nearby, wearing exactly the same mask, asked if he was ready. One of them asked who was there. The people looked at each other and one of them said that they said it would be dangerous there because of a certain person, then asked who they meant. The answer was about the fox. The man introduced the animal. It turned out that they were talking about a knight. The main one in the mask explained that Lady Fox had been watching them all the time since Hudian. She did not come too close to them, but did not move away either. In addition to the fox, there were other knights there, among whom there were very annoying guys who should be known. It was said that they had better not encounter knights, and the guy thought that he was interested in who all these people were and what they were like. The girl who had been in the forest before brought a cup with sticks and suggested starting the draw. Rukian pointed at her and said that it was her then. Lady Fox explained that this girl was an employee of the Night Management Bureau. The girl exhaled and said that she had originally received information that there should have been 5 of them, but she did not know that one of them had escaped, so she made that fatal mistake. Rukian listened to her in surprise. She pulled out a wand. It turned out that Rukian had a red one, after which she asked if she had won. Lady Fox explained that she would have a fight with the person who had pulled out a red one, so there would be no winners. Vadrin approached her and asked if hers was red. He showed her his wand and said with a smile that his too, and that he thought his victory was obvious and he hoped for it, and Darigan grinned and said that he envied his comrade, after which he offered to swap. Rukian awkwardly congratulated him and thought about what Mrs. Fox had said, that there would be no winners, after which he had called the boys names. Tara said to the girl in a displeased voice that these bad people had just insulted her, so she should not let them do it. The girl looked at them in bewilderment. Suddenly, she realized. She began to curse and threaten. So, Rukian was against Vadrin, Kavarin against Nuljan, Najin against Yulnia, Tur against Marth, Musa against Tarisan, Rajan against Darigan, Tamil against Juran. Only Raymond had no opponent. Varen began to dig through the sticks, trying to choose the first pair. He pulled out a red stick. Vadrin grinned contentedly when it was announced that the two people who pulled out this color should step forward. Rukian looked concentrated. They stood opposite each other. Varen looked at Rukian in surprise and asked if she had a weapon, so was she really going to fight empty-handed? Varen shouted to provide the boys with weapons. Vadrin grabbed a stick. Rukian grabbed a sword. Varen ordered Vadrin to destroy Rukian. The girl did not have time to notice how the enemy was behind her. The sky was covered with clouds. Varen covered Rukian with himself, repelling Vadrin's attack. He asked the girl if she saw, since he would take care to prevent possible danger in time, so they could trust him and fight with all their might. The boys listened to him say that if he stopped the fight, it meant that he had finished it. Rukian and Vadrin looked at each other angrily. Varen swung his sword and ordered to begin. Dust rose up on the places where the opponents stood. They attacked each other. Their movements were blurred. Rukian attacked in response. She thought angrily that Vadrin was strong, but she could win. The boy raised his leg to strike. The attack hit the girl's shoulder. The boy raised his fist. He hit her in the face. She counterattacked. Rukian coughed. Fidorans watched the fight and thought that this was incredible. Stones were flying from the boy's fight. Fidorans looked more closely. Rukian missed another blow. Rayajan said that the guy was not using a weapon. Najin clenched his fist and saw that this was indeed the case. Var looked closely and said that he was doing this on purpose because he did not want to end the fight so quickly. Rukian was tense. Tur said that the bastard decided to play. Najin tensed up. The Lady Knight folded her arms and said that she was worried about Rukian. She did not consider her a weak girl. However, she closed her eyes and said that her strength, speed, or intelligence were not special. Her eyes opened slightly. She asked to sharpen her strengths. Rajan was hit. She quickly returned eye contact. She did not even know what her strengths were. She pressed herself into the hilt of the sword. Only, the girl ran forward with a scream. She did not want to lose. Ruse yawned and said that he was bored and the training was too difficult. He suggested doing something interesting. He looked to the side and said that he found something. He saw a hero in the crowd. Rajan frowned. Recognizing the hero, Ruse asked how they could mock him today. The girl remembered the flames and pleading cries. She clenched her teeth. She walked forward. Ruse did not even have time to finish. She pressed the hero against the wall. She looked at him angrily and asked why he did this. Ruse yawned, asking if the girl was tired of taking up her own again. Najin was silent. Rajan demanded to speak. Her eyes were wide open. She asked why the hero had started the fire. Why had he made her father die? She narrowed her eyes and asked if her father had done something wrong to him. Najin looked at the girl in silence, and finally he looked away. Rukian looked at Najin in surprise. He said he didn't know. Ruse scratched his ear and said that he heard the same answer every time. Couldn't he name the reason? Rukian begged her to answer what she had done to him. Najin looked up. He watched the fight with the same look. Everyone was tensely silent. No one spoke. Blood was dripping onto the ground. It was flowing from Vadrin's fist. He was breathing heavily. Rukian was sweating and looking at her opponent. Steam was coming out of her mouth. Rudica said that she couldn't watch it anymore. She went forward. They asked her where she was going. The Grey Fox replied that she couldn't watch Varen enjoying the spectacle. Theseus looked at Varen and suggested that they finish already because it was only a warm-up match and the winner could already be chosen. Varen turned around and said that the girl was still on her feet. He asked if they weren't interested. Theseus looked at her with a crazy look and said that was enough. Varen fell silent. Laughter came from under his helmet. Vadrin was silent, breathing heavily, as was Rukian. She put her fist forward. Vadrin raised his fist in response, realizing that it was too early. Varen stopped his fist. He looked at the guy and said that no matter how sad it was, but that was enough. He declared Vadrin the winner. The guy and the girl shook hands. Rukian looked at the guy. He asked her what her name was and she answered. Vadrin looked menacingly at the girl and asked her not to even hope to become a knight because she was too weak. Rukian was indignant. The guy was sure that she had heard that a knight had many responsibilities. He did not think that with her level she would be able to protect not only her comrades, but even herself. He frowned and asked, wouldn't it be a shame to become such a knight and also disgrace others? Rukian opened her eyes wide. Vadrin walked away. People began to praise Vadrin, noting that he did not even make an effort. They asked, are all the guys from Udian so weak? They did not understand how the guys passed the exam. They assumed that it was all thanks to Najin. Rukian listened silently. Rajan looked at his friend and said that this was too much. Tar did not think that such words could hurt Rukian, especially from some strangers. Rukian turned to her classmates. They asked if everything was okay with her. The girl opened her mouth. She laughed in confusion and said that she had failed and asked to avenge her. Najin was silent, surprised. The girl walked away and said that she would sit down and rest for now. The heroes watched her go. Rajan noticed that she was fine. Tar said that she had matured. Najin was silent. The examiner raised his baton and said that Yulnia and Najin would fight next. The couple entered the lists. Varen said that the rules were the same. He was impatiently waiting to see how the rising star would show himself. Najin was silent. He was thinking about holding back. If he decided to fight, any of those gathered could win. Worse, his identity could be revealed. Varen was about to announce the start, but the hero asked, aren't such fights funny? In the end, Varen looked at the guy in surprise and asked again. Najin began to speak. It happened. Rukian turned out to be weak. She had always been like that. He remembered her looks. Even if she wanted to appear strong and determined, her true feelings were always hidden. He pretended not to notice it. When Rukian left the arena, she cried. But for the hero, it was completely unimportant now. Yulnia looked at the guy and asked what he meant. To tell the truth, Najin thought he should be happy that the man who mocked him was now cruelly humiliated. Najin opened his mouth, wanting to say, but for some reason, his eyes widened. He said that he would fight alone. For some reason, the current situation angered Najin. He was going to fight alone against everyone. Yulnia looked at the hero in shock. Everyone looked at the rising star in surprise. Many blades were pressed to his throat. All the examiners surrounded the hero. One of them angrily asked what this arrogant brat dared to say. Najin was silent. Lisa remembered Padian, who asked her to be careful with Najin. She remembered how the lady smiled. She said that this boy was dangerous. Najin looked at the examiners calmly. Rudica decided that her friend was right. She frowned, thinking that this boy was as dangerous as it could be. No one pulled back the blade. The hero was silent. He thought that he was too irritable. That's why he flared up. He just wanted to instill fear in those gathered. But he didn't think that they would have such a reaction. He understood that if everything ended like this, Najin was able to capture every emotion at that moment. He saw vigilance, excitement and fear, anxiety, embarrassment, inspiration, awkwardness and nervousness, confusion and irritation, surprise and admiration, presumed interest and anger. Rudica looked angrily at the hero and asked, did he really expect anything else? If he was tired of living, let him just say so and she would kill him in an instant. Najin looked madly at the fox. He closed his eyes, and his gaze became calmer. Rudica took the umbrella away and said that she was suspending the exam for a short break. Yulnia looked at the hero with concern and thought about him. Clouds were floating across the sky. The question was asked, what should we do? Fidorans calmly looked at the team and said that they should stop this. Gius looked at him and said that exceptions should not be made. Besides, this training was created to evaluate the combat capabilities of their squad members, so they need to continue. The girl looked at her partner with excitement and asked if they would be able to stop Najin in time in case of emergency. She was not sure about it. Rudica approached the team and suggested simply excluding him, asking why they needed problems. She frowned and kept silent and asked why she was silent. After all, the battle was arranged on her initiative. She asked to say something. Varen looked at her. He apologized and said that this boy reminded him of old times. A voice came from under the helmet that there had been a similar incident in the past. A knight whose feelings were hurt had beaten up his offenders. He remembered the girl standing over the bodies. Rudica looked at the knight in surprise. She said that she was called the strongest knight in the world. However, how dare he compare her to this chick? Varen looked up and asked what she meant. He just wanted to say that they should not be too strict about everything. Rudica stared through the helmet. After a while, Najin and Yulnia stood opposite each other. Rudica said that this fight would be one-on-one without using weapons. The girl looked at the examiner and asked why and because of whom they made such a decision. Varen raised his finger up and said that everything was wrong. He said that this was just a warm-up fight and they should take into account any situation. He suggested that she focus on her opponent. She should not be so careless, otherwise she would miss the blow. Yulnia focused on the hero. She frowned, thinking about what to do. Varen hit the helmet with a stick and said that they were starting. Yulnia got into a fighting stance. Najin smiled slightly. He knew that she would immediately start attacking, as Vadrin did. He was worried, but understood that he needed to remain vigilant. Yulnia looked vigilantly at the hero. She saw a lot of minuses in him, but noted that he was too confident in himself. Nage stood with his hands down. Yulnia wavered, deciding that she would not allow herself to be looked down on. Nage pursed his lips. The enemy was attacking. He was trying to guess the direction. The girl jumped up. She kicked, but Nage managed to block. He was right. He was blown away by the force of the blow, as expected. Yulnia looked at the hero in surprise. She clenched her fist and hit the hero in the face. He saw everything. He opened his eyes wide, and you didn't need to be a clairvoyant to understand what she was going to do. He wiped his mouth. He needed to be prepared for his opponent's blow. It was easy to do just by looking at him. He knew he could take the blow, so he let it pass. He said to himself that it was all thanks to ruse. He remembered how the guy had hit him. Yulnia looked exactly the same. Najin had managed to block. He looked at his enemy and thought that even if he was being hit, he shouldn't show that it hurt. He needed to always control his expression. Yulnia clenched her teeth. She noticed that no matter how hard she hit, the hero remained calm. She didn't understand why he didn't attack. She was trying to figure out what was going on. Baron looked at the battle and thought that it was very unusual, because all this time Najin hadn't hit a single time, but for some reason it felt like he had the advantage. Yulnia was breathing heavily, but the hero was smiling. Nuljan frowned. He said that the hero was putting psychological pressure on her. Quarren looked at the guy and said that Najin was doing nothing. Nuljan said that was why. He just kept taking his opponent's blows, showing how indifferent he was to them. He frowned and realized that Najin had no intention of winning. The other guy asked in surprise why, since he had such power. Fidoran suggested that the hero did not want to show his true power. He could not understand the reason. He said that Yulnia could perceive his inaction like that. She looked at the hero angrily, thinking that Najin was afraid of accidentally killing his opponent. Fidoran said that she would start shaking from fear and from how humiliating it all looked. Najin smiled. He remembered the words about fighting without worrying about the possibility of dying. He understood that this was a great opportunity to use his plan and test something. So far he was satisfied with the result. Now he decided to go on the attack. Najin's ability to read facial expressions is explained by the fact that he has phenomenal observation. Yulnia stretched out her fists forward. Najin frowned. He noticed that the girl's behavior was different from usual behavior. He saw excitement and vigilance in her again. Such a skill is necessary for people to be able to feel each other's emotions. Every person should have this function, being a social animal. If in general there are about 100 classifications of various emotions, an ordinary person can only understand some of them, and Najin has access to all of them. Everyone probably felt a sense of threat that they were about to be attacked. The hero looked at the girl and understood that she was going to attack. She jumped up. In addition, Najin realized that the blow would be with her right hand in the face. He could understand the enemy's action and his movement. Yulnia hit him in the face, but he does not always manage to dodge the attack. But there are reasons for this. If a person attacks with a level equal to 10 units, then the power of the next blow will decrease to 5 units. He thought that it was quite painful. This happens because the body unconsciously prepares for the next blow. Yulnia stood tensely in the block. In other words, Najin frowned. He saw the vigilance and doubt again. He had a great chance to try. After defense, there is usually an unusual attack, in which the destructive power is doubled. Najin decided to go on the attack. He froze. Would Najin be able to make a surprise attack? He was slightly swaying. Yulnia was trembling in ignorance. Najin narrowed his eyebrows. He decided that this should work. He needed to make a suitable expression. He clenched his fist. This is not just an expression. This is the power that makes others believe you and has many different possibilities. For example, Yulnia opened her eyes wide. The hero created the feeling that he was going to attack. Yulnia put up a block. She stood and did not move. They carefully looked forward. Najin approached the girl, raising his fist to strike. Thus the hero had a chance to make that very surprise attack. He hit the girl. Everyone froze. They stared at the hero. Many had sweat running down their faces. Someone frowned. Najin looked at the girl questioningly. Only, he gently touched her stomach. Yulnia looked at the hero in surprise. She did not expect what kind of attack it would be. Yulnia immediately broke the distance. She stood opposite. She touched her stomach. She tried to understand what kind of strange attack it was. She thought that he would hit her in the face, but she did not expect such a turn of events. She tried to understand why Najin did not apply force. Did he use some kind of ability aimed at her internal organs? Or did he simply not respect her? She frowned and decided that she needed to make sure of something. Najin looked from under his brows. He understood that everything was over, and with this ridiculous attack Yulnia could only become more determined. The girl exhaled. She got into a fighting stance. She released her aura. She used a martial arts technique. She smiled lightly. It was Thunder, Part 1. Najin thought that her attack looked serious. His eyes widened. He tried to figure out how he should dodge. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was cotton wool in his nose. Yulnia was sitting next to him and asking Najin to get up. Rajan hugged the hero and asked if he was okay. Najin pulled out the cotton wool and asked what about the fight. Yulnia, without turning around, said that it had ended a long time ago. He had passed out from one blow. She looked at the hero arrogantly and asked him to remember that this was a galaxy of martial arts and that she was not as weak as he thought. She closed her eyes and said that since the hero had come to his senses, she would go. Rukian looked after the girl with displeasure, asking who else was arrogant here. She told the hero that he was a good boy. If his condition were normal, he would have destroyed the girl with one blow. Najin looked away sullenly. He saw mockery in their faces, disappointment. He asked his brother for forgiveness and said that he had disgraced his name. He closed his eyes and thought that he had managed to understand something, although Najin was defeated and battered. This fight is an important turning point that will help him in the future. Yulnia looked at the guy and said that she saw him talking to another girl. She asked him to shut up. Najiner looked at Rajan and asked where is Tar. The guy pointed his finger forward. The hero saw a battle ahead. Rajan said that his fight had already begun. Tar was pressed against the wall. He looked up. He saw a silhouette in the dust. A voice said that this all pissed him off. Marta frowned from the dust. She thought that she would see Najin fighting, but she was terribly disappointed by what happened. Tar wiped his mouth. He assumed that the hero just did not want to show his true strength. Marta smirked. Najin watched the fight and wondered how long he had been out. He turned to his classmate and asked how many fights he had missed. Rajan said that the hero had missed 2 fights, Tar had started, and he had not yet. Najin looked to the side. He realized that he had missed 4 people. Rukian looked ahead in fascination. She wondered if Tar would win. She had heard something about Martha. She said that Najin was the only one who could compete with her. Martha raised her sword up. A blow fell on Tar. He looked ahead in shock. Martha thrust her sword into the ground. He frowned, realizing that the girl was going to deal with him with her bare hands or wanted to try something else. The hero said that Tar would be able to win. Najin looked ahead and said that Tar had every chance. He looked down and mentally asked his friend not to lose his vigilance. He begged his friend to read his opponent. Then he would be able to defeat him. Martha smiled wickedly. Gius looked at her and was glad that he could see Martha's skills, but Najin. Rudica frowned and said that this arrogant boy was too careless. In some way she felt relieved after he was defeated. Another examiner noticed that Rudica hated him too much. Fidoran smiled and said that there was no need to give indulgences to people like Najin, and his opponent was Yulnia from the galaxy. The hero was called an arrogant idiot. Tar was silent. Fidorans asked in the background what was going on with Marta's opponent. Was he really the same as Najin from Udian? He hoped that this guy would be able to lay out all his strength. Marta walked forward. Tar put out a dagger, fearing his opponent. Marta jumped up. She began to strike. Tar looked at the girl in surprise and dodged at the last moment. He jumped to the side and fell to the ground. However, he managed to get to his feet. He was breathing heavily. He was trying to understand what Marta was planning. The girl smiled slyly. Najin looked at Tar thoughtfully. He understood that he was confused. He was shaking badly, but this was normal. Tar looked at the sword she had stuck in the ground. He was trying to figure out if he should take it or if it was a decoy. There was no one near the sword. As Tar looked at it, Martha's fist appeared in front of him. Tar was able to crouch. He turned around and struck the air. He looked ahead in surprise, not understanding how Martha disappeared so quickly. He started to turn around, realizing that she was behind him. But there was no opponent behind him either. The guy's eyes widened. Martha's shadow loomed over him. She sank into the ground with a crash. Tar was behind her. Martha looked at the guy, said that he was always hanging around here and there, avoiding her blows. She asked why he was not as confident as before. Why didn't he say that Najin hated her? Tar stood up and pointed his sword at her. He thought that he had never said such a thing. Martha's eyes were burning. Tar frowned. He understood that he could not avoid her attacks forever because his stamina was slowly falling. He opened his eyes wide. Najin screamed and asked him to be more careful because the initiative was his. Najin asked him to remember what he did when he was with him. He knew that Tar was smart and would understand what he meant. Gius approached the hero and asked what he was doing. Najin looked at the guy and said that he was encouraging him. Gius asked if this wasn't support. He was giving him advice. He said that he would be watching the hero. Najin looked at the guy with displeasure. He said that they should have warned in advance that nothing could be said to a person during a fight. He asked if their rules were too arbitrary. He said that it didn't seem systematic at all. There was silence. Gius held back his emotions. He understood that the hero was speaking correctly and he had nothing to say in response. He thought that the hero was too problematic. He frowned, realizing that the hero saw other people's weak points. He calmly said that the hero was right, but in any case, he asked him to stop because this could create a conflict. Najin calmly agreed. Tar thought about the hero's words. He dodged the blow again. He ran away from Martha. He looked back. Najin reminded him of some battle, and he also meant that he was too confused as it was with Yulnia. The guy slid past. He knew he was definitely faster, but he cared little about his opponent's abilities. He looked at the sword behind Martha. Tar thought he had a way to win. He took off and found himself behind Martha. He looked at her back. He had to do everything for this, and that was the point. Martha was already striking him. Tar disappeared. He jumped to the side. He thought the girl had incredible vision, but he slowed himself down and took off. Martha looked at him, noticing that the guy had sped up. She was watching the guy, realizing that she only needed to concentrate a little. She turned around. Mentally, she said that she would see the guy. She went around the girl and found herself in front of her face. She began to strike Tar. Mentally, he thanked her. He clutched the dagger, thanking her for deciding to focus on him. Tar is very fast, that is his advantage. As a result, only one thing was required of him. The way to defeat Marta was this. Marta opened her eyes wide. Taru had to blind his opponent. The girl's eyes were blinded by the flash. That was the point. Neijin remembered how he was pushed against the wall. Ruse and company laughed. Rukian pursed her lips. Ruse asked to take the blow. Tar looked away. There was a sound of a blow. Neijin coughed. He looked from under his brows. Ruse laughed when Neijin was bullied. Tar always stood behind. Never took part in bullying, but only watched from the side. The reason. Tar understood that. He looked at Rukian. She did this because she considered herself a victim of circumstances. However, he saw no justification for violence against the hero. However, Tar knew that it was difficult for Rukian to judge and evaluate the situation rationally. These were the thoughts that he had. Tar was just making sure that his friends did not inadvertently cross the line. He clenched his fist. He was a child with his own understanding of the world. Fidorans looked at the examiner and said that Tar was fighting better than he had expected. The girl thought the fight would end much sooner. A flash illuminated them. They turned around. The dagger was emitting a powerful light. It went out. Tar exhaled. Martha closed her eyes. Everything worked. Now, Tar was approaching Martha. He began to strike her. The dagger was approaching her face. Suddenly the girl said Fin. Tar looked questioningly at his opponent. The girl's sword began to glow. It began to glow even more strongly. Martha kept her eyes closed, and suddenly she crouched under the attack. She began to strike a counterattack, and threw Tar aside. He slid back. He was breathing heavily, not understanding how she hit him. Being blinded, was her weapon really capable of feeling? The weapon continued to glow. Martha opened her eyes slightly, thinking that they were still recovering. Everything was swimming in her eyes. She smiled and said that Tar had scared her. She couldn't even imagine that he could do that. She asked what to do. After all, his weapon didn't work against her. Tar clenched his teeth. She was telling the truth. He clenched his side. He used up all the light and also got hit. He thought he had no chance. Tar looked angrily ahead. Fidoran smiled and said that he was ashamed that he treated this boy with disdain. He said that Tar was holding up well against Marta and he liked it. He narrowed his eyes and said that he took his words back. Tar raised his hands and announced that he surrendered. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Marta narrowed her face in displeasure. Baron took hold of his helmet and said that he never thought he would ever meet such a boring person. Tar began to return. Rajan said that Tar was a good man, but the hero sullenly asked why he surrendered. Tar closed his eyes and said that he had used up all the light and the weapon was useless. Besides, it was useless to fight against her. He said that he had no chance. He looked at the hero, who said that he was wrong. Neijin scratched his chin and said that using additional abilities meant that she was in a difficult situation. The flash was sudden for Martha and was a direct threat. However, she could not know that the light could only be used once a day. He said that it was possible to use a bluff to reveal all the abilities that Martha possessed, because the condition of victory was not to destroy the enemy, but for the night to stop the fight. Tar angrily looked at the hero. He asked if he was in a position to give advice. Neijin said that he was simply telling him what he had in his head, because next time it could be useful. Tar walked away. He said that he lost because he was weak and that was all. Tar clenched his teeth in anger. He thought about what the hero had told him and mentally told him that he could not think like him. Rukian looked at the hero and asked why he was so cruel. Because the fight was already over, Neijin looked away and said that he was just sorry that the guy lost. He frowned and said that Tar could have won the fight, but he chose to give up. He looked after him. The knight raised his wand and said that the next one is blue. It was Raijun. He smiled contentedly and stepped forward. The opponents stood opposite each other. Raijun smiled and wished his opponent good luck, suggested that he try. The opponent said that he was curious about something. He bowed his head and asked how they even passed the exam. Raijun's eyes widened. Darigan said that every single one of them was a weakling, except for the previous guy. He fought well, but just decided to give up. Aren't they ashamed to be here? Darigan said that he was sure that Neijin had passed for a reason, but he just stood there, arrogantly ignoring his opponent. The boy frowned. He said that if he didn't want to get what his friends did, then he should just take everyone by the hand and go back to Udian. Rajan was silent. He looked at the knight and turned to him. He leaned over and asked if he guaranteed that he would be able to save the students from death in time. Darigan giggled. Varen nodded and cheerfully asked not to worry. Darigan looked at the knight. Rajan became serious. Najan became wary. Varen announced the start of the fight. Rajan remembered the snow. His memories were almost erased. Someone was walking through the snow. For some reason he could not stand it anymore. Little Rajan looked ahead. It was freezing. He froze in place and took off his hood. He stood alone in the middle of a white field. He just wanted to forget everything. The boy staggered and plopped face down in the snow. His hand did not move. He was cold, lonely, and sad. But everything was fine. He looked tiredly at his hand. From now on, he can be close. The boy's eyes began to close. With you, they were almost closed. Someone ordered the boy to get up. His eyes opened slightly. Two shadows hung over the body, one of them assuming the boy was dead. The boy raised his head. Najan and Najan were looking at him and asking if he was okay. That was how he met those two. Varen hit his helmet and said they were starting. Rajan closed his eyes and opened them eagerly. Darigan had already attacked. He had struck the first blow. Rajan looked dumbfounded at the approaching blow. He crouched, looked to the side, and broke the distance. Darigan swung his whip. He attacked again. Rajan dodged. Blood spurted from his ear. He crouched and threw the throwing weapon. Darigan parried it with his whip. It shattered into pieces. Rajan swung his katana again. Darigan frowned. He saw that his opponent's weapon was a katana and this couldn't be. Rajan jumped aside again. Darigan ran after him. He swung his whip. Rajan dodged. Rukian watched the fight in shock. She said that the sounds of the blows were frightening. She asked if Rajan would be able to win. After all, he often missed classes and probably couldn't learn anything. Najan frowned. Tar approached the heroes and said that his opponent was good. He sensed the distance well, attacked very quickly, and his blows were also very accurate. Darigan was advancing. Tar said that Rajan predicted attacks well and avoided them, but the problem was different. Najan calmly said that Rajan's strength and sword skills were powerful, but he needed time to prepare. He looked at Tar, who said that he still lacked basic skills and therefore the only thing that Rajan had was his horizontal strike skills. He dodged the blows. Tar said that his chances of winning were slim. Darigan thought that the enemy had begun to slow down and at this rate, the end of this battle was only a matter of time. Rajan sighed. He froze, which surprised his opponent. Rat asked tensely, was he really giving up? Darigan swung his whip. He thought that Udian students were helpless creatures. Tar asked, could the round really end so quickly? Tar looked at the hero, who said that they did not know Rajan at all. His gaze was serious. He said that this guy was much simpler and more reckless than they thought. There was a sound of impact. Rukian shouted that the enemy had hit. The hero calmly asked to look more closely. The girl's eyes widened. The weapon of Rajan's opponent was different from the same blade, sword, or spear. You can't die after getting hit a few times. Darigan was wary. Rajan froze. Blood was splashing from him. Everyone looked at their friend in shock as if he was crazy. He sucked in a breath. Darigan swung, mentally asking himself, was he really just going to stand still? Rajan didn't move. The whip wrapped around his leg. Darigan pulled him towards himself, planning to knock his opponent off his feet. Najan calmly noted that Darigan should have struck right away, because the whip was taut and trembling. Darigan wondered what kind of power this was. He understood that if this continued, Rajan looked gloomily at his opponent. He understood that he was tied up, but he decided to strike horizontally. Darigan was thrown aside. Everyone's eyes widened and they called their friend crazy. Rajan was not originally from Udian. In the past, Najan hid behind his brother, who asked where the boy came from. He asked if he really didn't remember anything at all. Rajan looked askance at the twins and said nothing. Najan looked at his brother in fear, who asked if he was a fool. Najan looked at his brother. He handed the boy a potato and offered to eat it. Najan was surprised. Najan told the boy to stay with them for a while until his memory returned. The hero turned to his brother and whispered that their food was enough for 3. The boy moaned. The brothers turned around. Rajan took a bite. He liked how warm it was. Najan leaned forward and told his brother that he would be with them until he remembered everything. In the end, Rajan's memory did not return. Over time he became independent and remained in Udian forever. Najan smiled. Darigan looked ahead. Rajan was above his head. He looked at his opponent. A hand was extended to him. Varen swung his spear. He threw it at the boy. The spear flew straight at Rajan. He swung his sword and blocked the spear. The spear began to fly at the knight's head. He grabbed it and announced that Rajan of Udian had won. The boy was sitting on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. The hero tried to understand what kind of spear it was. Darigan clenched his teeth. The knight announced that the last fight for the day was coming. Dusk was falling. Tamal approached Jiren with a smile. He struck her. A moment and his hand was shaking and he was declared the winner. Varen looked at the teams and said that the first part of the match was over. He said that the second part would take place tomorrow at dawn. Until then they could rest. He said that tomorrow the winners would fight the knights. He said that they would be able to learn a lot. Everyone was shocked. Evening was coming. Vadran smiled and said that the students from Udian were lucky that at least one of them could win the fight. He asked how it would be if they all lost. The heroes looked at him silently. The hero turned to Rajan and asked if he knew what kind of spear it was. He said that it moved in the air on its own. Vadran looked down nervously. They ignored him. He said that it was the spear of the knight Naringen. He imagined a tree in the spear and said that the weapon descended from the sky. It is different from the masterpieces made by the most famous artisans. They say that such weapons have superpowers that are sometimes beyond the control of man. He said that they do not even know such things. Najan thought about it and suggested that Marta had such a weapon. Vadran asked irritably if the hero was listening to him. He asked not to ignore him because he is a weakling. Yulinia said something to Nuljan. He nodded. He stepped forward and said that Najan was not weak. It was just that Yulnia was on a different level. Vadran said that the hero should speak for himself. At that time, Rukian and Tar were on duty. The girl was unhappy that they were on duty at night. He said that they were free and could sleep peacefully. The girl looked at the moon and said great. Rudica looked at those present. All the knights had gathered in the room. The fox said that it was time for a meeting. Gius looked at the knights and said that first they needed to calm down, because they should be an example for the guys. Fidoran smiled and said to teach gradually, step by step. He asked who among the students was the strongest. Gius looked at him and said that it was Martha. The guy agreed. Rudica looked down and said that it was Yulnia. Darren was of the same opinion. Varen looked at Gius and said that it was Martha. He asked who wanted to fight whom. He asked who they were expecting something special from. He was hoping for Raymond. Fidoran smiled and said Rukian. He said that she held out until the end, despite the fact that her opponent had a clear advantage. Gius looked at the others and said that Rajan was a strong candidate. Rudica said that she did not. Darren said that it would be funny to watch Vadran. Everyone looked at each other and discussed the students. Gius looked down and asked which of them they needed right now. Everyone thought about it. At the same time, everyone called the hero's name. Gius closed his eyes and said that this was the only unanimous decision. He said that the hero would definitely be of great help in their future missions. Darren looked at the others and asked who had the greatest chance of becoming a knight. Everyone fell silent. They said that naturally it was. They thought about the hero and assumed it was him. Najin turned around. There were people in masks in front of him. The hero was reaching out his hand to him. They were calling him. The door closed. He began to beat on it and call Najin. The hero was breathing heavily and wondering what to do. Was his brother okay? He wondered if his brother could handle so many people in this tight space. He needed to come to his senses, but what could he do? Najin kept pounding on the door and asking if Najin was okay. He said he would bring people. Suddenly the door shattered into pieces. He saw a silhouette in the dust. It was Najin holding a sword. Najin screamed in fear. He woke up screaming no. Sleepy Rukian looked at him and asked, what do you mean no? She said she didn't get enough sleep either, but she needed to get up. The hero tied his hair in a ponytail. Vadran asked what was going on. He said the hero was talking in his sleep. Najin frowned. He wondered what if he had been inside that day. He frowned and thought about his brother. Varen looked at the students. He said that as he said yesterday, the confrontation would be between the winners and the knights. He pointed to Raymond, who automatically advanced to the next round. He pointed at the knights and asked which of them would be her opponent. Fidorans raised his hand and said that he wanted to, and at the same time he would warm up. He went out to Raymond and said that he would not use his left hand. The opponents looked at each other. Varen announced the start of the fight. Raymond appeared behind the knight and raised her dagger. Fidorans blinked and looked into the girl's eyes. He put up a block and caught Raymond's blow. Rukian screamed in surprise. Raymond's dagger stuck next to her. She asked if the hero was not even scared. Mentally, he told her that he was scared. Raymond began to strike with her fist. Fidorans easily blocked all the blows. Raymond hissed and struck again. Tar frowned and asked if they noticed that Raymond looked like Rajan. The girl said that the guy imagined it. Najin looked at Rajan and assumed that they were distant relatives. Raymond was breathing heavily. Fidorans chuckled and asked if her name was Raymond. He looked at her calmly and asked why she wasn't doing her best. Raymond was silent in surprise. She asked angrily why she had to fight at full strength if her opponent wasn't doing the same. Fidorans looked at the girl in amazement. He smirked. There was laughter. Rukian said that the knight was crazy. He put out his hand and asked her to throw his weapon. A huge sword spun in the air. Fidorans caught it. He looked at the girl threateningly and ordered her to take her weapon and promised her not to regret what she had done. Rukian watched as Pamel tried to use the weapon. He threw the sword to Raymond. Without turning around, she caught it, and she looked at the knight tensely. A moment later, he was in front of her face. He made a blow. Varen watched as the student flew into the building and asked if he remembered that you can't kill anyone. Fidorans laughed and said that he struck with the back of his sword. He said that Raymond would not fall apart from such a thing. Raymond rose from the rubble in shock, thinking about how terrible the knight's strength was. Pamel ran to save his friend. Varen said something like that. He asked the other winners to get ready. Rajan looked ahead in shock. Baron turned to Darren and said that 7 people were too many. He said that they needed to organize squads and asked when it would all start. Darren said that it would be tonight. Baron put a stick to his helmet and said that there was still so much time until the evening, and the beginning of today was too boring. He suggested watching. Nejan became wary. The students looked at the knight in surprise. He suggested a tournament system with elimination after 2 defeats. A scream came from under the helmet. He ordered everyone to attack him at the same time. Everyone was shocked. Gius bowed his head in displeasure. Varen looked at the students and suggested that they have some fun. Rajan was called. Nejan looked at him and asked how he was. He said that he noticed that it took him a long time to use the horizontal section. He sullenly advised to prepare for using the skill in advance. He said to try not to stand in front, but to attack from the rear. Rajan smiled in response. Varen asked if everyone was ready. He pointed his fingers forward and announced the start. He threw the spear up and was about to throw it. All the students ran to the side. Varen chuckled. He threw the spear forward into the sky. Everyone looked up. Varen appeared behind him and said that he was overconfident since he had time to look at the time. Vadrin turned around in horror. Varen hit him in the side, and the guy was thrown to the side. He lowered his head, sitting in the dust. Gius turned around and asked everyone to get ready because they might have to intervene urgently. Varen looked at the others. Tyrison frowned, realizing that the knight made a distraction by throwing the spear up. Varen struck him. The guy dodged. He narrowed his eyes and began to counterattack. Varen was silent. He struck him with a bunch of blows. Tyrison fell unconscious. Everyone tensed up. Rukian worriedly noted that martial arts were no joke. She understood that he was playing with the students without using combat weapons. Nejan frowned. He understood that everyone was fighting separately and this was ineffective. He understood that the students were not using their advantages, so they were losing. Yulnia attacked from behind. Varen grabbed her and turned around. A blow flew into the girl's face. She used the galaxy of martial arts. She was able to parry the knight's blow. He raised his head. Marta was attacking him. Nejan and Tar watched. Tar said it didn't matter how strong the knight was to confront 7 people without a weapon. But the hero interrupted him and said no. He looked ahead and said that it was not so because he had a weapon. A flash appeared above Marta's head. The spear flew past her. It changed course and flew at Pamel's face. He dodged at the last moment. Yulnia turned around. Varen began to strike. He said that this lady disappointed him. He asked why she looked away from him. Varen was surprised. He heard that Rajan was going to make a horizontal section. A blow flew at the knight. The spear changed course and returned to the knight. It reflected the horizontal section. Varen caught the spear and moaned. He said that the students were getting closer and closer to him. Rajan looked at the knight in shock. He twirled the spear and said that from this moment the real fun would begin. He threw the spear at Rajan. Gius looked down. He said that this was enough and ordered Varen to be stopped. Rudica stood in front of the guy and held out an umbrella. She opened it and the spear bounced off. Fidoran swung over the spear. He thrust it into the ground with a blow. Darren attacked Varen from behind. He asked if they wouldn't let him play. There was a rumble. The girl stuck her sword into the ground. Varen said that he could have just said it. He sat on the ground and said that they hurt him. Jews asked to accept it. He turned around and said that the warm-up match was over. He asked to wait until the squad was assembled. Pamel looked at his hand. He thought that he could not do anything. Everyone looked down in annoyance. The battle that had just happened made everyone realize how big the difference was between ordinary students and knights. Nejan looked forward. He was not disappointed and thought that his spear was better to use than any other weapon. A little while later, Jews put his hands on his hips and said that the squad would consist of 4 people, the squad leader, a knight, and 3 students. He said that training would be conducted along with the mission, and the squad members would be constantly reorganized. He asked to greet each other. Nejan found himself in a team with Yulnia and Nuljan. Yulnia looked away. Nuljan looked at the hero and said that she hoped for him. Nejan looked back and said yes, he hoped that everything would be fine. Evening came. The girl looked at the list of squads and said that she would submit it to the management. Rukian approached the people and asked what squad they were from. Darigan smiled and said that he was from the squad of the Lady Fox. Tar was in the squad of the Raccoon. Nejan looked away. He said that he was in the squad of the Giraffe. Rukian noticed with annoyance that everyone was scattered in different places. She smiled and wished everyone not to get hurt and to return safe and sound. Nejan looked at the team and suggested becoming stronger and returning. Digius called him to follow him. The squad went forward. Digius said that they would go slowly, so it was worth leaving early. Rajan was worried about the hero, but Rukian said that he would be fine. He turned around. Tar said that now they should worry about themselves first. Tar looked ahead, not listening to the others. He frowned and said that although Nejan did not have the same strength as before, he never seemed weak. On the contrary, he looked at the hero's back. The hero thought that he had become attached to the guys. They went into the forest. Gius sat down on a stump. He said that they would rest and continue on their way. Nejan looked at the knight and said that he had a question. He asked how it was possible to have a weapon like Varen's. Jius looked at him and asked if he really wanted one too. He said that, unfortunately, this weapon was rare and even if you got it, not everyone would be able to use it. He frowned and said that unlike ordinary weapons, Naringen himself chooses the owner and allows him to use his abilities. Neijin thought about it. He realized that it would be difficult to get such a weapon. The knight did not take his eyes off him. He was silent. He remembered how he said that he would take a hero with him. Then Fidoran said that he thought that he did not like people with such a character. The knight answered that everything was right, however. He frowned and said that he wanted to check something. He looked at the thoughtful Neijin. He thought that this guy was very strange because he could not figure him out. He remembered the fight with Yulnia. It was too absurd. If he just wanted to weaken someone's vigilance, he was very different from who he was before. He remembered Najin. Jius frowned, deciding that if Najin wanted to seem weak, then for what purpose? He did not understand why he needed this and what he was planning. He did not take his eyes off him. Neijin thought that Jius suspected him of something. He thought that he and Varen were the two most insightful knights among the rest of the people. Although Varen was not a strong threat, Jius should be watched out for. He looked at the students. He assumed that it was all because of the fight with Yulnia. It would be better for him to try not to attract attention, but when he was under constant suspicion, he did not want to screw up. Yulnia was surprised. The hero said that he was very surprised yesterday. He closed his eyes and apologized for looking down on her. He said that her abilities were incredible. At the same time, he realized that he had neglected the basics in vain. He thanked the girl. Yulnia's mouth opened in surprise, but she smiled. He coughed and embarrassedly said that Neijin was very attentive. She asked him not to blame himself, because the thing is that she is strong and anyone would be a nobody in front of galactic martial arts. Neijin looked at her and asked her to teach him the basics of martial arts. He was sure that he could learn a lot from her. Yulnia smiled contentedly. She proudly stated that it was the duty of the strong to take care of the weak, and since he had lost to her, she would take him under her wing and teach him the basics of martial arts. Jius watched as Nuljan asked if his friend was sure. She said that there would be no problem with the basics. Jius thought that the hero relied on his feelings, but said that he lacked basic skills. He assumed that Neijin did this to ask for help in mastering the basics of the martial arts of the galaxy. He figured that the hero could come up with any reason. He frowned angrily, realizing that the hero could guess about his suspicions. Neijin looked away nervously. Jius stood up, thinking that he might have gone too far. He ordered to move out. He thought that if Neijin used the psychology of rivalry and Yulnia's desire for recognition for personal gain, if he tried to get into his head. Neijin looked at his back. He sighed with relief. Morning came. The squad continued walking. Along the way, Yulnia taught the hero. Knight, Jius said that strength and power are different things. They sat by the fire. Jius said that strength is what can kill their opponent. Everyone listened silently. Neijin looked at the knight. He said that this cannot be done with power. Jius said that knights must first be strong, not powerful. He said that this is a well-known expression and asked to remember it. Neijin looked away. Several days passed. Jius looked ahead and said that they had arrived. He said that their mission begins from here. They had arrived in Kronal. The heroes looked at the city inside the fortress. They stood on the edge of a cliff. The hero thought that it was much larger than Udian. Nuljan said that the city was very close. Jius said that he chose what was closer because he could not move quickly, unlike the other guys. Yulnia lowered her gaze and said that she wanted to eat. Nuljan asked what their mission was. Jius looked at him and asked not to worry. He said that first they would need to find someone. Nuljan became wary and asked who. Jius smiled slyly. He imagined a figure in a cloak and said that a magician. A group of heroes walked across the square. Neijin looked at Jius, asked why they needed to look for a magician and received the answer that they would have to escort him to the capital. The hero frowned and asked why they needed that. Jius looked at him and replied that it was a secret and he could not tell anything. Neijin looked at him anxiously, but as soon as he began to object, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of rumbling. The boys silently looked at Yulnia, whose stomach loudly announced its hunger. The girl looked at Nuljan and asked if he was hungry. He confirmed. Yulnia looked at Lord Giraffe and suggested eating before they set off. Jius was tensely silent. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Jius said that he would meet the magician alone, wished them a good meal and suggested that they gather in this place after lunch. The boy went ahead, while the three heroes watched him go. They looked at him in slight bewilderment. Yulnia looked at the boys and happily asked what they would eat. They looked at her tensely. Turning around, Nuljan asked what she wanted. The girl leaned towards soup and something else. Neijin listened silently. At this time, a mysterious figure in a cloak passed behind him. The boy, not noticing the person, said that he did not care. Nuljan became wary and noticed Neijin's sword. He looked at his belt. The young man turned around angrily. He watched as the mysterious figure walked away and merged with the crowd. The man in the cloak held the hero's sword. Nuljan chased after him and shouted that he was a thief. Neijin stood rooted to the spot and watched. The hooded man stopped. The hero suspected something. He saw a familiar mask under the hood. The hero was horrified. He rushed after him. He frowned and wondered if it would be right to follow him, if it was safe. Before turning, Nulgen waved his hand at him and called him to follow him. The heroes stood in front of the thief. Yulnia said that they were knights' apprentices, were on a mission, and if he returned the sword, they would let him go. The suspicious man looked at them silently. The eyes under the mask flashed. Yulnia used the martial arts galaxy, Part 2. She dashed towards him. She used lightning. The boys saw a flash in the alley. Yulnia glared at the stranger. The dust cleared. It turned out that she had hit the wall. She looked to the side. She was told to be careful and that the stranger was not as simple as he seemed. The stranger was running straight at the heroes. Nulgen raised his fist to strike. He struck, but the stranger somersaulted over his back. He swung to strike the hero. His eyes were burning. The hero knew that he was his target. He tensed up, but a figure appeared in front of him. She hit the stranger. He jumped back onto the roof. The strange guy was smiling and looking at the stranger. He put his hand forward and asked him to continue. Nulgen looked at the stranger and tried to understand who he was. A cough was heard under the mask. He disappeared from sight. The guy looked at the guy, thinking that it would be dangerous to chase the stranger. Nulgen asked if the hero was okay. He frowned, trying to understand who was standing in front of him. The stranger smiled kindly. Yulnia looked at him and asked if he was a knight. He closed his eyes and said that he was just passing by. Nulgen confusedly thanked the guy for his help. The girl thought that the guy was at such a high level and had not yet become a knight. The guy, without opening his eyes, said, "You are welcome." The students stood next to each other. Yulnia called the hero clumsy, but Nulgen said that it would be more correct to say inattentive. Nulgen looked at the stranger. He looked back in surprise. The hero looked at him and asked if they had not met before. The guy smiled. He mysteriously said that he did not even know. He did not remember every person he could see, but he thought that they could see each other again. Nulgen was silent. The couple hurried him and said that Nulgen was hungry. The students went on. Yulnia offered to eat soup. The guy looked after them with a smile, but a moment later the smile disappeared. He said angrily that he said that there should be no amateur performance. There was an empty alley behind him. A man in a mask jumped down behind him. He looked at the gentleman and asked for forgiveness. He said that if there is a chance to kill, you need to take it. The guy said no, because if this is really a child of fire, you can't kill him yourself. The man under the mask asked if the guy was really Nulgen. The gentleman was silent. He said that he did not know. He reached into his inside pocket and said that although he lost the warm-up match, it could not be for nothing. He took out the mask and said that we need to watch him some more. Nulgen looked somewhere to the side. Jia stated that the situation had changed and they needed to leave now, which would require the boys to eat on the way, with a hooded man standing behind him. Hearing that she would not be allowed to eat, Yulnia's mouth dropped open in shock. Nulgen, who was standing next to her, objected, saying that they had almost eaten everything. Giraffe looked at him and asked the boys not to worry, as he had a backup plan, and ordered them to move out. Taking off his hood, the mage introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet him. Looking at him from under his brows, the protagonist asked what exactly had changed in that situation. Looking down, Zeman explained that someone had recently started following him, possibly with the intent to kill him, so he needed protection. The students' mouths dropped open in amazement. Frowning, Najiang asked for the purpose of following him, and then thought that he probably did not know. Looking back, Jia said that they couldn't check yet if his friend was really being followed, so he just needed to be careful and then nothing bad would happen. The mage asked what would happen if it suddenly turned out to be true. The knight replied that the risks were minimal and the squad was strong, so he shouldn't worry. Yulnia, standing behind her friends, called out to the teacher. When the girl asked about food, everyone stared at her silently. Cirrus clouds floated across the sky. Holding a herb in his hands, Giraffe explained that if you eat this plant, which is called jami, raw, it can cause diarrhea and stomach pain. However, if you cook it, it becomes quite nutritious. Squinting, the girl asked if they were really being offered to eat grass. Jia said that it was not grass and that in the field such information was very useful. The students looked at him. He asked the guys to go into the forest to look for food, while they, together with Yulnia, would accompany the magician. Nulgen plucked a flower from the ground. Looking down, the protagonist asked him not to take this plant, because it is edible, but cannot be combined with other species. Looking at the flower in his hands, the student asked how his comrade knew about this. Najiang said that he lived near the forest, so he ate such food since childhood. Squinting, the boy said that he did not see the battle of his teammate, and asked how it went. Closing his eyes, Nulgen said that he was helpless and lost because he was weak, because without Yulnia he was nothing. Thinking, the guy frowned. Looking at him, the student said that he was very interested in why his comrade answered during the testing that the shield was the most advantageous. Having imagined a shield and a spear in his head, the child explained that, as the merchant had said, they were very powerful because they were made of the most durable materials. With his mouth open in surprise, Nuljan realized that if these two weapons never broke, then the person with the shield had a better chance of winning. Taking the grass in his hands, the protagonist added that the only thing that could change the outcome was the skill of wielding a particular weapon, so his answer was a shield. After that, he suggested continuing the search for food. The student put his hand to his chin and thought that his friend had trained a lot since he thought everything through so far. In the man's hands was a bowl of cooked grass. Yulnia looked at her in horror. Nuljan apologized for the fact that they did not have meat. Having held out the bowl, the girl asked the magician to exchange the grass for meat with the help of his magic. Looking back, Zeman repeated her request. With a crazy gleam in his eyes, he said that all commoners were the same, believing that magic could do anything. The mage said with wide eyes that they had no idea how difficult magic was to use, since one small mistake could cause nothing to work, and creating a new formula was even more difficult. Having said all this in his thoughts, Zeman smiled and replied that he could not do it. The sun was shining on the forest. Gius frowned and asked if everyone had eaten, adding that they needed to do a little training before leaving. Hearing that the fight would be between the losers of the previous match, Nuljan's mouth dropped open in surprise. The protagonist looked at him attentively. The knight said that they both had to fight. The opponents stood opposite each other. Giraffe explained that the fight would last 3 minutes without using weapons. The training was needed to identify the flaws and correct them. The countdown began. The student sternly knitted his brows. Najon frowned. Looking at them from under his brows, Gius announced the start of the fight. The boy immediately jumped back a few meters. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, he decided to keep his distance, because he needed to stand a little further away so that he could avoid an attack. Relaxing his facial muscles, the boy remembered that he had been watching the warm-up match very carefully. The man swung his fist. It was important to observe the characteristic habits and postures of strong players. Yulnia pointed her finger at her hand. Putting his fists in front of him, the child thought that he needed to pretend that he had managed to learn Yulnia's galactic martial arts. Nuljan's eyes widened in confusion. Frowning sternly, the protagonist decided that he would not be able to repeat that destructive power, but he would be able to very convincingly pretend that he wanted to use it. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, surprised that her comrade had learned so quickly. Standing in front of his opponent with his fists raised, the student thought that his opponent had matured because he didn't have any noticeable gaps, unlike the warm-up match. Frowning, Nuljan thought that this was just great. Looking straight into his eyes, Najeon thought that he should be careful, but on the other hand, there was no fear at all. The boy lowered his head. The next moment, he rushed forward. Deciding to do the same as Yulnia, he swung his fist. Remembering that he needed to protect his head, the student covered it with his hands. The fist was aimed right at the target. Even though his strength had increased, the attacks were still not powerful enough, so the boy considered it necessary to aim for his opponent's weak spot and aimed his fist there. He knew very well the place where pain would appear even with a light blow. Because he was constantly beaten as a child, the memory of Ruse swung his fist popped into his head. After all, his opponent was a human, and every human has a weak spot. The child struck the opponent in the ribs. His gaze remained determined. The student took a step back. His legs trembled. Nuljan looked at the place of the blow in fear. Barely smiling, the protagonist wondered if he had really succeeded. Gritting his teeth, the mage thought that it must be painful, and said that it was difficult to use healing magic in this place. The knight looked back and asked him not to worry about it, because Yulnia had a little heal. Squinting with displeasure, Zeman was surprised that the one who had magic had just said complete nonsense about it. Frowning, Giraffe wondered what had just happened, because his student was clearly trying to hit his opponent in the face. That was why his opponent covered himself with his hands, but the blow landed in the stomach. Exactly the same situation had happened during the warm-up fight. That time, the girl also covered her face with her hands. Gius wondered what kind of skill it was, because it didn't look like galactic martial arts, but it was not a coincidence or an illusion, and the original area of damage was the liver. Nuljan grabbed his stomach. The liver is a vital point. If you hit it, it will be very difficult to move. The knight continued to watch the fight and think about it. Having taken a fighting stance, the protagonist thought that he did something wrong and hit too weakly, because with a correct hit, the enemy should have difficulty breathing. His opponent straightened up and sighed heavily. His gaze was angry. Thinking about galactic martial arts, Najon frowned. He jumped back at the moment when the opponent swung his fist to strike. The boy tilted his head to dodge. Looking to the side, the boy realized that his opponent's actions were very different from his own. Looking at him, the knight wondered why the students were not fighting at full strength. Frowning sternly, Giraffe suggested that they had much in common with the rising star. Hearing that the fight was over, Nuljan looked back and stated that they still had time. Looking down, Gius explained that they could end the fight here, as it would be better to talk about each other's complementarities instead. Looking ahead, the knight asked if there was a reason why the student was so weak. The child frowned silently, asking himself what kind of question this was. He opened his mouth and answered in the affirmative. Giraffe said that he understood everything and suggested that they continue on their way, his eyes hidden by his hair. Rudica looked back and asked if her students were having a hard time and suggested that they take a rest. The boys looked out of breath, but replied that they were fine. Closing her eyes, Gray Fox praised them and ordered them to speed up. The boys gaped in shock. Fidorans crossed his arms and said that the students should not be arrogant, because there were many people in the world who were much stronger. The squad looked at him sternly. They should always train and hone their skills. Darren smiled and asked if there were any of her students who wanted to give up. Jumping from branch to branch, the children answered negatively. Raccoon narrowed her eyes and declared that this was excellent. Dadrin gave her a questioning look. Pointing his finger forward, Baron asked what the students would do if he tried to kill them here and now. The girls raised their eyebrows in fear. Marta replied that she would block the man and her allies would help kill him. The knight was surprised, but his expression was hidden by his helmet. Narrowing her eyes, the girl added that even though she was the strongest, they still had no chance of winning. Taking the spear in his hands, Baron said that he liked such self-confidence, but assumed that the student was exaggerating, because she did not know how long she could hold out alone. What kind of weapon the enemy had, while his spear was not even two people at the same time able to handle, her plan was too vague, while the rising star could offer a much clearer strategy. The girl silently looked at the teacher. Lowering his head, the knight asked Marta to prepare a different answer next time and wondered if the students' heads would work better during a real fight. Looking around, Gius said that Chicken was dangerous and asked the students not to get too close to him. He clarified whether the boy really wanted to ask about Naringen. The answer was affirmative, with his mouth open in fear. The magician asked if the crazy Varan was really walking around somewhere in the vicinity and was a comrade and his escort squad. Looking away, the knight replied that it had not yet been proven that Chicken had gone mad. Zeeman stated that he was too scared to continue on the path behind him. Nulgen asked why such a person was in charge of training apprentices. Giraffe turned away and replied that it was all thanks to him. The protagonist looked at him questioningly. The apprentice remembered that there were bad rumors about Chicken and that among all the knights, he was the only one with black hair. Putting his hands in his pockets, Gius asked if the children really thought that meant something like that, and explained that in fact, the richer the color, the stronger the person. Frowning, Yulnia thought that the lighter shades were much more beautiful. Her friend asked if the rumors were really untrue. Looking back, the knight asked what the rising star thought. Najon furrowed his brows and replied that he did not think that such a perception was unfounded, as being strong meant leaving a lasting impression. There were other people behind the man in the helmet, and anyone would be able to recognize a color as dark as Varen's among other colors, but people would always have a tendency to confirm their own point of view. Looking at the student, the knight found it surprising that their views on how people would believe in what they wanted to believe coincided. Lowering his brows, Nulgen expressed his disagreement, and the boy asked how strong their teacher really was. Without turning around, Giraffe replied that the students might have noticed his weakness, but in reality it was much worse, and the boy said that it was very unexpected. Looking back, Gius stated that the interesting thing was that he was much weaker than Varen. Hearing that they were about the same level, Yulnia looked up. That is why their squad was formed in this way. The guys stood in a row. Turning away, the knight said that he had a task and asked to imagine that they would meet an enemy on the way. By tomorrow, the students need to develop a strategy, taking into account the strength of the squad and the fact that the enemy's strength is equal to the strength of the knight. Winking, the girl asked her friend to remember that the enemy and the knight are on the same level. The child thought that this was complete nonsense and the teacher just wanted to make fun of them. The protagonist thought that in the future, the attack force may not be enough, even if you only aim at the enemy's weak points, so in the future he needs to compensate for this moment. Turning, Najiong addressed the magician. Squinting, he said that he had several questions and one request. A full moon rose over the forest. A man with bandaged hands held a piece of paper in his hands. The stranger in the skull mask assumed that they were talking about some kind of sorcerer who does love spells. With his red eyes flashing, he declared that he was the first point of his highness' spear. Looking ahead from under his brows, the man decided that it was time for him to set out. Varen looked ahead. Reading another person was not just studying facial expressions, but a complex analysis of emotional manifestations such as speech and gestures, necessary to determine the person's intentions. Frowning, the boy thought that he could not read his teacher as easily as others. Gius stood with his back to him. For a second, the knight looked back, but then he turned away again. Looking at him, the boy thought that people are such creatures who like to hide everything, and in the case of the teacher, it was difficult to determine whether his words were true or false. The mage looked at him and asked if they were really listening to him. The child replied that he was listening carefully and that using magic meant carefully calculating the principle by which this or that spell works. Clasping his hands in a lock, Zeman added that then it was necessary to ask for demonic power. The boy asked what it meant to ask, his mouth wide open. His companion explained that magic and magical power help to cast a spell, the power of which will depend on how favorable the mana is to the caster. This is what determines the final magical effect. Looking away, the protagonist realized that it was all about talent. The magician explained that it was not that common to receive the favor of mana. However, even if it was received, the magic may not work if the request was made incorrectly. For this reason, magicians were very rare. Dajeon asked what about his companion. Zeman smiled and replied that he had talent and was great at making requests. With his mouth wide open, he added that only those who possessed these 2 points were capable of becoming a magician. In the man's hands was a paper with symbols. Looking at it, the boy asked how much favor of mana he needed to get to use this paper. The magician explained that the equation written on it was a simple scheme of light emission. It can be activated to see how bright the light will be. This depends on how much favor the mana has for a person. Zeman explained that you need to take the paper with both hands and whisper the word glow, gathering energy around you. The boy silently stared at the equation. Squinting, he followed the instructions. A bright flash appeared in the air. Lowering his head, Varen said that this is a magician. Vadrin frowned and asked what this meant. Fidoran smiled and confirmed it. Raijun raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if this was really a magician. Darren looked around and wanted to say what it was for, but remembering that she was not allowed to talk about it, the woman widened her eyes in fear and said that it was a secret. Quarren frowned and asked if they had come here just to meet him. Rudica, taking hold of the door handle, explained that the students would now be able to see one of the mages. Fidorans opened the door and asked if a mage lived here. Darren's mouth was open in shock. Varen stared ahead in confusion. A dead man was sitting by the wall. It was all over. The protagonist squinted because of the blinding light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There was something shining in Gius's hands. Holding a paper with a symbol in his hands, the knight suggested that they stop for a while. New symbols appeared on the paper. The inscriptions appeared one after another. Dajeon did not understand what was going on. Looking at his comrade's back, Zeman assumed that he had received a call. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned his attention to the student's paper. The boy looked down. His face expressed disappointment. His diagram was not shining at all. The boy wondered if he really had no ability for magic. The mage smirked, explaining that it was not a talent that everyone could have. Squinting haughtily, Yulnir reminded him that she could use magic a little. Squinting, the child thought that this could not have been provoked by the knight. The giraffe carefully read the inscriptions on the paper. Looking at it, Zeman explained that his comrade was holding an object in his hand that was used as a means of communication in case of an emergency. Such paper already had magic and certain functions embedded in it, so that even those who were not favored by mana could use it. Looking away, the protagonist said that one can only become a mage if one is a genius. Closing his eyes and blushing, the mage replied that it was true and reminded that he could do a lot. Yulnia thought that it was still a long way off from such a statement. Dajeon turned around and wanted to suggest something, but his teacher said that there was an emergency. Without turning around, Gius said that the wizard that the rest of the squads were supposed to meet was dead, and most likely the killer was targeting their mage as well. Zeman opened his mouth in fear and asked to save him. Squinting sternly, the knight said that they needed to check something now. The boy finished the sentence for him and suggested checking if there was a spy among them. The mage trembled with fear. Yulnia and Nulgen widened their eyes in shock. Giraffe leaned over and agreed with the student. Looking up, he thought that there was definitely a spy nearby and it could be one of their people. He was worried about whether the suspect would talk about this, trying to mislead everyone and look away from himself. Not a single emotion flashed across the rising star's face. The teacher doubted whether it was possible to reason objectively about him. Looking ahead, Gius assumed that there was no spy among them, but there was a person who thought more about food than about the life of a mage. The girl shuddered in fear. Among them was someone who was only interested in a person thinking about food. Nulgen looked away in embarrassment. There was also a person in their team who was eager to find a spy, so it was unlikely that there was a traitor among them. The protagonist looked ahead. His gaze was confident. Rounding his yellow eyes, the knight said that he would have killed the mage at the first meeting if he had been in the spy's place, and asked the student to stop looking at him askance. Najeong looked back. Giraffe explained that the mage himself could not be a spy, because he had never inquired about their plans of action. Zeman asked in fear if he was suspected of treason. Gius said that they would have to change their route to avoid meeting the enemy, because they did not want to carry someone's corpse on their backs. The mage clenched his fists in horror. Looking at his squad, the knight suggested that they develop a plan right now and asked if the rising star had any thoughts. The boy replied that they needed to reorganize the fighting force in case of a real battle. Giraffe looked back, reminded what had happened to his comrades, and asked if this was all some kind of joke for the student. Frowning, the boy answered negatively. Yulnia closed her eyes. Sweat ran down the child's neck. The teacher looked at him from under his brows. Squinting, the protagonist thought that his teacher was not really pretending to be weak, and suggested that they move out as soon as possible. Blood spattered the ground. The students from the other squad widened their eyes in fear. Fidorans grabbed his wounded shoulder. A man stood in front of them. The stranger in the skull mask held his weapon out in front of him. Clutching the hilt of the sword in his hands, the blue wolf asked his charges to listen to him very carefully. Rushing forward, he ordered them to immediately turn around and run away. The enemy's red eyes flashed in the air. The opponents jumped towards each other. A bright flash appeared over the clearing from their collision. Their bodies dissolved in a blinding light. Because of it, it was impossible to make out what was happening. The opponents jumped away from each other. The weapons in their hands were ready for battle. The knight swung his sword. His eyes flashed in the darkness. With a dash, he delivered a crushing blow. The enemy's body was cut in half. Fidorans looked back. Suddenly, both halves of the body dissipated in the air. Once he was next to the man, the stranger realized that these were the very people called knights. Rukian and Musa ran away from the battlefield. The girl looked back in fear. Smoke was coming from the blade of the two-handed sword. The enemy struck him with his blade. The blue wolf frowned. It seemed to him that he had managed to wound the enemy, but this was not so. The man in the mask looked down and said that there was too much trash here. Frowning, the protagonist asked if his teacher was a free knight. Gius looked back in surprise. Knights were of two types. Class knights were those who were selected through an exam. The girl held a huge hammer on her shoulder. Free knights initially had great influence and received an honorary badge in the name of not being hostile to the emperor. They were engaged in escorting and protecting high-ranking officials. The man in the scarf looked forward. Looking behind him, Giraffe asked what the main difference was between them. Nulgen frowned sternly and replied that it was all about strength, because class knights were probably much stronger than free knights due to the fact that they had learned various techniques and skills to prepare for the exam. Having imagined the statistics in his head, the teacher explained that class knights were indeed the strongest, but it happened that free knights were much superior to them in combat power, so not all people with strength aspire to become knights. Yulnia looked at him and suggested that it was all about honor. Looking back, Gius explained that the main difference between the two types was the commandment. The sword was bound with chains. The students frowned. Giraffe explained that each class knight was obliged to take an oath to the emperor. The man bowed before his highness. The oaths of all knights were different from each other. Its content was known only to the emperor and a couple of close associates. Looking away, the teacher added that in fact, the oath of the class knight to live and die with honor is very burdensome. He asked the students why all knights take such an oath. Nulgen stared at the teacher in confusion. Najiang replied that it was done for control. Nodding, Gius replied that it was true. Iron chains were stretched everywhere. You cannot kill an enemy with his back turned. You can only harm someone who is firmly on the ground. You can only attack someone with sight. Turning away, Giraffe said that this is where the restrictions in battle come from. Such moments are controlled by class knights during preparation for the exam, and everyone must always take these weaknesses into account. Such commandments represent the chains that bind the sword. Yulnia lowered her eyes. Looking at the back of the mentor, the boy realized that this man was probably a free knight. Gius said that their conversation had dragged on a bit, so he would answer the question that started it all. Giraffe looked back and said that he was a class knight, and his strong weakness was directly related to the chains that bound him, but he had gained another power, because this often happens among his kind. Hearing that his ability was a secret, the squad frowned in displeasure. The teacher reminded that all his words were confidential information. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the boy decided that being weak was very dangerous, so he should be under the supervision of knights until he gained strength. Looking up, the child realized that he was too weak to face even one enemy. Looking into the thicket of the forest, Gius said that they were there. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He took a step forward. Endless icy deserts opened up before them. Najon raised his eyebrows in admiration. A memory flashed through his mind, in which the boy clutched a magazine to his chest and said that he wanted to go everywhere. Touching the ice, Yulnia asked if her comrade had smiled. Nulgen asked her friend not to touch everything, and walking forward, the knight explained that the forest, which was located just beyond the desert, was their destination, where they would join up with another squad. The girl, with her mouth open in displeasure, said that they were not far from the operation site, so nothing bad would happen if she simply touched the ice. Scratching his nose, Zeman said that he had one request, and when he did not hear an answer, he thought that the student was too rude. The boy stood with his back to him and remained silent. There was a barely noticeable smile on his face. The sun rose over the horizon, causing the ice to sparkle. While the boy watched the sunrise, Giraffe asked him if he was going to hurry. The child lowered his eyes. Turning around, the protagonist shouted that he was already on his way. The teacher asked if the student was really so happy about what he was seeing for the first time. The squad was standing at the edge of the forest. Gius noticed something ahead. The knight asked the children to stop and be on the alert. Yulnia and Nulgen froze. Rustling sounds were heard from the bushes ahead. Giraffe realized that something was approaching. The girl clasped her hands together. The magician hid behind the student. The leaves of the bushes swayed. The mentor frowned. The rustling sounds coming from behind the bushes became louder and louder. Suddenly, a frightened Rukian ran out of the forest. The girl stopped in front of her friends. Najeong frowned and asked what was going on. Opening her mouth wide, the classmate shouted her teacher's name. Gius looked down at her and asked her to explain what was going on. Suddenly, something fell from the sky with a crash behind them. The squad immediately turned around. A man in a skull mask stood in front of them. Taking a step forward, the knight said that there was no need for an explanation. The students put their fists in front of them. Giraffe narrowed his eyes and asked them to prepare for battle. The seas were visible beyond the mountains. A war was brewing between the eastern and central continents. The lord of the eastern continent was guarded by 5 guard dogs. The lord's first spear was Narun. The shaft of his weapon broke in half, so he was called the Broken Spear. It was he who stood in the squad's way. Looking ahead, the teacher asked if this was the man who attacked the girl's mentor. Rukian confirmed it. Because of the long brim of his hat, the enemy's face was not visible. Judging by his appearance, one can assume that this man came from the east. Stepping forward in front of the students, Gius decided that the enemy would not answer his questions, and repeated to the boys to remember 2 important things. First, they had to protect the mage at all costs. Zeman cried in fear. Squinting, the knight added that they must survive. After these words, he rushed towards the enemy. The ice under his feet broke. With a powerful blow, Giraffe threw the enemy back. The guy jumped up to him again. Narun was right in front of him. His body began to melt in the air. Gius looked up. The enemy dealt a crushing blow from the air. The blade of the blade ended up between the knight's eyes. Giraffe grabbed the enemy by the arm. Looking down at him, the masked man said that his opponent finally took his hands out of his pockets. The shadow of the blade fell on the guy's face. The protagonist frowned, realizing that this skeleton had come from the east to hunt mages. A strong blow threw Gius back. The knight landed on his feet, keeping his balance. His teeth were clenched. Narun was heading towards the enemy. The giraffe raised his hand. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The frightened Zeman was hiding behind Nulgen. Having guessed which of the squad was the mage, the enemy looked at the others and invited them to get to know each other better. Najeong gave him a stern look. The man swung his blade. At the moment of impact, he noticed something. Someone jumped up from their place. Using the galaxy of martial arts, Yulnia struck. The masked man raised the blade above his head. Taking a fighting stance, the girl asked her comrades to protect the mage. A sharp blow threw her body to the side. Narun kicked her in the stomach. Gius jumped on him from behind. The student swung her fist. 2 blows were aimed at the target at once. The teacher's fist and foot ended up in front of the enemy's face. Suddenly his body melted into thin air. The knight's yellow eyes widened as he saw it happen again. With one swing of his hand, the man threw all his opponents aside. The giraffe grabbed his wounded arm. Blood gushed from Yulnia's shoulder. At that moment, she fell to the ground. The protagonist called out to her in fear. Nulgen looked very lost. Blood splashed onto the ice. The legitimate successor of the galaxy frowned sternly and said that she would now be her friend's guardian. The girl said that the strong should protect the weak. A bear lay next to the boys. The bearded man said that the student still had a long way to go, so she should help her neighbor. The elders never praised her. However, Yulnia continued to hone her skills without any complaints. Nulgen watched her from behind the wall. The girl punched the air. Watching her, the man with the beard said that Najin was a very talented guy who could easily become a leader. In his opinion, the student should try harder to become like him, because she clearly lacked talent. The boy looked at the back of his friend. The student looked down in disappointment, saying that she understood everything. Frowning, Nulgen realized that all this time he was the only one who considered her the best, and being her assistant was an honor for him. The student said that in the end, greed destroyed her. The protagonist looked at him questioningly. Stepping forward, the guy asked the magician to heal his friend. Putting his hand to his chin, Zeman agreed and thought to himself that they could all die. Darren swung to strike the student. Nulgen closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he used a galaxy of martial arts. A bright flash burst from his hand. Seeing this, Najeong's eyes widened in surprise. Jumping back, the masked man grabbed his stomach. The boy held his fist in front of him. Frowning angrily, the student asked his friend to keep this a secret from Yulnia. The girl made a hole in the wall. Looking at her fist, she smiled. The boy watched her progress, trying not to show himself. Peeking out from around the corner, he was happy the power of the martial arts galaxy was transferred only to his friend. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said that she could teach the basics to her protege. Nulgen carried brushwood on his back. Some feeling inside made him look at the huge boulder. The boy was clutching the straps of the carrying bag. Sometimes he wanted to imitate martial arts skills out of curiosity. This is how he managed to realize his talent. A huge dent remained on the stone. Clenching his fist, the boy decided to keep this a secret for the sake of his girlfriend. The protagonist paused for a moment, shocked by the sight of the long-awaited icy desert. His gaze was surprised. For a moment he became himself. Najeon frowned, because the sudden attack of his comrade brought him to his senses. Remembering how his friend closed his eyes and told him about his promise, he realized that it was a lie. The battle unfolded again. Barely smiling, the boy thought that he needed to come to his senses and figure out how to get out of this situation. Frowning tensely, the boy again became Najeon and thought that even from a hopeless situation there is always a way out. In his memories, the masked man crossed his arms over his chest and ordered him to kill his brother. The sword pierced Najeon's body. The child took it in his hands. Padian leaned over to look at him. The people in robes stood in the forest and discussed the knights. Holding papers in his hands, Gius reported that the remaining mages were killed. Rukian opened her mouth wide and called the name of Fidorans. Narun looked askance at the enemy, wanting to see what his capabilities were. The protagonist lowered his head. Nulgen swung his fist. However, the blow missed the target and the enemy appeared behind him. A cut appeared on his thigh. The knight clenched his teeth in anger. The masked man approached him and said that it was a shame that there were such people among the knights. Putting his hand on his belt, Giraffe thought that this skeleton was much stronger than expected, and he might have to use his secret weapon. Squinting, the guy thought that they could all die if this continued. Holding his blade in front of him, the man said that this fight had brought him nothing but disappointment, and decided to end it quickly. Using the galaxy of martial arts, Nulgen crept up on him from behind and declared that the fun was over. The blade of a sword flashed right in front of his face. Seeing the blood, the student clenched his teeth. Opening his mouth wide, the teacher shouted his name. Rukian frowned in fear. Her fist trembled. The girl narrowed her eyes and thought that the only thing she should do was stay here. She looked down and thought that she could only cause harm if she got into a fight. The hand holding the sword trembled. She really wanted to help. The student furrowed her brows angrily and thought that she wanted to fight too. Rukian closed her eyes and thought that she wanted to be strong. A small spark appeared in the darkness. Someone called out to her. The girl raised her eyebrows. Thinking that it was her friend, she looked back. Suddenly, the student's eyes widened. Some time ago, Tar was holding a sword in his hands. Looking at it, the protagonist asked if it was difficult to create this weapon. His classmate replied that it was possible and asked him to tell her what his friend needed. Opening his mouth, Najeon asked if it was possible to create a large sword. The boy swung the sword in front of his friend. His hair was fluttering in the wind. Thanks to the acceleration he had used, the blade of the sword began to glow. The blade rushed forward. Rukian looked at the sword approaching her face in confusion. She asked what it was. Her eyebrows furrowed in shock. Blood splattered onto the ice. Nulgen bent down as he was stabbed. Watching the enemy's actions, Gius thought that his student was at his limit and that someone would definitely die if this continued. He placed his hands on his waist, thinking that he should use them. Suddenly, something flew between the opponents. The sword pierced the ice in front of the heroes. The blade of the weapon was pressed against the girl's neck. Pressing her to himself, the boy asked everyone not to move. Removing his hand from his face, Nulgen asked what was going on. The knight frowned in confusion. Heading towards the boy, Narun asked what this meant. Rukian looked back and asked why her friend was doing this. Thinking that this was a chance, the child looked forward with determination. In his memory, the enemy flashed his red eyes and asked someone to come forward. Apparently, the skeleton thought there was a spy among the squad. However, he did not know his name, appearance, or abilities. Instead of a face, the man had a question mark. Deciding to become his spy, the protagonist looked up and apologized for saying this too late. The stranger did not seem like a creature that could be easily deceived. The masked man looked down at the boy and asked if he was doing this in order to survive. Deciding to take advantage of the situation and the enemy's ignorance, Najeon sternly knitted his eyebrows and stated that there were reasons for this. The sword glittered in his hands. Leaning over, Narun asked to let him in on the details. The boy closed his eyes and agreed. Looking ahead, the boy realized that the enemy's doubts were dispelled because of the sword in his hands. Remembering the looks of the masked men, he thought that he would be able to learn something if he managed to gain the trust of this skeleton. Ahead were the expanses of the icy desert. Yulnia's shoulder lit up. She was sitting by a tree, trying not to lose consciousness. The worried comrades looked at her. Nulgen asked if his friend had woken up. After making sure of this, the guy shouted that the girl had come to her senses. Gius looked back and ordered the student to ask the magician for help. After that, the knight looked away. Turning to Rukian, he asked her to tell him what had happened to the rest of the guys. The girl looked down and said that everyone had run away in different directions. Looking at her, Giraffe asked what had happened to the blue wolf. Frowning in disappointment, the student said that she did not know because they had immediately fled and apologized for her weakness. The mentor asked if it was her fault. Her hair was covering his eyes. Even if the entire squad had entered the battle, they would have had a rather small chance of winning. So it was not a matter of weakness, but that the enemy was stronger. The teacher asked his ward to remember what she had managed to experience today. In times of worry, people become stronger. Rukian looked away and agreed with this thought. Frowning, Jias wondered what his student was thinking. The protagonist opened his mouth and ordered Naryu to stop. The masked man looked at him and asked why. Without taking his eyes off him, Najeong said that they needed to leave now and that they would have to deal with the mage another time. The man's red eyes flashed and he asked if that was an order. The boy repeated that they needed to go, sternly knitting his brows and promising to tell him everything on the way. The enemy glanced at him sideways. The boy looked very confident. The sun began to shine over the forest. Naryu crossed his arms over his chest and asked why they had to spare the squad's lives. Frowning menacingly, the stranger said that his attitude towards the boy would depend on the answer and that if there was no answer, he would have to condemn the spy for lying. The child closed his eyes and agreed. Looking at his opponent, he did not know what to say, because everything was done to save his comrades, and now the most important thing would begin. Every word would have a hole. The protagonist looked ahead. The man watched him carefully, thinking that he had too little information. Najeong lowered his head and asked if the magician killer remembered his mission. He needed to find out as much information as possible through conversations. Something flashed before his face. Grabbing the boy's face, the skeleton said that he would not have taken on this matter if it were not for the king's order. The boy apologized. His hand covered his mouth. It was clear that the enemy did not trust anyone. Removing his hand, the man asked the child to watch his language. It was clear that he was very arrogant and did not even try to hide it. Wiping his face with his hand, the protagonist thought that the stranger considered everyone else to be just pathetic insects, and asked himself if his powers were as high as his ego. Narrowing his eyes, Najeong decided that it was even better this way, because then the enemy would not pay attention to him. Turning away, Narun asked why the one who had ordered the murder of the mages would not let him carry it out. Raising his eyebrows and thinking that he could not remain silent, the boy answered that they needed the mages to reach the capital. Frowning sternly, the boy said that living mages would be much more useful to them, and the knight they met was very smart. Tilting his head, the masked man asked what was in it for them. Imagining a sparkling arch, the child explained that no one could enter the capital, especially the fortress where the emperor lived, because a special identity verification procedure was required. The skeleton opened its red eyes. The boy's gaze remained calm. His words were a lie. The bridge led to the gate. The truth was that not everyone could enter the fortress, but only a special magical device was required to pass. The red and blue paths merged. The protagonist was just making up a story based on the truth. It was a perfect plan because these words could not be confirmed or denied. The enemy would definitely not have any doubts because he had no choice. Leaning forward, Narun asked what they should do now. Answers that had no clear boundaries were the best. Frowning, Najeong replied that everything was done in order to have time to prepare. He needed to buy time. The stranger looked back and asked to let him in on the details of the plan. Turning away from him, the boy suggested that they set off on the road first. There was a sword on his belt. Since the enemy recognized it, he must have met its owner. The boy decided to try to find out information about that group, even if this was not the best solution. Looking ahead, he thought that he needed to hold out as long as possible and figure out where to go. Rukian opened her mouth in fear. In front of her stood a wounded Fidorans. Clouds floated across the sky. Blue Wolf said that the killer had abilities that caused hallucinations. Shocked Zeman brought a magic wand to him. Looking at his friend, Jias was glad that he was alive and asked why the squad did not call for reinforcements. Smiling, the knight said that he did not know how to do this. Looking away, Fidorans asked how many guys survived and where they were. He frowned tensely. The magician stood up and said that everything was ready. Putting his hands on his belt, Giraffe said that they should go in search of the rising star. Rukian looked down in disappointment. Narrowing his eyes, Jias suggested that they talk about what happened later. Rising to his feet, Blue Wolf asked what they should do now. All the fighters except the girl were wounded. The guys were standing behind the teacher. Giraffe explained that the students were treated, but their physical strength had not yet been restored, so they would have to call the knights, which would take several days. Looking back, the boy said that they needed to gather everyone. Zeman looked at him questioningly. Jias closed his eyes. Looking ahead, he called on the students to fulfill their duty, because once they became knights, they became those who had to risk even their own lives to achieve the goal. The masked man followed the protagonist. Ashes fell from the sky. Someone asked his comrades not to forget the most important thing. Looking back, Rudica said that special students would have to carry out assignments and tasks in the future, even risking their lives. Giraffe lowered his gaze and said that they had to fulfill their duty. The magician looked at him and agreed. Russian frowned tensely, wondering if their friend was so arrogant and ill-mannered that he betrayed them. The girl remembered how her comrade put a sword to her neck. She touched the mark left by the blade. Clenching his fist, the student decided that he had a reason for doing so because it was impossible for her friend to be a traitor. The sun rose in the sky. 3 days passed. Having drawn his blade, the masked man continued to follow the protagonist. Looking only forward, Najeon wondered if his squad had not understood anything. Lowering his head, he thought that everyone would consider him an ordinary traitor, but this would be even better than using him as bait. The battle in the icy desert surfaced in his memories. That day, Jius gave him a stern look. Squinting, the boy thought that this man must have understood his intentions and was able to understand the situation. Looking at his back, Narun asked how long they had to walk. The boy answered briefly, and thought to himself that this was a huge problem, that with time the skeleton would begin to suspect something. Clouds floated above the icy desert. Someone asked if everyone had arrived. The knight replied that Varen was not there yet. Looking down, Jius said that he did not call him because otherwise there would be confusion. Putting his hands in his pockets, Giraffe said that they were forced to continue the operation with this composition. Frowning, the child wondered who the spy really was. Walking along the road, he assumed that this person could be in cahoots with Ruse, and there could be several traitors. First, he needed to guess who the spy could be. Opening his mouth in shock, the protagonist realized that it all started back then. The man's appearance was hidden by a question mark. At that moment, the traitor could give himself away by his reaction to what was happening. All the suspects should be tied to one person. Several arrows led from the red man. With a serious frown, Najeon decided that there was no evidence regarding the exact number of spies. There was no point in even thinking about all this now. It was necessary to look at the situation from a different angle. The masked men stood opposite each other and discussed the knights. The names they called should make sense, but it was unclear whether the raccoon and the hippopotamus were allies or enemies. Looking around, the boy thought that these knights were probably enemies, considering that the skeleton came from the east. Darren looked away. The boy realized that he would understand everything when he met her in person. Pursing his lips, he wondered if the masked men's goal was to win the eastern continent in the war, and if so, what was the meaning of killing Najeon? The child's eyes widened when Narun stated that he had too many thoughts in his head. Turning around, the protagonist apologized and explained that he was a little nervous. Glancing sideways at the enemy, Najeon thought that he needed to get at least some information, and for this he needed to win the stranger over. The boy said that he never thought that he would have the opportunity to be so close to the masked man because his deeds were legendary. The man stared at him silently. He said that he hated sycophants. His red eyes flashed. The boy did not take his eyes off him. Lowering his head, Narun said that in the east there are many people who cloud the eyes and ears of the ruler. Such creatures knew no bounds and often acted too abruptly. Remembering the many corpses at his feet, the stranger said that he had to explain to some of them that such actions could end badly. Looking away, the child thought that he said something wrong. Holding the blade in his hands, the man said that despite the form in which he appeared before him, the boy would one day understand his true nature. Deciding to change the subject, the protagonist raised his eyebrows pitifully and said that medicines that are good for the body always taste more bitter, and that the man in the mask was treated unfairly. Looking into his eyes, Narun replied that he never regretted his actions and that one day the day would come when the Lord would finally acknowledge him. Najeon understood that his enemy hated injustice. Raising a clenched fist, the man called him insightful. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy expressed his confidence that the king would definitely appreciate the merits of his subject, who was much stronger than all the knights using the technique called Kai. The stranger cracked his knuckles. The boy watched him to understand his reaction. Raising his blade, the masked man explained that his power was also in this. Although he really shouldn't have used it, he thought that the knights should be stronger. Frowning, the child confirmed this and thought that it wasn't about the enemy's strength, but what he said didn't seem like a lie. Squinting, the protagonist thought about what would happen if the knights did find them. Narun decided to show him what the true power of Kai was, and traces of a cutting stream of wind appeared in the air. The trees around the heroes fell one after another. Najeon stood against the backdrop of trees crumbling into splinters. Trying to keep a calm expression, the boy said that this was simply unbelievable. Putting his blade forward, the man warned that next time its tip would go across the boy's tongue and said that he was giving him a minute to fix everything. Looking at him, the child asked what they were talking about and began to think about what and when went wrong. The skeleton watched him menacingly from under his hat. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he had definitely said something unnecessary, but he couldn't figure out when it happened. A minute ago, he looked back and said that he was a little nervous. Then the boy frowned and noted the king's injustice. Then he looked at the enemy and told about Kai. The tree broke at the root. Its crown fell behind Najeon. His eyes seemed scared. Narjan swung his blade. It seemed the boy said something that only those masked men and this skeleton knew. Squeezing the handle of the blade in his hand, the man used the cutting stream of wind again. Squinting, the guy hoped that he would be able to protect the squad. The power of Typhoon rushed towards him. The blade of the weapon was at his eye. The child decided that he had overestimated himself. Bowing his head, Gius reminded him of the duty that awaits everyone who decided to become a knight. Squinting, Giraffe said that they should go. An umbrella opened in front of the protagonist. Najeon looked at Rudica in shock. Darren swung her sword behind the enemy. A man stood behind a tree in the distance. Gius watched them. Not wanting to engage in battle, the operation to capture the student began. The heroes stood on the seashore. It happened a few months ago on the east coast. Narun stood motionless, listening to the man's words that after he arrived at the place, their man would accompany him. But in any case, they believed that the man would do an excellent job. After all, he was a spear and the king would probably like him. The dark-haired man smiled and closed his eyes. The warrior held out his weapon in front of them. Narun frowned, asking how they dared to mention the king in conversation. The man raised his hand and smiled, asking for forgiveness for his disrespect. The warrior silently looked at the heroes standing in front of him. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that he hoped for further cooperation, because from now on they were in the same boat. Gius turned around, hearing his name. Rukian raised her eyebrows, saying that Najeon, although stupid, but she did not think the guy was capable of betrayal. Her words were interrupted by Gius, saying that the protagonist decided to sacrifice himself to save them. He frowned, looking at her. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, asking what this meant. The guy looked to the side, saying that the likelihood that Najeon was not a traitor was much higher. Yes, he was impudent. Usually such victims became knights, but not students. The hero looked forward, saying that he did not like what was happening, because everything was somehow too suspicious, because when they met Najeon, they would either interrogate him or praise him for his courage. They needed to capture him. The heroes surrounded Narun. Grey Fox covered the protagonist with herself. Darren frowned and swung her weapon, ordering him to move forward. She swung her weapon. A blue flash remained in space. Darren cut the body of the man in the hat, leaving a bright trace. Narun was divided into parts. He began to disappear on the spot. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding where he went. The warrior found himself in a half squat in front of her. Narun jumped high. He looked to the side in surprise. Rudica swung her umbrella, throwing the warrior back. Streams of strong wind rushed after him. Narun braked with his feet, thrusting his sword into the ground. He raised his furious gaze. Darren leaned on the hilt of her sword, calling herself a blue raccoon. Rudica stood next to her, leaning her hands on the umbrella propped on the ground, calling herself a gray fox. A guy stood behind them, calling himself a giraffe. Gius looked ahead, asking if it was hard for him with this fool now he had come to take him. Najeon raised his eyebrows at him. Narun extended his sword and took a fighting stance, lunging forward. Gius frowned, saying that his abilities were unknown. Presumably the man couldn't use his attacks continuously. His eyes shone brightly with a yellow light, saying that they shouldn't let their guard down because he was currently watching them closely. The warrior frowned, using a cutting stream of wind. Everything around shook. The sky was scarlet due to the sunset. Birds flew forward. Fidorans raised his head up, sitting on the ground, saying that the hero was not letting the injured man catch his breath, although he himself was injured. Rukian frowned and shouted at the boy that they should run. Behind her was a group of boys trying to catch their breath. Fidorans smiled, saying that they could rest for a minute. The heroes cried out in surprise. Zeman smiled awkwardly, his face blushing, thinking that everyone had such a hard time saying that he was actually so unsociable. The girl and the blue wolf looked at him in surprise, their eyes wide. Suddenly, a wave of energy swept through the forest. Tree debris flew through the air. Narun rushed forward, trying to get to Giz, passing through the girls. The warrior looked forward furiously, his eyes shining. Darren opened her mouth, her hair fluttering in the wind. Giz opened his eyes, looking forward. Rudica frowned, looking forward. She put her hand forward, a vortex of energy formed around it. The giraffe's eyes flashed, saying that they needed to act now. Darren arched her eyebrows, raising her weapon to attack. She swung, leaving a bright trace in space. Narun extended his weapon, parrying her attack. The girl's eyes widened in fear, not understanding how this was possible. The man held out a blade. He used the ability Cutting Wind Flow. He swung the weapon, cutting the air around. Narun used the ability Island of Blades. Darren quickly moved her hand with the sword, trying to fight off his attacks. She jumped back and stopped her feet, asking if they saw how she reflected all the blows. The girl cried out in displeasure, asking if no one saw this. Rudica frowned, asking what kind of skeleton this was. A bright explosion thundered on the battlefield, breaking the ground under the hero's feet. Najeon was helpless, but even in such a situation he thought about the next step. The protagonist froze, watching the battle in front of him and thinking that the knights still came. As he thought, he felt that they were trying to give him a chance to show himself. In other words, this skeleton still sees him as a spy. Narun froze, clouds of dust rose around him. The guy squeezed his hand, grasping the hilt of the sword and thinking about the fact that he still had the opportunity to get close to the man, but how should he use this opportunity? He wondered if he should join the knights now or continue to be with the spy and get more information. The hero needs to make a choice. In front of him were 3 knights, ready to rush into the attack. Narun froze, the wind streams lifted his cloak. The protagonist closed his eyes and lowered his head. The sword strikes left marks in the air. Darren jumped back and looked at the guy, saying that this skeleton is generally impenetrable. Najeong swallowed nervously. He held the sword in front of him and closed his eyes. The decision was made. The hero's eyes opened wide. Najeong decided to risk his life again. The man hit his fingers on the base of the weapon. The girls froze in front of him. He sat on a wooden box, nervously fiddling with his fingers. Huiri looked at the hero sitting there, asking Varen if there was a gathering place, in response to which he continued to finger his weapon, saying that it was. Jiren frowned, asking why no one was visible then. She hoped that nothing terrible had happened. The man replied that he had no idea about it. They continued to stand next to him. After a few minutes of silence, the girl said, "Okay." Cutting Stream, an ability designed to fight dragons. The hero imagined a warrior with a spear, standing in front of a dragon moving in the distance, its mouth wide open. 2 silhouettes and hats stood in place. Due to the difficulty of using skills, there are only 2 creatures in the world who own this ability. The blade cut through the wind. Narun rushed at the group of knights. He froze, raising his weapon to attack. Darren frowned, asking what he was doing. Was he in his right mind? Najeong frowned, thinking that they should look at themselves, because at this rate, they will soon destroy the entire forest, and how many precious trees are planted in this forest? The guy tilted his head, looking at the chopped and fallen trunks of once tall trees. The protagonist frowned, thinking that if he got into the confrontation of these monsters, then he would simply be destroyed like the trees, so he needed to find a loophole. Rudica frowned, asking the giraffe what about the method of destruction. The guy looked ahead, saying that it was very difficult to defeat the skeleton. He believed that now they should try to minimize the damage. The hero looked to the side, asking if the raccoon heard him, because you need to act depending on the situation and be extremely careful. Gius looked at the place where the girl stood, but there were only traces of the wind flow. Darren swung her weapon and screamed. She slammed her sword into the ground, causing multiple cracks and bursts of bright energy. The girl froze in place, looking forward. Narun appeared at her side. He raised his blade to attack, but Darren extended her sword, thereby stopping him. The man opened the fingers of his free hand. He quickly clenched his bandaged palm into a fist, using a cutting stream of wind. A spark appeared between the heroes from the contact of weapons. Narun extended his hand forward, using a sonic attack. Streams of energy threw the girl back. She flew straight into Rudik, who was standing behind her. The raccoon clenched her teeth, blood spurted from her mouth. She leaned on her sword, watching the skeleton standing in front of her. The gray fox knitted her eyebrows, asking her to calm down. The girl looked at her sadly and said, "Thank you." Najeon looked ahead, realizing that he had a great chance. The guy moved forward. Narun froze in place, watching him carefully. The 3 knights looked forward in a collected manner. The tip of a sword appeared from behind the masked man. The protagonist held out his weapon, saying that he would help him. The group of knights widened their eyes in surprise as they looked at this. Najeon furrowed his brows, not taking his eyes off them. The boy closed his eyes. Everything around shook as the protagonist opened his bright red eyes. The knights raised their brows as they looked at him, the energy streams causing their hair to rise into the air. Gius frowned, thinking that the protagonist was aimed at them. This was very bad. The boy rushed forward with a sharp movement, telling the raccoon to get ready. At this time, Najeon would not be able to kill the monster alone no matter what he did. Anyway, he did not use some impossible target. His job is to find a gap in the situation, then he can attack and hit the blind spot, for example, the wrist. The man looked away silently. The skeleton looked forward again, noticing that his help would be useful. The guy said, "Acceleration." Narun did not understand what the hero was talking about, but at the same second a wound appeared on his wrist from which blood spurted. Najeon swung his sword, not taking his eyes off the skeleton. An unexpected situation that no one had guessed, but an experienced warrior prefers to immediately react to an attack rather than try to figure out the situation. The man put his hand forward, looking at the guy. Narun raised his fist, calling the hero ungrateful. He was going to use a cutting stream of wind, a sonic attack. The flow of energy stopped a few centimeters from the main character. Gius kicked the man in the arm, stopping his attack. Najeon frowned, watching them and thinking that everything went as expected from a knight. He did the right thing by trusting. Abruptly, the hero was pulled forward by the handle of the umbrella. Narun's eyes shone brightly red. The boy frowned and opened his mouth wide, telling the raccoon that they needed to act now. Darren hovered behind the man, raising her sword to strike. She rushed forward with a scream. Waves of bright energy rose from the dense forest, breaking trees as they passed. Rock fragments were thrown into the air. A curtain of dust obscured the blue sky. A silhouette began to form in it. The man's image was indistinct. He said that he admitted that he had underestimated them, but now he would show them the full power of the cutting stream. Narun looked at the cracks in the ground and the sword lying on it, but did not see the heroes. They quickly made their way between the tree trunks, saying that luck was on their side. Darren ran next to the boy, asking if he understood that it might not have worked. He was just lucky not to be killed by the skeleton. She said that she hoped that he would not do such rash things again. Najeong, in Rudik's arms, frowned, about to object, but the girl interrupted him, calling him by name. The hero turned his gaze to her, responding to the address. The gray fox looked ahead, saying that he was a good boy. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The raccoon raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking if he really had the skeleton's weapon in his hand. The guy looked ahead, saying that the man had dropped it, so the hero thought it might come in handy. Narun stood with his back turned, the wind lifting his cape into the air. There were marks from the battle on his hat. He sadly realized what had happened. The skeleton's eyes shone brightly red. He clenched his fist, saying that he would find the hero at any cost and destroy him. Najeong froze, examining the blade and thinking that it would be very useful if they really did need it. In search of Raymond and Myas, the sky was turning pink from the sunset. A question was heard about where the heroes could have gone. The girl frowned, saying that if she trained a little better, she could defeat him, to which the man walking next to him smiled, saying that he knew it. He asked to quickly find the guys. Since the Master Knight asked them to do this, then they should complete the task in the best possible way. Nulgen looked ahead in surprise, noticing smoke from the fire in the distance. He told the girl that they needed to go there. There were numerous cracks on the ground. Rukian was breathing heavily, walking ahead. Jius opened his eyes wide, asking the hero to tell him what he learned these days. The knights looked at the main character, expecting to hear valuable information. The guy frowned, asking if they suspected him. Giraffe raised his eyebrows, asking if that was necessary. He said that he did not like to waste time. His eyes shone with a bright yellow light. He asked to tell them everything that the hero managed to find out about the skeleton. Drops of sweat were running down the protagonist's forehead. He agreed. In fact, the hero could not say anything worthwhile. Najeong was afraid that by saying something unnecessary, he could lose his life, because throughout all 3 days he was busy not fishing out information, but maintaining a sober mind. Najeong frowned, looking forward. Behind the hero was Narun. The guy managed to find out that the skeleton was picky about food. A bunch of grass crashed into the tree trunk behind the hero. The man froze, putting his hand forward. He looked at the guy with displeasure, asking if he seriously gave him this grass so that he could eat it. The protagonist stood with his back, thinking that this was not worth telling. He closed his eyes, thinking that the fact that he had not managed to get any useful information from the skeleton did not matter, since the hero had learned what he wanted to know. The hero's eyes widened. The guy opened his mouth, saying that the man had a group that helped him in everything. These were masks. Najeon looked around. Darren raised her eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that none of them understood what he was talking about. The guy said that he had discovered an alliance between the skeleton and the people who wore patterned masks. He imagined a group of people in dark robes and masks. The guy could be wrong, but it did not matter, since he would use any means to achieve what he wanted. The hero recalled the conversation of the people he overheard back then in the forest, saying that their goal was to kill the knights. The group of people surrounding him froze in place. Their eyes widened in surprise. Jius asked what else he knew. Because the protagonist spent 3 whole days with the skeleton, his words mean a lot to them. Najeon looked at them, saying that there was a spy among their people. He assumed that this person was part of the masked group. The raccoon screamed, her mouth wide open. She asked if he was serious, to which the guy standing behind her calmly asked who the spy was. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that, unfortunately, he was unable to find out. He could only guess. The guy thought that now he should not point a finger at everyone, but rather tell what he knew. Najeon opened his red eyes, saying that if they gave him a chance, he would try to expose the spy. Jius raised his eyebrows, asking how he would do it. Rukian appeared behind him, saying that they were all here. Fidoran smiled and folded his arms, saying that this was enough. The protagonist's eyes widened. In front of him were the guys from his team, breathing heavily from fatigue. Najeong knitted his brows, asking who was missing, to which the blue wolf, looking ahead, said that Raymond and Musa had not returned yet. He was worried, so he sent Yulnia and Nulgen after them. The guy widened his eyes, not understanding how this happened. The guy and the girl froze, seeing the heroes sitting by the fire. Nulgen raised his eyebrows, saying that he was glad to see them safe and sound. The girl whispered to him to find out why they were here. The man then repeated her question, asking why they did not go after the others. Musa opened his mouth, saying that they were attacked by a crazy skeleton. He tried to run away, But Raymond told him to hide until help arrived. The man seemed crazy to him, so the guy was very scared when he met him. Nuljan frowned, saying that they had gotten it from him too. They tried to fight back and engage him, but he was very strong. If it weren't for Najeong, they would have all died. Yulnia turned to him, whispering, asking him to ask why they didn't run away. Musa opened his mouth wide and screamed, asking how they managed to survive the skeleton's attack. Raymond raised her eyebrows, asking what Najeong did. Did he really manage to defeat the warrior? The man looked down, saying that the guy managed to trick and distract him for a while. He said that the knights would save him soon. The mage opened his mouth, asking what kind of distraction of the skeleton he was talking about. The girl noted that it was time for them to go back. The guy turned to her. Musa put his hand out to his side, saying that it was true because they could not stay here for long. Suddenly, a bleeding wound appeared on his shoulder. The guy's eyes widened as he looked at his hand. He pressed the wound and turned to Raymond. The girl held her sword out to the side. She raised her eyebrows, saying that if they let her go, she would not kill them. Yulnia and Nuljan frowned, taking a fighting stance. The man thought that Raymond was actually the spy. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that they first needed to make sure that the target was here. Nuljan frowned, thinking about whether they should let her go or whether it would be better to engage in a fight, whether they would be able to defeat her, since he and Yulnia had not yet had time to recover. He did not know if Raymond would be able to win even if he gave it his all, since she was completely different from how she looked during the warm-up fight. Raymond stood in front of him, holding her sword out to the side. There was dark energy behind her. She frowned, not taking her eyes off him. Nuljan frowned, wondering what to do. Najeong furrowed his brows, saying that they had to stop the spy or they might die. Jias raised his brows, asking if he was sure. The hero looked down, saying that he wasn't sure, but if that was true, the situation would be dangerous. He thought that the two of them probably wouldn't be able to handle the skeleton. Rudica looked at the giraffe, asking what they should do. He opened his mouth, saying that they should give in like last time, but his words were interrupted by cries that it wasn't right. The gray fox raised his brows and looked at the protagonist, asking what was wrong. The guy said that if Raymond really was a spy, who knows, maybe she wasn't working alone, so they needed to keep a close eye on the suspects. Several knights should stay here. Fidorans raised his brows, asking who else he suspected. Najeong glared at him. Jias raised his eyebrows, saying that everything was fine and he could say so, since they all knew that it was just a guess. The boy opened his mouth, saying that the suspects were Pamel, the black chicken, Rayajan, and the blue wolf. The knights froze, their eyes wide. Najin looked ahead with a cold gaze, his hair slightly raised by the wind. Fidoran stood with his back to the hero. He opened his mouth slightly. A smirk appeared on the blue wolf's face, and he laughed. Fidorans looked at the protagonist seriously and asked why he thought so. He demanded to know the reason. The blue wolf opened his eyes wide and added that if the evidence was not substantiated, then he would have no choice but to doubt Najin. The three of them stared at the protagonist in silence. Suddenly, the tip of a dark umbrella appeared in front of Fidoran's face. Rudica picked it up, with a stern expression, telling the boy to stop interfering, because it would only increase suspicion. The blue wolf frowned, asking if the gray fox really believed the protagonist's words and trusted him so much since she had a grudge against him. Najin remained silent, frowning angrily and pursing his lips. Fidoran's eyes lit up brightly, and he asked if Rudica really trusted the protagonist more than the knights. The girl narrowed her yellow eyes and replied that she had not said that. Jias looked at them and asked them to calm down, since they were just talking. The blue wolf turned around and said that Yulnia and Nuljan could die while they were wasting their time. Jias's eyes were a bright gold color, and he replied that this was Najin's opinion, and if his guess about Raymond was correct, then it was worth paying attention to everything he said, and the situation was urgent, so cooperation would not hurt. Darren yawned, and Fidorans thoughtfully looked down. Rudica glared at Darren, telling her to stop yawning, and Jias asked Najin why he suspected the blue wolf. The protagonist frowned and replied that it was Fidorans who chose Raymond to join his party, so they both took advantage of the situation and guided the skeleton all this time. The blue wolf turned around, asking if that could be the reason, and Jias explained that they needed to be careful. Fidorans asked with a serious expression if the protagonist really wanted to become a knight. Najin froze, his red eyes widening, and thought that at that moment he had no words to answer because he was so different from all of them. The protagonist watched the crowd of people from afar. He was here for revenge. Najin was wearing a black turtleneck. He stood at a large distance from the others. The knight wore an iron helmet. He turned to the side and saw that they had arrived. The four people looked at him silently. For some reason, the black chicken was unhappy with what was happening. Darren looked at her comrades, asking what happened to the black chicken, and Jias said not to pay attention to it. Everyone decided to forget about this moment. The forest was visible, and the group decided to set off. Zeeman was surrounded by a crowd. As a result, the magician was suddenly accompanied not by 5 people, but already 14. The youth turned pale and sweated from the strain. Night fell, the sky darkened. The protagonist did push-ups, thinking that since all the squads began their journey based on the magician's movement speed, he decided to periodically organize training. Sweat dripped down his face while he thought about whether he could improve his endurance. He held a weapon in his hand, trying to learn how to use it. Neijin looked ahead carefully, thinking that he did not have the necessary abilities, which made him doubt that he could subdue this spearhead. The protagonist stood in front of a tree, worried that he might accidentally destroy the entire forest, and so he should train in a place where there are no people. He swung his hand and thought that it would be easy. Birds flew out of the treetops. Neijin narrowed his eyes and turned around abruptly. He froze with a sword in his hand, which did not even want to move. The blue wolf asked with a smile if that was why the protagonist decided to come to him. Neijin looked at him and answered that it was true because Fidorance and the raccoon were the ones with the highest level of physical strength, and the blue wolf asked why the protagonist did not go to her. Fidorance smiled and asked if Neijin was asking him for help after suspecting him of spying, and said that the protagonist did not have to apologize because he did not do anything wrong. The blue wolf took the weapon in his hands and asked if it seemed heavy to Neijin, to which he replied that it was the same weight. Fidorance closed his eyes. He stretched his bandaged hand to the side. The wind blew, fluttering the blue wolf's clothes. The protagonist's blonde hair flew around, and he thought that Fidorance cut through the air. The blue wolf's eyes were wide open. A strong wind was blowing. Neijin watched him tensely. Fidorance swung the weapon, saying that it was interesting. He looked at the blade and said that only one person could use it, and the protagonist asked who he meant. There were light patterns on the weapon, and the blue wolf said that the color of the dagger had changed, so the possibility that it was Naringen was high. The protagonist looked closely at Fidorance, who said that this weapon was handmade by a craftsman using an unusual technology that could be considered illegal, and so Neijin needed a person who knew more about Naringen. The man in the helmet bowed his head, calling the protagonist a better strategist who had outshone him. Neijin looked at him and said that he wanted to ask him something about Naringen. They were standing in the middle of the forest, and the black chicken replied that he couldn't refuse, but talking was very boring. There were gaps in his helmet, and he decided what to do. Neijin's face became confused as the man pointed at him. Looking at him through the helmet, the black chicken asked what the protagonist would do if he told him that he would kill him right then and there. His face was hidden under the helmet, and he told Neijin to try to convince him not to do it, and then he would tell him everything he wanted. Beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. The red-haired youth raised his eyebrows and said that he really didn't know about anything, and that Raymond definitely wasn't from their village. Juz looked at him carefully, asking when approximately she had appeared there, and the youth replied that it had been about 2 years ago. He looked up, asking if Raymond had really turned out to be a traitor. Juz turned away and said that it was not so, it was just that Raymond was on the other side from the beginning. The red-haired youth looked after him with a lost expression. Juz turned around when he heard a familiar voice. Rudica approached him and he said that Pamel did not know anything and that Raymond came to their village about 2 years ago. Then the youth asked the gray fox about Rajan. Rudica frowned and said that he did not remember anything and asked what they should do. Juz looked away, saying that until now, the main task of the disciples was to support the leaders of the squad, and the knights were responsible for protecting and training the disciples, and now the leaders had another task. The youth looked straight and added that a knight must watch over his disciples. The protagonist's face looked tense. The black chicken raised a finger, pointing at him. They were standing in the middle of the forest. Neijin looked at the man, who asked why he was silent. The protagonist with an evil look doubted that Varen was serious, and he was much more unpredictable than expected. Juz turned around and said that the black chicken was dangerous, so he should not be approached. Neijin thought that the knight would not say such a thing without a reason. The protagonist's neck was covered with beads of sweat, and he assumed that Varen was testing him, or he had some kind of personal interest. The man with the iron helmet asked if Neijin's brain only worked better in a critical situation. The protagonist frowned and thought that Varen was clearly out of his mind because he was too unpredictable. On the red background, there was a silhouette of a man in a hat. Neijin thought that in the case of the skeleton, he could not predict any of its actions. While the black chicken hummed a song, tilting its head to the side, the protagonist came to the conclusion that in this case, it was possible to predict something. Neijin slightly opened his mouth and thought that he felt that the black chicken was saying strange things. The protagonist looked at Varen and said that he had no answer to that. The man in the helmet made a surprised sound. Neijin continued to look at him, saying that once a strategy is influenced by another person, it ceases to be a strategy, so the protagonist had no words to answer. Varen asked if the protagonist had any solution to the situation. Neijin frowned and thought that the black chicken would like to hear a positive answer to this question. Varen remained silent. The protagonist looked at him carefully, assuming that the black chicken understood him. The man scratched his helmet with his finger and said that he understood everything, but something was bothering him. Neijin narrowed his eyes in confusion. Varen raised his hand and said that he was wondering if the protagonist's answer was really that important to him. The tip of the spear pointed at Neijin, who asked if the black chicken was really going to attack. The man in the helmet gave an ambiguous answer. The protagonist did not take his red eyes off him. He remembered talking about the suspects and thought that all the people under suspicion that he mentioned had reasons to be so. However, Raymond was the only one who had good reasons. However, the other people could also have their own goals. The protagonist thought about the names of the different suspects and thought that suspecting Pamel was reasonable. Varen liked to keep his distance from others, and Raijun had the ability to persuade. Neijin remembered looking at Fidorance. The blue wolf's eyes were wide open, and the protagonist thought that he had a special character that would definitely make him follow him because he said the names of the suspects. The protagonist looked away. Turning away from Varen, Neijin asked if Fidorance heard everything. The blue wolf stood behind a tree with his arms crossed, and the protagonist thought that he would need a guard. Fidorance came out from behind the tree trunk and said that he hoped that this was all part of the black chicken's joke. He then took the gun by the handle. Varen tilted his head and thought that Neijin had brought Fidorance with him. There was nothing to see through the gaps in his helmet, and the black chicken thought that the situation was very strange, and if he continued, the doubts about him would only increase. He put the spear on his shoulder and asked what the protagonist was interested in. Varen thought that the protagonist was more amusing than he expected. Neijin looked at him sternly. The black chicken held a weapon in his hand, saying that it was Naringen, and that there was no problem holding it and moving it, but Neijin could not swing it. There were white patterns on the blade, and Varen said that Naringen refused to listen to him, and that it was a unique weapon that did not allow him to use his skills. The protagonist sat in the lotus position in the middle of the forest, thinking that he needed to fully concentrate while holding Naringen in his hands, and if he succeeded in communicating with this kind of weapon, it would show its true power. Neijin's eyes were tightly closed. Then he abruptly opened them. Looking at the dagger in his hand, the protagonist thought that he did not understand anything. He touched his face and doubted that he was doing everything right, since he was given too vague an explanation or even deceived. Above the forest, a bright blue sky was visible. Raijun approached Neijin asking if he was in pain because he didn't look so good, and the protagonist replied that he just had a bad sleep and then thought that Raijun was definitely some kind of ghost because he noticed everything. The sky darkened. Neijin looked at his hand and thought that as he continued to train, his strength grew, but he couldn't suddenly become some kind of monster. He turned around looking at the sword stuck in the ground and thought about what would happen if he couldn't make progress. Taking the weapon in his hand, the protagonist thought that if he did, he would never know how Naringen worked and that he only had one way to master the weapon. He imagined himself swinging the sword and thought that the weapon wasn't locked in place properly, and when he tried to swing, Naringen moved in the opposite direction. Neijin brought the sword to his face and thought that he couldn't even attack a stationary target and that this tip was more useless than a normal sword. The protagonist even thought about just throwing it away and finding another weapon. He narrowed his eyes and thought that Neijin could easily wield this Naringen. The blonde-haired youth smiled, calling out to Neijin. The protagonist's hair was tied with a black ribbon, and he thought that Neijin should have survived instead of him. Suddenly, Neijin heard a sound and turned around. His red eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist froze, looking at the person in front of him. A youth with the same appearance as him was looking at him with a slight smirk. Neijin extended a trembling hand to the youth's face. Sweating from excitement, Neijin asked if it was Neijin. The protagonist froze, his eyes wide in shock. Neijin was smiling, looking at him. As Neijin's fingers approached his face, it began to evaporate. Neijin stood still, his hand outstretched. The wind blew around him. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. Then he closed it. Neijin threw away the sword from his hand. He stood with his hand outstretched. The protagonist looked towards the weapon, breathing heavily. He picked it up and thought that it was the ability of the spear. Looking at the sharp blade, Neijin thought that it was still impossible to control the weapon, but one of the skills was available to him. His brother Najin stood in front of him, and the protagonist thought that he could now use the ability Ghost. Neijin thought that there was a reason why this skill was called that. This power was different from the effect similar to hallucinations. 3 people were walking along a path in the forest. A bird flew out of a tree, and the protagonist said that it was not real. Neijin's face was serious. This illusion was not only seen by him. The ability Ghost was not an illusion for the owner of Naringen, but a power that other people could see. The bird flapped its wings widely, and Neijin thought that it looked like a real bird. Then the illusion disappeared, which usually happens when attacking or moving too far away. The protagonist looked at the path, thinking that the ghost must first be created in your mind. However, if you do not have a clear idea of what you are going to create, then there will be no effect. Therefore, Neijin could not create a monster that he has never seen. The protagonist held a stone in his hand, thinking that the more complex the structure or size of the ghost that is created, the less time it lasts. The illusion disappeared into thin air, and Neijin thought that something like a stone can exist for about an hour. He clenched his hand into a fist, realized that he was tired, and thought that after using the skill, he needed to rest to catch his breath. Agent wrinkled his nose and thought that a ghost that only looked real was somehow similar to him. The protagonist held the weapon by the handle, thinking that at first glance, this skill seemed useless. His gaze was serious, and he concluded that he knew how to use it. He should practice more often. There was a purple sky above the houses. The black-haired man said that someone had come. The black-haired man smiled and praised Raymond. A girl with a sword in her hands walked along the path. The masked man looked at her, surprised that their spy was a girl. Raymond said with a calm face that she tried to make contact with the king's first spear, but Najin suddenly intervened, and the knights went to save him, and she returned after realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous. The black-haired man put his hand on his face and asked what happened to their guest. While Raymond said that his strength was undoubtedly beyond imagination, but the plans could fail if the knights captured him, the masked man tried to understand what kind of first spear this was. The black-haired man bowed his head and said that he didn't think that their guest would be given to them so easily. Even if the first spear died in the battle, he would take 1 or 2 knights with him, which wasn't that bad for them. Raymond looked at the man, saying that in that case, they would lose a strong ally, and the black-haired man crossed his arms, saying that it was really hard to say that their guest was on their side, which was why he asked to keep an eye on him. The black-haired man looked at Raymond intently and said that first they needed to find out what happened to their guest. Suddenly, he turned around. The masked man nodded silently. He walked away, thinking that the two were once again communicating only with each other as if he didn't exist. Raymond and the black-haired man watched him go silently. Then the black-haired man looked towards the girl, asking what about Raijun. Raymond looked at the man with her green eyes. Then she closed her eyes and said that there was no need to worry about him. Raijun raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking about the training. He said that he did it in the trees, and Daragan closed his eyes, asking what that meant, and Vadran replied that it was useless to talk to him. Quarren frowned, saying that the three were very noisy. The girl with red hair smiled, saying that everyone was having fun, and the boy with blue hair replied that it was not very good in their situation. Marta, smiling, offered to fight Najin, but he said that he did not want to. The girl looked away. Rujian sweated, saying that it was difficult to even talk to Marta. The girl turned around in surprise, not understanding why her comrades were so sad. The gray fox jumped onto a tree branch, asking if Gias thought there was a spy among the knights, and the boy replied in the negative. He looked straight ahead, saying that they should at least believe in it because they were knights. Rudica narrowed her yellow eyes and asked what about Varen. Hair framed Gias's face, who said that a black chicken would never do something like that. The man in the helmet raised his hand and said that he saw something. Varen frowned, saying that she could not see anything, and Fidorans asked if Varen was sure. The man pointed his hand towards the lake and said that he could see the capital of the empire, Nizel, although it was still far away. Varen said that it would be fun. Someone was jumping quickly along the path in the forest. A skeleton in a black cloak was running. He turned around and thought about the tracks. There were black spots on the path. The skeleton stopped abruptly. Then he ran in the other direction, stretching out his hand in front of him. His eyes shone brightly, and he thought that he would tear his ill-wishers apart. The black-haired man smiled softly. The protagonist's face was serious. The boy with blue eyes said that was all. Jews sat on a rock, saying that they were leaving. Vadran approached Daragan, who was next, and said that he was so nervous that he thought he would die. The protagonist looked at them sternly, while the blonde said that Jews asked him what he was doing. Vadran was worried that his grade for the exam would depend on his answer. Darren frowned and said that she could throw him over her shoulder and go. Jews, who was wearing a hat, replied that anyone who carried a mage would be vulnerable to the enemy, and for now they had the opportunity to train. The boy's eyes were bright yellow, and he added that in addition to this, they would need to do something. Darren sweated from excitement. Najin looked at her and realized that Jews still did not trust anyone. Rowan drew her eyebrows together, saying that Gias was calling the protagonist. Najin frowned and understood why Gias had decided to call everyone one by one. Gias looked at Najin intently and asked what he thought. The protagonist asked what Gias meant with a serious face. The youth stared at him with his yellow eyes, saying that he had asked him a question. Najin also looked at him, trying to understand whether Gias had guessed or was trying to catch him. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he thought there were no more spies. Gias, whose eyes were covered by his hair, asked why. Raymond approached Nuljan and said that she had returned. The protagonist frowned and said that Raymond had decided to retreat after learning about what had happened, and she must have given up on her mission. And if she had accomplices, it would have been because they had simply decided to abandon them. Gias looked at Najin, asking if he wanted to say that they wouldn't do the same, and if he knew them that well. The protagonist pursed his lips and replied in the negative. Gias tilted his head and said that even if the other spies had different missions, they would hardly be able to reveal their identities, but judging by their guise, the probability of traitors was extremely low. Gias looked up and said that Najin was the only one he had no doubt about. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and the youth added that for that reason, he wanted to ask him a question. Jias asked with a serious look if Najin was hiding anything. The protagonist's mouth slightly opened. The masked man extended his hand, saying that in exchange for Najin's death, he would grant him life. The blonde youth, covered in blood, extended his hand, calling out to Najin quietly. The protagonist remained silent. He then pulled the ribbon that tied his hair. Jias looked at him in confusion. Najin held a weapon in his hand, saying that from now on, he would be Najin. The protagonist said with a serious expression that he was not hiding anything. He remembered Jias saying that he did not doubt him, and thought it was funny. Najin's hair covered his forehead, and he thought that he was always suspicious of himself. Jias closed his eyes and allowed the protagonist to go. Najin turned away, thinking that Jias was very smart and the most reliable person that could be trusted. The youth with yellow eyes watched Najin closely. The protagonist looked away, thinking that it would be difficult to use Jias to his advantage. Najin walked further and further. Jias narrowed his eyes, thinking about him. Vadran swung his arm, shouting loudly. He was fighting a man in red clothes. The others were watching his training. Darigan's sweat dropped, asking why Vadran was making such strange sounds, and Quarren said she didn't know. Fidoran's had a shocked expression, and Darren was smiling. The masked man held a spear in his hand, and there were nightly lessons. Darigan stood in the middle of the students, saying that knights must be ready to sacrifice their lives in any situation. Fidoran's looked at him, asking if he was sure about it, and Darigan confirmed it. The blue wolf crossed his arms, asking if Darigan said that because it was believed, and if he was sure that his feelings would match his actions in a real situation. Fidoran stared at him, asking if Darigan really thought that, or if he said it to please him. The dark-haired youth was covered in sweat and hesitated. The blue wolf frowned, saying that the second squad was good, but was willing to risk their lives easily. Jias called Najin. The protagonist stepped forward. He stopped in the middle of the clearing. Najin slightly opened his mouth. He asked what was the most valuable thing for those present that they could not lose. The students looked at the protagonist with puzzled faces. Quarren and Pamel, who were standing not far from him, named justice and conviction. Vadran, whose face was covered by blonde hair, said confidence. Nuljan frowned when the blue-haired youth asked if there was an answer to the question. Rajan turned around when Najin named family. The protagonist lowered his head and said that when he first heard this question, the most precious thing in the world came to mind. He looked straight ahead and added that protecting his family was an honor for him, and such was the path of a knight. Fidoran smiled slightly, saying that it was convincing but hopeless. The sun was shining in the blue sky. Varen, who had Rudica standing next to him, said that they had arrived at the capital. They were walking along a path leading to a large city. Najin opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that the capital was very big. Jias, who was standing in front, said that a new task for all 14 people began from here. He raised one finger towards the city. Jias turned around and said that they all had to break through the main gate. The protagonist widened his red eyes in shock. The capital of the central continent, Nizl. The long-haired man looked at the buildings. In the center of the city was the imperial palace where the emperor lived. Jias looked away and said that they had to break through the gate. Rujian sweated and screamed in shock. The protagonist furrowed his brows, thinking about Jias's words. The gray fox looked at Jias, asking what kind of sudden dangerous task this was and who would like it. Jias turned around and said that they would intervene if the situation became dangerous. The boy widened his eyes and added that those whose grades were below the standard would be expelled from the second semester. Rudica looked at him silently. Fidorans looked at his comrades and asked if anyone had a plan yet. He was nervous but also excited. There were guards at the entrance to the capital. Kamel's sweat dropped, asking what it meant to break through. The red-haired girl turned around and assumed that the knights wanted them to defeat those two guards. Tar said with a serious expression that no matter how special the classes were, putting the students in danger was a crime. Nuljan frowned and said that they needed to understand the meaning of their mission as soon as possible, and they had to keep in mind that any normal solution to the situation would not work. Rujian clenched her hand into a fist, smiling as she said that Rujian was the only one who could punch a hole in the wall. The green-haired girl turned around and said that Darigan and Vadran would not be able to leave a scratch using their clumsy skills, and the blonde man gritted his teeth and said that Rowan was right. Quarren looked away and said that they were thinking incorrectly. The protagonist tilted his head and said that it did not matter what meaning was put into the words, the main thing was to show the result. He frowned and told his comrades to do as he said, because he had an idea. Someone stepped towards the guards. The guard with an eye patch frowned and asked if it was a black chicken. The man raised his hand and said hello. Darren frowned in shock and Rudica asked what he was thinking. Jias narrowed his eyes, watching silently. The guards picked up their spears, saying that nothing strange had been found at their post, and Varen praised them. He pointed behind him and said that he was training 14 trainees. The black-haired guard was surprised that there were so many of them, and the blonde one said with a smile that everything was fine. He gritted his teeth and whispered if his partner wanted trouble. The black-haired man remained silent, a bead of sweat appearing on his cheek. Vadrin frowned, wondering if their plan had worked or not. Varen walked past the guards. Suddenly, all three turned around, hearing someone's loud voice. Someone stamped their foot on the ground. The man in the iron mask said that the Varen was not real and ordered the guards to grab everyone. They were standing on the path. The guards looked at each other, not understanding who was the real one. The man with blonde hair wrinkled his nose, recognizing Varen's weapon. The black chicken held a spear on his shoulder, thinking that these scoundrels wanted to slip away so easily. The fake Varen, who turned out to be the protagonist, gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind. He stood motionless, thinking that there was no point in pretending anymore. The armor disappeared, and Neijin ordered everyone to attack. The students ran towards the guards. The Grey Fox observed the situation, saying that the protagonist had mastered the situation very quickly and a fight was inevitable. Darren asked how Neijin managed to pull off such a subtle trick. Fidoran frowned and asked if the black chicken had disappeared on purpose to do this. The man in armor held a spear. Gia's eyes widened and thought that the unexpected mission was some kind of test, and if anyone made a suspicious move, he would immediately catch that person. The two blonde youths rushed to attack. Neijin frowned and said that if a fight occurred, Vadrin and Tur were the most mobile, so they would stand in the front. Behind them were the ranged warrior Daragan, Turisan, and Paimel. Mart jumped forward. The two people with a galaxy of martial arts would attack from the side. Nuljan jumped to the side. Musa, Quarren, and Juran stood nearby, covering the rear, while Rayajan prepared his horizontal slash skill. Tur and Vadrin attacked the guards. The men threw the students back with spear strikes. Neijin frowned and said that they should proceed to the next step after they blocked the guards. The youth raised his hand up, sweating. Rujian and Marta looked tense. Neijin looked straight, saying that at this pace, even a person with average abilities could easily control them. The students fought with the guards. Juz, with a serious look, said that the guards should not be underestimated, because they have enough skills to do their job. The knife fell to the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, asking what just happened. The blonde youth sat by the broken wall. The other students were lying on the ground. Juz looked down, saying that the guards were almost on the same level as the knights, and they were higher in hierarchy than the students. The man with the eye patch frowned and said that they had finished suppressing the intruders. Tar gritted his teeth and grunted as he was held by the throat. The guard was choking the youth, and Neijin wrinkled his nose, not understanding what had happened. The guard ran towards Marta. The guard dealt many powerful blows, and the protagonist thought that the situation had changed in an instant. He frowned and thought that he had not even had time to react, and that it was not the weakness of the students, but the guards. The men turned around, asking if the students were giving up, and one of them said with a smile that they would be given a bonus for it. He stepped on Marta's head. Nuljan stood next to the girl. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that there was no way out. Fidoran stretched his shoulder and said that it was time to go, when suddenly someone raised a hand and stopped him. The blue wolf frowned, saying that it was already over, and asked if Gias thought about the students getting hurt. Gias looked straight ahead, saying that there was one unharmed student left. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that there was no way out. He took the weapon and thought that he had to do it. Someone said that Gias fought well for a weak knight, and the young man asked if his interlocutor was making fun of him. Someone answered that Gias himself said that he was on the same level as Yulnia, but in the fight with the skeleton it was different. Gias turned away and said that he was once strong, but had weakened considerably, hence the difference in skill usage. He extended his hand forward, saying that he could use even a small amount of energy much more effectively, asking how far he could go with such and such strength. Gias turned around and said that he had achieved a lot, so he knew his limitations. The guards looked at Neijin, saying that he should also give up so as not to get hurt. The protagonist frowned and thought that he could only imitate a living being, but this skill was still not stable. The guard with an eye patch stared at him. Neijin's blonde hair covered his face, thinking that he was having trouble controlling his weapon. The other guard looked at him silently. The protagonist closed his eyes. Then he opened them. Neijin took a step forward. The guard frowned in confusion. The protagonist ran quickly. Suddenly, everything began to darken. The man gritted his teeth as a leaf fell on his eyes, and Neijin thought that he should block the enemy's vision using his unstable ability. A dark fog rose, and the guard thought that he could not see anything. He brought his hand to the leaf on his eye, thinking that something was stuck there. Red eyes were visible. The protagonist decided to instill imaginary fear in the enemy. The man took the leaf and thought that he should step aside. He removed the leaf from his eye and frowned. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The other guard turned around. The guards were standing nearby, and one of them asked what just happened. Neijin frowned his black eyebrows and thought that he was right. The stronger a person is, the more sensitive he is to fear. His hair flew softly in the wind, and he thought that if a person's vision was blocked, he would react to the imaginary danger, trying to protect himself because he knows that he is strong. Fidorans furrowed his brows, asking what the protagonist just did. Jius looked down, assuming that this was a weakling's way of fighting. Suddenly, the youth's yellow eyes widened in shock. Nuljan and Rujian furrowed their brows in confusion. The three disciples watched in silence. The protagonist turned around and thought that they had a chance since 5 people could still fight. Behind him stood the man who asked about the intruders. Nuljan turned around in lightning speed. He thought that this was a ridiculous coincidence. The blonde girl in black clothes, whose mission was to guard the Emperor, somehow appeared here. She took a step forward. Today the Emperor had to go on business, so his guards were patrolling the route where the trip would take place. Nuljan thought that it was one of the strongest knights on the continent. The snow-white elephant Kandensha furrowed her brows, asking if they were intruders. Suddenly, the earth shook. The guards gritted their teeth and sighed heavily. Beginner's luck. A term that means that beginners often manage to defeat an experienced player. This is due to the fact that the former lack a sense of fear, since, unlike experienced players, they do not feel pressure and burden. The guards turn pale with horror. Because of this, beginners are not afraid of losing, and experienced players do not have a sense of courage, because this feeling goes beyond schematic strategies. Kandensha stamped her foot. He silently looked at the protagonist. Nuljan frowned tensely, thinking that the newbie could do something unimaginable at any moment. Jius jumped up and ran, shouting that this was an emergency. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought that Kandensha was unbeatable because in some way she was more dangerous than a skeleton. The girl frowned, thinking that Nuljan was going to attack her. The protagonist frowned and wondered inwardly if this was a knight or another test. He also thought that beginner's luck was often called luck. The people who protected the main gate were called guards. These were people who failed the night exam, but they were quite capable and strong fighters. 2 of them stood emotionlessly at the gate. Jius looked at them and continued to say that during their training, the guards had learned a lot, but they did not have such a big difference in strength with the knights' apprentices, so they said that guards were good training for apprentices. The protagonist stood in front of the girl. This girl with green eyes was a snow-white elephant, and her name was Kandensha. Jius descended into the past, recalling how the girl had dealt with several knights with particular cruelty. He said that many would agree that she was one of the strongest knights. After all, she had proven her strength by defeating several knights at once. That was the problem. Imagining the girl's angry and displeased face, Jius said that unlike the animal that Kandensha was named after, she was distinguished by her cruelty. Many knights would flee upon seeing the girl. Recalling the image of a man with a lush beard, Jius said that the only person who could control the snow-white elephant was the dark blue turtle Dalchin. He had always asked the girl for only one thing. Jius remembered how the man with beads of sweat on his face begged Kandensha before attacking someone. Kandensha suddenly interrupted Dalchin and continued for him, saying that she should think about it. At this time, Kandensha looked at the protagonist, wondering why the hell he was staring at her. The protagonist continued to stand a little way in front of her, silently staring. Clenching her hand into a fist angrily, she asked if this was a mutiny or something. In her head, she said that if she thought about it before attacking. After a short pause, she added that she didn't think her conclusions about the situation could change. Fury awakened in her. Clenching her hand into a fist, she asked if she should just kill everyone here. An incredibly strong aura fell on everyone standing a little way in front of her. Everyone immediately felt it on themselves and realized that this was the intimidation of an elephant, the feeling of something huge and terrifying pressing on you. Looking at the protagonist, the guys asked each other if that guy didn't feel anything. The protagonist stood in front of everyone emotionlessly, looking at his rival. A drop of cold sweat ran down the protagonist's neck. He said to himself that he felt something, and then assumed that it was an intimidation skill. With a completely tense face, he said that it turned out that he had reached the stage where he could feel such abilities. But in fact, everything was different. The fact is that Kandensha had such a powerful and sinister power that even Nuljan could feel it. Now there was only one way to survive: to block the attack. The entire squad immediately stood up to protect the protagonist. The guy with a scar on his face, looking at those who moved from their place, asked if everyone who stood up to defend still had the strength to move. Raijun, with beads of cold sweat on his face, said heavily that he seemed to be about to vomit. Rukian suddenly turned to the protagonist and screamed in rage, asking if he really wanted to kill them all. Hwarin, standing heavily on her feet, but holding a sword, said that all this was very strange because everything was on a different level. Yulnina, standing behind, shouted loudly that she could still move. Turning to the protagonist, they shouted at him not to forget about the mission. Excellent, the protagonist said firmly. Right after that, he started to speak when suddenly Kandensha appeared in front of him. She covered the distance of 10 meters in less than a second and appeared right in front of the protagonist. Before striking, she said that it seemed that Nuljan was in charge here. Seeing her in front of him, the protagonist was scared. A crushing blow from the girl was flying towards him. The next second, a loud and powerful explosion was heard. Jius saw it. Fidorans was running in front of him, shouting to his comrade that he hoped that they would not be late. Varen suddenly appeared next to them, saying that the battle site was now so much fun. Running past, Gius shouted that Varen should stay here, otherwise he would only complicate things. After that, the guys ran into the gate, running past the defeated people. Varen was left alone and laughed maliciously. Running inside, Fidorans immediately screamed, begging the Lady Knight to stop, when suddenly he stopped in confusion from what he saw. "What's going on?" asked Gius, running up a little later, out of breath. Suddenly, he too froze at what he saw. A capable craftsman can create a masterpiece using the greatest technology, and Naringen is a weapon that is considered illegal. The tip of the skeleton's spear was just one of those. Naringen's abilities cannot be explained by the laws of physics. Therefore, the resistance force when smelling is very important. The protagonist, using this weapon, could not correctly calculate the resistance force. The same force is applied in the opposite direction to the direction of the applied force. But even by applying the necessary force, there is no guarantee that Naringen's abilities will be activated by chance. The protagonist also threw the spear into a tree during training. Even during the throw, this is unknown. As a result, the main condition for using such a weapon is mastery or swing. The protagonist looked at the blade, not understanding how it works. But it turns out that Naringen does not feel the user's strength, but his will. As soon as the protagonist realized this, he realized everything. Having created this very will, Naringen will feel mastery even without using force. The protagonist successfully defended himself with a spear against Kendensha's strong attack. Any physical attack can be prevented with such a weapon. The girl was very surprised to see that her attack was blocked. The enemy's strength will be perceived as the force applied to the weapon. Gius asked in shock if the protagonist had really blocked the knight's strike. Blood flowed from the protagonist's nose. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that his thoughts were still correct, otherwise he would have died. This event became significant because the student prevented the knight's attack. At the same time, an unknown person's foot stepped into the clearing. It was a group of guys in masks and hoods. One of them, standing in front, said that it seemed to be here. Another of them suggested splitting up and starting a search, when suddenly the first one tensed up greatly. Raising his hand, he said that they needed to step back. They looked forward. Everything was quiet, when suddenly an unknown person jumped out at them. He used the technique of infinite destruction, after which he delivered a precise blow to one of the guys in masks. The other two, from the dust that rose, closed their eyes and walked away. Suddenly, the mask of one of the guys fell to the ground. The attacker was a skeleton with glowing red eyes. Looking at the guys, he asked how they dared to appear before him again. The guy from whose face the mask fell heavily held the skeleton's hand and answered that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. After these words, he squeezed the attacker's hand with force. "Let's talk," the guy said after a short pause. For some time, they continued to stand like that, not moving. The guys behind asked in surprise if it was really a skeleton, adding that it looked very warlike. The guy without a mask turned to the guys and shouted that Raymond should not dare to attack. The girl in the mask immediately lowered her hand, saying that she would not. Another guy in a mask looked at the girl and asked in surprise if she was really going to fight. The skeleton's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at everyone, he told them not to even try to attack him, otherwise he would bury them right there. The guy without a mask suddenly told the skeleton to listen to them. Continuing to hold the skeleton's hand, he said that there was a misunderstanding, because they were not going to attack the skeleton from behind. Closing his eyes, he said that they were simply above this. At that very second, the skeleton pulled his hand away. Taking out a sword, he furiously shouted for him to repeat the same, looking at this sword, after which he said that this was the weapon of one of the same guys in masks. The guy without a mask and his two allies were very surprised. The guys did not know what to say. Confused, the guy without a mask began to say that it was so, but before he could finish, with burning eyes, he screamed in rage that he knew it. At that very moment, he drew his sword upwards with incredible speed, causing the ground to split, but the guy managed to dodge. A cut in the ground appeared in front of the two comrades. The maskless guy stopped and asked if that guy had golden hair. The skeleton also stopped and replied that he was well aware of it, after which he ordered the protagonist to be brought here so that he could cut his throat. The maskless guy silently turned to his comrades. The guys immediately took off their masks. Ruse and Raymond were underneath. Pointing his sword at the guys, the skeleton screamed, asking where he was hiding the protagonist. The first maskless guy said that that guy's name was Najin, after which he coldly said that it was the protagonist who had fooled the skeleton. The skeleton screamed in rage that he had already realized that he had been deceived, which was why he was getting ready. But before he could finish speaking, the guy standing in front said that the protagonist was not their comrade, adding later that he was the first person who needed to be eliminated. With hatred and anger in his eyes, he said that they were just going for the protagonist's soul, and then asked if the skeleton wanted to join them. The skeleton thought about the answer. An awkward silence hung. Lowering his head, the skeleton said that the guys should swear. The guy without a mask smiled maliciously, because everything was going according to plan. Raising his head, he firmly said that as a descendant of a dragon, he swears on the name of his ancestor. Hearing this, the skeleton asked for details. Narrowing his eyes, the guy said to himself that this time he would use a broken spear. After a short pause, he added to get rid of obstacles. After that, he called the skeleton to follow him. At this time, the protagonist took a blow from Kandansha. Looking at how confidently everything was happening on the part of the protagonist, Juice asked himself how this was even possible. Then suddenly he came to his senses. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to himself that now he must secure the situation by stopping Kandansha. But how do I do that? The boy asked himself. Removing her fist, the girl angrily asked the name of the protagonist. Stepping back, the protagonist replied that his name was Najin. Najin, Kandansha asked quietly, closing her eyes. In her head, she said that instead of disarming the protagonist. Without finishing, she abruptly opened her eyes. Wiping the blood from his nose, the protagonist asked himself if the girl was really going to attack again, after which he said that he would try to block the blow. Knock him down, Kandansha finished silently, finding herself at that very second behind Najin, who was still wiping his nose. When suddenly Jis, seeing this, shouted loudly, asking the lady to stop. The girl suddenly stopped, asking in surprise if it was really a giraffe. When suddenly Kandansha was overcome with rage. The guy stood with his arms outstretched towards the lady. With beads of sweat on his face, he shouted that he had to talk to Mr. Dalchin. "You're a bastard," the girl said discontentedly. The protagonist turned around in surprise. Under the influence of strong magic, she screamed in rage that Gius was a knight, then asked why the hell he was helping criminals using that very thing, then asked if he had really decided to enlist as a criminal. Closing his eyes, Gius asked to speak to Mr. Dalchin again. Some time passed. Dalchin said discontentedly that he understood everything, but this was already unacceptable. Next to him stood Kandansha, who added that the guys could have died by her hand. Lowering his head, Gius asked for forgiveness. Dalchin immediately told the guy to follow them and report everything in detail. After that, Dalchin and Kandansha turned around and walked away. The man told the girl to think before waving her fists. Gius suddenly turned to the guys and said that the magician would go with him, after which he said that everyone else should watch the guys and eat something, and he would give grades for the task upon his return. Rudica, looking tired, said okay, and Fidorans, putting his hands on his hips with a smile on his face, said that everything would be fine. The girl with short blonde hair, leaving, waved to everyone and thanked them. The main character, looking after the departing Juice, said that he almost died at the hands of the strongest knight. The knights behind asked the main character if he really was Najin. The main character did not hear them. Looking at his shaking hand, he said that he understood a lot, after which he added that his guess was correct because he even managed to prevent the Snow White elephant's attack and did not even feel the impact of the attack. In addition, he understood one more thing. With a drop of sweat on his face and worry in his eyes, the protagonist said that he could not feel how strong his opponent was, after which he added that it seemed strange to him that the other guys were able to feel the power of Kandansha at first. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that however, the intimidation skill does not work on him, and this is an advantage. Suddenly, Najin was called. It was Rukian. Putting her hands on her hips, she told him to hurry up, because they needed to eat. Passing by the guys, the protagonist heard everything they said. Quarren said that she saw Najin unblock the lady's attack. Raijun praised the protagonist with a smile on his face. Yulnana asked if she could eat the main character's portion if he didn't eat. But Najin didn't answer. He just walked past everyone. Suddenly, he said that he would go with everyone and tagged along at the end. At that time, Gius and the others were in the building. "Tell me," Dalchin's voice was heard. Gius, holding his hands in his pockets, reported that one of the generals of the eastern lands had arrived on their continent. With empty eyes, he continued to say that they tried to resist him. He, the general, was too strong, after which he added that, in addition to everything else, there was a possibility of information leakage from within. Dalchin, having listened to the guy, quietly said that most likely it was one of the Free Knights. Putting his hand to his chin and closing his eyes, he said that they would follow the enemy and let Gius continue to fulfill his mission. The guy closed his eyes and nodded. And also, Dalchin suddenly said, looking askance at the guy, he told him not to use his strength unnecessarily. Looking at Dalchin emotionlessly, Gius did not answer. Then he slowly blinked. After that, he said that he understood everything. Varen at this time continued to stand where Gius left him. Kandansha asked if that boy's name was Najin and asked if he was a knight's apprentice. Gius nodded to her and said that before he was accepted as a student, he was a very famous candidate, and Dalchin said that he had heard of him too. The girl smiled and said that Najin was really very strong and she was very surprised when he blocked her attack. The boys looked at her in surprise and Dalchin said that even knights cannot do that. Kandansha put her hand on her waist and said that she tried to neutralize the boy, but he easily blocked the attack. But no matter how strong Najin was, he should understand how much power she possessed. After a moment of silence, she said that there was not even fear on his face and asked what Jius thought of this guy. He looked down at the floor and remained silent. Looking up at the girl, he said that he did not understand Neijin at all. The girl laughed and exclaimed that Jius was always boasting about being a know-it-all and he could not help but understand him. Dalchin, standing behind her, frowned and said that there was something unusual about Neijin. Upset, Jius said that this was the first time he encountered such a person. After a moment of silence, he continued, saying that the girl's attack was very difficult to block and perhaps it was not a matter of skill, but of his weapon. He immediately raised his sword above himself. Dalchin asked if it was a Naringen, and Kandensha pointed at the weapon with her finger and asked if it had the ability to block attacks, to which Jius said that Neijin managed to steal it from the general of the Eastern Lands. Looking at the weapon, he said that he did not fully understand it and perhaps this Naringen came from another world, because it was very unpredictable. Dalchin asked if Neijin had managed to use the weapon skill, and the girl happily exclaimed for the guy to give her the weapon because she wanted to try it out. Taking it in her hand, Kandensha said that it was quite light, and Jius said that Blue Wolf also tried to use the Naringen in action. Walking to the center of the room, the girl asked if she should start. Tightly gripping the handle of the weapon in her hand, she swung it, raising it in front of her. The guys looked at her excitedly while the girl counted. After counting to 3, Kandensha screamed loudly, gripping the sword even tighter. Sitting at the dining table, Darigan shouted, asking if this was true, to which Vadran, looking at him, objected and said that Neijin could not block the blow of the Lady Elephant. Rukian laughed and said that they missed everything because they were unconscious, and then called them weaklings, smiling widely. The boys clenched their teeth in anger, looking at her. Fitterans looked at them from afar, while they discussed how they needed to eat more since they had a lot of work. While eating, Neijin fell into his thoughts, thinking that he needed to analyze the fight with the guards. He recalled the words of Mr. Blue Wolf, who said that the guards and Martha were equally strong, so they clearly had the advantage in the battle. The guards neutralized Martha first, because they seemed to know that she posed the greatest threat. Neijin thought that proper concentration and effective use of skills could lead to success, but in order to make a correct judgment, it was necessary to understand the enemy's strength at first glance, and this was exactly what he lacked. Without turning his head, he looked to the side with his peripheral vision. Marta leaned over her plate, clenched her teeth and slammed her fists on the table in anger, then screamed that she couldn't do anything. She placed her fists on the table and leaned over her plate, asking how the guy lost the training fight but managed to block the strongest knight's blow. Yulnia leaned over, looking at her and asked if she was going to eat, to which she screamed, calling Neijin an idiot. A voice was heard from behind Marta, telling her that she was not weak. She looked back in confusion. Neijin, standing behind her, said that the plan was not very good, because she trusted the guy and did exactly as he said. He closed his eyes and asked Marta for forgiveness, because they could have died because of him. Darigan, sitting at the next table, asked what the guy was apologizing for. The team sat in confusion, asking if it was really Neijin. Looking at everyone, the main character said that from now on he would not allow the team to be on the verge of death because of him. Everyone immediately turned and looked at the guy. Looking ahead, he thought that these words only seemed like an apology. Rudica stood to the side, arms folded on her chest, and thought that this was a psychological maneuver that strengthened Neijin's authority in the team. She thought that he was trying to make plans and give orders. Looking at him, Rudica thought that if no one spoke up, it would mean an unspoken unanimity. A voice was heard at the door saying no. Jiz, who was standing next to Rudica, put his hands in his pockets and said that it was his fault and began to ask everyone for forgiveness. Looking down at the floor, he said that he could not even imagine such a turn of events and asked for forgiveness again. People shouted that there was nothing terrible in it, but Neijin looked at him angrily. Jiz asked Rudica where the raccoon was, to which she replied that she had gone to Varen. He said that after a week's rest they had to resume the mission, since the squads would be reorganized before the start of the next operation. Then he looked ahead. Calling out to Neijin, he asked if the guy could go with him for a while. The guys moved away from everyone. Walking ahead, Jiz said that he felt guilty before Neijin since he almost died. The guy looked at his back and thought that he knew everything. Jiz put his hand in his pocket and said that no apology would make up for his guilt, so he asked to accept something. He abruptly took out a Naringen and threw it towards Neijin. He pointed at the weapon and said that from now on it belonged to the main character. Kneeling down to pick up the weapon, Neijin said that he stole the Naringen, so the weapon should have originally belonged to him. Jiz turned to him and said that the weapon should be returned to the world where it was made and carefully guarded. Then he added that Neijin was just an apprentice, so Jiz registered the Naringen in his name. Neijin looked at him with distrust and thought that he shouldn't have given the Naringen away just like that, because Jiz said that he would just analyze it, after which he menacingly asked what happened to the analysis. Jiz put his hands in his pockets and said that the weapon was not subject to resistance, because even Lady Slanu could not tame the Naringen. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. The guy continued, saying that this is the first Naringan from another world, which behaves completely unpredictably. Looking at the weapon in Najin's hands, he said that this is a smug and dangerous Naringan and asked not to trust it 100%. The protagonist looked at the weapon and thought, asking whether to trust Jews or the Naringan. Jews looked at the guy angrily. He said he had a question for Najin. He looked at the boy with indifference in his eyes, not taking his eyes off him. Juice asked who Najin was, to which he widened his eyes in surprise. Juice looked at the protagonist with anger, whose forehead was sweating from excitement. There was an awkward pause. Najin swallowed nervously, wondering if he really understood everything. He tried to look calmly at Juice and said that his question was too vague, then asked for clarification. Giraffe looked at the guy carefully and asked how he managed to prevent Lady Sloan's attack. He remembered their battle and said that even knights could not do it. Juice's gaze was prickly when he said that as a student he could not do it so easily because he was weak. Najin panicked at his insight, but tried not to show it. Juice said that he understood that the blocking of the blow happened thanks to Narijin, but it turns out that he learned to use weapon skills. Najung hid his cautious gaze behind his bangs and said that he told the knight everything that happened and everything he said was true, and he thought that he didn't have to tell him how exactly he used the weapon. Juice closed his eyes and agreed with him, since apparently he didn't think to involve him in the details and he wasn't going to cross him off the suspect list. Najung looked at Giraffe in surprise. He said, barely audibly, that it wasn't so. He looked at the knight and said that he didn't suspect him of anything, he just couldn't trust him 100%. Juice relaxed a little and said that he was glad that Najung didn't suspect him anymore, but at the same time he felt sorry for him since the guy was the one he trusted the most. Najung said with a serious expression that, unfortunately, he didn't believe such words. Giraffe didn't know what to say. He sighed, since he didn't ask his opinion. Jius lowered his head and said that given the seriousness of the situation, the most important thing was to build trust. She said that he had no choice, so he would tell the boy the secret. Najon listened carefully. Jius warned that he should not tell anyone, or even pretend to know anything. Najon cautiously said that he felt that nothing good would happen if he heard what the knight said. Giraffe closed his eyes and asked him not to worry, as it would not cause him any harm. He looked at the boy carefully and said that he would tell him about the debt. Kandensha looked at the boys in surprise and recognized them as those who had fought with them. The children looked tense and excited. Rachijin gathered her courage and loudly apologized. Kandensha stepped forward and said that due to the lack of time, the special ceremony scheduled for the second semester would be held in a casual manner, and then apologized for this. The Rabatas, standing in 2 rows, said that everything was fine, to which the girl nodded with satisfaction. She closed her eyes and introduced herself as the Emperor's assistant, the snow-white elephant Kanisha, after which she suggested that they begin. She put her hands on her hips and began the ceremony of appointment for the second term. The guys examined the ammunition. Yulnia and Nuljan were resting. The week flew by unnoticed, after which the question hung over whether the knights knew about the mission. Jius said that safety would be important in the operation, and they should under no circumstances tell the other knights about their mission. He asked if everyone understood this, to which Raccoon thought that it seemed to her that everyone was looking at her. She looked to the side and ordered them to move out, after which she asked if everyone was ready. The leader, Raccoon, was at the vanguard. Badrin clenched his fist and replied that they were ready. Najian silently looked to the side. Marta was lost in her own thoughts. Raccoon and Vadrin raised their hands and suggested that they go. Darren looked determined. Najiang thought about her. He remembered that the masked men had talked about Darren that time. He thought that judging by her reaction to what was happening, she had no idea about the masked men. Najiang chuckled and immediately heard a question about them being the knight's apprentices. A man with snow-white hair was heading towards them. Najiang wondered who he was, while Vadrin smugly said that they were those very apprentices. The man interrupted him and said with a strange smile that rumors spread very quickly, and he thought that among them there was someone who was able to block the snow-white elephant's attack. Vadrin looked warily at the silent Najiang. Darren smiled and said that it was time for them to go. She felt very awkward. Najiang went after the knight, but then looked back at the strangers and asked who they were, to which the raccoon replied that it was the White Raven, who was a free knight, and it was better not to approach him, since it was he who created the rift between the knights here, which exists to this day. The White Raven looked back. Najiang looked at him one last time and thought that apparently there was a strained relationship between the class and free knights, since the class knights act in the name of duty, and the free ones in spite of it. He turned away and began to catch up with his squad. The White Raven watched him go. The man grinned, remembering Najiang's appearance. The cliff had a beautiful view of the city. There were men standing on the cliff, and one of them asked about his being there, and the other replied that they had left not long ago. One of them looked towards the city and thought that the raccoon had done a great job this morning. He clutched the paper. The men put on their masks as it was time for revenge. Raejun said he was jealous. He looked at Vadran and said they would stay here and train, to which he replied that he thought it was because they were weak, or rather because he was strong. Raejun told Najong to be careful, to which Raejun said he should worry about himself since he had seen how this boy had stopped Lady Slan from attacking, and she was more worried about them since she was sure they would have to undergo extensive training. Tar turned to Najong, even though he knew it was funny. He said seriously that they would definitely improve and rise to his level. The boy did not know what to say. He arrogantly asked what the hell he was talking about. The boys were taken aback. Najong said that his fight was only possible because he had always trusted them and relied on their strength. The boy turned away and said that his comrades were not weak at all. Now the boys were even more surprised. They smiled. When the vanguard left, the boys decided that he was an arrogant idiot. They promised that as soon as he returned, they would show him. Naran heard a question about whether the thing was expensive. It turned out that they were asking about the Naringen. Naran lowered his head and said that of course, the weapon was expensive to him because it was a spearhead that was made by His Majesty. He explained that his Naringen was unusual since this weapon was created by combining two others. The man understandably drawled that Najian stole two Naringen from the skeleton that were combined into one, but did not understand how this was possible. The skeleton explained that this would not work with ordinary tools, but there was a way to do it. The man touched his chin and said that it turned out that his Naringen had unusual abilities. Naran remained silent. He looked up at his interlocutor and said that one skill that could destroy everything in its path was enough, and there was no need to resort to the rest since apparently he himself did not know all the abilities. The man thought that there was no need for him to learn all the weapon skills because he was strong on his own, and then Naran said out loud that there was no need to worry. He explained that a weapon would not obey just anyone. One could have thought that the skeleton chuckled when he said that he would never be able to use Naringen correctly, and the weapon would become a burden to him. Vadran looked at his comrade and asked how he managed to prevent Lady Slan's attack. Najiang remained silent, to which the guy continued to pester him with requests to tell. He continued to say something when Najiang thought that they really left Nizzle so quickly, and if he had known about it earlier, he would have looked around the capital better. Darren raised her hand up and suggested that they speed up. Najiang thought that the time had come since he had been preparing for this moment every day, but they did not know what kind of unexpected situation could await them, so he had to test his endurance since he could not lag behind the others. The sunset was breaking over the forest. Darren turned to her charges and suggested that they rest. Najiang suggested that they look for something to eat, to which Raccoon smiled and said that she was pleased to see his initiative. He walked away from them, hearing Darren telling the guys to do something at the end. The guy sighed heavily. The sounds of someone vomiting were heard over the forest. Najiang leaned against a tree and thought that he was just following them when he was called out. Vadran was running towards him with all his might, asking the eternal question of how he had prevented the attack. Najiang looked at the guy irritably and said that even if he told him, Vadran would still not understand anything. The boy froze in surprise and wondered if there was such a big difference between them. He looked dejected when Najiang thought about leaving quickly. Vadran confidently raised his head and enthusiastically asked for some instructions. Najiang looked at him indifferently and said that the boy could ask the knight for some, to which he replied that they did not always understand them, since they did not know how to walk, and the knights taught them to fly. Vadran remembered Darren's instructions. He poked his hand into his chest and explained that, frankly speaking, no matter what he asked, they always answered like this, and it was not very pleasant. Besides, the knights were much stronger than them, so he asked Najiang for some instructions, to which the boy thought that he was weak. Najiang silently looked at his comrade. Vadran was training on a tree. Najiang watched him, while Vadran thought that he too could prevent the knight's attack like him. Najiang thought that he hoped that Vadran would not bother him anymore. Suddenly, someone called him. It turned out to be an embarrassed Martha, who asked him to tell her too. Najiang again did not know what to answer. Now Martha and Vadran were training in the trees together. The time was approaching sunset over the city. Someone turned to Giraffe, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. White Raven asked how things were. They stood opposite each other, and Nut asked what about Red Dog, to which Raven replied that he had asked him to come alone. Raccoon narrowed his eyes and decided to immediately ask if it was really Raven. Raven, surprised, asked again that it was him. An awkward silence hung. Regia looked intently at his interlocutor and said that he did not understand what was being discussed. His eyes widened when he said that if something happened, it would be karma for all the knights. Darren listened. She looked back silently when Najin spoke to her. Raccoon didn't let him speak because they were being followed, so she decided to ask if the boy felt it. He looked at the teacher in surprise and thought about the fact that he didn't feel it. All that was heard around them was the rustling of the trees. Najin asked about being followed, to which Raccoon chuckled. She listened again and muttered that maybe she imagined it. She looked at the boy seriously and asked him what he thought about it, to which Najin said that he wasn't sure, because he really didn't know. Someone was watching them. Someone who could see from a long distance. Someone who could see through the trees. Someone who could see through the dense foliage. There was a figure standing on a cliff. Najin was looking at the forest. He chuckled. A masked man approached Najin and said that he had gotten him a weapon. Naryu took the pole and was asked if he liked it, to which the skeleton said that he did not like it at all, since it was absolutely insignificant, since it was more like a branch than a spear. He narrowed his eyes and said that however, as long as this weapon was in his hands, it would have power. He looked at the forest and muttered that he would cause a massacre using his skills, to which the masked man thought that Naryu was arrogant, which is why Narijin was taken away from him, and said out loud that he would wait with impatience. Vadran clenched his fist and said enthusiastically that it seemed to him that there was an effect. Najeong asked him again. Vadran happily said that he was talking about his training, since he felt that he was getting stronger, to which Najeong indifferently congratulated him. The guy asked him to tell him something else, to which Najeong told him about meditation and that he needed to imagine in his head how he would fight the enemy. Vadran immediately ran to do it, and the guy managed to shout to him that it would be better to do it when no one was around. He thought about sending one away. He looked back and thought that the second one was probably somewhere nearby, so he said out loud that this also concerned her. It was quiet around. He was about to think that she was gone when Marta jumped down behind him. She seriously said that she would become stronger. He managed to notice how she disappeared. Najeong exhaled and thought that now he needed to analyze the Naringen. He remembered his fight with Slan. Najeong thought that he was sure that it was possible to prevent an attack with its help, but what about striking? He approached the tree. Najeong closed his eyes and thought that he needed to hide his intention. He grabbed the weapon comfortably and swung the Naringen. Najeong decided that at this moment he should try to act. A crack was heard in the forest. Najeong was surprised at what he had managed. He held the weapon out in front of him and thought about how the swinging power had nothing to do with his. He rubbed his hands and thought about how these attacks were too ineffective, and if he focused only on the swinging power he would lose focus on other things, but that didn't mean he should stop thinking about how to land a critical hit. He looked up at the treetops and decided he needed to train more. The vanguard raced through the forest. At the stops, Vadran meditated in solitude. Najeong swung, and they ran through the forest again. Najeong exhaled clouds of steam as he ran. Meanwhile, the tired apprentices tried to catch their breath after training. Varen sat on the roof and listened as the trainer ordered everyone to stand up, as they had a long way to go and they needed to be strong. He chuckled and said that they must be bored with this. The sky turned pink above the forest. Raccoon looked at her charges and suggested that they call it a day. Vadran turned to her and asked what their mission was, as he felt like he was losing strength because he didn't know anything. Raccoon hesitated. She remembered Giraffe's words about confidentiality being the most important thing in the current operation. She got angry and shouted at him for interrupting her. Vadran apologized in fear. She cleared her throat and said that the most important thing in the operation was strict adherence to safety and confidentiality. Vadran asked in surprise that how would they complete the mission if they didn't know anything about it. Najeong thought about Raccoon and that Behemoth was next. He thought about the bait and Giraffe's words about how there was a high probability that Raccoon would be the next target. Zeus had said then that Raccoon would act as bait and become the leader of the squad. Nagana wondered if the masked men would take any action. Marta asked Darren if she shouldn't at least notify them about the mission level since they should think of an effective way to complete it. Darren sighed and said that it made sense, so she would tell them about the destination since they needed to go to the eastern continent. Vadran exclaimed in surprise. Najeong was dumbfounded. Ino said irritably that they should go to the eastern continent and find something, but immediately interrupted herself since she had said too much and then asked the guys to pretend that they didn't hear anything. Najeong nervously thought about the shallow mission to the eastern continent. If not that, then Light Blue Giraffe had something in mind. He looked ahead tensely. 3 men were talking, one of them raised his hand. Looking ahead, Zeman said that many famous magicians had gathered here. Looking at one man, he thought that it might be Jaemin. The red-haired man was smiling and talking to someone. Clenching his 2 fists, the fair-haired boy mentally said that he was seeing this great magician for the first time. All magicians are divided into 3 categories. An image of 2 men and a woman wearing robes appeared. Legendary magicians are those who gave direction to the magic world itself. Historically, there are only 3 of them. An image of Herman appeared, who turned his gaze. Next are the great magicians, those who influence the magic world now. Zeman looked ahead in shock, thinking that the red-haired man was looking in his direction, and perhaps he knew him. There are also ordinary magicians. Walking up and standing next to the fair-haired boy, White Crow said that they were all finally gathered. Herman turned his disdainful gaze to the side. Turning his head, Zeman mentally stated that he was not looking at him, but at this man. He looked at the white-haired boy who was a free knight, the White Raven of Rajah. The fair-haired boy mentally said that he remembered how he read Jaemin's report with interest. It was called Combination of Ritual and Spell. Looking at the red-haired man who folded his hands, Zeman mentally said that this work eventually earned him the title of a great wizard. However, there were rumors that someone constantly contradicted his report. The man said that he spoke as if he was the one who collected them. Smiling slightly, the white-haired boy asked how he knew that he collected them. Sharply turning his head, Jamin asked again. Narrowing his eyes and continuing to smile, he laughed and said that it was a joke, and added that he was the one in charge of overall command. Slightly tilting his head, the red-haired man silently gritted his teeth. Still looking at him with a sly look, Regia stated that he came with a message from the one in charge. He began to talk about the mission of the Great Emperor, which was conveyed to everyone gathered here. Jamin narrowed his eyes, waiting for an answer. Zeman silently looked ahead. The white-haired boy smiled widely. He finished by saying that their mission was to research and develop weapons for sword masters. Several weeks after leaving Nizel, several people were moving quickly through the trees. Nejan opened his mouth, trying to catch his breath. During this time, he was repeatedly testing physical barriers. The tired, sweating protagonist thought about how hard it was for him, and mentally stated that he felt like he was about to collapse. Continuing to run after the three warriors, he mentally asked how much time had passed and what he was doing here. An image of a crippled, bloody, fair-haired man appeared. The protagonist asked himself if he was only here for revenge. An image of a warrior in a mask and a gray cloak appeared. The protagonist was thinking about revenge for Najin and wondered if he could kill those people. His eyes were closing. He was trying with all his might to continue running. His eyes closed, he clenched his teeth. His head fell back, he began to fall. He looked after the three people. Turning her head, Darren asked what happened and why he stopped. Absolutely psychologically killed looking after her, he thought about what the giraffe was planning and wondered if what he told him was really true. Continuing to look at the girl who looked back, he mentally declared that the raccoon is an absolutely unreliable person and he very much doubts whether she can be trusted or not. He mentally added that she does not care about her wards at all and only worries about her sleep. An image of the protagonist appeared, looking at the girl sleeping deeply in the forest. Looking at her coldly, the protagonist mentally asked if she had any thoughts at all and if everything would be okay. Looking at the guy in confusion, Darren called out to him questioningly. Her eyes widened sharply, asking how she could not notice. She asked at what point they came so close to them. The exhausted protagonist stared questioningly at the girl. Turning and gesturing with her hand, the purple-haired girl said that they were being pursued and everyone needed to prepare for battle. The protagonist fell from her words. He looked ahead questioningly and silently. The opponents were approaching the clearing. They quickly ran through the trees. 4 people appeared in front of them, 3 of whom were ready for battle. The purple sky stood above the city. Placing a hand on his belt, Fitterans asked how long they would hesitate, and asked if they thought they were good enough. A negative answer came from the mouth of the armored knight. Landing behind the blue wolf, the man in the dark cloak asked where the giraffe was. Turning his head, the blue-haired boy asked how he could not hear, adding that all information was classified. Tilting his head, the man in the iron helmet looked at her silently. He tilted his head and placed his hand on her. Pulling his hand back, he stated that he really tried his best, but he could not do this anymore. Clenching his fist, he stated that he could not stand it anymore. Fitterans looked at his actions with frustration. Squinting his eyes, he asked, "So what?" Looking ahead, the knight said that he had to go and there was no need to stop him. The purple-haired boy glared at him menacingly. Closing his eyes, he said that he could not promise that, because his duty was to teach students. Opening his eyes, he coldly stated that his duty also included eliminating potentially dangerous people. Looking at the back of the black chicken, he asked if he was a potentially dangerous person. Turning around, Varen said that it was not bad. Turning to the guy, he took out a spear. A huge two-handed sword instantly appeared in Fedora's hand. Looking into the man's eyes once again, he asked if everything was so. Varen silently looked ahead. The red-haired girl, raising her hands, asked what was going on and if they needed to intervene. The fair-haired guy asked how and what they should do. 2 warriors were standing 5 meters away from each other. They instantly disappeared. The 2 warriors rushed at each other and swung their weapons. The blue wolf and the black chicken collided. Fedora's eyes lit up. He rushed forward. Looking at his opponent, Varen also went on the attack. A powerful blow with a blade in flight knocked down the black chicken. The knight's weapon flew out of his hand. Closing his eyes, the dark-haired guy stated this in fear. The blue-haired guy asked if this meant that the blue wolf was trying to stop him. Looking at the enemy that flew away, the purple-haired boy mentally declared that it was not so, and he simply threw the spear aside, using its power. Varen looked at him through the armor. His Ranu can freely change direction after throwing, and he can also study the terrain with the spear. The spear levitated a few hundred meters from the city. Fitterans thought that he, of course, would have to close his eyes to use this skill, and not many people know this. Continuing to fly back, the black chicken looked forward. Sitting down in flight on the two-handed sword, the blue-haired boy mentally said that he did not know what his opponent was planning, but he thought that his weapon was out of control. In an instant, he pushed off the blade with all his strength and rushed forward. He thought that this was his chance and grabbed his opponent by the neck. The warrior in armor raised his head. The purple-haired boy swung his right fist. He dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's body. Quickly moving, Fidorans continued to deal multiple blows with his hands to his body. Theron froze in place. Shards from the place where he disappeared flew to the nearby students. The red-haired girl asked in frustration what was wrong with them. The other, with tears in her eyes, answered that she did not know. Cracks appeared on dozens of meters of stone slabs. Theron, imprinted on the ground, asked him to calm down. Raising his hand, Fidorans coldly refused. He began to grab the two-handed blade and mentally declared that he was against the black chicken, so he must continue to press on him. A shot from the left knocked the guy's blade off. He slowly turned his head and looked to the side. The weapon stuck in the ground 5 meters away from them. Leaping from his place, the purple-haired guy reached out for the sword. His eyes widened as a dense attack passed over his head. Dozens of spear attacks passed near his body. Accelerating, the spear rushed forward. In an instant, it changed direction. By moving to the right, Fidorans was able to dodge the flying weapon. Raising his hand, Theron caught it. Keeping his head down, he held his spear in his hand. The purple-haired guy looked at him silently. The black chicken looked into his eyes through the helmet. Several images quickly moved through the trees. The protagonist and 3 other people looked in that direction. Darren looked ahead in surprise. A dark-haired girl in a dress and with a hook instead of a right hand was approaching them. The girl recognized her. It was Rudica. The pale-haired guy was also actively trying to catch his breath. Turning in his direction, the protagonist mentally noted that Tur was here too. Covering her eyes, Raccoon asked in disappointment what kind of business this was, adding that she thought they were being pursued by enemies. Looking into her eyes, the dark-haired girl said that this was their mission, surveillance and observation of their squad. Darren opened her mouth indignantly and said that the girl should have told her about it earlier. Rudica looked at her in confusion and said that their missions were a secret. Looking ahead, Marta mentally asked why they had to follow them. The protagonist asked if they were going to join them and if their mission was finished. Looking ahead, the dark-haired girl said that they had discovered an anomaly that needed to be discussed. She said that there was someone else in this forest besides them, squinting her eyes. The group of 6 people looked around. The small raindrops quickly turned into a downpour. Looking at the purple cloudy sky, the girl stated that it was going to rain. Raccoon looked at her worriedly and asked if she really thought there was someone else in the forest. The girl looked at her coldly and silently. She turned to the side and noticed the silhouette of a warrior with a spear. On his head was a samurai hat. He was looking at them. He spread his legs and threw his hand forward. The ground beneath his feet broke. Raindrops froze in the air for a moment. He dashed forward. A moment later, he approached 2 girls ready to attack. Under the hat was a white skeleton. A cutting stream of wind, an island of blades, was used. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The light from the explosion began to illuminate the location. Beginning to quickly grow, the shockwave demolished everything in its path. After using the ability, the warrior grabbed the spear. Dozens of attacks passed in different directions through the air. The dark-haired girl looked at him. It was instantaneous. Rudica's eyes widened. She mentally stated that he was fast, attacking before he took a position. The man stood before a powerful explosion. An image of the protagonist appeared, looking forward and asking if they could trust Lady Raccoon. Looking him seriously in the eyes, Juice clarified why he was asking. Slightly squinting his eyes, the green-haired boy asked if it was because she looked strange or if he thought she was just being flighty. Looking at the boy, the protagonist replied that it was not like that, but he felt like he was a little confused about what kind of person she was. Looking menacingly into the distance, the green-haired boy said that Raccoon was a knight that could be trusted. He added that although she looked a little sloppy and tended to rely on instinct, sometimes it helped. Rushing forward, the purple-haired girl swung her blade. Turning her head, she asked with a shocked expression if the dark-haired girl had seen how she blocked all the attacks, adding that she was lucky. The skeleton with red eyes looked at her angrily. He mentally declared that blocking his attack was not just luck. Clutching a spear surrounded by drops, he mentally said that from now on, everything will be different and he will show them what a real cutting stream of wind means. Looking at the skeleton's back, the masked man said that those guys are knights, offering his help. Turning his head, the skeleton told him not to talk nonsense, but to just watch how he handled everyone alone. The man in the red helmet narrowed his eyes. He silently lowered his head. The skeleton with a spear stood in front of the girl who blocked the blow. Taking out his weapon, the protagonist stated who was in front of them. There were hieroglyphs on his iron blade. Looking at it, the skeleton declared that it was his weapon and the protagonist was a good man for carrying it. Rushing forward, he declared that it was time to return it. Turning her head, the purple-haired girl told Najin that she would cover him and that he needed to be careful. Choosing the moment, Rudica ran at the enemy from the left. He used a cutting stream of wind, a blade strike. Swinging his spear, he delivered a slash to the girl. Gritting her teeth, the dark-haired girl looked at him. Rushing forward, the rain-soaked raccoon shouted her name. Grabbing the greatsword, she began to swing. She made an attack in an arc, the skeleton blocked with the spear. Holding back the blow, he looked at her. He began to press on the spear, pushing away his opponent's blade. Darren flew back and jumped at the enemy again. The skeleton in the cloak looked back. He used a cutting wind flow, a blade strike. A powerful wind flow passed by the girl. It headed towards the three silent warriors. Najin's eyes widened in fear. The warrior standing on the hill saw the explosion. Looking ahead, the man in the red mask stated that the skeleton fought well. Covering his eyes, he said that it was excellent and this way they would be able to achieve the goal with minimal losses. Lowering his head, the green-haired guy asked what the goal was and if they wanted to share it with him. Grabbing their weapons, the men turned around. A guy was standing 10 meters away from them. Coldly looking at them, Gius asked if they were the people in the masks and stated that there were fewer of them than he heard. Looking ahead, one of them stated that in front of them was a light blue giraffe. Looking into his eyes, the green-haired guy asked if Raymond was doing well. The warrior twitched in surprise. Looking away, he stated that he didn't want to fight him at all. Calmly looking at the masked warrior, Gius stated that he didn't either and offered to talk. Raymond looked away silently. Narrowing his eyes, the green-haired boy mentally stated that she was not letting down her guard and remained calm, which probably meant that she knew about his strength. Sitting on the ground, the bloody dark-haired girl asked if she was okay. Holding a sword in her hands, Doran answered that of course and called her over. The girl stated that she was talking about the guys. Shifting her gaze, the purple-haired girl asked if everyone was alive. Her eyes widened. The eyes of the three shock team members also sharply reflected surprise. She looked at the protagonist, whose shoulder was wounded by a spear. Spitting out blood, the protagonist mentally stated that he reacted too late. The skeleton looked at him silently. At this time, Jews told Rudica to be careful and keep everything a secret. They had to follow everyone and monitor their actions, and in case of an unforeseen situation, act at their own discretion. Rudica frowned and expressed her agreement. Darren frowned when Jews told them that they should move to the eastern continent and be sure to go along a fixed route. After hearing this, she asked him to repeat it again. Darren, who was standing to the side, listened as Fidorans was ordered to train the guys who would stay here. Varen froze in thought after hearing this. Jews glanced at Varen, telling Fidorans to stop Varen if he went crazy again. Then he glanced at the guy, telling him that he did not need to kill, but simply piso Vadrian to prevent an accident from happening. Fidorans frowned, saying that it was wasteful to use two knights like that. Gius bowed his head slightly, saying that if you look at it from only one side, yes, it was a waste, but if you look at it from any other point of view, the result will be different, because it is not yet time to use the black chicken. The guy opened his eyes and said that Varen has incredible experience in battles. His knowledge will be of great help to them in the future. The events are transferred to the training ground. The apprentices from the southwest looked at each other, looking for an opponent. Tirison frowned, trying to catch the enemy's movements. At this time, Varen appeared in front of Fidorans in an instant with a spear in his hand. His spear was at the enemy's throat in a second. A little earlier, Fidorans asked Gius if it was worth risking their lives for this. Gius asked without any emotion if he was going to die. Fidorans, hearing his question, only smiled. Returning to the present, we see how Fidorans dodged Varen's attack. He swung his blade, but Varen dodged it with ease. In a matter of seconds, they crossed blades dozens of times. Fidorans pressed Varen, forcing him to retreat and block his blows. He took a stance and decided to strike at the approaching Fidorans. Varen shouted, saying that they had only recently agreed with Gius that he could use his power whenever he wanted. Fidorans began to shout back, asking if he was complaining about himself. Varen stopped abruptly, demanding to be allowed to leave. Fidorans became angry, telling his opponent that he would not leave now. Then he rushed forward, raising his sword. But Varen threw his sword aside with one swing of his spear. Fidorans stared at his hand in shock. But the black chicken did not stop, raising his spear to strike. But suddenly the black chicken was attacked from the side. It was one of the apprentices. He immediately stepped back. Immediately after, the other two apprentices rushed forward. Using the Galaxy martial arts technique, they struck at the black chicken. Varen blocked the strike with his hands, but was still thrown back. The four apprentices stood in front of the black chicken, blocking its path. Fidorans was surprised and confused by what he saw. The apprentices from the southwest stood in front of him. Thirasun shouted, asking Fidorans if they were not ashamed to do such a thing in front of them, the ones they were supposed to train. Yulnia and Nuljan frowned and became serious when Thirasun told Fidorans that they would stop them themselves if they did not stop. Juran, who stood to the side, was almost crying, listening to her comrade. At the same time, Najin stood motionless, saying that his goal was revenge. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he had bumped into them and accidentally overheard them talking about Raccoon and Behemoth. Jews, standing in the rain, thought that the blue wolf would hold back the black chicken, and the fox and raccoon should have managed, because there was still hope for Najin, who managed to block the elephant's attack. At this time, Narun was fighting with the knights. Someone approached Jews, asking him what he wanted to talk about. Jews stared at the interlocutor and thought. Looking at the dark sky, the man thought that the giraffe recognized him, which meant that he knew everything about his abilities, and he even had a knight's title, but at the moment they only needed him and the hippopotamus. Jews' lips parted when he called his interlocutor a descendant of a dragon. The man froze after hearing what he heard. He turned slightly without saying a word. One of his subordinates took out a blade, intending to kill the enemy, but the man stopped him. Jews, looking at him, thanked Raymond for confirming his doubts. Rukian and Pamel came out from behind the tree when Jews asked the other if they were going to fight. The girl who stood motionless immediately denied it. Jews stared at Raymond, who was forced to retreat due to being surrounded. Raymond slightly flew into the air, saying that they were going to join the broken spear. Raymond stared at the giraffe, telling him to catch up with her, but then smirked, calling him slow. Raymond and her subordinates instantly disappeared from their place. Rukian approached Gius, asking him what they should do. Gius frowned, thinking that the enemies were not what he thought and he could not predict their actions at all. At the same time, in the absolute darkness, the protagonist asked himself questions. He wanted to know what all this was for. Was this revenge? Could it be guilt for killing his brother? Who should he be? Najin looked down at a loss, not understanding anything. Vadran began to scream, asking the protagonist to come to his senses. Najin stood up after his friend's screams and realized that now the only thing that mattered was what he could do. He put his blade in front of him and stared at the enemy. Najin frowned when he learned the way to become the strongest spear. At this time, the three escaped people were running in the middle of the forest. One of the warriors asked the commander if he regretted letting him go to them, and if these knights were so strong, wouldn't it be better to keep them away? The group's commander answered him by saying that this was what the giraffe wanted. He was trying to force them to fight, then maybe they could capture them and torture them for information. Remembering how Jews thanked him, the commander looked at his subordinate and said that the giraffe was still unsure of everything before he could get any clues. But he caught him off guard, and they didn't need to worry, because he would deal with the broken spear after they teamed up. The man looked at him and expressed his agreement, but in his mind he didn't understand it. At this time, Najin was staring emotionlessly into space, thinking about the possibility of becoming the strongest spear. A moment later, he pointed his spear at the enemy. Vadran stared at his partner in surprise when he did so. The protagonist stared at the enemy without expressing any emotion. Vadran screamed, saying that they needed their help. Narun stood in front of the knights, who were exhausted from the battle. He suddenly released his aura, saying that it was all terrible. Vadran looked at his comrade and screamed, asking Najin if he was okay and did he have any ideas. The protagonist stared at the enemy, realizing that the battle was dangerous. The four of them were exhausted from the battle. Could they cope with such a large number of people, since there was a high probability that Najin would end up alone? One of the knights had already fallen to his knees and was bent in half, and Najin himself had a wound in his shoulder. He could not use his left arm. Vadran shouted for the protagonist. He gripped the hilt of his weapon tighter, knowing that fighting was a bad idea. But Narun had no doubt and raised his spear, wanting to kill the enemy. The protagonist frowned, having no choice but to try to fight. The two companions immediately rushed at Narun, ordering him to stop. Najin opened his eye seeing this. Narun, who was holding the spear in his hand, looked at the enemies. He turned around sharply and stared at the enemies. In an instant, he ran past the two enemies and wounded them. Marta and Vadran were wounded, blood gushed from their torsos. Their companion turned around sharply, shouting their names. Marta's eyes closed, expressionless. Narun looked at the people who arrived, asking if they really thought that he would lose. The masked man said that they simply thought that using his power was a waste. They could have dealt with the enemies themselves. Narun glared at the man, but a second later, he turned away. Najin froze, seeing this, trying to understand why he froze. He looked at his wounded partner, then he stared at Raymond, trying to move. He remembered how Darren was happy, but now she was badly wounded and exhausted. Marta had once asked him to tell her about the techniques, but now he didn't even have the courage to save the girl from the man who raised his blade over her. Vadran had rejoiced in the past, saying that the protagonist's methods were effective, but now he stood wounded in front of the enemy. Najin gritted his teeth, realizing that it was all because he lacked strength. Suddenly, Tar turned around from behind the protagonist's hand. He abruptly released his mana, intending to do everything possible. The men abruptly turned around because of this. Narun glanced at Najin, who had released his aura. He looked at him, not believing in this enormous power. Najin, holding his partner by the shoulder, said that now was the time. Tar immediately rushed forward. A bright light illuminated the area, depriving everyone of sight for a while. The men could not see through their slits in the masks. The protagonist was going to attract the attention of the enemies by intimidation, after which Tar would use the flash. The plan was successful due to Tar's reaction. However, the masked men could see the approaching enemies because of their masks. The effect of blindness lasted only a moment. One of them raised his axe, and a moment later he lowered it, intending to wound the enemy. Vadran gritted his teeth looking at the approaching axe. He closed his eye, expecting death, but Rukian managed to save him and blocked the blow. Vadran stared at the girl in admiration. At the same time, Pamel blocked the enemy's blow and saved Marth. The group leader stared at Pamel, who had arrived. Approaching, Gius praised Najin for his work. The wounded knights looked at the giraffe. Gius stopped abruptly and said that he did not know where this skeleton suddenly appeared from, but they must take responsibility for the hopelessness of the situation. Narun looked at the giraffe, asking if he could do it, if he could buy them time alone. Gius stretched out his hands, confirming his weakness. The masked man screamed, demanding the giraffe to stop. Gius folded his palms, saying that the reason he was weak all this time was to be the strongest now. The giraffe glared at his enemy, saying that from now on, he was going to exceed his limit. The water droplets seemed to freeze in the air from the tension after his words. Lightning flashed in the middle of the forest. Gius used Event Horizon. After a while, the raging rain began to weaken. At first, there were fewer drops of water, and soon only rare droplets fell to the ground. But the lightning continued to rage in the air. Gius was enveloped in arcs of lightning. He stared at his enemy, ready to show him his strength. The heroes walked forward, supporting each other. Zeeman held on to Rukian. The girl asked if the giraffe would be okay since he sacrificed himself for them. Darren supported Rudik, saying that there was no need to worry. She was more worried that they would not be able to go far because there were many wounded among them. She hoped that they would not be caught. Pamel knitted his brows, holding the protagonist on himself and thinking about what kind of strength this was. Najon frowned, realizing that it was about an obligation. More than 500 years ago, the strongest and most dangerous knight of that time killed the royals because he did not like them. He was not recorded anywhere. The hero sat with his head down. This man was simply called a demonic knight. The guy in armor stood motionless. No one could compare to him, but in the end, the demon knight was finished off by a hero, the crimson behemoth Hincher, and all the knights swore their honor to him. Two dark figures stood still, holding weapons in their hands. The hand of the hero held the head of the demon knight. Thus, an obligation was born. The crimson behemoth Hincher was afraid of becoming a demon like her, so each knight swore to join forces and prevent this. Chains were wound around the hilt and tip of the sword. The crowd of knights joyfully raised their weapons. Gius raised his eyebrows, saying that the obligation was a means of controlling and checking the knights. It was considered an ordinary oath for which no coercive magic was used. The guy frowned, saying that in fact it was not like that. The obligation had a nuance. They said that if the oath was broken, nothing happened. But there is an assumption that by keeping it, you could get something, so it seems to him that the unusual abilities of the knights are related to the obligation. Gius stood in front of the protagonist, his mouth slightly open. Najon frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. The guy noted that he already said that he has a special power, compression. Giraffe opened his eyes wide, saying that he is weak now, but the unused power is compressed and gradually accumulates. His eyes shone brightly when he said that if he needs to use the ability, all his accumulated power will burst out of his body at once, constantly strengthening. But this skill will only last for 5 minutes. The longer he uses the skill, the more powerful his power. The time during which he has not used the ability is 4 years. Clouds appeared in the scarlet sky. A light rain began. The drops fell down quickly. One of them crashed into something in front of him. Gius opened his mouth, saying that strength and power are different things, because strength is something that can kill a person, and with the help of power it will not be possible to do this. He frowned, looking ahead and saying that from now on he would show them his power. Blue lightning flashed in the air. Narun tilted his head, asking if he hadn't seen what happened to his friends. They wouldn't go far with such injuries. The hero's words interrupted the man's thought. The guy smiled, saying that everything was fine. Bright lightning was shining around him. He took a step forward, saying that from now on he would make the skeleton sweat. Gius was right in front of him in a matter of seconds, leaving a trail of cracks in the ground and lightning light. The guy's fist was a centimeter from Narun's face. The hero struck. His power was enough to throw the man back with a shockwave. He flew above the ground, leaving a bright trail and lifting rubble into the air. Two masked people appeared around Gius. The guy turned his head, carefully watching one of them. The masked man standing in front of them screamed, saying that they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. His two accomplices were thrown back by bright lightning. Two bright traces appeared in space. The masked men were pressed into the rocky slope. They were breathing heavily, trying to cough up. Gius raised his hands to attack, making his way closer to the unknown masked man. He struck, leaving a bright trace of lightning behind him. The mask flew off the dark-haired man's face. Narun appeared behind the heroes. Gius immediately changed his location. leaving a bright trace behind him. The skeleton raised his head in surprise. The guy was hovering above them in the air. Narun lowered his head, saying that now he sees the hero as a rival, which means that they can fight at full strength. The skeleton spread his arms out to the sides, holding a weapon in one of them. A bright glow appeared behind him. He was about to use an ability, a cutting stream of wind. He moved quickly, preparing to strike. Zeus froze, lightning sparking around him. Two bright flashes were heading towards each other against the backdrop of a cloudy pink sky. A giant shockwave from their contact made the ground tremble. A bright flash lit up everything around. Baron threw his weapon over his shoulder, saying that he surrendered because fighting fools for no reason was not in his interests. Nulgen frowned, asking if this was true. The blue wolf frowned, wondering why the black chicken was such a softie. Tirisum looked away, asking if they had succeeded. Fidorans held his sword in front of him and shouted, asking what he was doing. Baron threw his weapon high into the sky. It left a bright trace behind it. The boy looked up in surprise. The knight raised his hands, saying that he was not fighting, and asked not to pay attention to this. The blue wolf frowned, looking at him. The black chicken lowered his head, thinking that even though he had just fired his spear, he wondered if it would find the giraffe's trail. The weapon hovered above the gathering place of the heroes. It suddenly moved forward, gaining a bright glow from its cooing body. The light blue giraffe's ability Event Horizon has two fatal flaws. The first is that the ability is not a power that can be used at any time. The man looked to the side, calling out a name, Ruse. The guy in the cape extended his hand to the side. Geas appeared at his side. The force of the shockwave knocked Ruse back. The man watched the battle in front of him, thinking that while he was fighting with the broken spear, the giraffe was also controlling their movements. He furrowed his brows, thinking that it was strange. It would be easier if the guy started to run out of breath, but he controlled his breathing so as not to die. The man smiled, wondering if this was really what he thought. The man held out his sword, saying that he couldn't believe that the hero had been given such an incredible ability, and Geas turned his head. The man smiled, saying that the giraffe was not demonstrating strength, but power. He frowned, thinking that once time passed, the boy would be finished. The second drawback of the Event Horizon was the light blue giraffe's oath not to kill anyone using the ability, and it seemed that the masked men understood this. The chains overlapped each other. There was little time left, 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Najeong frowned, asking what the accumulation power of 4 years was equal to. Geas put his hands in his pockets, saying that he couldn't even guess, because he had never had to hold back for so long before. He thought that he could defeat any opponent with his strength, but it would be more important not to use this power. He opened his eyes wide, saying that the longer he does not use the ability, the more new solutions he has for any incidents. His power can only become a deterrent when he uses it, so if he uses it constantly, he will limit himself. The protagonist silently looked at him, then asked why he is sure that these abilities can be obtained because of an obligation. Geas raised his eyebrows, saying that having received the skill, the hero understands this, the same with the way of using it, as he knows, abilities are part of the eye of a person, so he begins to feel this heaviness. The guy's eyes shone brightly. He said that it seems to him that when the oath is broken, the ability disappears. Narun raised his hand to attack. A bright flash flashed in it. Streams of dark energy passed near the body and head of the giraffe. Geas dodged his blow with a weapon. They hovered in the sky. The hero frowned and waved his hand. He quickly appeared on the ground, leaving a bright light behind him. The skeleton stood down in surprise, wondering if the guy was going to attack, but on the other hand, his attacks were ridiculous, but the man was sure that the giraffe had become stronger, so why was he attacking with full force? Zeus froze, standing on the ground and putting his hands out to the sides. He looked up, thinking that the power accumulated over 4 years was much more powerful than he expected, but this was the problem. It was difficult for him to focus on attacks because he was trying to control the power. The hero frowned and clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that 5 minutes would not be enough for him to get used to the skill, but he would have to strike somehow. The dark-haired man standing next to him screamed, saying that because of the oath, the guy could not kill them, so they should not worry about anything and attack. 2 people in robes and masks appeared behind Zeus. One of them drew a blade, swinging it to strike. The guy managed to dodge, ending up behind the attacker. The hero grabbed the second masked man by the arm. He cried out in surprise. Geas threw him at the man who attacked him. The shockwave made them fall to the ground. Narun appeared at the side of the guy. He struck with his sword, raising a wave of bright energy from the cracks in the ground. The giraffe managed to stop, breaking with his feet. He frowned, looking ahead. He had 42 seconds left. Najeon opened his mouth, asking why the hero told him about his secret, because he does not understand what the guy wants to achieve. Geas silently looked into his eyes. He lowered his head a little, talking about trust. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly red. The giraffe opened his mouth, saying that he thinks highly of Najeon, because in most cases, people rely on their own strength to solve a problem. But the guy is different, now they need a commander, and he believes that he should be like the protagonist. Jis's eyes shone brightly as he said that he knew the hero was hiding something, but he was doing it not to deceive him, but because he didn't trust him. Najeon kept looking at him, wondering if the boy was trying to force him to tell his secret. The boy looked at Jis, thinking that he was a reliable person, so exchanging information with him would be useful, but he didn't want to tell everything. The hero decided not to reveal himself, but he would tell the rest of the information. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that the masked men killed a member of his family, so his goal was revenge. But he was wrong. Najeon sadly raised his eyebrows and looked ahead with an empty gaze, realizing that because he didn't trust the giraffe and hid the whole truth, the operation was ruined. The boy shouldn't have used his power here. He walked forward, leaning on Pamel and wondering if he would be okay. Darren turned around. There were gray clouds in the sky. A knight's helmet appeared before his eyes. Query looked at the man sitting to the side, saying that he was sitting quietly. Had he really calmed down? The black chicken bowed his head. His spear cut through the air, moving forward. It moved in a zigzag motion, leaving a bright trail behind it. The spear urged him forward. The man knew that it would not fly too far. He just needed to get at least a rough idea of the direction. The tip of the spear pointed in the direction of the mountains. Flashes of blue lightning were visible in the distance. Vargan jumped up and clenched his hand into a fist, shouting, "Giraffe." He quickly ran forward, saying that this was simply incredible. The man quickly jumped over the fence. The hooded mage opened his mouth, asking him to stop. Darrigan frowned, saying that he thought the black chicken would attack. The girl looked away, asking where Mr. Vargan was heading. The blue wolf frowned, wondering if he should follow him. But what about the boys then? There was no choice. A tall white building with red roofs stood in the distance. The sky was dark above it. Inside the tower was a circular stone staircase. A shadow of a man appeared on the floor, saying that lunch had arrived. A hero in a white robe held a tray of food in his hands. He placed the tray on the table, saying that he would leave it here. The man quickly turned around and headed for the door. His hand froze on the handle when he heard the words that if this continued, it could lead to tragedy. The hero's mouth opened in surprise. He turned around, asking if the prophecy had finally appeared to the man. The hero asked the mother of dragons to continue. The dark-haired girl stood before him. Her eyes closed, her hands were bound with chains. She knitted her brows, saying that this was not a prophecy, but just a coincidence. The boy lowered his head, asking what the words she had just said meant. What tragedy was she talking about? The girl opened her mouth wide, as if she was about to scream. But then she clenched her teeth. She clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she could not say this because her soul was in pain. The mother of dragons covered her face with her palms, saying that she did not know what to do because she was completely helpless. The boy in the white cape stood before her, saying that everything would be fine, but the girl sadly said that if this continued, someone would die. Tears appeared in her eyes. Gias confronted Narun and the three masked men. Drops of rain fell down, creating a noise in the forest. Suddenly, the rain stopped. A powerful stream of energy broke the trees, leaving only stumps in the ground. The skeleton swung his weapon, trying to reach the boy. The hero ducked, raising his hand behind him. Narun's eyes shone brightly. The remaining time of the skill event horizon is 38 seconds. Juice gritted his teeth, looking at him. The boy's eyes shone brightly yellow. He thought about how he felt guilty before the raccoon and the fox, because this monster turned out to be much stronger than he expected, but he was still confident that he had a chance. The man in the robe turned around, saying that the skeleton asked him not to interfere, asking if the leader thought it would be better to help him. The man furrowed his brows and pressed his hand to his chest, telling him not to worry and not to dare to recklessly rush at the boy. Because the giraffe still cannot kill them because of the oath, he is not sure about the details, but he knows for sure that they will not die. Ruse looked towards the battle, thinking that he would be on guard just in case. Juice threw his head to the side. A stream of bright energy burst out next to him. The guy looked ahead with an empty gaze. Lightning flashed next to his face. A man in a mask appeared behind him. The hero put out his hand, stopping the attack. He opened his mouth, saying that Raymond had become stronger, but he did not agree with his words, saying that she was simply hiding her abilities. The girl looked at him, her eyes shining brightly in the shadow of the mask. Zeus grabbed her hand, which held the sword, saying that then he too would not regret anything. The weapon fell to the ground with a loud sound. Raymond grabbed her forearm. She looked at him menacingly. The guy opened his palm, saying that last time she did not kill the guys and save their lives, but she should know that she will not have the next chance. Narun was approaching the hero. A bright lightning threw the girl back. She managed to stop, leaning on the ground with her feet. Raymond sighed, raising her head up. Her eyes widened. She watched the battle between the skeleton and the guy. Brightly shining lightning emanated from them. Narun looked down at the hero. Zeus raised his fist to attack. Lightning appeared around him. The guy said that if he was going to kill someone, it should be Narun. In any case, he only needed a man. The most important thing now is to get rid of this monster. A giant bright ball of lightning formed in front of Raymond, which illuminated everything around. Its shockwave blew away everything around. Ruse grabbed a tree and screamed. The man frowned, wondering if his oath really didn't mean that he couldn't kill or eat something else. The girl put her hand in front of herself, protecting herself from strong streams of wind, not understanding what was happening. A bright trail went into the cloudy sky. The boy was left alone in the thicket of earth that had formed. Zeus frowned, breathing heavily, looking ahead. The boy looked to the side, thinking that the event horizon was not over yet. If this continued, it would be hard. A curtain of dust appeared in front of him. A silhouette began to appear among the curtain. Naren's mask was dirty. He was shouting that he would kill the hero. The remaining time of the event horizon was 22 seconds. Zeus looked ahead, thinking that he was sure that he should succeed, but there was no time left at all. He reassured himself, assuring himself that he had almost reached his goal. In any case, other things did not interest him much. As long as he attacked this skeleton, everything would be fine. He remembered how Najeon talked about the mask with a diamond. The hero looked to the side. The boy saw people in robes standing by the trees. One of them was wearing a mask. Zeus's body shook, his mouth opened slightly. The man bared his teeth, revealing his blade. The most important thing for the guy is to find the beginning of this group. The giraffe appeared in front of them, clenching his hand into a fist. The man swung his sword and jumped back. Splashes appeared against the dark sky. Heavy rain began. The heroes were sitting inside a stone cave. They had 3 wounded students and 2 knights. It was very dangerous. Rudica turned around. Darren frowned and held her sword in front of her, pressing her other hand to the wound on her stomach. Zeus appeared in the stone cave. The girls smiled when they saw him. The raccoon said that it was a good job. The gray fox asked if he was okay and who he brought with him. In the guy's hand was a man in a mask. The guy leaned his hand on the wall and breathed heavily, saying that this was a man named Ruse, whom they knew well. Darren raised her eyebrows and screamed, asking if he was injured. Rudica raised her eyebrows, asking who Ruse was. Rukian jumped up from her seat, calling his name. The protagonist frowned, asking what happened to the others. Did the guy kill them? Zeus pressed his hand to the wound on his chest, saying that he did not do it, but he managed to beat them up pretty good, so they will need time to recover. He turned his attention to the lying man, saying that the protagonist said that this guy from Udian, the leader of the masked group, used the boy as bait. Giraffe turned his head, looking at the lying Ruse and saying that it was very likely that this guy was not the descendant of that dragon, but they needed to get information out of him. Rukian knitted her eyebrows and screamed, asking how he could repeat that. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking about the descendant of the dragon. Zeus looked at them tiredly, saying that he would go and rest. As soon as he returned, they would need to interrogate Ruse. The guy did not have time to finish speaking and collapsed to the ground. Darren screamed, looking at this and asking if this was normal. The gray fox noted that she also saw him like this for the first time. The girl frowned, asking Tar, who was standing opposite, if this was the Ruse they knew. The guy opened his mouth, saying that it was possible. Najeon frowned, thinking that they would be able to get enough information by interrogating him. The hero wondered if this man really knew that he was not actually Najeon. He remembered the smiling guy who asked if he was Najeon. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the trembling body lying on the ground. The depression in the ground was empty. The man frowned, calling out to Raymond and asking if she was okay. The girl leaned against the tree trunk and grabbed her hand, saying that nothing threatened her life, but her right hand hurt, but there were no other serious injuries. The man smiled, asking if this was the taste of death, because it seemed like a couple of his ribs had been knocked out and his left leg was broken. He looked back, saying that the most serious thing was something else. The spear was broken. A severed arm lay on the ground. Naren froze, raindrops falling on him. He raised his head, shouting that he could still resist the heroes. The man came closer, saying that they had already left and that the blood had to be stopped. The skeleton looked at him, saying that these children were afraid of him and ran away in fear. Naren sat down on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk and muttering something under his breath. The leader frowned, saying that they had another serious problem. They had kidnapped Ruse, so he was sure that their enemies would try to extract information from him. Raymond looked at him, saying that she thought that Ruse did not know about their plans, but if the leader had doubts about the guy, then she would immediately go looking for him, especially since the giraffe's power was exhausted. The man closed his eyes, saying that his strength would be a problem in the future. The girl asked why, because his power was not as high as she expected. The leader looked at her, saying that the guy should give much stronger. The thing is that he is held back by an oath. Only thanks to this they survived. Narun silently looked at the heroes talking in front. The man said that if it were not for the broken spear, they would be just ants compared to the power of the giraffe. But he had to step carefully so as not to kill them, the ants, and he also knows that the guy was only able to use his skill a few times as expected, but he has never seen such a powerful force. He imagined a man's foot, which is about to step on a small ant. The leader looked ahead, wide-eyed, and said that their level is lower than the giraffe. He has no choice but to control his power. The reason lies in only one thing. An oath. Raymond looked at him, asking why his power wouldn't become a problem in the future. If the whole oath thing was true, then he would be able to kill them someday. The man's hair was blowing in the wind, saying that the giraffe had been holding back his power until today. It would seem that after he showed them his ability, they would be able to figure out his weakness, but the problem was that the giraffe's ability itself hadn't disappeared. He widened his eyes, saying that his power had been building up for years, and he hadn't used it because he didn't know how powerful it would be. But now any limitations had disappeared. In other words, the giraffe they met in the future would be well aware of his skill. The man introduced Jizz, who was standing with his back to him. The leader raised his hand to his face, saying that he doubted they could handle him. There definitely had to be a way to somehow disable the giraffe's power. It couldn't be that the oath was the only factor stopping the guy's ability, otherwise he wouldn't be so passive. There was simply no other reason why he didn't kill them. The girl asked what they would do with Ruse. Would they really abandon him? The man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that they would have to save him anyway. Raymond grabbed her wrist, asking if she could leave now. The leader asked her to calm down. They needed to reorganize first. The man looked at Narun, who was sitting by the tree, saying that their strongest member was injured. Restoring the broken spear was a priority. However, the longer they dragged it out, the more power the giraffe would accumulate. The leader frowned, saying that he thought the giraffe would be finished as soon as he used his skill, but it turned out to be much more serious than he thought. Juz lowered his head and breathed heavily, leaning his back against the wall. He closed his eyes. It had happened 5 years ago. A woman's hand pointed forward. Juz's eyes widened in surprise. He was a newbie light blue giraffe. She said that this was his oath. The guy looked at her in surprise, not understanding what it meant. The hero walked down the corridor with high windows, wondering if the oath had always been so ridiculous. A person who barely passed the exam hardly deserved it. The man with red hair frowned, asking what the criteria were for the oath. It was not something that could be easily abandoned. The oath became a part of them, self-confidence, and despite the fact that some of them may seem cruel, but gradually they get used to it. Juz looked at him carefully, gasping for breath, asking how it could become a part of them. Even if several people could have the same oath, did that mean it could be ignored depending on the situation or the knight who gave it? He imagined a man saying that it wasn't him who killed, but his spear. The giraffe raised his hand to his face thoughtfully, thinking that an oath could depend on values and ideas. Dark splashes appeared against the blue sky. Juz assumed a fighting stance. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and put her hand forward, asking if he couldn't dodge because he was too weak or if the giraffe hadn't trained at all. The boy breathed heavily, knitting his eyebrows and thinking about how it felt like he couldn't concentrate at all. However, he knew that if he did his hands like that, he would be able to handle it. The boy clasped his hands. He turned his hands sharply. Bright lightning appeared against the blue sky. The girl found herself pressed against the wall. She was breathing heavily. The hero froze in front of her. A cry was heard asking if Fatty was okay. Juz froze in place, opening his eyes in surprise. The man was looking out the window, saying that the boy had a special skill. In fact, he had seen it before. Once a knight made an oath, he would be granted some kind of power. He believed that the skill and the oath were somehow related. He had consulted experts to find out for sure. Silhouettes of people appeared around the hero. The man frowned, saying that he was not asking the giraffe to reveal the oath. He just wanted to conduct some research based on his ability, because the next leader of the descendants of the dragon, as well as the youngest great mage of Regia, would help him with the research. He imagined a dark-haired man with a smile on his face, a fair-haired boy with wide eyes. Juz looked away. Raindrops were falling from the sky. Suddenly, the rain became lighter. Darren held out her hand, saying that the rain would stop soon, asking what about the prisoner. Rukian raised her eyebrows, saying that he was inside with Najom. The guy standing behind happily noted that their Najom would show him where the crayfish hibernate. The others should have seen his eyes. Raccoon turned around, saying that she understood everything. Rudica frowned, thinking that the guy had left alone, hoping that he had not planned anything like that. A drop fell into the water. A silhouette was visible on the spreading full. Ruse was reflected in the water. He noticed that a long time had passed since they had talked alone. The tied-up guy turned to the protagonist, who was standing with his back to him, asking what happened to him here. Najon turned to him, his eyes wide. He frowned, wondering if he still doubted who he was. Well, in that case, he would act according to the plan. The protagonist opened his mouth, asking if they really came that day to kill him. The boy stood in front of the tied-up prisoner. Ruse opened his eyes wide. Najeong looked at him with displeasure. A smile appeared on the boy's face. He laughed loudly. The protagonist frowned, looking at him. Ruse opened his eyes wide and smiled, saying that he was definitely Najeong. The boy's eyes opened wide. He did not understand how he understood this. The hero looked at him, saying that the reason they killed Najeong was because he betrayed them. The protagonist looked at him, the wind fluttering the ribbons of his bandage. Rujian turned around, asking if it was okay to leave the protagonist and Ruse alone since Ruse had treated Najin badly. Tar frowned and replied that everything would be fine and Najin was different from what he used to be. The girl looked at Tar and said that she hoped the protagonist would not beat Ruse. The blonde man, with a serious expression, replied that he was confident in Najin since he would not even hurt Ruse. Rujian looked at Jis, wondering if he would wake up, and Tar reminded him that the giraffe had said that he would rest for a while. Jis's eyes were closed. There were trees growing on either side of the cave entrance. Someone came closer. 3 people were walking side by side. The white-haired boy turned around and explained that if you put a limit on the use of one arm, the other arm will be strengthened or can completely replace the limb that is not in use. He also said that they think that there is some phenomenon that strengthens abilities and it is related to the oath, so in general, they are studying all this. Jis watched the 2 from behind, thinking about whether he could trust them, and that conducting research meant learning about his abilities. The men turned around when he asked why they were doing all this research. Regia looked at the giraffe with a puzzled look and said that they were doing research long before him, and it was the knights who decided to interfere with their work. The black-haired boy with a calm face answered that the descendants of dragons have been using their abilities for a long time, it's just that the knights were a little late. Gius remained silent, looking at them, and thought that their answers were vague, meaning they did not want to tell him the reasons. There was a full moon above the castle. Gius stood behind the bearded man who mentioned the contract. He looked out the window, saying that they were obligated to share any information in exchange for Regia using the magical materials of their department, and the descendants of the dragon promised a long-term contract. No matter how they tried to use the knights, they would just try to get the most out of the descendants of the dragon. Gius stood near the bookshelf. He asked if they could be trusted. The man closed his eyes and said that it was difficult, but it was the best option. Gius looked straight ahead and said that in that case, he had an idea. The blue sky was visible. The first experiment was underway. 3 people were standing near the wall, in which there was a huge hole. The black-haired youth had a shocked expression. Regia said that it took about 2 months to assemble. He put one hand on his waist, telling Gius to use his power, and Gius replied that he could not. Regia looked at the giraffe and concluded that the power could only be used if a minimum amount was accumulated, and it would take a day to use it again, and the compression of the energy itself was not that effective. The dark-haired youth looked at the hole in the wall and said that there was no point in discussing the effectiveness because his ability itself was very significant. He could not believe that Gius would be able to defeat any opponent with only a lot of time. Regia looked at the piece of paper and said that he heard that the dark-haired youth was the weakest of the examinees, and statistics showed that the ability was manifested among the middle-class knights. The black-haired youth crossed his arms when Regia said that every person had something in them that helped them gain power very quickly, but it would be difficult to prove it experimentally, and he asked how Regia felt about conducting a second experiment with the knight. Gius widened his yellow eyes in surprise. The man with the light hair had a bandage on his arm. Gius' sweat dropped and said he wasn't sure about using that much power on his comrade. They looked at the giraffe in surprise, and Regia reminded him that he had almost killed a white deer 2 months ago. Gius looked at him silently. Regia, with a spiral in his eyes, asked if the giraffe was afraid of killing his comrade, and reassured him that he would have an opponent he didn't have to worry about. The man with the beard looked away and said that everything would be fine, and that Gius could agree. The giraffe's mouth fell open, dumbfounded. The man turned around and asked if Gius was still afraid to fight. The giraffe lowered his head and said that he just didn't want to. The man closed his eyes and said that it was the same thing, and that being a knight and not wanting to fight were very contradictory. Gius looked at him and said that he knew that, but it was better to defeat an opponent without fighting. The man remained silent, looking at the giraffe. Gius touched the hood and said that he could do it with his strength. A month later, the second stage of the experiment. Gius stood in the middle of the arena. A black chicken looked at him, saying that the giraffe looked weak. 3 people stood nearby. A man in armor asked if this was really the one he was going to fight. The man with red hair raised his hand and reminded him that the opponent cannot be killed. Varen raised his head and asked if he wanted him to control his strength. The man froze, surprised that the referee ignored him. Gius gritted his teeth and raised his hands when the referee said to begin. He stretched his hands forward, and the black chicken appeared behind him. The giraffe's eyes were wide in shock. He clapped his hands. Varen waved his hand. Gius disappeared, and the black chicken's attack did not reach him. Varen turned around. The giraffe was standing a long way away from him, his body emitting blue lightning. He dodged as the black chicken attacked him. Then Varen approached Gius. The giraffe deftly dodged his blows. The black chicken's spear was at his head. Gius touched the weapon. He curled his fingers. The spear flew out of Varen's hand and flew back. He turned around in confusion, and Gius clenched his hand into a fist. The ground cracked from the powerful shock wave. Blood spurted through the cracks in Varen's helmet, and he thought that the judge was telling Gius not to kill the enemy. The giraffe stood with his fist outstretched. Juice looked straight at him and said that after what happened, he would no longer use his power and the research would be suspended. The man with the beard drew his eyebrows together and fear appeared on his face. Juice clenched his hand into a fist and said that from now on, his power would be a restraining factor, and the power that was stored in his hands would have great power, thanks to which he would be able to exert great pressure on someone. The man standing next to the window said that the giraffe would need to tell everyone about his strength. Sweat stained his face as Juice said that he would hide his strength. His yellow eyes shone brightly and he said that due to the fight with the black chicken, information leaks were inevitable, and if they spread rumors about his strength intentionally, people might perceive it as posturing, and hiding his strength would increase the credibility of the information. Juice's eyes were serious as he said that he would be able to win without even fighting. The man with the beard closed his eyes and was about to say something when someone interrupted him. Varen stood next to Juice and told him to get up. The giraffe looked at him. Steam was coming out of the cracks of his iron helmet and the black chicken asked if Juice wanted to tell him anything. The man sat on the floor, saying that the reason they killed Najin was because he betrayed them. Ruse raised his thin eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. Najin looked at him silently. A little earlier, right after the giraffe fell, Ruse frowned, his face covered in bruises. Rujian, with a stunned expression, said that it was indeed Ruse, and Tar asked since when Ruse was in league with them. The youth remained silent, looking at them unfriendly, and Rujian asked where exactly he was looking. Tar turned around and said that Ruse was looking at the protagonist. Ruse raised one eyebrow in surprise, hearing Tar call the protagonist Najin. Rujian frowned, asking if this scoundrel had still not come to his senses. Ruse, with an angry expression, shouted that they were idiots who did not understand anything at all. Tar frowned in bewilderment, and Rujian broke out in a sweat, asking how much longer this nonsense could be spouted. Najin watched them from afar, thinking that fortunately no one took Ruse's words seriously, but he might get into trouble if this continued. Ruse looked at the protagonist with hatred. Drops of water were dripping from the stalactites. Najin, who had a young man sitting behind him, said that he wanted to talk to Ruse alone for a short while because it would be awkward if someone else was around. Rujian frowned and wanted to argue, but Tar interrupted her and said that he was only giving Najin 30 minutes. The young man looked at Rujian and explained that they had something to discuss and the protagonist should be given a chance. The girl frowned her black eyebrows. Currently, Najin was looking at Ruse, who was sitting on the floor. Beads of sweat were dripping down the protagonist's arm as he tried to understand what Ruse was talking about. Najin narrowed his red eyes and mentally wondered if Najin had left, betraying the masked group. Ruse wrinkled his nose at the protagonist, who hoped it wasn't true. He opened his mouth slightly, thinking about getting some more information out of Ruse. Najin thought about what he would do in this situation. He opened his red eyes wide and told Ruse to stop talking nonsense because Najin had nothing to do with them. Najin decided to check everything out. Ruse sat motionless while the protagonist thought about how it was possible that Ruse was lying to make sure who he really was. Ruse smiled and said that Najin didn't know anything about Najin. The protagonist wrinkled his nose and thought that based on Ruse's reaction, it was possible that he was telling the truth. He held the weapon in his hand, unsure of what to do. The man in the iron helmet asked if Gius wanted to tell him anything. The giraffe looked at Varen, asking how he got here and where the wolf was now. The black hen, with a green forest behind him, replied that he had flown here and found Jews using his power. Rudica approached Varen, asking what was wrong with the wolf, and he told her to shut up. He turned sharply to the girl, asking why she was interrupting him, and ordered her not to interfere, otherwise he would hit her. The gray fox froze with a shocked expression on her face, and Darren asked her to restrain herself because Varen's words had some truth. Rudica turned around, looking at Darren with bewilderment, and Jews leaned against the wall, saying that this conversation only concerned the two of them. Suddenly, a spearhead appeared near the giraffe's face. Varen picked up the weapon and reminded him that Jews promised that he could use his power wherever and as much as he wanted, and that was why he was hanging out with these children now. The black chicken bowed his head, saying that the giraffe had decided to break his promise, so he would have no objections to dying right now at the hands of Varen. Jews was silent, looking at the black chicken. He grabbed the spear. The giraffe said with a serious expression that Varen was right and that it was only fair to kill him so the black chicken could do it. Darren and Rudica looked at them, stunned. The three students froze in shock. The black chicken was silent, looking at Juice through the slits of his helmet. Fidorans frowned, asking why they needed Varen at all then. He thought it would be better if the black chicken left them. The giraffe smiled. The spear stabbed into his body, and blood gushed out. Juice pressed the weapon to his neck, asking if Varen thought he would be okay. The man froze in surprise. Holding the spear in his hand, the giraffe said that he had used up his accumulated power, but his ability had not gone anywhere and his promise was still valid, he just needed time. After using the skill event Horizon, weakness would definitely occur. Juice raised his hand and said that even he had been injured in the battle, and would have been dead by now if he had not used his ability, no matter how strong the opponent was, and in that case, he would no longer be able to fulfill his promise, but as long as he was alive, his power would accumulate. The giraffe thought that he should continue to use the black chicken as additional power during the recovery period. Jews looked at Baron seriously and said that he would keep his promise as long as he protected him. The black chicken remained silent, raising his hand. He called the giraffe a brat who had used him from the beginning. Zeus, holding the spear in his hand, told Varen to choose between killing him now and giving up on his intentions, or waiting for him for a while to achieve his goal. The black chicken did not lower his hand. He placed the spear on his shoulder and said that he would have one more condition then, which was that Zeus should not use his power without his permission. Giraffe touched the wound on his neck and said that he would promise to do so. They both turned around when they heard someone scream. Ruse was lying on the ground screaming that Najin wanted to kill him, and Rujian asked what he was talking about. The protagonist came out of the darkness saying that nothing happened, and Rujian said that this idiot was acting very strange. Ruse, lying on the floor, screamed that they were the only ones who were strange here and they should be ashamed of themselves for being fooled by the protagonist. Gius watched them in surprise, not understanding why Ruse was calling the protagonist Najin. The protagonist stood motionless. His family was killed by the masked group members and he was pursuing a single goal: revenge. Giraffe's eyes shone brightly and he called the protagonist's real name. Najin frowned tensely upon hearing this. Gius looked at him silently. A dark cave was visible. The protagonist raised his weapon and ordered Ruse to tell him everything he knew and to try not to leave anything out. Ruse frowned, looking up. He smiled and asked if Najin would kill him. The protagonist smiled slightly. Ruse smirked and said that Najin must still be in shock. The protagonist's face looked shocked. Ruse raised one eyebrow, asking if Najin had ever killed anyone before. He doubted he could do it with that mindset. The protagonist looked at Ruse silently. He widened his eyes and said that Najin was a weakling who was incapable of killing. The protagonist froze in shock when Ruse said that if it were Najin, he would kill him without a second thought. Najin yelled angrily, asking if Ruse thought he couldn't do it, and the students ran to him, asking what was going on. The protagonist turned around, saying that everything was fine. He furrowed his brows in anger, thinking that they shouldn't have interfered, and that Ruse wasn't as stupid as expected. Ruse smiled slyly, and the protagonist thought that he was shocked by how cruel this guy was. Ruse fell to the floor, screaming at the top of his lungs, saying that Najin wanted to kill him, and he was asking to be taken to the Knights. Rujian furrowed her brows, not understanding what Ruse was saying, and Tar asked if Najin had tortured him. The protagonist turned around, denying it, cursing under his breath. Ruse grinned slyly, looking at Najin. Stalactites hung from the ceiling. Ruse screamed loudly that Najin was just fooling them all. A crowd of people stood in the middle of the cave. Rujian frowned. A drop of sweat was running down her cheek. Ruse was shouting loudly that Najin was dead and the protagonist was actually pretending to be him. The boy frowned and thought that last time Najin had humiliated him in front of everyone, and now it was his turn, and the protagonist would not be able to brainwash everyone else. The blonde boy widened his red eyes. Najin swung his hand. Ruse still knew that the protagonist's abilities were not the result of night training. The two brothers were fighting. That was why the other students completely trusted Najin, and Vadran asked what was going on. In other words, this was enough to increase suspicion. Darren and Rudica looked at Najin with distrust. Gius and Varen were thoughtfully silent. Najin stood motionless, looking at them. He frowned and thought that if he denied everything, it would become even stranger. Ruse was lying on the floor, looking at the protagonist. Jews looked down and said that he was going to interrogate Ruse alone so that he would tell everything without hiding anything. Ruse furrowed his brows and shouted furiously that he would speak here. Jews looked down and sternly told Ruse to stop wasting his time, shut his mouth, and follow him. Ruse stood up, silently looking at the giraffe. They walked away, and the protagonist thought that he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. He narrowed his red eyes and thought that he had not expected such a turn of events, and he should have taken care of Ruse beforehand. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, wondering if he could kill Ruse. After all, he was here to take revenge, but for some reason he hesitated. He imagined Najin and thought that it was all because he betrayed them. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding what he was afraid of and who Najin really was. The blonde youth was smiling. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought that he needed to pull himself together. He imagined the masked men and thought that, no matter what, they had killed Najin, and that was an undeniable fact. Najin's face darkened and he thought that those bastards would pay for this, and that was all he needed to think about now. He stood still, thinking that this was all he had left. The moon hung in the night sky. Najin and Gius were in the forest. The giraffe looked at the protagonist silently. Najin also looked at him, thinking that Gius seemed to already know everything, and that was why he decided to intervene. The giraffe looked straight at him and said that he knew everything. The protagonist looked at Gius carefully, asking what he was going to do. The giraffe sat on a rock, saying that he didn't care much about it and that the only thing that mattered was that he thought highly of Neijin's abilities. And it was unexpected to learn, but it was precisely because of this that Neijin was able to fool him. The protagonist stood in front of Gius, who said that he did not need to apologize. The giraffe blamed himself for not being able to understand everything earlier. He raised his head and said that being weak was hard and that it would be necessary to provide at least one piece of evidence. Neijin looked at Gius in bewilderment. The giraffe's eyes were shining brightly. Rudica stood in the middle of the cave. The students were lying on the floor. The protagonist frowned. A rope fell to the ground. Ruse picked up the axe. Gius, with a black chicken standing next to him, said that if Neijin defeated Ruse, it would prove the truth of his words, but no one should die. Ruse smiled and said that he never thought the knights would give him such a chance. Neijin was silent with a serious face. Gius looked straight ahead, saying that losing was equal to not being able to prove his case, and in that case, he would consider Neijin unfit for future missions, and he would also be removed from the apprenticeship and returned to the ranks of ordinary people. The protagonist and Ruse stood opposite each other. They looked at each other, and the black chicken said to get ready. He raised his spear and said to begin. Neijin's hand was shaking. He furrowed his brows and said that his left shoulder was injured and he could barely move his arm. Ruse asked with a smile if the protagonist was scared, and Gius said that Ruse's right arm was also injured, so Neijin had an advantage. Giraffe looked away and asked if the protagonist wanted to be given a break or if he was going to break during a real fight. Neijin yelled indignantly that Gius knew about his injury. Giraffe called out to him with a calm face. He narrowed his eyes and asked if Neijin was weak. The protagonist looked down. His eyes were shining brightly, and Gius said to prove him wrong if he was not. The full moon was visible in the sky. Ruse raised his axe. The protagonist held the weapon in his hand. The black chicken raised his head, saying that he was already bored, and Gius replied that he should still watch the fight. Theron turned to the giraffe, surprised by these words, and Gius politely asked him to watch the fight. Ruse frowned, not understanding why Neijin was not moving. He assumed that he had some kind of strategy and was planning something. Ruse looked straight ahead, not understanding if there was any point in intimidating the protagonist. Suddenly, he ran towards Neijin, deciding to finish him off after he had played enough. Neijin stood motionless. His hair flew to the sides. Someone screamed loudly. Little Neijin raised his hand, shouting that if anyone bothered Neijin again, he would break all their legs. The young man cried, covering his mouth with his hands, and apologized to his brother. Neijin turned around and said that he had to protect his brother. Neijin cried, raising his hands, and Neijin said that he would destroy everyone who bothered him. The protagonist's gaze was serious. Dark blood gushed out. Ruse ran past Neijin, cutting his shoulder. Ruse turned around and thought that the protagonist's reaction was too slow, and it seems that he did not even notice the attack. Fresh blood was pouring out of Neijin's wound. He turned around and thought that he knew that Ruse was going to attack him, but he was unable to avoid it. He did not understand what to do because he knew that he would not be able to defeat Ruse. The protagonist silently looked at his opponent. Ruse frowned, not understanding what kind of expression this was. Neijin silently looked at him, experiencing pain. His hand was bleeding, and he thought that it seemed to him as if Ruse would cut off his hand when he hit it. He turned around and thought that he should not show it, and decided that instead of a fight he would give Ruse a psychological shake-up. He asked if this was all that his opponent was capable of. Ruse frowned in anger, and Neijin realized that he was already on the edge. Ruse immediately jumped up. He swung his axe, approaching the protagonist. Neijin looked at him calmly, using his ability to read facial expressions. A white flash appeared next to the protagonist's face. He could not follow Ruse's attack, but he managed to create a situation in which he determined the direction of the blow. He remembered his fight with his brother and thought that the main thing was not to make a mistake. Neijin raised his weapon and turned around. Ruse raised his hand, not understanding how the protagonist blocked the blow with one hand. Neijin stared at Ruse, thinking that now he needed to strike. Ruse angrily shouted that he knew Neijin was bluffing. Suddenly, the protagonist attacked his opponent. Ruse frowned, not understanding what was happening. Neijin was running towards him with a dagger in his hand, and Ruse did not understand if the protagonist really thought he could hurt him with such a careless blow. Ruse frowned and decided that he had to respond. The blades of their weapons collided. Neijin wondered if he could do it right. He decided he had to think like the first spear. Sparks flashed. Gius and the Black Hen watched the fight. A dark silhouette was visible against the moon. The protagonist extended his hand forward. Suddenly, a weapon fell from the sky and stuck into the ground. Ruse gritted his teeth, looking at the wound on his hand and saying that it was impossible. Neijin turned around and thought that he had done it. Verin looked straight ahead, asking what just happened. Neijin turned around, saying that he must have passed the test. Then he fell down. His body lay on the ground, and Gius said that he would have to listen to the fox lecture him. The black hen asked if knights were even allowed to do such things, and the giraffe looked at him, saying that he did not want to listen to this. Varen asked if Najin had passed. Zeus looked straight ahead and said that he did not know if this could be considered a victory. The protagonist was lying on the floor, Ruse was kneeling. Varen, whose face was hidden behind a helmet, asked who this guy named Najin was. Zeus, whose eyes were shining brightly, suggested that the man continue to consider the protagonist as his dead brother. Varen replied that everything was much more interesting than he expected, and he even liked Najin. The protagonist closed his eyes, lying on the ground. At the same time, the sea was visible on the eastern continent. The man whose face was hidden in the shadows asked if backup would arrive. Another man with short hair replied that 2 special squads would be sent here. The man with blonde hair said that if the backup was late, they would have to cope on their own, even risking their lives. 3 dark silhouettes were visible. The survival of the special first squad. Zeus recalled the battle that happened just recently. The protagonist's blade was flying towards the opponent at high speed, but Ruse decided to repel the attack with his axe. When their blades touched, the protagonist's sword cut through the axe blade. Ruse didn't even realize it as his hand was cut open and blood spurted out. Zeus looked ahead indifferently and wondered what it was, adding that he didn't hear the sound of the blow. After thinking for a moment, he asked if it was Naringan's ability. The protagonist lay unconscious on the ground, breathing heavily. Zeus put his hands in his pockets and looked at Varen and said that it was unlikely that they were observing Naringan's ability, then asked what he thought. Varen scratched his helmet and thoughtfully replied that he didn't even know, then added that it was likely so, but he couldn't say for sure, having only seen it once. After that, he turned to Zeus and asked if he really wanted him to find out everything. With his eyes closed and his head down, Zeus said that it was not so, adding that the protagonist was not as strong as Varen thought. That is why I am interested in him, Varen said firmly, then added that even though the protagonist was weak, he could do things like this. Zeus opened his eyes again and did not know what to say. There was regret in his eyes. Looking at the protagonist, he said that he was sorry that Najin had gone through so much. The protagonist was lying unconscious on the ground. Zeus knew that now he had no choice but to constantly watch the protagonist. Morning had come. The sun was rising from the horizon. The protagonist woke up. Next to him were Rukian, who was very happy that Najin had woken up, Vadran, who enviously said that he was told that the protagonist had a special lesson, after which he said that he was envious, and there was another guy with them who immediately reported that the protagonist had regained consciousness. When Decius arrived, everyone was gathered and attentive. Standing in front of everyone, he said that he would now tell them the plan for further action, after which he began to say that he thought that the broken spear, which they had encountered, would not pursue them in the near future, but that they would soon meet him again. Rukian, hearing this, said with displeasure that the skeleton was simply crazy. Decius continued to say that from now on they would diligently prepare for the upcoming missions. Ruse was yawning loudly and sweetly at this time. He was sitting on the ground outside, and Darren was standing next to him with a sword in her hands. She silently looked at the guy and said nothing. Ruse, noticing the attention on him, looked at the girl in surprise. At this time, Decius, pointing to Rudica, said that the girl should return and report all the information that had been received. Rudica asked emotionlessly and quietly if she really needed to go in person, and then asked if they had already split into groups. Gius, without taking his hand out of his pockets, answered no, then said that after the report, it is necessary to form a pursuit squad, and it would be best to get rid of their enemy prematurely. Although it is difficult, then he added that now all the guys will go to the base for training, and after training, they will form a special squad. After a short pause with complete indifference in his eyes, Gius said that the selected students will go with him and the black chicken to the east. In order to finish the mission, taking a breath, Gius said. At this time, the black crow was watching something intently. It was sitting on a branch opposite the open window of a luxurious house. This is completely unacceptable. A furious cry was heard from the window, causing the crow to immediately fly away. It was Herman. Standing at the window, he shouted in rage, asking how he dared to use magic as a weapon. He scolded Regia, who had a satisfied smile on his face. The boy replied that it was the Emperor's order, and then asked why Herman was expressing his dissatisfaction with him, adding that if he didn't like something, he should leave. Hearing this, Herman shouted in rage, asking how he dared to say such a thing, since Regia was a man who claimed to be a great magician. Zeeman watched all this from the side with a confused face. Weren't you the one who spoke out against this? Regia asked sarcastically. After that, there was unintelligible shouting and bickering. Zeeman, rolling his eyes, asked discontentedly how many weeks had passed, how long were these two going to argue. Amid the shouts of Herman and Regia, Zeeman looked out the window and wondered if the guys were doing well there. At this time, tiles were breaking in the courtyard of the castle. Yulnia and 7 other guys were in the courtyard. They were engaged in special training with a wolf. It was obvious that everyone was very exhausted. But the wolf had a sly smile on his face and a sword in his hand. At this time, a question was heard from behind Darren, asking why knights do not use armor. The girl turned around in surprise. The one who asked the question was the protagonist, whose face was emotionless. Darren, seeing Najin, smiled happily and asked why he had suddenly turned to her. The protagonist, not knowing how to answer, remembered Jiz, who is weak in real life, and Varen, with whom he has no desire to get involved. After thinking for a while, he answered that Darren was the best option to find out. Hearing this, the girl rubbed it with satisfaction and said that the guy knew what he was talking about, after which she replied that the thing is that knights mostly try to dodge attacks, of course, if it is possible, and if someone who can hit a knight, then the armor will be of no use, after which she added that knights, whose function is not defense, are better off light and try to avoid blows. The protagonist did not expect to hear such an answer. In his head, he was surprised that Darren with such a smart expression on his face was talking complete nonsense. After a short pause, the guy asked Darren if this only applies to knights. Looking away, the girl replied that she thought the same could be applied to students as well as generals. Suddenly, without finishing, the girl fell silent. She remembered how Jiz, standing in front of her, asked if she had heard of the descendants of the dragon. After a short pause, with the same indifference in his eyes, he added that it seemed that Dorana's life was in danger. Leaving the memories, the girl quietly and hesitantly said, "Yes, and they too." The protagonist was slightly surprised, after which he asked what the essence of protective gear was. Jiz was quietly watching the guy's dialogue from the side. Dorana answered confusedly that the gear was needed if there was no way to avoid an attack. The protagonist immediately asked to tell more in detail from that moment on. Jiz, watching the guys, wondered why exactly the raccoon and the hippopotamus lady became the target, after which he slowly said, "The hero who broke the demonic knight." After a short pause, he asked if it was somehow connected with her. There was no emotion in the guy's eyes. Looking forward, he asked if it was possible to say that their enemies had many more allies than they assumed. When suddenly he asked how Varen was going to use her. Hearing this, the black chicken was surprised. Varen was sitting on the roof above Jiz. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "I'm talking about my power," answered Jiz, keeping his hands in his pocket, and then asked again where he wanted to use his power, adding later that he thought it would be better if he knew. Varen exhaled heavily. A second later, he jumped off the roof. Varen exhaled heavily again. Suddenly, his ominous aura enveloped Juice. Leaning over the guy, he menacingly asked if Juice really took him for a fool, and then asked if Juice really thought he would tell such a thing. Resting his helmet on Juice's forehead, Varen said that no matter what, the guy was obliged to obey him as long as the promise was valid. Juice calmly said to himself that this was a useful conversation, because Varen was not just doing this out of doubt, but clearly pursuing some goal. After a short pause, he asked himself what the black chicken was up to. At this time, Varen had already turned around and was walking away. At this time, the sounds of a fight were heard in the forest. Raymond, looking very tired, said that they had received a message from the other members of the group, after which she said that everything was going well, the guys would join them soon. A man with a small stubble on his face said that this was great, after which he asked how the girl's hand was, to which she replied that everything was fine, after which he asked how the man's hand was doing. The man raised his hand and looked at it, after which he said that he thought that he would soon fully recover, after which he asked if they had managed to find out Ruse's location. The girl replied that they were trying, but because of the rain that had passed, it was difficult to find tracks. The man turned away and thoughtfully said that perhaps it was just morning meditation. When suddenly, looking up, they saw a silhouette at the top of a tree. It was the skeleton of Narun. He was sitting at the top with his eyes closed. When suddenly they lit up with red dots. Thus, the suspended training and self-development began again. An incredibly strong push of air rushed through the air. Badrin slid along the ground for several meters, stopping heavily. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face, and it was clear that the guy was exhausted. His clenched fist continued to hang in the air, occasionally trembling. It was Rukian's fist. Smoke was coming from the fist. Looking at this, the girl, breathing heavily, said that she seemed to have become stronger. At this time in the city, "The training is over," Fidorans loudly announced, after which he said that now he would announce the lists of participants in the operations. After that, he looked at the exhausted Nuljan and Rajan and said that these two would definitely be sent to the eastern continent. Turning his gaze to Quarren and Daragan, Fidorans said that these two would be in the search operation. Looking at the others, he said that they would have additional training. Hearing this, Tirisan shouted in displeasure, why were they excluded from the operation? Closing his eyes and lowering his head, Fidoras replied that he had decided so, after which he added that, of course, the guys had become stronger during this time, but he believed that these guys' participation in the operation would be too dangerous, so they should stay here and continue to improve. Yulnia, hearing this, asked herself in disappointment if the teacher really thought she was that weak. Tirisan, raising his fist, shouted loudly that they could do it too, after which he asked to give them a chance to prove themselves because they could not just stand aside. Fidoran suddenly opened his eyes, in which there was only coldness. Looking at the guy, he told him to stop complaining because their training was his merit and every decision was difficult for him. After which he added that the current operation was not a joke because they would all have to risk their lives, so now was not the place or time to prove one's case. Hearing such an answer, Turisan did not know what to say and just stood with his mouth open. There was regret in his eyes. The boy quietly and disappointedly said to himself that if this continues, then. At this time, Gius calmly asked why the protagonist wants to become a knight. What? Najin asked in surprise, raising his head. Gius again asked what the reason was that the protagonist wants to become a knight. There was no emotion on the boy's face. Looking at Gius, he quietly answered that he dreamed of this since early childhood to defend honor and administer justice. Hearing this, the giraffe closed his eyes and said that this was enough, but he would ask one more question. After a short pause, he asked what the protagonist's answer would be if it was possible to choose between revenge and the path of a knight. Hearing this, the protagonist thoughtfully asked himself if this was another test to see if he was fit to be a knight or if Gius was just trying to figure out if he was hiding something else. After thinking, Najin slowly and quietly answered that if he had to choose. His eyes were wide open. Looking ahead, he firmly answered that he would take the situation into account and then make a decision that would be considered correct. Hearing such an answer, Juice realized that the protagonist was not hiding anything. Exhaling and closing his eyes, the giraffe said that everything was fine. In his head, he said that in a sense, this answer was quite acceptable for a knight. Morning came. Standing on the porch and holding his hands behind his back, Juice emotionlessly said that they would have two missions, going to the east and searching for the skeleton. After that he added that from now on, the chosen students would be in danger at every corner, so everyone needed to focus on the tasks as much as possible. After saying this, he turned to Martha and Paimel. The protagonist stood aside, silently watching all this. In his head, he said that the two would probably go on a search. And Najin, Juice suddenly added after a pause. Hearing this, Najin was very surprised. Mr. Giraffe, he immediately addressed, but Decius interrupted him, saying that he was chosen first and he was not going to explain it. A joyful Vanrin, with a smile on his face, leaned towards the protagonist and said that everything was correct, after which he asked who, if not Najin. The protagonist did not answer. Looking at Decius, he wondered what he was up to. Tar, standing behind, looked suspiciously at the protagonist, but did not say anything. Decius suddenly began to say that then everything. When suddenly the door opened sharply, Darren ran in and screamed in confusion that trouble had happened. The giraffe turned around without any emotion and asked if it was really a skeleton. Darren, with beads of sweat on her face and horror in her eyes, screamed that some of the students had disappeared. Hearing this, even Decius was confused. At this time in the city, what? A girl's voice was heard. What are you talking about? Rudica asked emotionlessly, turning her head. What to prove? She asked. Musa, standing in front of the girl, said in confusion that he tried to stop everyone. But they said that they did not agree with the decision and that they would prove to Mr. Giraffe that they were not chosen in vain. What is the point? She asked after hearing Rudica, after which she said that the guys do not even know where the giraffe is now. And what am I talking about? Musa said in confusion, after which he said that the guys ran away from the knight in order to find another. Hearing this, Rudica got angry. Leaning forward a little, she shouted that all the guys are incredibly stupid because what those idiots did is called an escape. At this time, Turisan said that they were not running away, but they just needed to get a confession. The guys were standing among the trees in the forest. Turisan said with full confidence that they had failed to do it, but they were completely sure that they had become stronger and better. Juran stood next to him, smiling, and said that they had already realized it. After a short pause, Turisan said that Mr. Giraffe should see what they were capable of. He did not move from his place. Looking ahead, he was lost in his thoughts and said that as long as they were forced to train forever, they would never become knights. At this time, Jiz, who was in the hut, said that apparently the guys were worried that they might fall behind the others. With his hands in his pockets, the giraffe looked at the protagonist and added that by comparing themselves with the other students, the guys realized that they did not have results, so they decided to take such a step. Gius was calm. Continuing to look at Najin, he said that they needed to find the escapees as soon as possible, then added that he hoped that the escapees would not run into a skeleton or eat something strange that would make them sick to their stomachs. At this time, Yulnia was already lying on the ground, holding her head and breathing heavily. A worried Juran was sitting above her, asking what she had eaten. Yulnia answered heavily that the fruit looked very tasty. Suddenly, Turisan, pointing his finger to the side, said that there was a small slough there, so they should go there first. Some time passed. Turisan moved the bush aside. He walked ahead, and Juran, who was carrying Yulnia, walked behind him. People, the boy asked in surprise. Ahead, in a small clearing, the guys saw two people. They were a boy and a girl who were surprised by the new people. Some time passed. The sun was setting behind the horizon, and night was falling. Yulnia was sleeping on the ground. Bowing his head, Turisan said that they would definitely thank the saviors. The girl, shaking her hands, said that it was not worth it. The guy, standing nearby, said that it did not seem like the guys were often outdoors, after which he asked if they were really lost. Confusedly laughing, Juran answered that everything was so, after which she said that they were night students and they had a reason why they were here. The guy, hearing this, did not answer. Suddenly, a girl, surprised by the knights, climbed in front of him. With wide open eyes, she happily said that this was very cool, after which she asked if the guys were really having some kind of exam or something like that. Turisan, closing his eyes and lowering his head, sadly said that everyone was just suffering because of his stubbornness. Juran, standing behind, tried to calm the guy down, saying that this was not so because they made this decision together. Without calming down, Turisan grabbed his head and screamed that Mr. Wolf only wanted to protect them, and at this rate they would be killed. He continued to say in horror that they had simply lost control and gotten lost, after which he added that he thought they would not find Mr. Giraffe. Hearing this, the girl with a wide smile said that it seemed that the guys were looking for someone, after which she asked if they needed their help, because she thought that they could provide the necessary information. After all, that was their specialty. Hearing such a proposal, Turisan removed his hands from his head and said, "What in that case?" When suddenly Juran with a warm smile on her face said no, adding that everything was fine, otherwise they would end up in debt again. Turisan turned his head towards Juran in confusion. The girl also turned her head towards her comrade and said nothing. Turisan understood everything. Lowering his head, he said that everything was correct, after which he thanked the strangers. The stranger smiled broadly and said that there was nothing to be done. Night had fallen. The moon was floating across the star-studded sky. The boys had lit a fire. Turisan was dozing by a tree. Everyone else was sleeping by the fire. The strangers' voices could be heard from behind one of the trees nearby. "Is that true?" the girl asked. Yes, the boy answered in the darkness with glowing red eyes, adding that it seemed to him that the boys were following the same trail as they were. The girl looked at her comrade and asked if he had heard the sob story about a man who became a knight to find a family. Of course, the boy answered quietly, picking up a mercenary's mask. Putting it on his face, he said that it was disgusting. To this answer, the girl smiled broadly and said that it was even better this way, after which she took out the same mask. Putting it on her face, she said that they could use it to their advantage, and then just kill them. Somewhere north of Udian, unknown area, snowy mountains. It is said that in this place filled with snowstorms, a group of professional mercenaries was formed. There were about 20 of them. The mercenaries were not known throughout the world, only a few knew of their existence. Among the mercenaries, one of the girls had glowing eyes. These mercenaries, they called themselves the descendants of the dragon. At this time, Gius was drawing a plan on the ground with a stick. After drawing a house, he said that this was the current location. After drawing several circles and a triangle, he explained that the large circle was the search range for the knights, and the small circle was the search area for the disciples. After a short pause, he said that the triangle was himself, after which he said that they, along with the prisoners, would walk together, maintaining formation, so they needed to move towards the capital. Holding a small piece of paper in his hands, he continued to say that as soon as someone stumbled upon the tracks, they needed to destroy the magic chain. Then the signal would be transmitted to the knights, but under no circumstances should they engage in battle until the knights arrived. Yes, everyone gathered shouted at once. The protagonist stood among this group. He looked at everyone indifferently, saying to himself that no matter how much he thought, all this was very strange, after which he asked himself why they didn't just start a mass battle. Wasn't what happened an emergency situation. After a short pause, he said that he didn't understand what was going on at all, adding that he had a feeling that the knights were trying to prevent the situation from getting out of control. Looking towards the giraffe, he added that the students were currently being given as little information as possible, after which he asked what had happened and why the knights were trying to hide something. When suddenly Gius told Najin to stop staring at him. At this time, groaning was heard in the camp where the escaped guys were staying. Yulnia stood with her arms outstretched, practicing. Suddenly she noticed movement and immediately glanced there. Her comrades woke up. Juran, raising her head, saw Yulnia and asked how she was feeling. Standing in front of the guys, she asked discontentedly if they had both fallen asleep and what about the patrol. They woke up. A question was heard from behind, after which the strangers said that no one should worry, they just set up camp not far from the guys. The stranger was holding a small bag in her hand. Handing it to the guys, she said that they had collected some fruit, after which she asked if the guys wanted them to share. "Who are they?" Yulnia asked in surprise, moving towards the guys. Her stomach was growling loudly. Juran, smiling warmly, said that everything was fine, so there was no need to share fruit with them. Hearing this, Yulnia turned to the girl in shock. Turisan immediately leaned towards Juran in confusion and whispered what was wrong with her, because she had behaved like that yesterday too. But Juran didn't answer that. She looked at the strangers with suspicion and intently. In her head, she said that the strangers were suspiciously kind, then asked if these people, who didn't know the guys at all, were treating them well just because they were knights' apprentices, then said that she thought they were trying to get some information from them. Besides, they were taught every day that night watch was necessary, and they slept until the morning, then said that no one knows, maybe these strangers will try to do something to them, so they need to remain vigilant. Oh, come on, don't bother, the stranger said with a warm and kind smile. The stranger guy stood behind and watched everything. Looking at the red-haired girl, he said to himself that they needed to create a favorable impression, because this is a standard way to dig up some information. Jiren silently looked at the strangers, saying nothing. The stranger girl looked at her interlocutor with suspicion. In her head, she said that she did not think that Jiren fully understood the whole situation, but the girl definitely had good intuition. After some thought, she asked herself if she should kill the girl. Then she put her hand on the blade. Suddenly, she saw Kaijin's weapon among the trees behind the guys. She immediately realized that she could not take her eyes off Jiren now. Smiling broadly, the stranger asked how things were going with the search for the guys, after which she said that if they needed help, they should ask. Jiren, closing her eyes and exhaling heavily, said that it was not that easy, although the more people there were, the easier it was to cope with difficulties. Gotcha, the stranger joyfully cried out in her head. That's right, with a joyful and satisfied smile on her face, she answered Jiren, adding that she thought it would be hard for the guys, especially if they met them. With them, Jiren suddenly asked in surprise. The stranger only closed her eyes and smiled broadly, without answering. The boys tensed up. Suddenly, the stranger slowly opened her eyes, which now contained only coldness and indifference. At that very second, she rushed towards the boys, taking out her blade. The next second, the blade of her sword was already in front of Jiren's face. Yulnia did not lose her head and immediately used the technique of the martial arts galaxy part 1. Thunder. She jumped in front of Jiren and reflected the stranger's sword. The stranger began to do a somersault in the air from the blow. Having completed it in less than a second, she again directed the blade towards the boys. Jiren immediately stopped the attacker's sword. At that time, Kaijin rushed towards his weapon. He was already a few meters from his sword, so he immediately extended his hand. Noticing this, Jiren shouted for the boys to stop Kaijin. Tirisan, with a weapon in his hands, at that very second appeared above the opponents. He flew at Kaijin at a breakneck speed. The guy immediately noticed Tirisan and removed his outstretched hand. Tirisan took out a blade. Kaijin, as soon as Tirisan approached, dealt a strong and fast blow to the jaw, after which he prepared to deal a strong blow with his other hand. At that very second, Yulnia appeared above him, who used the technique of the Galaxy of Martial Arts, Part 2. Lightning. The girl kicked Kaijin with force. Having managed to defend himself with his hands, the stranger slid along the ground for 10 meters. Having wiped his mouth, Tirisan thanked his ally. Standing in a stance, Yulnia said that everything worked out, although Kaijin is strong, but if you do everything right. Then, enough suddenly came from the stranger girl. Throw down your weapon, she ordered. The guys immediately cast their gaze towards the stranger. The girl held the blade near Jiren's stomach, smiling and saying that if they, of course, did not want their friend to get hurt, well, or they could continue fighting. After these words, the stranger put the tip of the sword to Jiren's stomach. Jiren immediately screamed that she was fine, after which she told the guys to continue fighting. Yulnia and Tirisan became very tense from this. Without thinking twice, Tirisan threw away his weapon. Moving away from the weapon, he said that they did what the stranger asked, after which he told her to let Jiren go. Seeing this, the stranger did not answer. Closing her eyes and smiling, the girl said that as expected from knights' apprentices, everyone is so honest. Then suddenly, with a satisfied smile on her face, she stuck the sword into Jiren's stomach, saying that she was not like that. Blood spurted from Jiren's mouth. Seeing this, Tirisan and Yulnia were horrified. The stranger let go of Jiren, causing her to fall to the ground. At the moment when the girl was falling, there was a man nearby, too close to see what was happening, but far enough to remain unnoticed. A boy stood behind the trees, watching from the side. It was at a critical moment that he found himself. Neijin. There was horror and doubt in his eyes. What should he do? He asked himself in his head. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face, and there was horror in his eyes. In his head, he asked himself if Jiren was dead or not yet. Should I help? He asked himself. What to do? He continued to ask himself. Neijin was at a crossroads and could not decide what to do. The events take us to the forest Irakian, who was telling her comrades that they would meet here after the rounds. The girl ran away saying that the one who came last would get a flick from everyone. Vadrin smiled, hearing this, while Neijin thought about them helping the knights. Now his eye was wide open in shock. Jiren was injured and lying on the ground. The protagonist couldn't understand what was happening. Looking at the people nearby, the protagonist called them strong. Then he looked at Yulnia and Turisun and realized that if this continued, they would be in danger. The protagonist grabbed his shoulder, realizing that he shouldn't make excuses because his shoulder was almost healed. Neijin frowned, wondering if he could help them. The events take us back in time to the moment when Juran agreed to go with Turisun. He stared at her in disbelief, saying that it was unexpected because Musa refused to go with them, and besides, out of all the guys, she was the most cautious. The girl closed her eyes and said that this was the reason. Because they all acted spontaneously and sometimes even hot-temperedly, she would not even dissuade or stop them. It was better for her to go with them so that no one would kill them. Turisun smiled thanks to Juran, but now he looked at the girl in fear and horror. She was badly wounded and lying on the ground. Turisun gritted his teeth, asking in anger what they had done to them and why they were doing this to them. Turisun angrily screamed, saying that right now he would destroy them all. Yulnia tried to stop the guy, but he rushed straight at the enemy. In an instant, the guy found himself near a spear stuck in the ground, and at the same second, his enemy struck that place, crushing the soil. Turisun was able to jump into the air and dodge the blow. He frowned, looking at his enemy below. Neijin, watching from the side, was very surprised by what he saw. He remembered how Turisun, holding a spear in his hand, told him that this weapon was passed down from generation to generation in their family. And since martial arts were not so well known, he decided to become a knight so that the whole world would know about them. The guy smiled, saying that in order to achieve his goal, he would be able to defeat even Neijin someday. But now the guy's weapon shattered into pieces, and he himself received many cuts. His enemy retreated after striking and said that they attacked them simply because they were knight students. The guy smiled maliciously, saying that they hated people like them with all their hearts, so he could just consider himself unlucky. The protagonist, hiding nearby, gritted his teeth, thinking that the night should come soon because he sent a signal. Kaijin raised his sword, wanting to kill his enemy. He stopped smiling, telling Turisun not to become what he was now in the next life. The guy just bowed his head, waiting for his death. Yulnia rushed forward at that moment. She pushed off the ground sharply, destroying the soil beneath her. Using her galaxy of martial arts, the girl kicked the two enemies and threw them back. Both opponents were forced to retreat. One of them even recognized the girl's martial art. Yulnia, standing in front of Turisun, told him to come to his senses and stop torturing himself. The guy looked angrily at the opponents and began to stand up. It was at this moment that Yulnia, standing in a stance, shouted, ordering him to take Juran and run away, and that she would fight the opponents. After saying this, the girl raised her fist behind her back, preparing to attack. Suddenly, a young man appeared in front of her and asked her if the unique warm-up movements for her techniques were necessary. Without waiting for an answer, the guy pointed his sword at the girl. Yulnia glanced at the approaching blade but did not panic. A moment later, two blades were right next to her eye. Her enemy quickly struck, but was blocked. This greatly puzzled him and made him wary. His blow was blocked by the protagonist's blade. He closed his eyes after what he did. The guy was shocked, not believing that his attack was stopped with one hand. Neijin at this time frowned, trying to do something. He imagined an umbrella, trying to make it bigger to cover everything completely. His umbrella began to gradually expand, and after a couple of seconds, it almost covered the entire area. He would be glad if this dome worked at least for a while. His opponents were alarmed, not understanding what was happening. But before they managed to get out, the dome covered them. The girl was very worried. In the darkness she could not see anything, which scared her very much. She stood motionless. She felt like a person standing with her eyes closed. She abruptly began to swing the blade, assuming that Neijin was adapted to the darkness. Having dispelled the darkness, the girl frowned. She quickly looked to the side at her partner. His sword and torso were cut by Neijin standing behind him. This shocked even Yulnia and Turisun. Kaijin froze. He was wounded by Neijin. The protagonist looked back at his enemy. Although he had very little time, he managed to injure one of the enemies. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock due to Kaijin telling him that he was really Neijin. The protagonist began to go berserk, looking at the enemy, who turned out to be a descendant of a dragon because only they knew that he was alive. The events take us to another part of the forest. Juz, taking the mask in his hand, asked the prisoner why he wore it. Ruse looked at the knight and told him that he did not know the reason, because he was simply told to do so. Looking at the guy, Juz asked him if there was something special about the mask. Ruse immediately answered him, saying that it was possible to communicate with it, but he was not told anything specific. The prisoner frowned, mentally telling himself to destroy Juz and everyone he knows for daring to use him as bait. Juz looked at the guy and realized that he had no useful information and was completely useless. At the same time, Fidorans ran through the forest. He frowned deeply as he looked ahead. He remembered how Juz called out to him. He approached him and said that he was too inclined to patronize the guys, but he was harming them too much by doing so. The giraffe, without expressing any emotion, told Fidorans that the growth of students is accompanied by pain, and pain promotes growth. They will have to go through this. Jews continuously looked at the blue wolf, saying that excessive patronage will only delay the process of becoming a knight, and the guys will eventually not be able to withstand even the slightest pain. Fidorans then stared at his comrade, but said nothing. Now he gritted his teeth, acknowledging the giraffe's rightness. A moment later, he sped up, heading for the battlefield. At this time, Tar arrived at the clearing. He stopped, asking his partner about Najin's whereabouts. She said that he had not arrived yet. Looking to the side and smiling, the girl said that they had found a candidate for punishment. At the same time, in complete darkness, Najin had an idea. When trying to swing Narujin, the weapon had the ability to push off like in a fight with an elephant. If you use it, will it be possible to launch the weapon into the air? The result of this experiment was unsuccessful. The protagonist was then knocked to the ground. Najin was unable to use Narujin to its full extent. He stood up, realizing that he did not have enough strength to swing Narujin properly. He should have jumped before activating the weapon. The strongest spear and the strongest shield, and if he is unable to use the spear. The protagonist abruptly raised his hand with the spear, deciding to use the strongest shield. Kaijin stepped back and frowned. His sword was cut into 2 parts. He could not understand how this was possible. His partner started to get angry. She intentionally injured one of them. She probably thought that they could leave the corpse here, but they would surely protect the wounded to the last, but Najin did not do as she thought. Najin angrily looked at the enemy, thinking that it did not matter how sharp the spear was, it was useless if it could not strike. Partner Kaijin stepped forward, deciding to protect him. The protagonist grabbed the spear tighter. He was at his limit. They had been confronting each other for a long time, but it felt like Najin almost managed to defeat the enemies, but if he just rushed to attack, he would lose. Suddenly, partner Kaijin disappeared from the spot. She appeared in front of the protagonist in an instant, intending to kill him before he used another skill. She immediately swung her sword, looking at the enemy. The protagonist was confused, not seeing the approaching attack. But a second later, Najin noticed the approaching attack. Suddenly, Yulnia appeared in front of him, protecting him from the enemy's sword with her body. The mercenary took out her blade and snapped. Yulnia began to fall on her side after that. Najin, who saw this, was very surprised. He narrowed his eyes and decided not to think about it. He couldn't fill his head and waste time on regrets. He stared at his opponent, mentally telling himself that he needed to focus on his decision and start acting. The protagonist gritted his teeth and glared at his opponent. She frowned, realizing that Najin was not going to give up. What happened a second later surprised Najin. The girl, hearing a rustle behind her, tensed up. She turned around abruptly, assuming that Najin had a backup plan. It was at that moment that the protagonist attacked her. Strong people like the mercenary were inclined to believe only their feelings, so sometimes people tend not to notice what is in front of their eyes. In an instant, Najin was behind the girl. The aura sphere on the bush dissipated. It was what helped the protagonist launch a surprise attack. The mercenary stared at Najin, realizing that she had been tricked. The girl glanced at her blade, realizing that even though she had dodged, she could not continue the fight. She turned her head sharply and ordered Kaijin to retreat. They both abruptly rushed straight into the forest. Najin watched them go. It was as if he was in the dark. One of his enemies was seriously injured, and the other had a broken sword. He could defeat them. Najin stared at the space in front of him, realizing that they had decided to run away because they thought they were at a disadvantage. The protagonist frowned slightly, wanting to get at least some kind of hint. Najin stood in a stupor. 3 wounded lay behind him, and if he ran after the enemies, they would die. The protagonist bowed his head, trying to figure out if the knights would arrive. He glanced at his wounded comrades and thought. Najin closed his eye, thinking that he might make a mistake and no one would come to help. He imagined Jis asking him what he would choose. Najin opened his eyes and made up his mind. He rushed forward, realizing that he really had no choice. Soon Najin's figure began to move away. He ran through the forest. All he had left was revenge. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. After a while, he stopped abruptly. Tar and Rukian stared at him. Najin tried to catch his breath, mentally trying to understand why he was here. The protagonist stared at his comrades and said that there were 3 wounded. At this time, Darren was running in the middle of the forest. She looked at the map in her hand, trying to determine the location. A moment later, she crumpled the map, saying that she was almost there. But suddenly she stopped, seeing people. She immediately blocked the mercenaries' path and asked them not to be afraid, after which she introduced herself. Kaijin and his partner tensed up, realizing that it was a knight. The raccoon pointed to herself and said that she was looking for a guy with disheveled yellow hair. The girl frowned, realizing that they were unarmed and her partner was wounded. The girl tensed her fingers, not understanding what to do. Rune always told her to always be careful. The mercenary smiled and said that, to be honest, they did not see anyone in the area. Darren, hearing the answer, immediately ran past them and thanked them. But suddenly Darren remembered Gias, who told her to always think twice. The girl immediately stopped after that. She alerted the mercenary by asking if her comrade was next to her. She glanced at Darren, mentally starting to swear and worry. The mercenary turned around and started to speak with a smile on her face, but Darren interrupted her, asking why she was smiling. The girl continued to smile and said that she was just trying to be friendly. Darren parted her lips and said that people usually did not smile when their comrade was in serious condition. Darren turned around completely and said that it all looked like they were trying to escort her as soon as possible. Darren stared at the mercenaries and asked if she was right. The girl frowned, realizing that the knight was not an idiot. At this time, Varen came to the camp and asked what happened here. While Rukian and Tar were helping the wounded, Gius ordered to bring him water. Varen approached and asked about the whereabouts of the raccoon. Gius told him that it was not yet, after which he immediately ordered to put pressure on the wound of one of the students. Varen looked to the side and saw a shocked and stupefied Turisan. The knight, looking at the guy, chuckled and thought, "The events take us some time ahead." Gius wiped his sweat tiredly, saying that he did everything he could and Yulnia's life was out of danger. The problem was Juran. Juran was breathing heavily. Her injury was more serious than her partner's. Najin, standing behind his friend, asked what they were going to do. Gius glanced at him and said that at the moment there was no solution. The black chicken had already gone to get a doctor, so they had no choice but to wait. Gius suddenly looked to the side. Najin and Rukian also looked to the side. Turisan clutched his head and asked them for forgiveness, saying that it was he who brought 2 people to death. The guy screamed, calling himself a fool. Suddenly, he stopped screaming because of Gius approaching him. He stood in front of him and silently looked at the guy. Afterwards, Gius said without expressing emotions that everything that ends well will be experienced, the same with what ends badly. Turisan stopped hysteria when Gius, standing in front of him, said that he had received invaluable experience. Gius became despondent, saying that although his experience was accompanied by the sacrifice of a colleague, anything could have happened because he was also guilty of not realizing the danger of the whole situation. Turisan bowed his head and began to deny Gius's words. Gius stood motionless, telling the guy that knights also make mistakes. It happens that others can suffer because of their fault. This was a fairly common occurrence. After what was said, the knight looked at Turisan and said that even having made mistakes, a knight does not stop, because this is exactly the path of a knight. Only by gaining experience could he grow up. He was in a search party and now his duty is to find those who harmed his comrades. The guy, listening to the giraffe, calmed down and stared at him. Gius became serious, offering Turisan a chance to show her skills. Turisan slightly parted his lips and thought, but a moment later, he decisively told Gius to leave it to him. Najin and Rukian, who were standing to the side, looked at the guy in surprise. Najin frowned, looking at the giraffe. He knew that anger often makes a person move forward, and the giraffe actively took advantage of this. He managed to anger Turisan and bring him to despair while standing still. Najin slightly pursed his lips, not understanding why Gius did not want to find the root cause of the incident. He remembered Narun and did not understand why Gius hid information from them and did not try to convince the students by saying that the situation was actually too dangerous. The giraffe sighed. That was it. He did not want the students to know the truth, all because the descendants of the dragon were related to the knights. The guy looked out the window, hoping that nothing happened to Darren. Darren's sword was stuck in a nearby clearing. Her fate was unknown. The events take us to the eastern continent, to the members of the Special First Squad. Hassan extended a bag in his hand, saying that he brought them something to eat, then asked what they brought. Saul Vass frowned, asking the guy if he would share it all. Tanchurin glanced at Hassan and slightly irritatedly called him a real knight. Hearing her, the guy asked if he was the only one who took care of the food. Salvas looked behind the guy and said that he not only brought food, but also brought an uninvited guest here. Hassan looked behind and saw a man holding a sword. The long-haired man holding a sword in his hand called the knights cockroaches. Then he smirked, saying that they were fearless fools. Salvas glanced at Hassan and asked if he would deal with the guest. He told her that since he was the only one who had food, he would eat, and they would deal with him. Tanchurin heard him and called the guy pathetic, to which he told her that they needed to stock up on provisions. Salvas stepped forward, saying that she would deal with the guest. She extended her hand and began to form a spear in it. The man, seeing this, was very surprised. Salvas took a stance and told the enemy to finish faster. Soon the tip of the weapon began to form, and a second later it was almost formed. The girl hit the ground with her staff, looking at the enemy. The man smiled, asking the girl if this was the staff from the legends and where she got it. Salvas, irritated, asked the man what kind of nonsense he was talking, because her weapon was a Naringan. Tanchurin looked at her partner and asked if everything would be okay. He answered her, saying that in such a situation it would be better not to interfere until Salvas herself asks for help, otherwise her honor would be shaken because of her. Tanchurin looked at her partner and did not say anything else. Salvas shouted at the man and asked if he wanted to kill her. The man smiled widely and said that he was going to kill all of them right there except Hasten. Hasten, who was eating the food he had gotten, was puzzled when he heard this. Salvas closed her eyes and said that it was good that she would not have to persuade him to fight, but when he lost, she would not even listen to a plea for mercy. The man, hearing her, frowned, starting to get angry. The girl opened her eyes and stared at her opponent. The man raised his sword and prepared to attack. In an instant, both opponents clashed in battle. Salvas swung her staff, wanting to kill her enemy, while the man used his spring Sakura technique. Sakura petals appeared out of nowhere, greatly surprising Salvas. Hasten, who was standing to the side, was also puzzled. Salvas, not paying attention to them, lunged and attacked the man. But a moment later, she stared at her opponent in shock. While the Sakura petals were floating in the air, the man used the autumn leaf Temnica, causing the petals to rush down. He himself also ended up in the air, falling on Salvas with his sword raised high. The girl immediately began to form a staff in her left hand. She barely managed to block the enemy's attack with her staff. Salvas tensed up, holding back the onslaught of the enemy. The man, seeing how the girl formed a second staff in her right hand, mentally told himself that he could dodge the attack. Gripping the handle tighter, he used the summer rain technique. An invisible pressure immediately fell on his opponent. Her knees bent due to the enormous strength of the enemy. Salvas clenched her fist, realizing that if it weren't for the Naringen, she would have been killed already. The man was puzzled when he saw the girl's clenched fist. A moment later, Salvas struck with her fist and threw the enemy back. The man, from whose mouth blood was dripping, did not believe what had happened. He immediately grabbed his blade and used the winter wind technique. After using it, he sharply thrust the sword into the ground. But it was at that moment that he managed to knock the staff out of the opponent's hands. And when she was unarmed, the man suddenly approached her. He swung his sword, intending to use the summer rain technique. His blade was near the girl's neck in a second. A moment later, blood splashed in the air. The girl's staff, which was in the air, began to dissolve. And a second later, it completely disappeared, indicating that Salvas pierced the enemy with a newly formed staff. Salvas, who managed to dodge the blade, frowned, while the man stared in shock at the girl whose staff had pierced him. He began to fall forward, regretting it. A second later, his body collapsed next to Salvas. She stroked the wound on her cheek and sighed. Tanshirin and Hasten, who were standing to the side, praised their partner for her good work. The girl's staff began to dissolve, while she turned around and rushed towards her partners. The events take us back in time to the moment when Juran told Neijin that she envied him. Neijin looked at the girl and asked what she was talking about. She smiled slightly and said that she envied him, although she envied the other guys too, because everyone was gradually becoming stronger. And she, even with diligent training, could not keep up with them at all. Perhaps she simply did not have the talent and ability. Neijin parted his lips and wanted to say something, when the girl told him that she really wanted to have at least half of the skills that he had. But a second later he closed his mouth. At that moment, he himself did not know what he was listening to the girl with. Juran glanced at Neijin when he said that people are afraid to face their insecurities all their lives. Looking away, the protagonist said that the best way to do this was to look at herself in the mirror. As for her own confidence, only she could know everything about herself for sure, so it was absurd to compare others to herself. Then Neijin looked at Juran and said that all anyone could do was constantly sharpen and improve themselves. Juran was then very surprised by his words. A second later, she smiled and thanked the protagonist for comforting her. Now, the protagonist, looking at the injured girl, regretted not telling her to give up then. Neijin stood next to her and regretted it. Suddenly, Jiz called Martha, Pamel, and Neijin to him. He looked at them and ordered them to go east immediately after resting. Neijin, Martha, and Pamel listened to Jiz's warning. He told them that the plan would be to disguise themselves, and they would have to pretend to be ordinary people. Neijin looked at the giraffe with confusion after he said these words. He suddenly became serious, saying that he should not show his strength under any circumstances. Soon, Fidorins arrived, out of breath. He immediately stared at the two wounded men who were unconscious. Upon seeing them, the knight frowned. The events take us to the forest. Fidorins, standing in the forest, told his interlocutor that Tarisan should be removed from the mission. The giraffe frowned, saying that the opportunity to take responsibility for what happened was worth a lot and they should not let such amateur performance go unpunished, so he should take care of the guys while he went on his way. Fidorins frowned and asked what happened, since he was personally heading east. The giraffe closed his eyes and decided to tell the truth to his partner. Opening his eyes, he reported that the raccoon was missing. The events take us to Neijin asking his partners what they would do if soldiers came at them with their swords drawn. Martha and Pamel thought, looking at the protagonist. After thinking, Martha and Pamel abruptly took out their blades. Neijin closed his eyes and said with annoyance that you can go crazy with them. Jias approached and asked him about the problem. Neijin looked at the guys and asked them if they understood that ordinary people with a little stress or fear do not rush straight into battle. Pamel was surprised by the protagonist's words and asked if it was related to psychology. Martha frowned and asked what would happen if they were attacked. Hearing them, the protagonist looked at Jias and said that he gave up, because his comrades did not understand at all what it meant to be weak. Turning to the giraffe, the protagonist said that his plan may simply not work, and it is worth considering other options for action. Gius, hearing him, said that they are doing this so as not to get caught. After saying this, Giraffe frowned and asked them if they knew that they would soon be at war. The protagonist frowned and asked what was the reason for this. Many years ago, one of the generals of the eastern continent made his way to the central continent in order to bring back his people who had fled. Then he entered into battle with the knights and the general was killed during the battle. Soon the knight who killed the intruder also died, and from that moment all the problems began. Jews, who was telling about this, became serious and said that the eastern continent demanded that they give them the body of their knight. They were only looking for a reason to start a conflict, because they knew that the transfer was impossible. Martha, Pamel, and the protagonist were stunned upon hearing this. Jews, looking at the guys, said that they did not satisfy the whims of their neighbors and did not give up the body of the fallen knight. The giraffe slightly narrowed his eyes, saying that this was how the first skirmishes began, and a special squad was sent to the eastern continent from their side to gather information. However, out of the 4 knights, 1 was captured and the other 3 were isolated. Standing motionless, the giraffe said that their goal was to meet with the first squad, free the prisoner and bring him back. The 3 boys looked closely at Gius, who said that this was precisely why they couldn't get caught, because apparently, the eastern continent believed that only a special squad was sent. The giraffe became serious, saying that if they were caught, they could cause a war to break out. All 3 were very surprised by what they heard. Gius turned around and told them that he was sure that they understood him, but they shouldn't worry too much, but should train in case of an unforeseen situation. And besides, the ability to suppress power means the ability to realize how great it can be. The 3 participants watched Giraffe leave, knowing that they had to be strong enough to overcome the crisis, but weak enough to go unnoticed. Pamel glanced at Mart and said that it was hard, since they had only ever done anything but fight. Najin, who was looking at him, frowned. The protagonist suddenly unleashed his bloodlust, causing Pamel and Mart to grab their weapons. They immediately turned to him and asked why he did that. Najin told them that they had to learn to react differently to such intimidation. The 3 partners remained in the forest, discussing possible scenarios. After a while, Varen arrived with a healer. He suddenly froze when he saw a familiar face. Fidorance stared at him, frowning. While Fidorance walked the healer away, Varen asked him what happened to Juice and why they had switched. Fidorance glanced at Varen and said that Giraffe had gone east. Varen froze in place when Fidorance said that Jees asked them to find the missing raccoon and skeleton. The black chicken grabbed her head mentally, saying that he was not told anything again. Varen removed his hand, mentally telling Jees to keep his promise or he would personally kill him. The events take us to the forest. Rune turned his head when he heard people approaching. He turned around and asked the one who came if they were finished. Narun, who came to him, said that he was finished and now feels that he is renewed. Rune, next to whom Raymond was standing with a spear, told Narun that they prepared a spear for him and it is much better than the previous one. Narun slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Rune. Raymond was a little surprised, feeling a vibration in the spear she was holding. Suddenly, the spear flew out of her hand. Rune was not surprised when the spear flew past his head, but a second later, the tip of the spear stopped near his throat. Raymond, who was standing behind him, immediately grabbed the weapon while Rune stood calmly. Narun, who controlled the spear, asked Rune if he was his servant since his words sounded like whims. Rune closed his eyes and asked Narun to calm down because he did not mean it. Suddenly, Rune became serious and threateningly looked at the interlocutor and said that he also should not be mistaken because they did not obey him. Pushing the spear away with Rune's hand, he told Narun that without them it would be difficult for him to achieve the goal, as well as for them without him, so it is better to simply consider their relationship as mutually beneficial cooperation. Narun, who was listening to him, frowned, thinking about his goal. Rune looked at him and reminded him that their common goal was the destruction of all knights. The events take us to the sea on which the protagonist and his group were sailing. Jews, who was standing on the deck in the rain, said that they could see land ahead of them, and that was the eastern continent. Jews looked into the distance, saying that he would be there for the first time, so he did not have any information about the situation there. What and where was arranged, he did not know. For them, the land in the distance was a land of the unknown. The protagonist, who heard him, frowned. He wanted to go to the eastern continent, but not under such circumstances. The next day, when the sun rose, Najin's group landed on the shore and immediately ran into one of the generals. Najin touched the brim of his hat with his hand, asking if he had not said that 2 groups would go to the east, and in the end, they would be alone or the second group would come after them. Jews frowned and looked ahead, saying that the plans had changed, they would be alone. The protagonist frowned, wondering if plans could change so quickly. It was too sudden. He assumed that something could clearly be the reason. The guy turned to the giraffe standing in front of him with his back, saying that he heard that the East was closed to ordinary people, apparently because they did not interact with anyone. Gius replied that this was impossible, because in any area there is always something that cannot be obtained on the continent, therefore smuggling flourishes and repents in the East almost at the state level. Pamel opened his eyes in surprise and touched his headdress, asking if it would be better, because in his opinion they would never be caught in this case. Gius looked ahead, saying that it was quite possible. He hoped that everything was fine with the first squad. The ships were sailing to a small port where a tall white building stood. The man frowned and told them to get out of there, noting that they should have been detained in the first place, but he didn't want to deal with them. Gius looked at him from under his brows, thinking that this was probably a general, but the hero did not understand what he was doing here. Was he really stopping smugglers? The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what was going on, because this had never happened before. The man standing opposite him said that he could do nothing about it. Because they were unable to control it, one of their generals had disappeared. He thought that enemies were involved. The giraffe's eyes sparkled brightly in the shadow of his headdress. He decided that this was the first squad, thinking that he had asked them not to get involved in trouble. The girl suggested saying that they were knights, to which Pamel, turning to her, said that they would have problems like that. The main character adjusted his headdress, saying that the situation was not the best. Gius looked ahead, saying that it was the general. He didn't expect to see one of them so soon. Nothing dangerous, but they better go back. Najeon came closer, asking if they were going to turn around and leave. The giraffe's eyes were shining brightly. He said he didn't know because maybe there might not be another chance. In that case, they might lose the first squad. The general looked away in surprise. Gius lowered his head, realizing that he was looking at them. The man asked what kind of goods they had because he needed to check. The giraffe frowned, thinking about what they should do. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that they can't show the goods if the man is not a contractor, asking if that is not the basis of business. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the protagonist. You never know what kind of feelings a person might have. Did he suspect something and point them out? Judging by his manner of speech, he can't say that he is hostile, and he clearly has common sense. Gius lowered his head, understanding the essence of the situation. He understood that as long as the man was interested, they should go ahead. If the general noticed something suspicious about them, then they could play it off as confidential business. The man closed his eyes, asking them not to make a mountain out of a molehill. In any case, they were smuggling, which is already considered illegal, so it would be convenient if they simply reported the goods. Gius raised his hand, which held a red plant. He said that Timudna is a plant that grows in the central continent. It has excellent effectiveness in preventing the spread of plague. This product can also be used as a poison. There are no similar herbs in the eastern continent. The protagonist looked at the guy, thinking that he had told everything in such detail. Pamel was standing next to him, suggesting that the hero had prepared in advance. The man raised his eyebrows, asking if this was really Timudna. He frowned. Even just standing still, a lot of tension was felt. The giraffe wondered if everyone was feeling okay. Gius looked to the side. Najeon frowned. Looking forward, the hero noticed that he was holding up well. The girl and the guy looked ahead from under their brows. Gius noticed that they were nervous, which was not surprising. The giraffe looked ahead, wondering if he had managed to deceive the general, because if the battle began, it would be a problem. He needed to hold out a little longer. Najeon frowned, thinking that this would not work. He needed to act as quickly as possible, because there was a high probability that the general could detect excessive tension, and in that case, they could be in trouble. The man moved closer to him, saying that he wanted to take a look. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that he had a plan, but the success rate was 7%. He turned to the giraffe, asking if they would try to implement it. Gius turned his bright yellow eyes to him, thinking that a small percentage of success was better than nothing. The guy closed his eyes and nodded. The general stood in front of them. The giraffe turned around. He released the plants from his hand, saying that this was the product. The protagonist grabbed the man by the hand and lowered his head. The general raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Najeon looked at him, saying that the elder sent them. The man frowned, asking if this was true. Narun looked ahead, thinking that he hated sycophants, and in the east there are many such people. Some of them cloud the eyes and ears of the Lord. Such creatures know no bounds and often go too far. He held a spear in his hand. The wind fluttered his clothes. The man thought that this is why he explained to some of them that such actions could end badly. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly. He thought that judging by the information he had collected, the generals were very closely involved in politics, and they should be close to each other. This man was a general, so there was a chance that he communicated well with the skeleton. Najeon took out the blade of Narun from under his cloak, saying that the elder had given him something. The guy decided to take advantage of this. The man's eyes widened in surprise, calling the skeleton's name. The group of heroes looked at the guy in surprise. Two of them trembled. The general opened his mouth. Najeon frowned, looking at him and wondering if he had managed to deceive him. He was sure that their changes were somehow related to the skeleton in the east, but what was the reason for sending the skeleton to the central continent? Gius raised his hand. The boy furrowed his brows as he looked ahead, wondering what this might do to the general's decision. The man placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned closer, asking them to follow him. The general walked ahead, and the heroes followed him. They widened their eyes in surprise as they watched him walk, wondering if he had really taken the bait. The central continent. The night sky was dark above the trees. The man raised his brows in surprise as he heard his name being called. Raymond opened his mouth, saying that Kaijin and Callan had joined them, and behind her was a boy and a girl. Rune raised his brows, saying that they had done a good job, asking if Kaijin was okay since he seemed to have been injured. The boy came closer, saying that everything was fine, and the girl turned her head, saying that she had information. The man looked ahead with concentration. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A girl in a red robe was approaching their group. Rune frowned as he saw the sky-blue raccoon in front of him. Darren frowned as she looked ahead. Her eyes glowed brightly with a green light. The man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She opened her mouth wide, saying that she was glad to meet him. She was the knight's apprentice, the sky-blue raccoon Darren. The girl bowed, asking him to take care of her. It was 6 years ago the raccoon and the dragon's descendant first met. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he was the future head of the dragon's descendants. Rune, it was nice to meet him. It was 6 years ago in the region adjacent to the west. A group of people were standing on a stone cliff in front of the ocean. Valtanen extended his hand, pointing his finger in the direction, saying that the west was there. Darren frowned, saying that that was where the demons were. Rune looked ahead, saying that this was their area. She opened her mouth wide, asking if everything would be okay since this child was too young. A frowning boy could be seen among the crowd. Rune smiled and put his hand on his hip, saying that he was very strong. In 5 years he would be able to compete with her. Darren frowned and chuckled. The man reached for his sword, calling for the heroes following him to get to work. Rune frowned, looking ahead. The sky above the battlefield was pink. The man was sitting on a stone slope, leaning on the hilt of his sword. Darren came closer and, putting her hand behind her back, asked what the situation was. Rune looked ahead, saying that they had 2 killed and 4 wounded, asking how the knights were doing. The girl frowned, saying that one of them was seriously injured. She was sorry that they had so many casualties. He looked down, saying that everything was fine. They considered it an honor to die while completing a task. His hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke about how they, the mercenaries, were obliged to honor the contract until the very end. This would protect their families and future generations. The contract of the descendants of the dragon was equivalent to knightly honor. Darren's hair flew higher. Under the force of the wind currents, she said that she understood everything. The girl frowned, saying that it was sad. Rune remained silent, looking forward. He said that it was probably so. Tin opened his mouth wide and shouted, holding a weapon in his hand. The boy rushed forward. Darren appeared from behind him, raising her sword to strike. The heroes looked at each other and smiled. Snowflakes fell on the gray city. The man said that everyone tried hard. Tin smiled and stretched out his hand forward, saying that this was exactly what was expected of the descendants of the dragon. He admired their strength. Rune raised his eyebrows, saying that he was flattered. They were also happy to work with the knights. They were reliable allies, that they could even leave their village to them without a doubt. He closed his eyes, asking them not to worry. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking them, even if only for a short time, to take care of their home. The boys shook hands. The hero's eyes widened. He did not understand what was happening. The boy was sitting on one knee in front of 3 people, behind whom there was a strong fire. He asked why this was so. Darren's face was hidden in the darkness. Her hair was blowing in the wind. The boy turned, looking at the fire. Rune looked ahead, saying that that day was forever etched in his memory, asking if she remembered it. The girl furrowed her brows, saying that she remembered everything because it was impossible to forget. Darren's eyes flashed brightly. She said that he had the same face back then. Rune frowned furiously and looked ahead, his mouth slightly open. The boy opened his eyes wide, telling the raccoon that now he was sure that he did not want to leave her alive. Hamel opened his eyes wide, asking Jiz, who was standing in front of him, if Najeong would be okay. The girl raised her shaking hand, asking him to just say the word and she would do everything right away. The giraffe looked ahead, saying that they should trust him. He thought the hero had a plan. After all, it was Najeong. The protagonist followed the man walking in front. The general looked at him. Suddenly, he swung, preparing to strike. The guy frowned, his hair ribbon fluttering in the wind. The man froze, holding the skeleton's blade in his trembling hand and saying that he was absolutely sure that this was Mr. Narun's weapon. The hero twirled the blade in his hands, saying that it was a strange name. The man frowned, asking if the gentleman had asked him to pass on anything. The protagonist looked at him from under his brows, thinking that he should think and remember what the skeleton had been saying for 3 days. He couldn't make a mistake. He needed to collect all the information. The manner of speech was important above all. He had to be polite and take off his hat. Narun was standing behind the guy. The hero took off his hat, saying that first of all, with all due respect, the man had to prove that he was a reliable person. He frowned, thinking about what to say next. Nothing came to mind. The general frowned, looking at him. The guy opened his mouth. Na-jong's eyes shone brightly as the hero looked at the man. He decided to throw suspicion first. The general raised his head in surprise. Doubt is the first step to trust. In this case, the hero will switch roles with him. The general frowned in displeasure, asking why he was only saying this now. Besides, the protagonist has irrefutable evidence in the form of Naringen. He may be able to find out for what purpose the skeleton contacted that group of masked men. Na-jong took the blade in his hand, saying that he was thinking of confirming this for sure. The general frowned, saying that this was like Mr. Narun. He said that the guy must have heard that he was called a shabby general. Na-jong closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying, a shabby general. However, in his mind he understood that, of course, he did not know anything about such a thing. But judging by his expression, this man took his words seriously, although he hoped that the general and the skeleton were not very close. Now he had to stall for time. The important moment was coming. The man frowned, asking what Narun had asked him to convey. The boy looked at him, saying that the elder had asked him to convey something that could not be conveyed to the descendants of the dragon. Memories of the skeleton and their battle floated into the hero's head like a puzzle. The puzzle was assembled. The protagonist frowned. Na-jong was very attentive, so he was good at manipulating someone based on the information he had, but he did not know something very important. He said that the elder had told her that she should not let them get too close to her. The general covered his face with his hand, shocked by this information. The boy said that their king should take care of the future. The man's mouth fell open. Na-jong raised his eyebrows, not understanding what kind of reaction this was. Under no circumstances should he talk about his majesty. This was the reason Narun almost killed the general. The skeleton's eyes shone brightly in the shadow of his mask. The general glared at the boy, saying that it was strange because Mr. Narun wouldn't just let it go. Na-jong had been holding up well until now. The boy lowered his head, thinking that he had made a mistake. He looked at the enraged man, thinking that he could fix the situation, but he needed to figure out where exactly he was wrong. He needed to figure it out soon, otherwise he would be killed. Na-jong found himself in a crisis situation again. 6 years ago, Rune was kneeling in front of a village burning before his eyes. 3 black silhouettes stood in front of him. Leaning on his leg, he asked in shock what the hell was going on. His comrade was sitting next to him, gritting his teeth in rage. Suddenly, he broke away and ran past Darren into the flames. Tin, turning around, shouted loudly that the raccoon should stop the one who ran. Cold sweat was pouring down the girl's face, and there was horror in her eyes. Rune, still kneeling, looked at Darren with fear in his eyes. The raccoon still stood there, not taking any action out of fear. Darren, Tin suddenly screamed loudly. The girl closed her eyes, realizing what she had to do. A second later, Rune's eyes were filled with shock and horror. Darren dealt a strong slash to the back of Rune's comrade. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes from what he saw, and he screamed loudly. Breathing heavily, Darren looked at what she had done. Unable to bear it, she closed her eyes, when suddenly she felt a strong impulse and a scream from behind. She immediately turned around and saw that Voltanen was lying dead on the ground, and a sword was sticking out of Tin. The sword pierced Tin's chest. Rune was his killer. Having pulled the sword out of his opponent's body, Rune, with a bloody face, looked at Darren. The two were left alone, standing opposite each other. The same situation was now. The raccoon and Rune stood opposite each other. The man, head down, quietly said that he remembered how Darren and her comrades took lives one after another. The raccoon looked at her interlocutor with regret in her eyes and did not answer. There was hatred and contempt for the girl in Rune's eyes. Descendants of the dragon, he finished after a few seconds. At this time, Rajan looked around with a worried look. Rutchian called out to the guy and said that they needed to go faster. Coming to his senses, Rutchian rushed to catch up with the guys. Rutchian, walking ahead, said with a confused look that she thought that Mrs. Raccoon could have gotten lost. Suddenly, Tar called the girl by name. "What is it?" Rutchian asked. Tar was very tense and did not know how to start the conversation. After a few seconds, he said that if. Rutchian turned to her comrade in surprise. Tar suddenly asked what she thought about what if Najin suddenly turns out to be someone else. "What?" the girl asked discontentedly, lowering her head, and then said that he was asking the wrong person. "What about you, Rajan?" she suddenly asked. A green-eyed guy appeared behind Tar. Smiling broadly and closing his eyes, he said that he did not know, and then said that he was not sure about it. "I thought so," said Rutchian. Tar, looking at Rajan, said nothing. Suddenly the girl asked what the correct answer was in the end. At this time, the general was in the building. "What next?" the general asked with a very angry and tense look. The protagonist was surprised by such a question, but did not show it. In his head, he said that the general began to feel him too well. Because of this, his lies could have the opposite effect. There was distrust and doubt in the general's eyes. To himself, the general said that His Majesty's confidants had created a mess, and the reason why Mr. Naru got rid of them was not only because they were corrupt. After these words, he introduced the skeleton's confidants in long robes. Continuing to speak, he said that the reason was that. Suddenly he remembered the words of Naru, who stood among the dead confidants and said that respect and reverence begin with the title, and these people crossed the line. After this, the general finished that the skeleton's confidants called him by the title of king. Looking down, the general said to himself that Mr. Naru could never ignore this, and the boy's behavior was too vague, and it was also unclear where he came from. After which he asked himself if it was true that the protagonist was following Mr. Naru, adding that he was only confident in the weapon and nothing more. The protagonist was also very tense. Looking at the general, he asked himself if he would be able to overcome this situation. He realized that he looked ridiculous and said to himself that, apparently, the skeleton and the general were very close, after which he added that he was sure that the general did not think that he would be able to steal Naringen from the skeleton. Imagining the white silhouette of Naran with glowing eyes, he added that the general could not even imagine such a thing. Then suddenly it dawned on him. By the way, he suddenly said to the general. The man looked at Najin with interest, turning 90 degrees. The guy with his eyes closed carefully said that he almost died the last time, after which he added that he still did not understand the reason, and the elder did not explain anything to him. In his head, he said that he should not pretend, adding later that he was very weak and this could be his excuse. Suddenly, putting his hand to his heart, the protagonist with worried eyes asked the general to explain to him the reason why Naru had wounded him in the shoulder, thereby almost killing him. In his head, he immediately made a remark to himself that it was not necessary to lie, because it was necessary to simply tell the truth. The general looked at Najin suspiciously. The protagonist with eyes filled with cunning waited for an answer. Suddenly, the general closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened them with difficulty. Some time passed. Jias, seeing the protagonist, said that he was glad that he was okay, and then asked what happened. Najin stood at the threshold of the general's house. Walking to the guys, he did not know what to say. There was coldness in his eyes. The protagonist recalled the image of the general, who said to himself that Mr. Naru had conveyed that the situation would stabilize so much that it would soon be possible to enter into a full-scale war. After which he added that there were many on the government side who agreed with the return of Mr. Naru. The general lowered his tense gaze and added, assigning a man to the gentleman, so he should go to the elder again and help him return to his homeland. The protagonist, sitting in the room, reported that Mr. Narun allegedly told him to wait for his command here, after which he added that he thought they believed him completely, so it would be wise to split into two groups, because the lie would not be revealed if they did just that. After listening to Najin, Jias, putting his hand to his chin, said that in that case, he and Pamel would stick together, and the protagonist and Martha would wait here. Pamel, standing next to him, took hold of his hat and asked contentedly if they could really stop wearing it now. "Don't take it off," the giraffe firmly ordered. It was night outside. The moon was high in the sky. "It's time for us to go," the giraffe said. Only Martha and the protagonist remained in the room. Martha looked askance at Najin. Her cheeks were red. The protagonist looked askance at the girl and said to himself that if Martha were difficult to control, they would not have assigned her to him. When suddenly he said coldly and firmly that the girl should always remain under his control. Martha was confused by what he heard, after which she responded positively. The girl looked away in embarrassment. Looking at her, Najin did not understand what was wrong with her. "Now I notice," he suddenly said to himself. After that, he remembered Martha's face, on which there was a wide, malicious smile. There was distrust of the girl in his eyes. After that, he added that Martha was quite dangerous. At this time, under the cover of night, Decius told Pamel not to do anything reckless. After that, there was silence. There were no clouds in the sky, so the moon shone brightly. Suddenly, a bird cried, and an animal flew across the sky. It was a dove, which landed on the guy's hand. Having unfolded the message, the black silhouette read it. It was a guy with blonde hair and dry lips. "How smart you humans are," he said quietly under his breath. The guy's glowing blue eyes appeared in the darkness. After a short pause, he added, "All you do is try to benefit yourself." "Mr. Giraffe, are you even allowed to do this?" Pamel suddenly asked with a worried look. Running behind, Jews asked what he was talking about. Looking at the giraffe, the guy replied that he said that a fight was possible as a last resort. Hearing this, Jews stopped. Continuing to run forward, Pamel said that the giraffe had a contract with the black chicken, after which he asked what he would do with it. Jews started running after his comrade again, answering that his contract with the black chicken only extended to using the skill and nothing more. But even if he had to use the event horizon and then die at the hands of the black chicken, the giraffe would, without a doubt, risk his life for the common goal. This made Pamel tense up a lot. For the sake of the common goal, he asked himself in surprise, was this mission really that important? Looking ahead, Gias suddenly said that moreover, He had another priority, the lives of the boys. Hearing this, Pamel looked at the giraffe in surprise. Suddenly, looking ahead, he, not knowing what to say, plunged into memories. Pamel remembered how a long time ago, the elder brought a girl and said that from this day on, she would live in their village. The girl, very embarrassed, said that her name was Raymond. As soon as Pamel saw Raymond, he immediately became embarrassed and blushed. Leaving his memories, the guy stopped and asked if it was true that Raymond was a descendant of a dragon, after which he asked if Raymond was not a human. Sitting on a stone, Jew said that everything was not quite so, after which he explained that the descendants of the dragon is just the name of the clan, and this does not mean that the mercenaries are dragons or something like that. Looking at the interlocutor, Jews said that dragons are non-existent creatures, and in this clan, dragons are considered something like deities that only appear in legends passed down from generation to generation. A guy with long blonde hair slowly walked forward. With his bare feet, he stepped on a branch, which caused a loud crunch to be heard. The giraffe and Pamel heard it. The second immediately grabbed his weapon, seeing a black silhouette approaching them. He tensed up greatly, preparing for anything. "Hey, you," the approaching silhouette slowly and quietly said. Jews looked emotionlessly towards the stranger. Suddenly, the black silhouette dissipated and a guy whose hair was strewn with leaves appeared in front of the guys. Coming closer, he quietly asked to share food with him. Suddenly, Jesus tensed up. Looking at the stranger, he said to himself that he was a strange person, because it seemed to him that he was standing in front of him, but at the same time there was no one, after which he said that the stranger did not look like a general. At this time, Rune, lowering his head, quietly said that before killing the raccoon, he would use it for his own interests. Darren was very surprised by what she heard. Putting her hand to her chest, she cried out in confusion that Rune had every right to do this, because that was why she threw away her weapon and followed them, but harming other people was wrong. At that very moment, a strong blow hit her from the side. "How dare you say such a thing?" asked Raymond, who appeared next to her. With eyes filled with rage and hatred, she asked why Darren killed her family and how she felt taking other people's lives. She held the raccoon tightly by the neck. Gritting her teeth, Darren couldn't say anything. Raymond opened her eyes even wider and asked if Darren remembered her parents screaming, if she remembered the smell of burning, and then asked what the reason was. The raccoon looked away in shame and screamed that she couldn't tell, when Rune suddenly closed his eyes and told Raymond to calm down. After that, he looked at Darren and said that she wouldn't do anything, because it was too late, because everything had already started. At that time, the skeleton stood in the middle of the thicket. A wolf and a black chicken were running towards it. At the same time, the protagonist was sitting at the table, holding his head in his hands. Putting her hand on her hip, Marta asked what he was doing. Najin, without raising his head, said that he was thinking about what would be best. Looking at this, the girl confusedly said to herself that the protagonist was constantly worried about something. Removing his hand from his face, Najin said to himself that he thought the crisis had passed, but the story of why the skeleton had sent him needed to be expanded, and then added that it was not enough to simply say that he had come to convey a message that the descendants of the dragon could not be trusted. His eyes were cold, and he was completely focused. In his mind, he kept asking how he could clarify the reason why the skeleton had sent him, and then added that it was also important for him to get more information now, and then asked himself if he could do so. After thinking for a while, he asked if everything could go smoothly if he simply did nothing. Still looking ahead, he said that the general would not act recklessly, because, at this time, the general, sitting at the table with his hand under his nose, said that there was genuine absurdity in that. There were doubts and worries in the general's eyes. He continued to say to himself that of course it was stupid to doubt Lord Narun's loyalty to His Majesty. But it was hard to understand that a skeleton could have given His Majesty's valuable gift to the protagonist, and then asked himself what the matter was, since Najin could not have taken away the Naringen, since Lord Narun would never have lost to the protagonist, and then added that Najin also knew a lot. With his hands folded, the general continued to speak, asking himself what if Lord Narun had actually sent the protagonist, and then said that the probability was quite high, adding that therefore it was necessary to check everything and understand what only Narun could have given. After a short pause, he said that the skeleton was not one to be very cautious, and to send a person only to warn not to trust the descendants of the dragon. With a heavy sigh, the general said that this was so unlike the elder. After thinking for a moment, he said that if there were no additional messages, then he fell silent. Then everything the boy said was a lie. The general continued after a few seconds. Some time passed. The protagonist said, coming to the general, he told him that Mr. Narun wanted permission. And what kind? Turning around, the general asked in surprise. Standing at the door, the protagonist said that Mr. Narun tried to defeat 2 knights at once, but nothing worked, which is why the skeleton asked to approve the request. After a short pause, he added that the elder wanted to go to the capital and cut off the head of the leader of the left part of the continent. Hearing this, the general, looking askance at Najin, said to himself that this was complete recklessness, but After that, he remembered the image of the skeleton and added that it looked very much like Mr. Narun. After a short pause, he said to himself that, apparently, the protagonist was really sent by Narun. Standing by the window and looking into the distance, the general said that he would send a request, then told Najin to go. The protagonist nodded obediently. Looking askance at the guy, the general said to himself that even if the protagonist was telling the truth, he did not lose his sense of discomfort. After a short pause, he suddenly said that even if Najin was deceiving him, he always had insurance. At this time, a guy with long white hair with his eyes closed stood silently in the clearing. Leaning towards the giraffe, Pamel whispered to him if the stranger really could not see them. Juice immediately asked the stranger if it was not dangerous to walk around the forest in such a bad state. Keeping his eyes closed, the guy slowly and quietly said that the giraffe had unusual strength. Hearing this, Pamel was very surprised. Juice immediately grabbed him by the clothes, stopping him, and said that he thought that every person had special potential. "This is a joke?" the stranger asked quietly, without moving from his place, and then asked if all the guys on the continent were so boring. Hearing this, Pamel became very angry. Jesse, however, was calm. Looking at the stranger, he said to himself that he knew that they were not locals, and then asked how this was possible since he was standing with his eyes closed. He looked at the stranger with distrust, saying to himself that he did not look like a general, adding that he could not understand whether he was dangerous or not. "Who are you?" the giraffe asked after a short pause. The stranger did not answer at first. Then suddenly a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, and he himself said that he did not even know how to answer. Pamel, listening to this, was very tense and irritated. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he was a legend or an imaginary creature that did not exist. A drop of sweat appeared on the giraffe's face. He did not understand what the stranger was talking about. "What the?" he asked himself. Suddenly the stranger opened his eyes, which were glowing with a bright blue fire, and apologized for speaking so incomprehensibly. "I am a dragon," he said after a short pause. At that time Rudiker reported that that was all. Dalchin, having listened to everything to the end, hit himself in the face with his hand. "Mr. Turtle?" the girl asked in surprise, standing in front of the table. Folding his hands under his nose, Dalchin said that she had done a good job, after which he said that he would need to go through the requests. After a short pause, he said that the girl could go free. Rudica nodded silently. Dalchin remembered how he told Gias not to use his power no matter what. Giraffe, closing his eyes, nodded obediently. Leaving his memories, Dalchin sadly lowered his head and said to himself that he told him not to use it. After that, he raised his head. There was sadness and frustration in his eyes. He said that nothing could be done about it, after which he added that the main thing was that no one got hurt. At this time, Pamel and Jewel looked at the stranger in confusion. Suddenly, Pamel leaned over to the giraffe and whispered that the stranger was strange. In front of them, with a sly smile on his face, stood a guy with blue eyes who introduced himself as a dragon. Closing his eyes and stepping back, Pamel said that he must have been eavesdropping on their conversation. Jewel did not respond to this. In his head, he said that the stranger did not look crazy, after which he added that there were no signs of hostility, after which he added that it was even strange that such a person was trying to cooperate. The stranger's eyes blazed slyly. With a sly smile on his face, he suddenly said that the giraffe was cautious, asking if this was really a character trait. After a short pause, he told him not to worry, because he came in peace, adding that they were just having a conversation. "Did he really read my thoughts?" Gias asked himself in surprise. There was no worry on his face. Looking at the stranger, he asked what he meant by calling himself a dragon. Hearing such a question, the stranger was surprised and then asked if the giraffe had never heard of dragons. Pamel, standing behind, asked himself in shock if the stranger really was a real dragon. Gias suddenly said that they did not have enough information on this matter and then asked for more details. The stranger grinned. After that, he began to tell that after winter comes spring, water comes and goes, and creatures are born and then die. Stretching out his hand, he added that these are all laws that the whole world obeys, and then said that there is something that bypasses all laws, adding that people call such things Naringen. "Laws," said Jeez quietly and incomprehensibly. And also, the stranger suddenly said, pointing his finger at himself. Keeping his finger on himself, the stranger said nothing, only smiled. The giraffe, looking at this, did not know what to say. Pamel suddenly asked, "It turns out that dragons are not subject to the laws of the world." Removing his finger from his face, the stranger said that this is not entirely true, after which he added that there are simply periods when this happens. Pamel looked at the stranger in surprise. Raising his finger and pointing it to the sky, the stranger explained that dragons do not belong to plants, animals, or people. Dragons are conceptual beings, adding later that the more knowledge and understanding of the concept people have, the more material the creature becomes. Pamel, having listened to this, asked himself in bewilderment what all this means. Standing in front and looking away, the giraffe asked what the stranger wanted to say. The stranger narrowed his eyes. Putting his finger forward, he said that in the end, dragons obey some individual laws, adding later that the word of a dragon has more importance. Unlike a human, therefore, a dragon's promise can be equated to the law of the world. Hughes looked at his interlocutor with distrust. Closing his eyes, the stranger suddenly said why he told all this in general. Opening his eyes, filled with determination, he said that he wanted to ask the guys to free him. Pamel looked at the stranger in surprise. Hughes asked himself in his head what it meant to free. There was no smile on the stranger's face. Looking at the guys, he said that he should not have given a promise to anyone because they turned out to be too smart. There was fatigue in his eyes. He said that if the guys free him, Hughes coldly looked at the dragon without answering, when suddenly the stranger said that then he would help destroy the inhabitants of this continent. At this time, a wolf and a black chicken ran through the trees in the forest at great speed. To the right, Varen coordinated. Fidorans immediately turned, continuing to overcome the thicket. He pushed off the ground with a strong impulse. Turning to Varen, he shouted, asking if he really knew where to go, adding that they should not leave the boys for long. "We are almost there," the chicken said firmly. "What the?" the wolf asked himself incredulously, looking suspiciously at his comrade. When suddenly, looking ahead, he was very surprised. He immediately stopped abruptly. He stopped in a clearing. In front of him was the raccoon's weapon stuck in the ground. Looking at the sword in shock, he asked if Darren had really been kidnapped, although there were no signs of a struggle. When suddenly he turned to Varen, asking how he managed to know the exact location. At this time, the black chicken was looking in another direction. The wolf was very surprised. A few seconds later, he looked in the same direction. In the distance, he saw a black silhouette. It was a skeleton. Its eyes were burning. Without a second's hesitation, he used the skill-cutting wind stream. "Varen, really?" the wolf cried out at that very second, when a strong blow from the skeleton was already flying at him. Blade strike, the skeleton immediately used the technique. The wolf, noticing this, immediately reacted. He managed to block the attack at the last second. Cutting flow of wind, Narun immediately used. He immediately used the skill Blade of Faith, after which his blade was in front of the wolf's face. Some time ago, the black chicken slowly walked along the ground. Having reached the place, he stopped. In front of him were Rune and the mercenary in a mask, and not far from the tree sat Narun. "What is going on here?" Varen asked, hitting the ground with a spear. "Why are they all wounded?" he asked himself in his head. Looking at the guys, he asked if this was really the work of the giraffe, after which he said that Gia still used force. Suddenly, Rune, standing nearby, shouted that he had a proposal. Although, Varen suddenly said to himself, "This is even better." Suddenly, he shouted loudly that he was not interested and prepared to throw his spear. When Rune suddenly said that he was a descendant of dragons. These words made the black chicken stop and tremble. In his mind, he said that he should just move on. Rune, with a serious face, said that Varen hated knights, so he thought that they had something in common. Right here and now, Varen said to himself. With coldness in his eyes, Rune said that they could unite and destroy the knights together. Varen said to himself that the mercenaries were trying to recruit him. The Black Crow thought about it. At this time, Varen blocked the skeleton's blow with his spear, protecting the wolf. Seeing this, Fidorans was very surprised. Darun was also surprised. Varen just laughed. At this time, Rudica looked ahead in surprise, not knowing what to say. She looked at the guys in front of her at the edge of the forest. Kavarin stood in front of her, asking if everything was okay. Coming to her senses and turning sideways, Rudica asked if the black hen had simply told her to wait. Yes, Kavarin answered, adding that Varen and the wolf had gone somewhere. Looking away, the fox said that the two were irresponsible egoists, after which she asked herself if one of them was a traitor. Some time ago, after Rune's proposal to unite, Varen, lowering his spear, asked what the plan was. Rune, putting his hand in his pocket, tensed up. A second later, he threw a paper on the ground at the Black Crow's feet. Rune, looking at Varen, told him to contact the knights and bring them here, and then they would sort it out themselves. Varen took the paper and realized that it was their means of communication, and asked what benefit it would bring him. Rune narrowed his eyes and asked if he would not achieve his goal, since he hated knights just like them. Varen then thought about his goal. The black hen was currently saying to herself that Rune was pretending to know him. "He made me laugh," he added. Standing in a stance, he asked himself how Rune dared to suggest something like that, and then added that he did not like such people. Standing in front of the skeleton, he was saying to himself that the means of communication clearly belonged to one of the knights, and then said that he was interested in finding out what had happened here. Narun looked at Varen with burning eyes. Seeing this, the wolf realized that it was time to pull himself together. He immediately regained his balance, standing in a stance. His eyes immediately lit up. He immediately stretched his hand up. A second later, the hilt of his huge sword fell into it. After that, he immediately jumped up. "Duck!" he shouted to Varen, swinging his sword. The black chicken ducked at that very second. The next second, a devastating blow flew over Varen's head. Narun did not stand aside and also jumped back. The chicken immediately said that if the wolf was going to yell like that, the skeleton would duck too. Standing next to him, the wolf said that they both had to cut off their heads. Suddenly, the ground began to split under Narun. At that very second, he used the cutting wind stream technique. Blade strike. An incredibly powerful blow was delivered by the skeleton from top to bottom, cutting the ground. The guys immediately jumped in different directions. At that time, something was approaching the place of the fight very quickly. Strong. Having avoided the blow, Varen said to himself, after which he asked where the skeleton had come from. Something that was approaching was getting closer, making its way through the trees. Making a sharp movement to the side, Narun immediately found himself in front of the black chicken. Watching the skeleton fly at him, Varen wondered if it had noticed that he had no weapon. Something was getting closer to the battlefield. I wonder where it is, Varen asked sarcastically. Something was already a few meters away from the guys. Suddenly, the chicken's spear was behind the skeleton. It was flying towards Varen at an impressive speed. The skeleton, hearing the weapon approaching, immediately turned around. He immediately defended himself, but his weapon was knocked out of his hands. The reflected weapon immediately rushed upward. Phew, Varen sighed in relief, looking at the weapon in the air. Before the weapon returned to the skeleton, the chicken rushed to attack with his fists. Suddenly, the spear grabbed something in the air, causing a crunch. The skeleton immediately used the flow technique. A terrifying aura immediately appeared around the skeleton, which pulled the weapon towards it. Seeing this, Varen shouted that the wolf was attacking. At that very second, all the trees in the area were cut down. Varen managed to duck in time, avoiding death. The wolf jumped up, avoiding the blow. Turning back, the chicken asked in surprise if the skeleton had really destroyed the forest and it would be impossible to hide in such a situation. He understood that this would not work and they must stop the skeleton by any means. An incredibly strong aura enveloped Naru, who was holding his spear in his hands. At this time, Gius coldly said that it would be problematic to help the dragon. Looking at the stranger, the giraffe said to himself that everything that guy said was nonsense. Besides, there was no trust, so they should not waste any more time on him, because empty talk would lead to nothing anyway, after which he asked himself if he would be a threat after his refusal. The stranger thought about it after hearing the refusal. He closed his eyes and lowered his head and said, "I see." "Too bad," he added as he passed by Gius. "Too bad," the stranger said a few seconds later as he walked away. The giraffe watched the boy leave. Pamel suddenly came up to him and asked if they would just let the stranger go, since he would be interested in learning more about dragons. The giraffe did not answer this. He continued to watch the stranger leave, wondering in his head if they would be able to do anything, adding that he did not think they could fight back if the dragon attacked them, but they could not attack first. It was difficult, he said to himself, when suddenly the stranger stopped. Smiling, he said that he would thank the boys someday for sharing their food with him. At that time, Rune and the others came to the edge of the cliff. They saw the rest of the boys from the mountain. "Here they are," Rune said. Raymond came up to him, and Rune told her to take Rusa, then told Callan to follow him. He took out his weapon and said it was time to go into battle. Rudica was standing below. Suddenly, she looked up at Rune and the other mercenaries. Rune realized that the girl had noticed them. "Hunt the fox," he ordered. As he continued to run forward, Raijun asked if he thought there was a possibility of an ambush, since the black chicken might have lied to them. Looking ahead, Rune replied that it was impossible, since their offer itself was bait for the black chicken. He added that even if he refused to help them, he would try to find out what was going on out of curiosity. Narrowing his eyes, the dark-haired man stated that the black chicken had no concept of a comrade, with the only exception being the giraffe. Narun was enveloped in a cloak of lightning. Looking at the man who had raised his hand with a spear, Varen mentally stated that this was the monster everyone was talking about, adding that it certainly looked scary and he was extremely curious to understand what it was. He thought that an ordinary knight would not be able to deal with a skeleton. He clenched his weapon. Raising his hand, he moved it away from his body. Making a sharp dash forward, the black chicken declared that this was not about him. Swinging, he threw his spear. The cold weapon was quickly approaching the man shrouded in magic. He began to move his weapon. Looking at the spear, which was a meter away from him, he began an arcing attack. After performing it, he was able to deflect the enemy's spear by 90 degrees. Appearing behind the skeleton, Fidorans began to attack. Narun raised the slightly damaged weapon up. He quickly began to lower it. Having time to react, he blocked the attack in the back. Gritting his teeth, the blue wolf continued to press on his greatsword. He mentally declared that his weapon was not moving and he was sure that the skeleton used only one hand to block the blow. The screeching of metal was heard from the two weapons colliding. The two warriors flew several meters apart. Fidorans immediately began to slow down. A moment later, he was already quickly moving forward for another attack. Flying back, the skeleton looked at his opponent. Having landed, he pushed off and jumped forward. The two warriors approached each other and swung their blades. The blue wolf made several attacks. The spear flew off and rushed to the side. It flew quickly over the stumps. The spear did not slow down. It was approaching the place where the warriors clashed. A few seconds later, it was in the line of sight of the two men fighting. It was 5 meters away when Fidorans and Narun clashed blades again and again. Having parried another blow, the blue wolf saw the approaching attack. The spear approached the two opponents. Cutting the air, it flew between them. Clenching his fist and swinging, the knight declared that it was time to finish. With a powerful blow to the body, he threw the skeleton back. He moved his hand to the side. A moment later, he firmly grabbed the spear. Holding the weapon in his hands, Narun remained in a silent stance. Looking at him, Varen thought that this was really not the time for jokes, since the skeleton was doing a great job of dealing with attacks from multiple directions. He mentally added that it was probably because the terrain was too open, although he thought that would be a negative condition for someone who was outnumbered. Shifting his gaze, the skeleton calmly looked into the eyes of his enemy. Lowering his head, the knight mentally stated that Narun was so strong that he could block an attack with one hand. Looking down, he told the wolf that they needed to change the battlefield. Shifting his gaze, the crippled Fidorans agreed. Turning his head, he asked where they were going. Looking at his partner, the black chicken mentally said that the situation was getting heated, and he was starting to doubt that the blue wolf could continue to resist the enemy. Looking at him, he mentally stated that this was very stupid, and perhaps he really should have sided with the descendants of the dragon. In the middle of the dense forest was a small clearing. Several silhouettes moved quickly and silently through it. Turning his head, Rajan asked if he would allow the use of electric charges. Looking ahead, Rune agreed and said that the claw of the dragon, Raymond. In the name of Roran, the descendant of dragons, he gives the go-ahead. Shifting his gaze to the left, he told the boy to prepare to attack. Rudica threw her spear forward, which the dark-haired man dodged. He jumped back and saw the girl rush forward at Callan. She caught her arm with her umbrella. Sweeping her hand in an arc, she threw the girl into a rock. Turning his head to the dark-haired boy, Rune told him to run. He began to turn to his opponent. Looking back, Rudica stated that since they were no longer wearing their masks, it seemed that they had been exposed. Looking at her, the dark-haired man replied that there was some truth to that, but the masks were just part of the tactic. He added that he felt that seeing their faces, the knights would not be able to control their emotions. The girl looked at him coldly and silently. The gray fox's eyes widened sharply. Blood was dripping down the end of the blade. Holding his hand, Vandren stood in front of his bloodied partner. Raymond looked down coldly. Walking up to the three people, she told them to get out of her way. Clutching the blade in her hands, Rukian said that she would never do that. Narrowing her eyes, the girl said that in that case, she had no choice but to kill everyone. Rayajan stood in front of the girl with a sword. He narrowed his eyes. His opponent looked at him seriously. Looking at him, the dark-haired girl questioningly called him by name. Rayajan replied that that was indeed his name. Lowering her head, Raymond asked if he remembered her. The dark-haired guy confirmed it. The man, whose head was wrapped in a bag, silently listened to their dialogue. Narrowing her eyes, Raymond said that his time had not yet come, so he needed to leave. Taking out his blade, Rayajan said that this was not possible. Looking away, the girl began to talk about what she would have to do in this case. She began to turn around. Her gaze pierced the two warriors lying on the ground. The fair-haired guy raised his head questioningly at her. Raising his hand, Rukian shouted for him to leave quickly. Making a movement with his hand with the blade, Rukian, opening his mouth, named his ability. Using a horizontal section, he sent a compressed stream of energy forward. Finding himself less than a meter from the guy's body, Raymond said that if he hesitated like this, it would be the end for him. The guy clenched his teeth, looking down. He raised his head. In front of him was a dark-haired girl who looked at him calmly. Raymond continued to silently look into his eyes. The voices of friends were heard. A moment later, several people joyfully jumped towards the guy from behind. His eyes began to slowly close. The red-haired and green-haired girls jumped at him, swinging their swords. He turned his cold gaze to them. A shudder ran through Rukian's body as she approached the enemy. Looking at her coldly, the guy mentally declared that, as Mr. Rune said, their emotional state was unstable. A powerful explosion began to form a sphere of energy. The two girls, clenching their teeth, began to be thrown back. Rayajan spread his arms, sliding along the ground. The man with the brown bag on his head was still sitting silently on the ground. Approaching him, the dark-haired girl said that she had come for him. Calling Ruse, she began to remove the bag from his head. The face of the blue-haired guy appeared under it. He grabbed Raymond's hand abruptly. Standing up and holding her, he gave the command to start. Rajan grabbed the blade and stood in a stance. Opening his eyes and mouth wide, the guy screamed at him not to worry about him and just kill her. Lowering his head, the dark-haired guy exhaled. He used a horizontal section. The blue-haired guy continued to hold the girl's hands. Gritting his teeth, he looked forward. Raymond began to turn around. Turning her head, she looked back coldly. The girl said that she was already tired of them all. Looking forward, the skeleton asked where he was. Looking at the guy, Varen stated that he was not mute after all, and asked who he was talking about. Lowering the blade, Nargent replied that he was talking about an ill-mannered, impudent boy. Looking at him, Black Chicken said that they had many of those and needed to be more specific. Narrowing his eyes, the skeleton said that he needed the one in the hat first. Lowering his hand, the knight realized who he was talking about and stated that he agreed with him about the guy. Then he asked why the skeleton was looking for him. Looking away, Narun said that he was the one who wounded him, and if the man brought him, he would spare his life. Raising his head, Varen said that he was going to his homeland. Turning in surprise towards the knight, Fidorans mentally asked why he was telling all this. He doubted him. Looking forward, the Black Hen stated that he liked his attitude towards the guy in the hat and it would be good if he passed on a few kind words from him. He also asked what he planned to do when he met him. Looking at him coldly and menacingly, the skeleton replied that he would first avenge his hand, adding that he was going to cut off his left, then his right, then both legs and finally his neck. Looking at his opponent, Varen said that it was cruel, adding that there was a small catch, he needed him alive. Pulling his weapon away and instantly surrounding himself with a red aura, the skeleton stated that in that case, he would destroy him. Looking ahead, Black Chicken stated that he was stalling for time as long as he could and asked if Wolf had time to recover. Looking to the right, Fidorans understood what all this was for. Turning his head and exhaling, he confirmed and mentally apologized for starting to doubt him. Lowering his head, the knight said that they needed to try. Raising it, he mentally stated that in any case, staying alone with the skeleton was too dangerous and he needed a living shield just in case. The bright sun illuminated the crowns of the trees. The three girls looked ahead in confusion. Looking at them, Juice asked what was wrong with them. The red-haired guy said hello. The green-haired boy asked if they were really fighting the general. The girl turned away from him abruptly. The boy stated that he thought so, and said that they had been given clear orders not to get into trouble, and asked if they knew the meaning of the words infiltration and reconnaissance. Salvas looked at him with displeasure, saying that what happened was what happened. Pointing her finger at her, the white-haired girl said that it was all her fault. Looking ahead, Pamel said that there were only 3 of them left, and asked if another unit had been destroyed. Looking at him, Gia said that the situation was a little different here since there was another person in their unit. Narrowing his eyes, he added that the 3 of them were supposed to protect their protege. He said that he was waiting for an explanation as to why the hell the knight's apprentice had been captured. Lowering her head, the pale-haired girl hesitated before answering. Hassan, looking forward with a serious expression, stated that the student's name was Tammin, and then began to explain what had happened. An image of a wooden corridor appeared with dozens of prison cells. The boy asked to call their leader. Looking forward through the bars, the red-haired boy said that he could explain everything and that it was unfair. The girl narrowed her red eyes, saying his name. She said that he had voluntarily surrendered. Calmly looking forward, Herman said that he would like to form a special squad to carry out missions. Thus, 3 people volunteered. The 3 people looked forward with a serious expression. Blue Giraffe, assessing them with a glance, asked if everything would be okay. The results of the formation, unfortunately, met expectations. An image of Hassan screaming indignantly and Saldas plugging her ears with her fingers appeared. Each member of the squad was stubborn in their own way, so working together, the efficiency decreased. Putting his hand to his chin, the green-haired boy mentally said that all 3 of them were strong and that was why everyone was trying to solve the problem themselves. He mentally asked if everything was so bad because they had different personalities. Then Peach Rabbit made suggestions. Raising his hand, the white-haired boy said that he would like to recommend a person to their squad. He suddenly made an unusual suggestion. Rubbing his temples, Tammin said that he hoped for their support. A student joined the special squad. Everyone was worried about such a decision, but surprisingly it turned out to be a good one. An image of 4 squad members preparing for battle appeared. The knight student made up for all the shortcomings of the knights. Due to the fact that there was a not very strong student among the squad, the knights rallied and began to act together. An image of several warriors appeared in different clothes. Based on this, it was decided to form a second special squad. Looking at the green-haired boy in surprise, Pamel mentally said that he thought the formation was created because of them. Looking ahead, Gia stated that Tammin surrendered to the enemy and asked if he had a plan. Looking ahead, the white-haired boy said that he was not sure, but something happened between them. Looking at him, the green-haired boy asked if he thought it would be better to surrender calmly. He also added that it seemed like they decided to attack the enemy. Hasten confirmed. Opening her mouth wide, Salvas indignantly exclaimed that it was her idea and why was she blaming everything on her. Covering her eyes, Giraffe mentally stated that they can't go back without Tammin. Looking at him, the red-haired boy thought that he was planning something again. Looking at the white-haired boy, Gius asked if Tammin's current location was known. Hasten replied that yes, they had confirmed that he was alive and currently in prison. Placing his hand on his kasa, the green-haired boy said that they needed to prepare and asked if they had to rescue him. The three people looked at him seriously and silently, and then confirmed together. The knight dodged the blade strike by turning his body to the right. The powerful blow tore apart the ground and trees 10 meters away from them. Raising both his hands, Varen mentally said that the skeleton, even in its battered state, was stronger than him and Wolf. Extending his spear to the side, Narun approached him. The knight mentally asked if he had an excessive psychokinesis. Tilting his head, he mentally said that there was clearly a way to defeat him, adding that it was necessary to make effective attacks. Looking forward, he told the wolf to try to attack from the side of his injured arm, adding that he was sure that in this case, it would be difficult for him to focus on psychokinesis, and once his power was exhausted, the left side would become more vulnerable. Looking forward, Fidorans asked doubtfully if it really became vulnerable. Turning his head, the knight said that there was no need to delve too deeply into strategy and their enemy was already attacking. Spreading his arms, the skeleton made a sharp dash forward, overcoming several dozen meters in an instant. Varen told the blue-haired guy to think about the others because their enemy could attack the guys. Narrowing his eyes, the blue wolf said in a serious voice that he understood him. The flow of hovering death was used. Several streams of dark energy rushed towards the guy, destroying the stone in their path. Narun accelerated, his silhouette quickly moving around the location. A concentrated stream of dark faith, called the Blade of Faith, rushed towards the blue wolf's head. The thrown two-handed blade approached the skeleton's attack. He struck it, causing the skeleton's arc attack to fail. Fidorans turned in surprise to the side where the deflected projectile flew. A powerful explosion was heard 10 meters away from him. Sharply beginning to turn his body, the blue-haired guy swung his sword at the enemy's open part. The powerful blow threw Naryu. Having managed to block the blow with his weapon, the skeleton did not receive serious injuries. Looking at his flying enemy, the guy mentally noted that he was able to block. Grabbing the weapon, Black Chicken appeared behind the skeleton. Feeling the enemy, he began to quickly turn his head. Naru used a stream of hovering death, a blade strike. A 10-meter concentrated stream of energy almost covered the jumping Fidorans. Smoke covered the destroyed and slightly empty location. Varen, who was pressed into the ground, wheezed in pain. He raised his head, seeing the outline of the enemy's silhouette approaching. A slightly crippled skeleton looked down at him. Turning his head, the knight mentally declared that it was hard for him to breathe and shouted to the wolf that this was his chance and he needed to throw out all his strength. A moment later, Fidorans, swinging his two-handed sword, appeared from the smoke. He quickly approached the enemy, starting an attack with his sword. The skeleton stood and looked forward. He calmly began to turn his head to the left. Smiling slightly, he used the ability Death's Secret, King's Wrath. His weapon began to be enveloped in streams of dark magic. The skeleton's dark hat froze in the air, losing its support. Frozen in place, Fidorans continued to look forward when a hole appeared on his left side. A spear pierced his body. Narun silently looked to the side. Looking down, the purple-haired boy was breathing actively. Continuing to silently look there, he heard the words of his ally. He told the guy to stand to the last. The knight grabbed his weapon and mentally said that now he can only do one thing: destroy the weapon. He jumped towards the two guys and cut the weapon, part of which was stuck in the purple-haired one. Looking down, the knight mentally said that the skeleton's spear has incredible power, but his weapon, Narujin, surpasses everything in durability. The skeleton calmly looked at his opponent. The crippled, bleeding Fidorans looked down. The raven mentally said that in order to take advantage of the weapon, he needed a large bait in the form of a wolf. Jumping at the enemy with the weapon, he told the wolf not to be upset, because this was the only way to defeat the skeleton. Leaning to the side, the skeleton dodged the spear thrown at his shoulder. Before he could react, he received an elbow to the face. The thrown spear suddenly changed direction. It pierced Naruan in the back. Having received a powerful blow, the skeleton raised its head, closing its eyes. Quickly approaching him and clenching its fist, the black chicken began to swing. The skeleton's eyes suddenly opened. Throwing his hand forward, he grabbed his opponent by the head. Looking madly at his opponent, he clutched his helmet. Varen's hands were shaking, his head was pressed into the ground. The man in the red coat pointed his finger at the boy and declared that Narun was a bastard. He added that he valued him and asked how he could do such a thing and why he was trying to seize power. The skeleton was on one knee, surrounded by the corpses of various people. He replied that they had insulted the man. Putting his hand to his face, the dark-haired man said that they were only his servants who relied on him. Bowing his head, Narun asked for forgiveness. Walking to the window, the man told him to go to the enemy continent and try to atone for his guilt, telling him to consider it an exile and if he betrayed him, he would be finished. With shock on his face, the man screamed that this was ridiculous and asked if he was really going to go to his death. Opening his mouth wide, he asked if the skeleton did not understand what his highness had planned, adding that he wanted to deal with him with the power of the enemy continent, since only he had warriors following him. Looking forward, Narun stated that he knew. The man asked why he was doing this then. Turning around, he said that His Highness had ordered it and he must follow the order. Boarding a small ship, the skeleton in the hat set sail. Bowing his head and opening his mouth wide, Fitoran screamed in pain. He grabbed his bloody side with his hand. Raising his head, he looked ahead coldly. The pierced skeleton was clutching Varen's iron helmet. Looking at the motionless skeleton, Black Chicken stated that he thought everything would work out. He added that Giraffe had already suffered enough, and even if the skeleton replaced his arm using its energy, it would still not be able to completely compensate for the strength of the real one. He turned his head towards Fitoran's bloody face and mentally said that the wolf was able to direct the skeleton's attack to himself, so he had an excellent opportunity, he had to act and did it. Taking the iron object in his hands, he thought that now he had a weapon, which was his main advantage. The skeleton continued to hold his hand up. Moving from his place, Varen hit him with his left foot on the head. Pulling his hand back, the knight grabbed his head. Grabbing his dark cloak with his hand, he mentally declared that there was no time to relax and he must do everything in his power. Tilting his body, the knight began to swing. Beginning to envelop his bandaged hand with dark magic, the skeleton began to use the flow of hovering death. Sharply tilting his body, Varen was able to pass under the attack with his hand. Grabbing the spear, he said that now it was necessary to recover. Having passed through the enemy, he pushed off from him with his feet. Narun landed and began to quickly break with his feet. Pushing off the stone ground, he rushed forward. Catching up with the enemy, he began to envelop his hand in aura again. Swinging his spear, the knight used a spear strike against the approaching enemy. The art of spiral attack was used. The two people clashed weapons. The skeleton's fist hit the enemy's rib, causing great damage. Black Chicken's attack hit Narun's shoulder, an image of a warrior bowing his head before the man appeared. One of the attacks hit the knight's collarbone. The boy asked Narun why he wore a mask. He replied that it was because he could not have a face. The wound on the man's thigh began to bleed. With a smile on his face, the boy took out a brush, saying that it was even better this way and he liked it. The skeleton's mask was painted by a child. The cutting blow hit the upper part of the skeleton's face. He touched the wound on his face. A new stream of blood gushed out from the injured chin. The pale man narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth, shouting that His Highness would not allow him to return until he died, and if anything went wrong, he would simply cut off contact with him. He also added that he most likely hoped for that. Looking at his opponent's next attack, the skeleton mentally asked if he really wanted him dead. Clutching his weapon, the knight used spear art. The skeleton silently bowed his head. Crawling on the ground, the bloody Fitorans grabbed his leg. Raising his hand, Narun looked down. Raising his leg, he was able to block the blow of the opponent who jumped on him. He instantly tore off. Having received the blow, the skeleton began to fall to the ground. Using the blue sky, the knight began to attack the body of the falling man. Narun looked up in surprise, feeling something. Approaching the ground, he turned his head. Looking at the enemy, he mentally said that his strength was leaving him, but he could still fight. The knight grabbed his own hand. The skeleton began to envelop his hand in a dark aura. The flow of soaring death was used. Varen threw his hand with a spear forward. The skeleton's eyes widened. A powerful explosion of energy was heard, instantly demolishing dozens of trees in a radius of about 100 meters. Smoke slowly moved away from the epicenter of the attack. A long spear with a white ribbon was raised up. The man called Naru. Turning his head, he asked what His Highness needed. Looking at the full moon, the dark-haired man said that he heard that after the coronation, rulers lose their minds and commit stupid and rash acts. He asked if he would end up the same. Looking at the back of His Highness, Naru said that this will not happen because he is the wisest ruler of all time. Looking ahead, the man asked if he would stand by his side if the same fate befell him. The skeleton lying on the ground extended his hand towards the sky. Holding a shaking, bandaged hand, he declared that he would stand by his side. The knight sitting a few meters away silently looked at him. He slightly bowed his head. An image of a heavily damaged forest location appeared. The black chicken asked the wolf if he was alive. The skeleton's mask cracked. He thought of His Highness. It split and fell. He raised his head. Standing up, he walked forward along the path. A blue sky hung over the mountains. Deep marks were left on the rock behind the man. Rukian tried to catch her breath. Her comrades were lying on the ground behind her. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked how there was such a big difference in strength between him and the enemy. He did not even manage to get close to the target. Raymond was standing with her back to him. The young man looked up. The girl looked back and turned to Taru, asking what he would do in such a situation. The team hid in the bushes behind the rocks. Nuljan asked what they should do, because the enemy was too strong. Raymond narrowed her eyes. Tara silently looked at her and thought that he did not have much strength, unlike the main character. Rudica tensely pursed her lips. Tears welled up in her eyes. They flowed down her cheeks in a thin stream. The man cast a heavy look at the knight. The expression on the gray fox's face was full of despair. Rune smiled slightly and said that if the enemy constantly cried, her eyes would hurt. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, Rudica said that her opponent should not be distracted because she was going to kill him, and asked where the skeleton had gone. Lowering his gaze, the mercenary explained that it was very difficult to work with someone who was interested in only one person. Narrowing her eyes, the girl understood who he was talking about. Holding his sword in front of him, the man said that the way his enemy lost his vigilance disappointed him. The gray fox approached him with a sharp jerk and asked him to be quiet. Her umbrella pierced the enemy's cloak. Rune appeared behind her, throwing off his robe. A powerful blow from the sword raised dust on the battlefield. Rudica opened her umbrella in front of her. Callan crept up behind her and swung her sword. The knight immediately looked back. Leaning to the side, she was able to dodge the blow. The mercenary grabbed her by the neck. The man was heading towards them to deliver the finishing blow. The girl's eyes widened, surprised that the enemy was attacking her so easily. The swing of the sword provoked a powerful blast wave. The gray fox jumped out of the cloud of dust, reflecting it. Looking away, she thought that the enemy was going to destroy everything in his path, even his comrades. These people were too dangerous because their fighting power was enhanced by skillful attacks. Rune, standing behind Callan, asked his comrades not to overdo it and to act according to the plan. Rudica looked up and thought that she should not retreat even in such a situation. After that, the knight struck the ground. The clearing and the surrounding trees shook. The girl opened her umbrella. The man's gaze expressed determination. Raymond and Ruse pounced on the enemy from behind. Some time ago, Rune looked at her friend and asked how the sparring with the knights went. The mercenary frowned and said that the strength of the knights was unusually great and that it would be difficult to confront them one-on-one. Looking to the side, she added that their squad would be able to defeat them. The mercenaries attacked the gray fox from all sides. Blood spurted from the girl's mouth. A bird flew over the roof of the house. Marta leaned over and asked who would win if the knight's elephant and behemoth fought. The protagonist turned around and asked what kind of questions these were. After introducing the two women, the girl explained that there were many rumors that Elephant was the strongest knight, and Behemoth was the best 500 years ago. In her opinion, Elephant should win because she can withstand a huge number of enemies. Najeong looked away and asked what kind of childishness this was. Looking at him, Martha said that she was just bored because Giraffe had been gone for a long time. The guy mentally resented that she was bored while he risked his own life every day. Looking at him from under her brows, the girl said that they had the same goal, and for those who wanted to become strong, such research is very important. Martha widened her eyes and asked if this was really true. The young man narrowed his eyes silently. Closing his eyes, he explained that it was impossible to know for sure who was stronger, but in his opinion, Elephant would never defeat Behemoth. Sitting on the bed, the girl asked why. The protagonist explained that Behemoth is the very personification of the word knight and is the progenitor of all knights. To fight such a person means to set everyone else against you, and such a battle will be lost from the very beginning. Looking down, Martha suggested that having strength does not guarantee victory, and said that she did not even think about it in such a way. Hearing that this was to be expected from him, Najeong looked back questioningly. The girl smiled and said that she was very glad that her comrade was chosen. The boy frowned. Turning away, he said that it was time for him to go to the general. A casual conversation in a relaxed atmosphere gave him a forgotten feeling of warmth and brought him to his senses a little. The guy looked ahead thinking about why all this was necessary. Imagining himself against the background of fire, the young man thought about his goals and what really connected Najin with the descendants of the dragon. He was worried about why they killed his brother. The masked man stood against the backdrop of the fire. Lowering his relaxed hand, the protagonist realized that he was too far from the answers to all his questions. Looking at his reflection in the glass, he wanted to come to his senses. The man in the red robe stood in front of him. The general turned around. Closing his eyes, he said that Narun was dead. Opening his mouth in shock, Najeong shouted that this could not be, asked who dared to attack him, and suggested that the information could be false. With wide eyes, the boy said that it was impossible to deceive the skeleton, and thought to himself that the elephant or chicken was probably behind this. It seemed to him that they were trying to test him in this way. Without turning around, the man asked him to calm down and said that the boy needed to return to the mainland with his companion. Frowning, the young man wished for the giraffe to return quickly and asked where his companion was. Turning around, the general said that the man had been standing behind the boy for a long time. The blonde man stood by the door with his arms crossed. Looking back, the protagonist realized that he had not noticed him at all. The stranger's eyes were closed. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The companion silently looked forward. His gaze was confident. Narrowing his eyes, Najeong asked if the general was standing in front of him. Looking at him, the stranger said that it sounded insulting because generals were too weak, unlike him. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked to be left alone with the general. The blonde man closed his eyes and nodded. The door slammed behind the heroes. Thinking that now was his good chance and it was time to make a move, the young man looked to the side and said that he had a request. The protagonist opened his mouth and said something. The man looked shocked. Their shadows fell on the white tiles. The general tensely pursed his lips. Najeon gave him a stern look. A falling sound was heard in the white-walled room. The boy lay down on the bed, putting his hand on his forehead. Martha came up to him and asked what happened. Looking at the ceiling, the boy thought that the skeleton was attacked, and he did not even remember what the general's expression was. Getting up from the bed, the boy said that they were just talking. Seeing a strange dish in his friend's hands, the protagonist asked what it was. The girl explained that these were rice sticks and offered her friend to try it. She held out a piece, but Najeon refused and was surprised that his friend was acting too calmly. Embarrassedly looking away, Martha replied that she actually went out to train at night. The boy asked if Giraffe talked to her. The girl threw him a questioning look and answered negatively. Frowning, the boy wondered if Giraffe had any kind of plan and whether he would be able to return safely to the central continent. The boy lowered his head and realized that pretending to be a smuggler had not worked because he had connections with the local general, which meant that Giraffe was paving a new way back. The man raised his shining sword. Knights had incredible strength. In most cases, they always solve situations alone. Someone clenched his fist. Knights do not rely on strategy alone because they have strength. Zeus looked forward resolutely. All his plans are always based only on his own strength. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he needed to become the same in order to achieve his goal, but sooner or later he would have to choose. The blue sky hung over the city. Suddenly, an explosion was heard behind the sharp fence. With his mouth wide open, the man in the hat ordered the violators to be seized. People ran through the forest. Without stopping, Hasten asked if his comrade saw it. Gius looked back and called the badger. Salvis asked if her friend was hurt. Tammin, who was sitting on her back, answered negatively and asked to let him go. Giraffe asked the girl not to pretend that she did not hear their original plan. Frowning, Tanchurin wondered if this is what it means to be a knight. The knight did not like the chaos happening around him. Gius looked back. Looking ahead, he stated that everything ended well and ordered his friends to focus on quickly returning because someone was waiting for him. Deciding to speed up, the team disappeared into the forest. The protagonist and Martha looked back when there was a knock on the door. They took a fighting stance. Najeon said that he would open the door. The door creaked open. There was no one behind it. Sitting on the bed, the blonde asked them not to be afraid. The heroes looked at him in shock. Squinting, the guy tried to figure out at what point it happened, because even Martha didn't notice the trick. Closing his eyes, the stranger said that he often does this, so he asks not to be scared. Looking at him, the young man asked why he came. The companion found it strange that his comrade called this continent Eastern. Looking to the side, the blonde added that someone calls the continent left, but it is important to understand which side to look from in order to say so. The main character frowned in confusion, agreed, and thought to himself whose side the stranger was on. He closed his eyelids. The companion smiled. It was quite difficult to understand anything from his facial expression. Najeon raised his eyebrows and declared that the descendants of dragons must be destroyed. The general looked back and asked why. Deciding to change the game, the boy looked at him and told him that Narun did not trust them, and since he was attacked, it was necessary to get rid of those who could be traitors. Narrowing his eyes decisively, he said that they needed to get rid of the dragon's descendants so they could end them with the help of the eastern continent. Looking out the window, the man replied that it was impossible because they needed each other at the moment. Tilting his head, the boy thought that his attempt had failed. Frowning, the young man realized that the general could not make any decisions recklessly. The general continued to look out the window when his comrade expressed his desire to meet the dragon's descendants. He turned around when the protagonist stated that the dragon's descendants could be plotting something. Najeon frowned sternly and said that they needed proof that they would not betray them in Narun, and that he was the envoy from the eastern continent. The blonde looked down at him. The stranger raised his eyebrows and asked if the boy was going to betray them. The boy narrowed his eyes menacingly and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Marta watched them with concern. The companion smiled. Despite his oddities, he was interesting. His blue eyes flashed, and the blonde asked who the man standing before him really was. The boy pursed his lips. An uneasy feeling came over him, indicating that this stranger was a threat. A silhouette of a man was visible. The man was looking forward. Some time ago, Narun, standing with his back to him, explained that he only knew how to fight and that politics did not bother him, and he did not feel guilty, despite the fact that his comrade had to work hard to do his job for him. Looking back, the skeleton said that he was able to focus on his loyalty and called his friend reliable. That day, the general smiled. Now the man cried, thinking about how everyone relied only on Narun, who could not wait for help. The full moon shone in the sky. Martha looked to the right. The blonde was looking forward. Then she looked to the left. Her companion's gaze seemed determined. The girl watched from the side. The protagonist thought that this was a very unexpected question that caught him off guard. Squinting, he thought that someone might guess his true identity and that he really didn't need to be nervous about it. Najeon asked if the stranger knew him. Martha took a fighting stance. Her anxiety increased. The guy turned around and asked her to stop. The girl gritted her teeth. Not being quite balanced, she tried to eliminate the problem with her animal instincts. A sudden, swift attack was the best option. The fist was aimed straight at the companion's head. The blonde turned around. The fist hit an invisible wall. Martha's eyes widened in confusion. Squinting, the stranger wished her to feel the pain that she was condemning others to. Holding his hand out in front of her, the young man asked his friend not to move and wondered what that was. Looking at him, the companion explained that he had looked inside him, which was quite simple for a dragon. Looking back, the boy asked what that meant. Closing his eyes, the blonde explained that the descendants of the dragon worship dragons, being people who really don't even know about their existence. Looking at his friend, the protagonist wondered if it was all true. Closing his eyes, the stranger explained that he had been deceived, which is why he was unable to sleep, leave this place on a whim, or even eat anything other than the food that was given to him. Frowning, Najeon wondered who could be so cruel and asked what the companion wanted from him. Lowering his head, the dragon replied that he would be on his side if he was freed. Opening his blue eyes, he added that he felt that the boy would be the one to free him. The heroes looked at him silently. The blonde man's eyes widened and he said that the boy had already seen his abilities and that dealing with knights was easy for him. Pointing his hand towards the window, the stranger said that he could show his abilities right now. The young man looked at him silently. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he realized that his friends had returned. Gius and his squad were standing under the windows of the house. Salvas opened her mouth in shock and asked if the student had betrayed them. The giraffe looked away. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if the knights had heard their conversation and if Gius would start to suspect him. Perhaps his companion had guessed everything and done it on purpose. The dragon grinned and asked what the answer would be. Najeon looked away. Martha looked at him silently. The boy turned away. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde man apologized for getting him into trouble again. Heading to the exit of the room, he asked his comrade to answer later. Hearing the door creak, the boy squinted. At that moment, the team was standing under the windows and heard everything. Looking to the side, Gius wondered what he meant by got into trouble and whether his friend was planning something. The heroes stood silently in the empty room. Wiping her mouth with her hand, Martha asked if everything was okay. Since her comrade looked too serious, the boy asked her the same question. Clenching her fist, the girl said that she felt like she hit herself and her blow was quite powerful. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing someone call him. Pressing himself against the wall, the knight said that he would believe his student even at death's door. Looking ahead, Giraffe asked what about him. Najeon approached the window. Squinting, he replied that he thought the same. Gius looked away and asked if everything would be okay. Hearing a positive answer, the knight closed his eyes. Rudica jumped back, defending herself from the blows. The gray fox gritted her teeth. The mercenaries were approaching her. Ash was falling from the sky. The descendants of dragons had something that knights did not have. People with sparkling eyes walked forward. Someone once said that the strength of the descendants of the dragon is different from the strength of knights. Knights are strong individually, but they can weaken due to unification. The strength of the descendants of the dragon is equal. When united, they can easily defeat the knight. The opponents drew their weapons. The girl frowned menacingly. Swords were at her face. Rudica pitifully frowned. Flashes from the blades of weapons appeared before her eyes. Callan and Rune stepped back. However, among the knights, it is very rare to find those whose strength increases when combined. White hair appeared in the air. Landing in front of her friend, Padian said that 4 villains will fight against 2 beauties. She looked up and asked who would win. Nuljan spat out a clot of blood. Crouching down next to him, Rutjian asked if he was okay and noticed the hole in his stomach. Watching them, Tar's mouth dropped open and he wondered if this was all because of him. In the past, he gritted his teeth, wondering what he should do. His comrade ran forward to try to stop the enemy. The boy extended his hand after him. The boy frowned tensely and asked if he should trust him, but trust was not the issue. He had just sent his friend to his death. Tar gritted his teeth in anger. In his memories, his friend opened his mouth and said he was not doing anything because he was afraid, and this was no different from running away. The boy narrowed his eyes. Rayajan turned, calling out to his comrade. Holding the papers in his hands, Dalchan asked why they needed the white deer. Rudica narrowed her eyes and replied that it was Giraffe's request. Turtle assumed that his friend had a plan. He lowered his head and agreed, hoping that nothing terrible would happen. The gray fox silently lowered her gaze. Seeing her calm friend in front of her, she thought that Padian had long since retired as a knight. The beaten girl leaned against a rock and asked if everything would be okay. The woman did not turn around. Smiling, the former knight replied that everything would be okay and asked if anyone was really worried about her in such a situation. Rudica pursed her lips in displeasure. Looking back, Padian asked her not to cry, Otherwise the tears would interfere with her vision. The gray fox shouted that this would not happen. Narrowing her eyes, the woman reported that the enemies were advancing. The descendants of the dragon rushed forward. The girl looked to the side. Her friend gave her a confident look. The mercenaries surrounded her from all sides. Rudica held out her umbrella. Padian grabbed someone's arm. Callan staggered as she was grabbed. The former knight raised her free hand. The sword was pointed forward. Due to too much pressure, the mercenary was forced to let go of it. Something rushed past Raymond. The gray fox swung her umbrella. A strong shock wave rushed across the battlefield. Something crashed into the rock and destroyed it. Clouds of dust rose in front of the enemy. The girl opened her umbrella to protect her friend. Raymond pounced on her from the side. Someone jumped into the air. The woman swung her leg to strike. The mercenary saw a stone flying at her. The blade of a sword flashed in the air. The stone was cut in half. Callan pounced on the former knight from behind. Suddenly, the umbrella handle grabbed her by the neck. With a jerk, the mercenary jumped into the air. Ruse was approaching from behind. Padian jumped into the air to bounce off the rock. Having done what she had planned, she swung her leg. Flashes from new blows appeared on the battlefield every now and then. The girls looked ahead. Rudica opened her mouth wide and greedily gulped in air. Looking at her, the woman thought that she had arrived too late and asked her friend to use Naringen. Looking back, the girl was very surprised by such a decision. Noticing that the enemies were distracted, Rune narrowed his eyes and used a rift. The sword flashed in his hand. Out of the corner of her eye, Padian saw the energy falling on her comrade. Turning, the former knight shouted her name. The gray fox fell. The enemies rushed towards her. The protagonist turned around and asked if his friend wanted to become stronger. Looking ahead, Najeong said that he needed to fix something that happened during the sparring. Tar narrowed his eyes. He had given up that time not because he had no chance of winning. On the contrary, it was at that moment that the chances disappeared. One step could change a lot. The boy raised his weapon. Standing in front of Rudica, the boy thrust his sword forward. A bright flash appeared in front of him. The mercenaries closed their eyes, resisting the light. Padian smirked, praised the student and asked him to leave the rest to her. Her foot hit the ground. Making a sharp dash forward, she used Naringen. The blinded enemies did not notice her appearance. Something flashed high in the sky. Many shells fell to the ground. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. A red stone lay in the woman's hand. Looking at it, the former knight asked if it was Naringen. The girl in the robe answered in the affirmative and said that they could not find out anything detailed about it. The stone began to glow. Padian's eyes widened in surprise. She opened her mouth wide and informed her friend about it. Suddenly, the stone disappeared from her hands. The woman grabbed her neck. Naringen was in the body of the white deer. Then the knights learned that it constantly feeds on the life force of its owner. Blood spurted from Padian's mouth. The sun was shining in the sky. It is assumed that the main part of this Naringen is somewhere high above the ground. For some reason, this thing hated the woman. She was standing on the empty land. The stone inside her sparkled. When the deer tries to activate it, an attack is made from somewhere in the sky to kill her. Sharp spikes were stuck into the ground all around. Frowning, the former knight thought that she had always managed to dodge this attack. The trees turned into stumps covered in holes. Callan grabbed her wounded arm. Squeezing her eyes shut, Raymond realized that she had dodged, but she could not see anything. The enemy was blurring in her vision. Padian swung her fist. However, her fist never reached its target. The woman narrowed her eyes. Raymond tried to keep a calm expression. Rune stood behind her. Sheathing his sword, the man invited the white deer to test each other's strength, praising her for her attentiveness. Frowning, the mercenary asked if they would all be there to see her end. Blood was pouring from the former knight's mouth. Wiping it away with her hand, Padian thought that the enemies had managed to dodge all of her attacks, and realized that she needed to end it here and now. Thinking that she could not lose, she smiled and said that she wanted to finish the battle. The woman widened her eyes and added that she would forgive the enemy for all his sins if he retreated immediately. White clouds floated above the forest, and someone apologized for the mistake they had made. Running away from the forest, Raymond explained that she could have won if she had protected her eyes, but she had failed to achieve her original goal. Looking back, Rune replied that everything was fine because the hunt for the fox had been successful and an unexpected reward was waiting for them. The white deer pursed his lips. Squinting, the man said that her ability emptied the body, so she would not be able to use her skills constantly. Looking at his friend, the mercenary said that it was necessary to take advantage of the fact that the enemy had to spend himself depending on the battle, then sooner or later the knights would appear. Closing her eyes, Padian complained that her whole body ached. Rudica asked if she was okay. The woman put her hands on her hips and asked if she should ask such a thing. She asked if her friend hadn't cried because she missed her. Gray Fox replied that she hadn't cried at all. Tar closed his eyes in displeasure. Hearing strange sounds, the boy turned around. Varen came out from behind the bushes, carrying his wounded comrade, and said that Wolf was not waking up. The heroes looked at them in fear. Raising his head, Chicken said that it was very hard. Fidorans, pierced by a spear, was lying unconscious on the ground. The girls looked at him. Suddenly, they looked up. The man was holding a spear on his shoulder. Tilting his head, he asked if something was wrong. The protagonist looked ahead. Salvas looked and said that the boy looked weak. Hasten said that even Martha looked stronger. Taman smiled and introduced himself as a knight's apprentice. Raising his eyebrows, Najeong thought that this man was on Martha's level and said that he was pleased to meet him. Tanchurin whispered the name of the village Udian. Looking at her, Jias shouted that now was not the time for idle chatter. Badger closed her eyes and explained that they had to leave because something bad had happened. Rabbit asked what that meant and blamed his friend. The girl shouted that she had no choice. Taman raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the boys really wanted to quarrel now. The knights pointed at each other accusingly. The apprentice said that it was wrong to make such a scene, no matter who was right. Salvas looked at her comrade with satisfaction. Hearing that it was wrong to show violence, even if someone deserved it, she opened her mouth in shock. They were asked if everything was clear now. The heroes lowered their gaze and agreed. Looking at each other, they called their comrade. Someone asked who was more at fault. Taman replied that they were both at fault. Giraffe watched them and asked if they were ready to move out. The protagonist asked what the rush was. Jias looked back and said that they had escaped from prison and could end up behind bars again, so they needed to leave before the news spread. Narrowing his eyes, Najeon asked what their plan was, since if they went out now, they would definitely run into the general. Giraffe looked at him and replied that they had no choice and that even if the general stood in their way, they would not lose because there were 4 knights and 3 apprentices on the team. Hearing that they had him, the boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Lowering his hands, the boy thought that they could handle the old general, but that would definitely lead to a full-scale war at best, and at worst, the destruction of everyone. The boy doubted that his teacher realized this. Juice looked at him. For him it was simply the best option for the moment. The knight narrowed his eyes, wondering if his student thought there was another way. That was what he wanted to ask the boy. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that the information about the dragon's descendants was almost in his hands. He wondered if he would have such a chance again even if they managed to return home, because his goal was not to become a knight, but to take revenge. Frowning, Najeong decided that he could not give up halfway. Martha turned around. Clenching his fist, the boy replied that he would stay here. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Giraffe asked what this meant. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy replied that he was leaving the knight's apprentice. Looking at him from under his brows, Jias asked what he meant. Narrowing his eyes, the young man replied that he did not like it from the beginning, so there was no point in it. Running forward, Salvas asked what had suddenly happened to him and stated that she knew from the beginning that he would betray them. Giraffe opened his mouth wide and asked her to stop. A stunned Martha called out to her friend. The stranger smiled broadly and asked permission to help them. A bright mark appeared on the floor. The protagonist's eyes widened, noticing the glow. The house was broken in half. The tiled floor cracked. Watching what was happening, a shocked Jias recalled his last conversation with Najeon. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. A huge crack appeared in the middle of the house. Someone landed on their feet. Giraffe looked around and asked if there were any wounded. Badger called out to Tamina. The boy replied that he was fine. The knight clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A dragon stood in front of him. Tamina opened his mouth in surprise. Jias asked if this was his doing. The blonde looked back. Looking at the knight, the stranger confirmed it. Frowning, the boy mentally asked what was going on and if his companion had gone crazy. The dragon grinned and said that everything had turned out exactly like that again and that in front of him were those people who had shown mercy. He wanted to repay them. Giraffe and Taman stared at him. The blonde man raised his hand and wanted to show mercy to them. Hassan came up behind him and swung his weapon. The stranger grabbed it immediately. The dragon cast a calm glance at the knight and said that it did not concern him. The rabbit frowned in confusion. The blonde man extended his hand. The knight swung his sword. The stranger clenched his fist. Hassan's eyes widened in fear. A strong gust of wind blew his body to the side. Salvas approached the enemy stealthily. The dragon raised his hand. Badger ran towards him. The blonde man abruptly lowered his hand. The girl clenched her teeth in fury. Leaning on her weapon, she felt a lot of pressure. The stranger tensed his fingers. Suddenly, something made him look back. Taman was running towards the protagonist. Najeon raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that the student considered him an enemy and that this should work in his favor. The dragon shook his hand. Taman looked back. He jumped off the ground. His legs shook in the air. Looking back, the boy shouted that they could dodge if they calculated the trajectory of the blow correctly. Putting his weapon in front of him, Salvas praised him and asked him to get out of the way. The girl promised to take care of the enemy and looked to the side. Suddenly, the general landed in front of her. Looking up, the man asked what was going on here. Standing to the side, Jias realized that the situation was heating up right here and right now. His gaze was determined. The protagonist stood in front of him. The groups of opponents stood opposite each other. Giraffe shouted that it was time for them to retreat. The guys ran in different directions. Badger put her weapon forward. The leader asked her to retreat. The general held out his naginata and declared that they would not be able to leave so easily. Gius looked away. The dragon narrowed his eyes and decided to return the favor by allowing himself to be used. He held out his hand. The shaft of the naginata snapped. The man turned around and asked what his subordinate was doing. The knights jumped up from their seats. The general frowned. The blonde continued to clench his fist. Suddenly, the weapon dropped. Its owner silently held the shaft in his hand. The stranger relaxed his fingers. They let go of the enemies. The man looked ahead. Turning around, he asked for an explanation of why the house was in such a state. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows. The dragon flexed his fingers and was asked if the knights were related to each other. The general, his eyes flashing wildly, asked for all the information about what had happened. The boys silently looked at him. The blonde looked back and asked the boy to tell him everything. The protagonist looked at him and thought that the stranger had decided to shift the responsibility for the situation, which was already unstable because of him, onto him. Najon thought that they were trying to test him. The dragon narrowed his eyes and confirmed this, asking his friend to show his ability to prove that he was right. The boy frowned angrily. A new crack appeared on the wall. The house had completely collapsed. The boy wondered how to explain everything to him, and thought that he could not just give up. The general frowned with displeasure. Looking at him, the young man thought that he could handle everything. The man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that Narun was dead. That day, the dragon stood at the door with his arms crossed over his chest. The general silently looked forward. Closing his eyes, he said that this was nonsense and that this could not be. Closing one eye, the blonde said that this fact could not be denied because it was not someone else who brought the information. Without turning around, the man asked what about the others. Looking at his back, the stranger replied that he did not know. The general looked at his reflection in the glass. At the moment, his gaze expressed strong anger. His eyebrows were furrowed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. They looked at each other. Standing between them, the dragon mentally wished his friend good luck, because the man was especially suspicious now. Looking away, Najon thought about what to do, because his companion could cause even more trouble if he opened his mouth. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the stranger's face. Since the general was asking about the knights' identities, it meant that he did not know anything about them. Frowning, the guy assumed that they were trying to trick him, because the question of how they were related to each other was very strange. Heejin turned to him. He was very cautious and full of doubts and never trusted his subordinate. Opening his mouth, the man asked to explain what was going on, thinking that the general would not trust him anyway and that one extra word would make the situation even more dangerous. The young man lowered his head and began to speak. Looking away, the protagonist stated that he knew nothing about the knights and that they suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Squinting, Heejin asked if the boy had not moved to the mainland with them. Only once did he not express any doubts due to emotions. Then Najon raised his eyebrows and shouted something. Lowering his eyes, the boy explained that he did not understand why the knights betrayed him. He needed to focus on the situation itself and not on his feelings. The man silently looked away. Frowning in disappointment, the boy said that he should have guessed everything and apologized for showing disrespect to the general and Mr. Narun. Widening his eyes and deciding to direct the man's anger at someone else, the young man mentioned the descendants of the dragon. Heejin frowned sternly and said that the dragon's descendants would not be able to deal with Narun so quickly, even with the means to fight the knights. Surprised by his confidence that the descendants could defeat the knights, the protagonist looked up and asked if the man was not bothered by the fact that he was being used. The general narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Without taking his eyes off him, Najon thought that he was weak to emotions and talked about the skeleton due to affection. Interrupting his speech, Heejin turned away and asked how the boy came to follow Narun. Frowning, the boy said that this conversation would drag on for a long time, and they should hurry up to sort out the problem at hand. Looking at him, the man asked him not to worry and promised to go with him. Frowning, he added that they would have plenty of time to discuss everything. The boy gave him a stern look, thinking that they were back to square one, and replied that it was a great idea. The dragon crossed his arms. The starry sky hung over the forest. 3 people would go to the continent. Hasten, Tanchirin, and Tamon looked ahead with disbelief. The 3 would return for the student. Salvas clenched her fist and promised to beat him. The rabbit looked at her and said that they couldn't take that risk because they had to find out what the boy's intentions were first. Martha looked down in disappointment, thinking about her friend. Gius turned around and asked what Tamon thought about it. Frowning, the boy said that it was his choice. The giraffe looked at him carefully. He closed his eyes and declared that the choice had been made. All the knights stood around him. Gius, looking at them from under his hat, said the student's name. Something flashed in the air. The sword sank into the ground. People were fighting in the background. Huaren gulped air greedily. Jurin smiled and said that it was simply incredible. Sheathing her sword, the girl explained that in practice it always turns out that she is one of the weakest. She would like to be more courageous or calm like her comrades. Hearing that this is what makes her incredible, the girl's eyes widened. Smiling widely, Jiren noted her courage, which deserves praise. Quarren's mouth fell open, hearing that she is already strong enough not to compare herself with the others. Scratching the back of her head, the girl asked if this was true. The girl was lying on the bed. Getting up, she heard someone talking behind the door. The protagonist looked back. The flame has the ability to spread. Najeon's encouragement affected Jiren, and her flame passed to Quarren. The student frowned. This is how fire burns. The door opened, shedding light into the room. The girl looked forward. Suddenly, her eyes became round. In addition to the fact that the flame can spread to others, it is easy to extinguish. There are many people in the room. Rutika was crying. Padian stood to the side, crossing her arms over her chest. Quarren widened her eyes in shock. Jiren's body was lying on the bed with a scarf over her face. Lights began to dart in the air. Sometimes it happens that a small spark can start a fire. The woman stood up and asked if her friend was scared. Smiling, the girl asked if this was just a joke. However, Jiren was actually lying motionless. The girl looked at her in confusion. She realized that everything was real. Turisan came up to her, understanding how she felt. Quarren grabbed his hand. The guy frowned. Looking at him with crazy eyes, the girl asked if he knew what her friend's killers looked like. The young man opened his mouth in amazement and confirmed it. Yulnia suddenly opened her eyes. She abruptly rose from the bed. Ruijin asked her in shock how she was feeling. The girl grabbed her stomach and said that she was very hungry. Running to the door, the student shouted that their friend had woken up. Nuljin was lying on the bed next to her. Yulnia looked at him in horror. The ship was sailing on the sea. The protagonist smiled and said that the weather was the same on the day of their first meeting. Heejin looked at him suspiciously. Closing his eyes, Na-jeong explained that death was already close, but suddenly Mr. Narun appeared. Squinting, he said that at first it seemed to him that the Grim Reaper had come for him. The man silently looked ahead. The boy was interested in whether he knew that his comrades were knights. Directing his gaze to the sea, the boy continued his story. They stood face to face on the threshold of battle. Strong people always recognize other strong people. Looking away, the young man thought that from this point of view, he should pretend to be a victim of the knight's deception who does not know anything. He smiled, thinking that he could make up the most believable story, and said that Narun didn't like it there because there was no worthy opponent. Remembering how he and his brother laughed about something, the boy thought that they did this all the time. In Heejin's hand was the outside. The protagonist said that the skeleton gave him his Naringen, saying that no one would believe him otherwise, his hair fluttering in the wind. The man looked back. Frowning, he asked if this meant that the boy knew that they would meet. Closing his eyes, Najeong answered that Narun had foreseen this and that it was only thanks to the skeleton that he was able to prove himself to the general. Opening his eyelids, the boy thought that he should be more careful because one mistake could lead to death. The dragon stood behind him. Looking at his weapon, the general asked how Narun could trust him with such an important thing that the king himself gave him. The boy looked away. He reported that the skeleton was also surprised when he managed to swing Naringen. Heejin opened his mouth in shock and asked what it meant. Birds flew over the sea waves. A knife blade flashed in the air. The young man swung the blade. The man raised his eyebrows in amazement and asked how this was possible, since no one except Mr. Narun could do something like this. Looking away, the protagonist thought that his knowledge of Naringen and how to control it was significant at the moment, and said that it was this fact that influenced the skeleton. The dragon looked at him from the side. It was easy to trust a person who seemed to have done something impossible. Suddenly, the blonde man's eyes widened in amazement. A full moon hung in the sky. Looking at his comrade, the companion asked how he managed to swing Naringen. Looking back, Najeong replied that he simply did it and asked what was so special about it. The dragon grinned. The boy narrowed his eyes silently. The blonde man's blue eyes flashed. Closing his eyelids, he declared that they were quite cunning since they were able to fool him. Looking to the side, the boy wondered what they meant. Putting 2 fingers forward, the companion explained that there was an option to combine 2 Naringens. Pointing to the open mouth, the dragon asked permission to eat the Naringen. The young man turned around silently. The session of questions from Heejin continued. The general carefully watched the boy, who no longer aroused suspicion. However, he could not earn complete trust either. The man narrowed his eyes. The waves crashed against the high rocks. The ship moored to the shore. Looking at the forest, the protagonist asked if this was really the left continent. Heejin replied in the negative and explained that they needed to stop here, on an uninhabited island from which it was easy to get to the continent. Najeong looked around and wondered if his friends were still on the eastern continent, but he didn't care about their fate because they were the strongest of the strong. The heroes went ashore. A small rocky island was not far from the mainland. High mountains could be seen beyond the forest. Beyond the mountains was a thicket. In the middle of it stood a small brick house. The paper lying on the table began to glow. Rudica picked it up and informed everyone that Giraffe had contacted her. Blue symbols appeared on the paper, informing everyone that the first special squad was returning. Gray Fox's eyes suddenly widened. She read that the protagonist had been a traitor all this time. Everyone in the room looked at her. Tar, Rukian, and Raijun raised their eyebrows in surprise, hearing that they should consider their friend a traitor at the moment. Birds were flying under the evening sky. Someone was warming their hands over a fire. The protagonist was sitting next to him. Heejun approached him and asked if he was resting. Najun confirmed this, saying that it was very quiet here, and asked what they should do next. Frowning, the boy suggested contacting the allies. Looking down at him, the general said that he had already done so. Looking ahead, the boy realized that the man was leaving to send a bird to check on something, and asked if this was the way to contact the descendants of the dragon. With a stern frown, Heejun answered in the affirmative and asked what was bothering the boy. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that they were busy with a very important matter. Squinting, he thought that he needed to do something before the answer came, because everything would be over as soon as the general fully contacted the descendants of the dragon. The dragon smirked. The man cast a suspicious glance at him. The blonde's expression seemed completely calm. A while ago, standing on the deck, Najun said that the dragon was trying to protect them. He glanced to the side and added that the stranger didn't speak very well of the continent, so they should be more careful. Narrowing his eyes, Heejun wondered why they would leave someone who didn't look friendly at all alive. Remembering how his Naginata had been broken, the general thought that this guy would never be able to return home. Salva stood in front of Juice, holding a weapon in her hands. Pursing his lips, the man thought that he was almost certain that these guys were knights, judging by their level, but if the boy was lying, then he was on the side of the knights. Looking to the side, Heejun decided that there was nothing left to do but use him for his own purposes. The boy looked at him and wondered where he should start. Standing in front of them, the dragon thought that the way they were trying to deceive each other was too much. Squinting, the blonde decided that his friend needed to try harder because it wasn't enough to free him, and if the boy couldn't do that, there was no point in staying by his side. The sun rose over the mountains. There were dead coals on the ground. The heroes were walking through the mountains. The companion asked if his comrade needed help. The out-of-breath protagonist opened his mouth and answered in the negative. Turning around, the general offered him to lean on him. Looking down, Najun decided that he didn't need to appear strong in front of them, because his weakness would actually help him. The boy leaned on his knees. The fact that he didn't hide who he really was making his burden lighter. Heejun turned around and praised him. The boy walked up the hill, repeating that he was fine. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The dragon smiled and said that about 400 years had passed, but it was still there. Hearing the voice of his comrade, the blonde looked back. Looking ahead with delight, the young man said that there was a crystal sea in front of them. The sun's rays reflected off the smooth surface of the water. Looking at the sea, the protagonist thought that it was much more beautiful and that he would like to touch it at least once or even dive into the water, but he was worried that the sea would become dirty after him. The man looked at him. Closing his eyes, the general confirmed that they could not just pass by such a place, and suggested making a short rest stop because they were in no hurry. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Najun asked if they should go down because it was not too easy to do. The dragon extended his hand to him. The boy's body immediately rose into the air. The heroes jumped into the water from the cliff. A loud splash was heard on the surface of the sea. The people found themselves in shallow water. The blonde smiled and asked if they wouldn't even thank him. The answer was negative. Cumulus clouds were floating in the sky. Salvas saw a ship at the pier. Sitting in the bushes with Tammin, Badger reported the situation and said that nothing strange was noticed. Tanchirin said that, according to observations, the general was accompanied by their friend. Then 2 more generals arrived. At least 3 squads followed them. Gius looked closely at his friend. Glancing at Hassan, Giraffe asked if his comrade did everything as it should have been. The answer was affirmative. Tilting his hat forward, the knight thought that he had to do it now or never. Flashing his yellow eyes, he ordered the squad to move out. A bird flew in the sky. On the ground under its wings stood a man. Darren looked up. Turning to the mercenary, the girl asked what was the point of keeping her here if they could just kill her. Kaijin asked her not to be impudent. The raccoon narrowed her eyes, not understanding what was going on here. For some reason, she could not get rid of the ominous feeling. The eagle landed on the man's hand. Raymond asked if this was news from the eastern continent and something had happened since they decided to contact him. The mercenary assumed that they were already aware of the situation with the broken spear. Unrolling the scroll, Rune assumed that the continent did not yet know about what had happened and offered to read the letter. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth in shock. He thoughtfully put his hand to his mouth. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked what had happened. Closing his eyes, the leader said that a very influential and powerful general from the east was heading their way. The problem was that he was accompanied by one of their people. Rune glanced to the side and explained that the general was accompanied by Raijun. The protagonist turned around. Raising his eyebrows, the dragon asked if that was his friend's name. Shaking water out of his boot, Najeon asked what was wrong. The blonde closed his eyes and said that the name sounded cool. The boy thanked him. Looking away, he thought that Heejin had told him about it and that the same name was mentioned in the letter to the dragon's descendants. The general looked into the distance. Remembering the faces of Raejun and Raymond, the boy assumed that his friend had some relation to the dragon's descendants, which is why he was being watched. Frowning, the young man wondered how the dragon's descendants would react to this and decided that he had bought himself some time. Rune narrowed his eyes. The man asked if his friend was sure that Raejun was with Ruse. Raymond sternly knitted her eyebrows and confirmed it. Scratching his chin, the mercenary tried to understand how the general knew about him and assumed that someone could use him for their own purposes, so they needed to understand what was going on as soon as possible. Rune tied the letter to the bird's leg. The eagle immediately rose into the sky. It spread its wings high above the ground. The sun shone through its feathers. Seeing the bird above his head, the protagonist realized that it was the one used to communicate with the dragon's descendants. Looking at it, Heejin said that it was time for them to go. Najeon asked if he had received a return message. The general looked back and replied that it should arrive today, they just needed to wait a little. Looking down, the boy realized that he needed to come up with a plan now. He looked to the side. In front of him, a crystal sea shone, stretching far beyond the horizon. Frowning in disappointment, the boy wondered if he would be able to return here one day. After that, the young man turned around and followed his companions. The night students widened their eyes in shock. They did not understand how their friend could be an enemy. Padian looked down, being sure that Giraffe wanted to do the best, but made a huge mistake. Deer closed her eyes, thinking that she would beat him up when he returned. Entering the room, Varen asked everyone to go home. Looking at him, Rudica asked what the hell he was talking about. Lowering his head, Chicken said that he had been thinking about this for a long time, and now his fears were confirmed. The knight stated that the students were useless in any case. Quarren and Terissim lowered their eyes in disappointment. Frowning, Grey Fox said that this was too cruel a joke. Varen said that he was extremely serious. Taking his weapon in his hand, Chicken explained that the students were a kind of material for strengthening the knights, because a mother can defeat a stronger predator, protecting her offspring, so the second special squad was just some kind of experiment. Rudica narrowed her eyes and called his words cruel. The knight looked at her and asked her to shut up, because she did not understand what was happening and simply wanted to send the children to certain death. Baron pointed to the side and explained that they had already lost a student and a knight, which meant that the second squad had failed and the death of this girl was on their conscience. Quarren opened her mouth in confusion. Grey Fox rushed forward and ordered her comrade to shut up. Chicken grabbed her by the neck. Tadian ran up behind him. Deer swung her leg and hit the knight in the side. Varen spread his legs wide and asked if his words were not true. Rudica opened her mouth furiously and shouted that her comrade was simply enjoying what was happening and did not care about the students at all. Chicken swung his weapon and shouted that if someone wanted to fight, they should do it silently. Tadian frowned and asked her friend to stop. The knights rushed at each other. Quarren suddenly smiled. A devastating explosion was heard in the house. The rivals were thrown out onto the street. Looking ahead, Varen wondered what had just happened. A huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. Someone asked what they had done here. Quarren held out her hand and said that the teacher could have remembered the name of the dead girl, whose name was Jurun. Deer frowned sternly and wondered what kind of power that was. The sunset sky hung over the mountains. Someone said they would bring food. The protagonist bowed and explained that he had some knowledge about the animals and poisonous plants on this continent. Heejin agreed. Raising his eyebrows, Najeon asked permission to borrow one of his blades since he did not have a weapon with him. His gaze seemed confident. The man looked away silently. He was not going to give him his spear. The boy found himself with a broken weapon in his hands. The eagle raised its beak. It was characterized by incredible speed and hunting skills. Seeing the bird in the sky, the boy thought that it was a stumbling block and too strong a competitor, which often starved them when they had to get food. As for hunting, the eagle had no equal, because these birds live by hunting. A black and white feather lay on the ground. Therefore, they knew the habits of other animals and birds better than anyone else. The young man distracted the eagle with a piece of meat and took the note. Opening the paper, he decided to read the letter in which Rune paid tribute to the general. The protagonist squinted, glad that the message was not encrypted. The letter said that if Raejun's hair was black, he shouldn't be trusted, and if it was golden or green, his throat could be slit. Najeon touched his neck, thinking that death was very close. After reading that the dragon's descendants had almost completely succeeded in the current situation and only the crimson behemoth remained, the boy's eyes widened in shock. Remembering the group of masked men standing opposite each other, the boy realized that when they spoke of the behemoth, they meant Hincher. Frowning, he wondered if the mercenary would be able to defeat her, because getting rid of Hincher was the most effective way to destroy the knights. The dragon's descendants probably thought that by killing her, they could easily kill all the other knights. The boy was interested in whether the others would take revenge for the betrayal or would they continue to act according to the plan. Moreover, since the general mentioned him in the letter, he was still extremely cautious. The bird looked up from its meal and looked at him. The protagonist was thinking about what would be the best course of action. He needed to understand what Heejin had written in the letter and extract information from the next message. He needed to act as efficiently as possible. The eagle opened its mouth and screamed. Najeon turned around and asked if the bird had already eaten everything. The man looked back, hearing the eagle's cry. Heading towards the forest, the general decided to go help his comrade. The dragon said that it was better to leave the hunt to an expert. Smiling, Heejin said that he was the best hunter on the continent, so he could also be called an expert. The blonde smiled, thinking that this was his choice. The boy leaned over the eagle to give it more food. The general went deeper into the forest. The eagle screamed loudly. Another eagle suddenly flew up to him, with which he began to exchange glances. The protagonist, seeing two surprised eagles, extended his weapon towards the birds and silently asked the eagles to be quieter. At this time, the general heard the eagles cry again. Stopping, he began to listen. Suddenly, he took out his weapon. The general was very tense and focused. Suddenly, hearing the eagle's shrill cry, he delivered a strong slash in front of him. Having cut down the trees in front of him, he stood in a stance. Looking ahead, he was surprised by what he saw. An eagle was stuck in a rock in front of him. Trying to get out, the bird screamed shrilly. "Oh, you're stuck," the general suddenly said, relaxing and walking towards the eagle, after which he told it not to move. "General," suddenly the protagonist's voice was heard behind him. Coming out of the forest, Najeon, with the lute in his hand, asked if everything was okay. The protagonist was confused. With a drop of sweat on his face, he said to himself, it's good that he insured himself. Looking at the general, he asked if he had received the return message. Heejin tensed up and looked at the guy with distrust. Suddenly, a bird screamed in the sky. Looking up, the general said that the message was just flying. Breathing a sigh of relief and closing his eyes, Najeon said to himself that he had made it. A few minutes later, the general carefully read the message. The protagonist, with hatred and coldness in his eyes, asked himself how he would react. Stretching out his hand and pointing his finger behind the general, he asked what it was. At this time, the guy who called himself a dragon was terrified. He was enveloped in a bright white light. The dragon looked around in confusion, not understanding anything. The general and the protagonist were also overtaken by a bright white light. A few months ago, the capital of the Nizal Empire, a girl with red eyes looked into a barrel in which a small red fish was swimming. "Fish," she said to herself, standing by the bucket. The salesman suddenly approached her and, putting his hand on his hip, said that if she was not going to buy, then she should get lost. When suddenly the girl raised her head and looked towards the castle. Taking her hands off the barrel, she wondered if everything would be okay without her. The salesman told her to finally leave. The girl did not react and said to herself that she hoped he was not crying there. At this time, in the castle, raising his finger up, Regia said with a sarcastic smile on his face, "Efficiency." Surprised knight stood in front of him. Holding his finger up, he said, "Slowing down time around you or accelerating yourself, the result is the same, but the level of complexity and scale are different." After which he said that there was no need to explain that the second is much simpler and more effective than the first. After these words, he turned his gaze to Herman and mockingly asked if he was speaking correctly. There was hatred in Herman's eyes, but he himself did not answer. Next to him stood Zeeman, who saw how the man clenched his teeth in anger. Regia said that the concept of efficiency would be the key to developing weapons. This, Zeeman said to himself, and then sank into thought. Imagining a man holding two fingers in front of him, he said that combining the formula and the spell was the main desire of magicians since ancient times. Remembering how good Herman had discussed this with another guy, Zeeman said to himself that many magicians had studied this issue, but only Herman had been able to get closest. There was a satisfied smile on the man's face. This happened when Herman believed in himself and believed that he was very close. Then suddenly Herman's face changed. There was shock and surprise in his eyes. Zeeman said that a young magician suddenly appeared and presented a very simple and understandable method for solving the problem. This magician was Regia. Standing in front of everyone, he said with a serious face that casting a spell that creates a formula is the main principle. The magicians, hearing this, began to whisper among themselves, asking each other if everything was really that simple, adding that not everyone could do something like this. Suddenly, among all the magicians, Herman loudly shouted that he did not agree with this, because it made no sense talking about unification. Hearing this, Rajia recognized Herman and smiled maliciously. Suddenly, stretching out his hand and pointing at the objector, he mockingly shouted that now the great magician Herman would tell everyone about the true meaning of the concept of unification of the formula and the spell. Hearing this, Herman was very surprised, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. "Do not be shy," pointing his hand at the magician, Rajia said. Herman understood that he could not do anything and therefore simply clenched his teeth in anger and said nothing. Words that everything is simple and everyone can achieve what they want. Papers with Rajia's image began to hang on the walls, and all the people immediately realized that this was the youngest great magician. After the public announcement, they became meaningless. Present time. The members of parliament, standing in the field, asked in shock if this was a magic weapon. There was a huge weapon nearby. Introducing it, Rajia said that the project was not finished and this was only a rough draft. Zeman looked at the members of parliament in confusion, asking himself if this task was not assigned by the emperor. Why were there so many people from parliament here then? The member of parliament, holding a cloak over his face, said discontentedly that if this was just testing the device, then everything could have been organized in the capital, and then asked if it was necessary to drag them so far. Rajia turned his head and sarcastically replied that as soon as they saw it, they would understand everything. All the workers left the weapon and supplied the charge. The energy slowly rose along the huge cable to the weapon. It was visible how the projectile began to slowly form, accumulating energy. "How slowly," said the man from parliament, while another said that he suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Rajia suddenly turned around and said that it was normal because the weapon was processing and storing mana. Suddenly, the charge disappeared. "Did it really stall?" asked the member of parliament, while Rajia covered his ears with his hands. The next second, a beam of incredible power shot out from the weapon. It flew over the protagonist and the general. After that, it rushed further at an incredible speed. After a few seconds, the beam disappeared. Suddenly, an explosion was heard, hitting a huge part of the forest. The shocked people from the parliament were blinded by a white light. When the light went out, the protagonist asked in surprise if the general saw a light in the sky. Confused, Heejin asked if it was a dragon or a demon. Suddenly, a dragon appeared from behind. Leaning on a tree, it said that this could not be. It breathed very heavily and asked what the idiots from the center were doing. When the light went out, the people from the parliament were very pleased with the result. Seeing such reactions, Rajia said that this was a magic weapon. With a sly smile on his face, he suddenly said that thanks to his creation, the empire no longer needs knights. After a short pause, he said. The protagonist, with beads of cold sweat on his face, turned to the dragon and asked if he, too, had seen the bright beam that flashed across the sky. The dragon remembered how Najin and the general had looked at the beam in the sky. Having calmed down and caught his breath, he straightened up and said that even if someone had not managed to see it, then the sounds coming from there were heard by anyone, the terrible cries of spirits. The general looked at the guy in surprise, not knowing what to say. The protagonist, turning away, said to himself that the dragon was again saying something that only he alone could understand. Suddenly, looking at the dragon, who was looking at him suspiciously, he remembered that he could hear thoughts, after which he asked himself how well the dragon had developed this skill. With a displeased and confused expression on his face, the protagonist continued to look at the guy and ask himself if he could hear him now, adding that the very idea that a dragon could read what was going on in people's heads was creepy. "Enough," said the dragon discontentedly, closing his eyes. "What if he lied?" asked the general to himself. Exhaling heavily, the dragon explained that, to be precise, he did not read anyone's thoughts, but only heard what was leaking out, after which he asked the guys to refrain from having harsh thoughts about him, otherwise their heads would split. The surprised protagonist turned to the general and said to himself that it turned out that the dragon could not read all thoughts, adding that he would have to test his limits somehow. At this time, the shocked and frightened Heejin asked, "Sharp thoughts," and then shouted, justifying himself that he had never done such a thing, adding that the dragon simply misunderstood him. Looking at the boys, the dragon said with contempt in his eyes that both were disgusting. At this time, a sword was stuck at Jurin's grave. All the boys stood at the grave, remembering their dead comrade. Quarren, standing in front, said with a depressed look that she would definitely come back again. Suddenly, Padian, with a cold face, said that Terisan and Quarren should come to her. The boys turned to the teacher in surprise. At this time, Rukian raised her head up in surprise. Looking to the side, she asked in surprise if they really hadn't heard anything. "What are you talking about?" Tar asked in surprise, turning to the girl. Rukian looked at the surprised Rajan and said that something seemed to have exploded, after which she said that Rajan did too, when she suddenly told him to forget. Turning away from the guys, she said with a drop of sweat on her face that she was sure that she had not imagined it. Tar approached her and asked what she thought, whether she thought that the main character was really a traitor. With despair in her eyes, the girl turned to her comrade and asked what about Tar. After thinking for a while, the guy coldly replied that he simply thought that they needed to be prepared for anything, adding later that, nevertheless, what was happening to Najin was not like him at all. Hearing this, the girl turned around in surprise and asked displeasedly if Tar had not understood anything from the last time, after which she said that the main character had already done the same thing, pretended to be a traitor. After these words, she fell silent and looked away, after which she said that she was sure that the same thing was happening now. Right, Jun? She asked Rajan sharply. The guy, closing his eyes and smiling warmly, said that he believed the main character. What a simpleton, the girl said discontentedly, hearing such an answer. Suddenly, behind her in the distance, she heard the shouts of the guys, who were calling them to come quickly, adding that Kavarin and Turisan were here. At this time, Kavarin and Turisan were sliding along the ground. They were very exhausted, which is why they were breathing heavily. Padian was walking towards them with cold eyes, telling them to give it their all, because both were much stronger. Rudica and Varen stood to the side. The first thoughtfully asked if the attacks were random. The second, without answering, shouted for the guys to do as they were supposed to, after which he asked if they would not be ashamed in front of Juran. Hearing this, Kavarin and Turisan tensed up and concentrated. At that very second, the first one jumped up. She extended her hand and prepared to use the technique. Looking at this, Padian said in a relaxed manner that something was coming. Quarren quickly slid along the ground. A second later, she found herself in front of the teacher and magical power was concentrated in her hand. They were 2 steps apart, when suddenly Padian began to spin quickly in place. The next second, Quarren flew away from a strong blow next to Turisan. Realizing what had happened, the guy turned in shock in the direction where his ally had flown. At this time, Padian, having stopped spinning, called out to Turisan. There was contempt in her eyes. Looking at the guy, she said that she hoped that he had sincerely taken the oath. Turisan turned to the teacher with fear in his eyes. At that very second, he tensed up and the fear disappeared from his eyes. Without wasting time, he rushed at Padian, swinging his hand. Opening his mouth slightly, the guy whispered something. At that very moment, a hole appeared in the girl's hair. The guy immediately jumped back, getting into a stance, and Padian asked in surprise what it was. At that time, Quarren, having come to her senses, exhaled heavily, preparing to attack. At that very moment, something hit Padian in the body with incredible force. Having managed to block the blow, the teacher slid backwards along the ground in shock. Arriving at the scene of the fight, Rukian asked in confusion what was going on. Without turning around, the fox answered that most knights experience a surge of power, and this is exactly what is called an awakening. Watching the fight, the girl continued to say that there was a possibility that those two were showing signs of this phenomenon. After a short pause, Rudica said that it seemed that Quarren had unique abilities that were very rare to encounter, after which she said that Quarren herself seemed to not understand what she was capable of. Quarren held her hand outstretched in front of her and breathed heavily. Looking away, Rudica added that they too had limits to how much they could help, adding that it would help them a lot if someone with unique skills appeared. At this time, Juice was sleeping. Suddenly, he was woken up by someone shouting his name loudly. Opening his eyes, he saw Hassan in front of him, who was reporting that the central continent was visible, and Salvas, who was shouting loudly that the giraffe was getting up quickly. Getting up from the floor, Juice apologized and said that he must have fallen asleep for a while. A worried Tammin came up from behind him, saying that it seemed that Juice was very tired, and then asked what they should do. Salvas suddenly shouted in displeasure that it was all because the giraffe was weak. Perhaps, raising his head, Juice said quietly. Hassan, standing behind, said to herself, apparently the headaches were making themselves known. Kamel suddenly appeared next to him and asked if they shouldn't have been contacted by now. Gius lowered his head and said yes, and then asked Martha if there had been any messages. Suddenly, the girl was shocked by what she remembered. Looking at the guys, she slowly and quietly said that the main character had left the means of communication. Gius, hearing this, was very surprised. A bastard, he said in his head. After a while, the ship sailed to the shore. Giraffe threw his hat on the sand. The entire crew descended from the ship. Gius stood in front of everyone and said that the first thing they needed to do was find the main character, and they needed to do it faster than the main military forces. Giraffe was very tense. Looking ahead, he said that he thought the main character might use himself as bait. Night had fallen. The moon hung high in the sky. Padiana shouted that everyone had worked hard. Turisan, sitting by the river, was washing himself. Kavarin was sitting not far from him. Wiping water from his face, the guy turned to the girl and asked what would happen to them next, asking afterward if it was true that the second special squad would be disbanded. Kavarin did not answer, did not even look at her comrade. Then suddenly she turned to the guy and told him not to pretend that everything was fine, after which she said that she still had not forgiven Turisan. There was hatred and contempt for the guy in her eyes. Looking at Turisan, she said that although the knights said that this was not so, however, it was the guy who was guilty of Juran's death. Hearing this, Terisin looked at the girl sadly. Then suddenly he opened his mouth, about to say something, but did not. A few seconds later, he hung his head heavily and said that Kvaran was right. That is why, he said to himself. He was silent, hanging his head sadly. After a short pause, he continued that if suddenly the opportunity arose to atone for his guilt. At this time, Varen was approached from behind and asked if what he had said recently was true. Turning towards the voice, she saw Musa in front of her. After thinking for a while, he asked about everyone going home, after which he immediately replied that it was so. Musa suddenly said that he did not mean that, after which he said that Varen said that they were a kind of material for strengthening knights. Hearing this, the black chicken was confused. Looking at the guy who was waiting for an answer, he said, in general. After that, he fell silent, not knowing what to say. Musa sadly lowered his head, when Varen suddenly said discontentedly that he himself did not know anything. At this time, Paimel suddenly asked if it was true that the main character was not a traitor. All the guys from the ship quickly ran in one direction. Everyone looked at the guy in surprise after such a question. Gius, running ahead, did not answer. Paimel paused for a moment and asked with displeasure in his eyes if the giraffe didn't trust them at all. Hearing this question, Gius slowed down and asked with displeasure what kind of nonsense this was. Catching up with the giraffe, Paimel glared at it and asked why it always dealt with everything alone, adding later that it looked like the giraffe didn't trust them at all. After a short pause, he added that he wasn't asking to tell them everything, but at least use them. Continuing to run behind, he desperately shouted that he became a knight's apprentice in order to help knights, and not to be constantly protected and cared for. Hearing this, Gius was shocked. Wow, Salva screamed in surprise. Tanshirin, who was running next to her, said to herself in surprise, so what does it mean for Paimel to be a knight's apprentice? Closing his eyes, Gius apologized and said that it was not that he did not trust, but in the situation that had developed now, because he himself was not completely sure of anything, so all that remained was to trust the main character. After that, he remembered Najin, who, standing by the window, said that he also thought so. Opening his eyes, Gius wondered what that meant, then told Paimel that he believed the protagonist was not a traitor anyway. Salvas chuckled and asked what kind of nonsense the giraffe was talking about. Hearing this, the boy was surprised and looked at the girl. Running next to Gius, Salva said that as soon as she looked at the protagonist, she immediately understood everything, then added that she was very good at understanding people. Hearing this, Gius said that Najin was not at all like the badger imagined him to be. Looking at the giraffe, Salvas, with eyes full of confidence, said that the protagonist was one of those who liked to take everything on his shoulders and sacrifice himself, thinking that everything will be resolved, then said that Najin was not a traitor, adding that he needed to be caught and scolded properly. At this time, the protagonist was breathing heavily, tiredly asking if it was necessary to do this. He followed the general, who said that he had to see everything with his own eyes, adding that if Najin didn't want to go, it wasn't his problem. No, I'll go. Trying to keep up, the protagonist said. There was still a white trail in the sky from a strong magic shot. Following the trail, the general and the others reached a cliff, from which it was already clear that the trail led to a huge scorched area in the forest. Stopping, the general excitedly said that the beam of light came from about there, adding that it looked like some kind of natural disaster. Having caught up with the general, the protagonist said that as far as he knew, such natural disasters did not exist, after which he asked what it was, spirits or something like that. The dragon, completely covered in sweat, looked into the distance, asked who and how. The general suddenly turned to the dragon and asked if he knew anything about what happened. Without turning his head, the guy answered that he could not say anything specific, after which he assured that everything was serious. Looking at the burning forest area, he reported that there are creatures and things that for various reasons have become independent of the laws of nature. People call them dragons, Naringans, and knights. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and tensed. Without taking his shocked gaze away, the dragon said that the one who created this must understand the essence of work and operation. Approaching the dragon, Najin asked if everything was really that serious. Believe me, this is just the beginning, the guy answered, turning around. At this time, the general looked askance and distrustfully at the guys. He remembered the letter he had recently read. The protagonist was talking to the dragon not far from him. The letter that the general had read said that he should trust a man named Rajan. He should be wary of him, but there was no doubt about trusting them. Silently looking at the guys, the general said to himself that if they asked to trust them. The letter also contained an offer to meet to discuss the details. The meeting place, he thoughtfully said to himself, then raised his head and called out to the protagonist. Yes, General, Najin immediately turned and said, knowing that Heejin would definitely ask his opinion. Suddenly, the general extended his hand with a letter right to the protagonist's face. What do you think? He asked menacingly, without lowering his hand. Looking at this, the protagonist was shocked. Immediately getting his bearings, he thoughtfully asked if the general had any place in mind for the meeting. At this time, in his head, covered in cold sweat, Neijin said that he did not think that the general would suddenly shove the letter in his face. Frowning, Heejin asked displeasedly if that was all, then said that the letter said that Neijin cannot be trusted. Closing his eyes and turning away, the protagonist carelessly said that there was nothing surprising about this. Hearing this, the general relaxed a little. The next second he exhaled, closed his eyes and told Neijin to look for a meeting place. Okay, the protagonist obediently answered, keeping calm, adding that he would think about the place. The next second, the general turned away from the cliff and said that the protagonist would also go to meet the descendants of the dragon. Hearing this, Neijin lost all thoughts in his head. Suddenly, he asked himself in surprise, really? Alone, after a short pause, he finished. At this time, everything in the bay was destroyed. The guy, covering his face with a fan, asked if they really took the ship, despite the fact that there were two generals. In front of him stood two beaten men who, bowing their heads, apologized and said that they must have been knights from another continent. With a smile on his face, the guy asked if he went with the general, adding later that he was talking about the little dragon. They were two guys who looked exactly the same. One of them, sitting on a basket, said that he would not like the dragon to break loose from its leash. The second, standing in front of the men and closing his fan, continued with a smile on his face and began to rage. At this time, the dragon, standing on the edge of the cliff and lowering its head, said that in some sense it is not surprising that people cannot understand dragons, because people cannot perceive higher dimensional concepts from the point of view of a lower dimension. The protagonist stood in front of the dragon and said to himself dissatisfiedly that the general had decided to harness it, and then asked if this was because the general was suspicious of the dragon. After a short pause, he added that perhaps the general would send him to a meeting and watch from the sidelines. At this time, Heejin calmly walked away. The protagonist looked at the general in confusion and said to himself that perhaps he would not just watch, and then asked the general if he really wanted revenge. Hearing this, Heejin turned around in surprise and asked, "Revenge?" Neijin stood behind him with a serious face and asked that even if it was not the dragon's descendants who did it, shouldn't the murderers be punished? The general, after hearing this, didn't know what to say, and then asked why Neijin did this. The protagonist was surprised by this answer. With coldness and indifference in his eyes, he said that it was all for Narun's sake, and then asked if he didn't admire the skeleton. Hearing this question, the general thought about it. After a few seconds, he quietly said that it was so, and that was why. After that, he fell silent. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor in surprise, waiting for an answer. Suddenly, Heejin said that he was a general who served his lord. He proudly held his head and looked forward, saying that Lord Narun was also a general, so fulfilling the will of His Majesty was an honor for him as well as for Lord Narun, adding later that this was exactly what he wanted. After a short pause, the general said that this was why revenge for the sake of the Lord was not for him. Hearing such strong words, the protagonist was very surprised. The general suddenly turned around and asked displeasedly if revenge was a priority for Neijin. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, the protagonist quietly said that he was of the same opinion as the general. Behind him stood a dragon with a sarcastic smile. Closing his eyes and exhaling, he said upset that no one was listening to him at all. At this time, a sword was thrust into the ground with force. It was Martha's sword. Kneeling on one knee, the girl reported that most of the tracks belonged to animals. Jius, hearing this, asked the rabbit what about the direction. The girl's sword was shaking violently. Looking at her weapon, Hasten replied that everything was the same. Giraffe, hearing this, said that they still had a long way to go. Pamel approached him and asked what if the protagonist was trying to use himself as bait. Turning to his comrade, Jius said in confusion that he was thinking of either using the members of the 2nd Special Squad or, when suddenly Taman, coming up from behind, interrupted Jius, saying with a serious face that he thought the protagonist was trying to gain the trust of the enemies by forcing his comrades to ride on himself, despite the fact that he himself could suffer. Turning to Taman, the giraffe said that he also thought so, but there was a problem. Before he could finish speaking, Tanchirin approached him and said that the protagonist underestimated the knights, whose attack a simple student would not be able to withstand. Lowering his head, Jius lowered his head and said that this was true, so the protagonist's actions were confused, adding that Neijin's plan was very likely to fail. Raising his eyes, the giraffe said that the protagonist misunderstood the meaning of the word knight because knights are not weapons that follow orders, but people. After a short pause, he said that the knights would not be able to move as easily as they would like. At that time, Rudica, Varen, and Padian were standing in the building. Looking at the guys, Padian asked what to do with the main character. "What do you mean?" asked the chicken, turning his head to the girl. Rudica, leaning on the wall, said that this was probably a conversation about betrayal, after which she added that she believed that the main character could not be a traitor. Padian did not know what to say to this. She was very worried. Seeing the state of the girl, Rudica asked what was wrong. Closing her eyes, the deer said that nothing. "It seems that she still does not know," Padian said to herself. After that, she opened her eyes and looked at the chicken, wondering what about Varen. Suddenly, the black chicken, looking forward, said that he thought differently, adding that the protagonist could very well be a traitor, after which he said, moreover. After these words, he turned his head to the teacher and continued that it was quite possible that for Neijin, nights were not a means to fulfill a plan, but an end. Rudica, hearing this, looked at the chicken in surprise. Hearing such an answer, Patian closed her eyes and asked if Varen really thought that the protagonist was a traitor. At that time, in her head, she said that Varen was more perceptive. Not quite, the chicken suddenly answered, sitting on the bench, after which he said that the protagonist was the one who contacted them. The girls, hearing this, looked at Varen in surprise. The chicken continued to say that it was necessary to take this fact into account too, when suddenly, turning his head to Patian, he asked what their actions would be. Evening came. A flock of birds flew across the sky. The mercenaries' feet stepped on the dirty ground. Ruse, lifting his leg with difficulty, asked discontentedly why it was necessary to choose the swamp. Raymond, standing in front, quietly ordered him to shut up. Suddenly Rune, taking his sword in his hands and leaving, said that he would go on alone, ordering the others to wait for him here. Ruse and Raymond were left alone. Seeing Rune off, Ruse asked what they were going to talk about. The girl did not answer. Receiving no answer, the guy looked doubtfully at Raymond and said to himself that these people never explain anything, then asked how long they would hide everything from him, then asked himself what would happen if he suddenly ran away. At this time, Rune went deeper and deeper, leaving behind traces. Rajan, he suddenly remembered the words of the mother of dragons. Walking forward, he told himself to tell her to speak. Rune recalled the girl telling him with her eyes closed that Rajan was the only one who could stop the flames of Udian, and if he did not, then the dragon's descendants would end. As Rune made his way deeper into the swamp, he wondered what kind of flames Udian was. In his mind was the image of the mother of dragons, telling him to remember that Rune should not kill a child, because by killing a helpless child, you will lose yourself. Then Rune suddenly stopped, seeing a black silhouette in the distance. Holding a sword in his hands, he looked at the man in the cloak in front of him and asked if it was the general. As he prepared to draw his sword from its sheath, he asked again if it was General Heejin. The man in the cloak did not move and had his back turned. From under his hood, blonde hair was visible, swaying in the wind. He recalled the words of the general, who asked if revenge was really his priority. Of course, he answered silently. They took everything from me, he said. You came? He asked Rune without turning around. Heejin, you can't understand how much anger has enveloped my heart, the man in the cape said. Rune tensed up a lot. Revenge for Najin and everyone else. When suddenly the man in the cape said that he was the man who contacted the mercenaries on behalf of the general. Hearing this, Rune was shocked. Najin, the protagonist, introduced himself, throwing off his cape. This is the path I have chosen, he said to himself. I will give you a chance. The protagonist recalled the words of the mercenaries. He remembered how the masked man stood in front of him, telling Najin to kill Najin and then they will spare his life. Leaving the memories, Najin looked at Rune's tense face. Lowering his head, the protagonist said to himself that back then in the village it was Rune at the head of the masked men. There was hatred in his eyes. The one who came, he said slowly to himself. For my soul, Najin finished after a pause. The protagonist stood in front of Rune. Rune also looked at Najin without moving. Rune looked at the protagonist carefully. The sensory information that humans rely on most is sight. The protagonist looked coldly at his opponent. Rune was serious. He was tense and focused, whether a person is strong or weak. There was no emotion in Najin's eyes except indifference. This works in all cases. Strong visual effects. There was a large burn on the protagonist's cheek and neck. This is a burn, Rune asked himself in his head, noticing it. They make an indelible impression. It turns out that Rune began to ask himself, who does the descendant of the dragon see me as? The protagonist asked himself. They continued to stand silently opposite each other. Najin or Najin? Najin asked himself in his head, adding that Rune was definitely in doubt now. The wind blew strongly, fluttering the protagonist's hair. Well, Najin said to himself, adding that then he will clarify everything right now. He looked at his opponent without a drop of fear in his eyes. In his head, the protagonist continued to say that they had seen Najin all this time, but now Najin, who had survived, would appear before them. After a short pause, he asked himself if Rune could imagine such a thing. A faint smile appeared on his face. I will play both, the guy firmly said in his head. Well, the descendant of the dragon, the protagonist began to say to himself. Rune at this time held the hilt of his sword and said nothing. What will you do now? Najin finished. A few hours ago, the general turned to Najin and asked him what he would do. Walking to Heejin, the protagonist asked if since the general had already instructed him to meet the descendants of the dragon, this meant that he would do something else. There was no emotion in his eyes. Looking ahead, he asked himself in his head if the general was really going to test him because he did not trust him. "What is wrong?" the general asked with distrust, and then asked what Neijin thought he was going to do. Stopping, the protagonist said that this would be identification, observing him from a distance to make sure he did not pose any threat. The general, hearing this, was very surprised and did not know what to say, after which he said that judging by the fact that Neijin said something like that, "I have an idea," the protagonist finished for the general, saying that it was about determining the hostility of the dragon's descendants. There was no uncertainty in his eyes. "Listen," he said firmly, present tense. Rune looked at his opponent in confusion. "Najin?" he asked himself in his head. The protagonist did not move, standing not far ahead. Did it really mean it was him? Rune asked himself in his head. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself, "Burn marks, this is not the Najin they saw before," after which he said that he was surprised, but somehow everything was unclear, adding that if this is not Najin, then the protagonist will definitely be. "Well," interrupting Rune's thoughts, Najin asked, so surprised. Rune suddenly understood everything. Looking at the protagonist, he said that it was the protagonist who used Ryujin's name. That's right, it suddenly dawned on him. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, the protagonist said that he was now absolutely sure that the mercenaries considered Ryujin their comrade, after which he said that this was information incitement. "Excellent," Neijin said to himself contentedly, opening his eyes. "This is how I will receive information," he said to himself after a short pause. Rune, without moving from his place, looked at Neijin. In his head, he understood that it was time to take the initiative into his own hands. Suddenly, the protagonist pointed his finger down and said that the fact that he was here alone meant that General Heijin completely trusted him. With hatred and anger in his eyes, he looked at Rune and asked if he understood what an attack on him now would entail. In his head, he said that in this situation, Neijin would never think of killing the enemy. After a short pause, he added that his main task would be to gather information, so the initiative would be aimed at this. Rune suddenly said to himself, whether it was a Najin or not, it didn't matter. The protagonist was talking to himself, however. Rune was talking to himself that he was sure of it. Raising his gaze, which was filled with firmness, he added that Neijin was the child of flame. The protagonist finished. Soon this could have the opposite effect. Rune, preparing to take out his sword, said that if no action was taken, everything could become much more serious, so it was necessary to deal with Neijin here and now. "Even if," he said, as he suddenly remembered the image of the mother of dragons, "I will have to sacrifice my own life," he finished. After these words, a terrifying aura enveloped him, and he grabbed his blade. The dragon watched all this from afar. "How is everything going?" the general suddenly asked, standing behind. "I don't even know," standing higher, the dragon answered. Throwing a hood over himself, the general said that it was time for him to move. "What will happen?" the dragon asked himself restlessly in his head, when suddenly he felt the fan closing. The boy immediately recognized what it was. A strong wind blew into the dragon at that very second. A few seconds later it was all over. "Really?" the dragon said quietly, looking where the wind was blowing from. "He has already returned?" he asked confusedly. At that time in the swamp, the mud on it was trampled by the children's feet. Digius carefully walked through the mud, telling everyone to be careful because there is a swamp everywhere. "Did you hear?" the badger suddenly asked. Suddenly, what Giz felt shocked him. Walking through the swamp, the rabbit said that the direction had changed. But before she could finish, the giraffe put a finger to her mouth and told her to shut up. The rabbit and the cat fell silent and looked around in surprise. All the trees around were cut down, and the earth was scattered everywhere. Many stumps were sticking out of the ground. "What the hell?" Giz asked. Kamen, looking at this, said that apparently there was a battle here relatively recently. Badger, squinting, said that there was someone in the distance. Among the whole trees in the distance, a silhouette was visible. Pamel looked into the distance in horror, foreshadowing something terrible. A black silhouette stood among the trees. The rabbit lowered her gaze, saying nothing. The braid of the black silhouette fluttered in the wind. Giz, looking at the silhouette, thought, "Something sinister," he said to himself, looking at the guy with long hair. And an unpleasant feeling, he finished to himself. There was a crazy smile on the unknown guy's face. "Hello," he greeted everyone. Rune grabbed the hilt of the sword. The hero stepped back. He pursed his lips. Rin looked into Neijin's eyes. He froze and asked him to trust him this time. He said that there was one way to expose the descendants of the dragon. They did not need to do anything for this. He frowned and clarified that almost nothing. He continued that they just need to stand still. The master behind the hero looked at his back. The hero was about to point out the place. The bearded man looked at the hero and thought about the deadly aura. They say that only masters can sense something like this. Rune became wary and thought that such a frightening aura could come from General Heijin. Thanks to this feeling, two very strong people can recognize each other. The hero looked at Rune and noticed that he seemed to have realized the situation he was in. So, Rune interrupted him and said that he was sure that Najin was dead. He narrowed his eyebrows and said that he was acting differently and he knew it. He asked if the hero really thought he could fool them. Neijin opened his mouth in surprise. He said no, thinking that Rune was really sure of it. He decided that in that case. He looked at the master with wide eyes and said that he had achieved his goal in any case. He had become stronger and said that even if Rune understood everything, nothing could be changed. Rune slid his foot and said that he thought differently. He said that he only needed to kill him and convince the general that he was on the wrong side. The hero realized that it was a bluff. He couldn't let himself be intimidated. He frowned and said that the general was behind him. He asked if Rune was sure that he could defeat him. Rune frowned and said that he was sure. Neijin thought he needed to put pressure on him. He said that he had chosen this meeting place. He asked if Rune thought he had called him here without a reason. Rune began to approach the hero. He said that if there were any shortcomings in this area, they would not help him with the general. He assured the hero that it would not be a big problem for him. Neijin realized that this was a bluff. He pursed his lip and thought that as long as the general was watching them, Rune would definitely not attack him. The general was watching from the side and thought that this was an unusual situation. He was trying to figure out what they would do. He turned towards the sound. Rune grabbed his sword and said that Neijin did not know Neijin well and that was his mistake. Neijin did not move. He understood that this was a provocation and that Rune was just trying to make him attack first. Rune looked at the hero and asked if he was not interested in learning about his brother. Neijin tensed up. He knew that if Rune made the first move, then victory would be his. Someone landed between them. Neijin looked at him in surprise. Camelsia turned to the hero and held out his hand. The area behind the hero began to collapse. A strong wave hit his back. Rune jumped to the side. He looked ahead questioningly. A roar thundered over the forest. Dust rose in the clearing. The wind scattered it. A demon landed on the ground. He opened his fan and said that they were a little late. He noted that they were still nimble. He looked towards the heroes. They silently looked at him. Gius walked forward slowly and asked for forgiveness. He asked if people knew what happened. Hasten looked at the giraffe. It said that judging by his clothes he was from the eastern continent. The guy said that he had no doubt that this was his doing. The demon looked at the knights and tried to understand who they were looking for. He frowned. He looked at their armor and their preparedness for battle. He smiled, realizing that they were knights. He said that there were people here. He laughed and said that he had destroyed them all. Yulnir ran at him to attack. Gius screamed and asked them to stop. Martha and Pamel did not hear him. They jumped at the demon to attack. He disappeared and appeared in front. Pamel looked at the back of his opponent. He threw a throwing knife. It was approaching his head. More fighters appeared in front of him. The knife began to fly back to the couple. It flew between their heads. Gius looked up. The demon flew into the air. He smiled and said that the heroes attacked first. He said that in this case he would strike back. Gius became nervous and said that the usual misunderstanding had occurred. The demon took out a folded fan. The giraffe's eyes widened. The demon, smiling, pointed the fan at the heroes. The giraffe realized that these were dragon martial arts. He realized that the demon was going to use Dragon Fall. The hero remembered smiling. He remembered looking at his brother. They were walking through the city together. Neijin was saying goodbye to his brother. He smiled back. Najin was fighting the knights. Neijin looked after him in surprise. He remembered how he walked with his friends. Najin was happy. The brothers were looking at a field with a tree. They looked at each other and smiled. They both walked up to the tree. Neijin looked ahead and said how much he liked the icy desert and the crystal sea. He said that he also really liked the eastern continent, but he said that he could not rest and relax properly. He wanted to go there again. Neijin looked at Najin and asked how he was enjoying the life of a knight. He thought that his brother was probably doing great. Neijin looked gloomily at his brother, who said that he probably had many friends among the knights. He turned to his brother and addressed him. There was a scar on his face. He said that he had already died. Neijin's eyes widened. He looked away and said that his brother was right. Neijin touched his face. He came close to his face and said that he was dead. Neijin looked at his brother questioningly. His brother widened his eyes and said that it underestimated the descendants of the dragon. He asked where such generosity towards this man came from, since he could not kill him. He asked, did his brother really think that he would ever have another good chance? He grabbed his brother by the face. He called his name. His brother's eyes became wild. He asked why Neijin was so calm. He demanded to admit that he initially did not want revenge. Tears appeared in Neijin's eyes. He said that this was not true and Neijin was wrong. Neijin let go of his face and demanded to prove his words. He asked Neijin to show his rage. Neijin looked at his brother in confusion. He demanded to do so. Neijin looked at the dragon. He frowned at him and asked, did he really wake up? Rune turned to the hero. The dragon said that the situation was urgent and he did not have time to explain. He said that the hero would be very agitated now, but Neijin squeezed the sword. Rune looked at the dragon and asked what was going on here. The blade was approaching his face. He easily dodged the blow. Neijin stopped behind him. Rune remembered the wounded Kaijin, who said that the hero was unstoppable. He looked at the hero and thought that Kaijin was right. He asked, did he really think that he would allow himself to be attacked? He looked at the hero in surprise. Neijin was breathing heavily. Rune thought that a little more and he would be able to defeat him. Neijin screamed and asked the dragon to hold him for him. He said that then he would do everything he said. Rune thought that he should have done this from the very beginning. What was he thinking? Rune looked away. He looked at the dragon. It said that the hero asked to hold him. Rune said that he would explain everything. He looked at Neijin and told him to calm down. He didn't know what to call him, but he said that they wouldn't have to fight anymore. Neijin's hands were shaking. He looked at Rune like a beast. Rune asked how they could talk. Neijin froze and asked where General Heijin was now. He wondered what he wanted to talk to him about, and he also wondered how he had the nerve to say something like that. Rune and the dragon were silent. Neijin's eyes became wild. He asked him to answer why they were doing this to Neijin. He said that there would never be peace between them. Rune frowned and said that there was no way that would allow him to kill him. He asked if the hero would admit it. Neijin pulled his sword forward and said no. He said that he just needed to find a way to defeat him and that was his strength. Rune said that he assumed that was the case. Neijin looked at the enemy questioningly. He said that this is why he made such an offer. Rune looked at Neijin, said his name and said that he would give him a chance to take revenge. Neijin froze. He was in shock. Rune looked down and said that not now. First he needed to achieve his goal, and until then he could not die. He said that as soon as he did what he had to. He looked at the hero and said that he would be honored to die by his hand. He asked to help him achieve his goal. Neijin was silent. He looked into the void. The dragon looked at the two people with curiosity. Rune exhaled. Now he was sure that Neijin was dead. He looked angrily at the hero. He did not move. Rune also understood. He looked at Neijin and smiled. He knew that Neijin was still a child. From the nonsense he heard, everything in the hero's head was confused. He was silent, thinking that Rune might not mean it, but was trying to talk his teeth. He decided that he needed to calm down first. He looked at the dragon and his enemy. He needed to understand the situation from the inside. The hero had a feeling that they were connected by something, perhaps some kind of deal. Neijin thought that the dragon could have defected to the side of the dragon's descendants or that he was originally with them. Neijin decided that he did the right thing by not trusting him. The dragon frowned and mentally said that he could hear everything. Neijin looked at Rune. He told himself that his target was right in front of his eyes, but it was impossible to kill him right now. He squeezed the hilt of the sword and thought that he had previously thought that he would destroy him in the blink of an eye, but he did not feel a threat from him. He understood that this man wanted to use him. He looked angrily at the master. He decided that he had to find out why they wanted to use him. Rune looked at the hero and asked if he should be given time to think. He asked if the hero wanted to end everything here and now. Neijin was silent. He felt the enemy's expression of anger and confusion at the same time. He looked at the yawning dragon and thought that it could have come here with such an intention in the first place. He thought that if the dragon had not started a conversation, he would have been able to kill the dragon's descendant thanks to the surprise. The dragon said displeasedly that there was a misunderstanding now. He asked the hero to consider that he saved his skin, otherwise something terrible would have happened here now. Neijin frowned and thought that he was not at all repulsed by the fact that the dragon could read minds. He mentally said that this did not mean that he completely trusted him. He thought that the only person on his side was. General Heijin appeared and asked what was going on here. He asked the dragon why he used warp movement without even consulting with him. The dragon looked at the general and said that he had no choice since the demon arrived. The general noted that the demon was much faster than he thought. Warp movement is the ability to fold space to those coordinates that the line of sight can reach, and move to these coordinates instantly. The dragon looked at the general and said that they had two chances to use this skill. The hero asked again. The dragon looked at him sullenly. He looked away and said that a demon is a person who is better never to meet. He said that it was he who turned him into what he is. He imagined the silhouette of a demon. The general looked at the hero and the descendant with displeasure. They looked at him silently. The hero looked at Rune and called him a descendant of the dragon. He looked back at him. Neijin closed his eyes. The hero said that he was definitely on their side. Neijin began to think, would it be better to use the general to destroy the descendants of the dragon? Rune looked away and the hero thought no, because it is unknown how this could turn out for him. He could lose his authority and then he would be driven into a corner. Neijin looked angrily at the descendant. He understood that the situation was radically different from when they were alone with this man. He decided that at this moment it was better to do so. He touched his chest and decided to slow down, because there was no need to rush and get nervous too much. He knew it was a long game. He remembered his words and agreed with himself that he needed to find a way to defeat the dragon's descendant. He looked at Rune, telling himself that this was his strength. Rune closed his eyes and looked at the hero. The dragon looked at him. The general looked up and said that it was time to move, because a downpour was about to begin. Rune looked up. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. They fell on their heads. There were more and more of them. After a while, snow covered the other people's heads. The man looked at the tired people and ordered them not to retreat. 14-year-old Roran clenched his fist and said that despite the number of enemies, the man must be confident in his victory. He looked at the snowdrifts. The man went into Khan's house. He thought that Roran would become the next leader of his group. The man began to complain to the guy. Khan grabbed his face. The man next to him decided that nothing helped. Rune remembered how people walked through the snow and thought that it could be said about him that he was born in a war. He was a child picked up on the battlefield and most likely rejected because he was from a different clan. He understood people and would have done the same in their place. He walked to the red tree and thought about how his parents had become special people for him. He quietly crept up on the man. The woman stood with her back to him and asked if he had already arrived. Rune clicked and said that she had noticed him again. He said that the dragon would get tired of her appearing here so often. The pregnant girl turned around. Rune looked away and said that the child would be born healthy and she should not worry. The woman asked if Rune had really fought again. The guy looked away with displeasure and said that it was not a fight. He said that the guys were just picking on him and constantly dragging him through the mud, so he fought back. The girl looked at the guy tiredly and said that such behavior was inappropriate. She asked if Rune thought that after this, someone would trust him on the battlefield. Rune fell silent, unable to find the words. The woman looked at him silently. She laid her head on his hair. She smiled and said that no matter what path he chose, his mother would always be on his side. Rune was silent. He took his mother's hand aside and said that he was not a child anymore. He smiled sheepishly and said that he did not say it out of anger. The woman touched the tree and said that her son might be right and the dragons would really get tired of her soon. She asked if Rune would come and pray instead of her. She smiled and said that she would pray for their first child to be happy. Rune looked at his mother in surprise. At that moment, he realized two things: that his mother loved him. He looked at his mother and said that she could rely on him. And secondly, he understood that he would never be able to become a real part of their family. He remembered that after that, his mother died. He remembered how his father screamed over his mother's body. He looked at her gloomily. He took the bundle in his hands. They wrapped a crying baby in it. Rune smiled weakly and said it was nice to meet him and named him Rajan. 3 years later, a girl screamed Rune's name. She walked through the snow and asked where he went. She looked between the trees and called Rune. She gasped. She saw the boy in front of the cliff and said that she found him. Rune looked at the girl and named her Ruyan. She smiled and asked why he had come so far here. She said that she had barely found him. Rune stood there gloomily. Ruyan said that he could find someone to spar with. Rune looked at the sword and said that no one would train with him, except maybe fight. He said that no one liked him and many did not want the ritual to be performed on him at all. Ruyan looked at the boy worriedly and asked if that was really why he kept going further and further away so as not to cross paths with anyone. Rune closed his eyes. Ruyan said that he stopped arguing with everyone and getting into fights like before. She said that he was a great guy. Rune replied that his past behavior only confirmed his shortcomings. Ruyan smiled and asked if he was going to leave this place while he was moving away. Rune put his sword in its sheath and said that he did not know. He asked if she would go with him. Ruyan fell silent. She looked at the guy and asked if she could really do this. Rune was silent. Ruyan too. She shook the guy by the shoulder and said that it was a joke. She said that he should know how much she believed in him and said that if he left, it would be a huge loss. Rune gloomily repeated her last words. Ruyan hesitantly removed her hand from his shoulder. He raised a finger with a smile and said that he had Rajan. Rune remembered his mother's last words. He silently looked at the girl and agreed with her. He remembered his father saying that he didn't agree because it didn't correspond to their principles. He said that allowing strangers to visit their settlement was tantamount to spitting on traditions. Descendants of the dragon. These people used their powers to work as mercenaries. Unlike in the past, now that there were fewer wars and it was difficult to make a living, there were people who looked at the strength of this clan with interest. In addition, it was time for a change in the clan leader, which led to endless disputes. Rushel asked sullenly, weren't the leaders reliable people? He said that they themselves had already violated the principle by accepting a stranger into the clan. Rocken looked at the disputants who shouted that these were different things. People said that knights were allies of magicians. Rocken looked at his neighbor and asked what the mother of dragons said. Keitel coughed and said that she was silent. He said that he felt how he was getting weaker every day. He said that he would have to hurry with the appointment of a new leader. He said that was all for today. The leaders left the council house. They silently went about their business. The girl told Rushel that their thinking was as slow as they were. She said that the leaders did not understand what kind of world they lived in. She said that if they acted now as before, they would have been buried under the snow and died of hunger long ago. Rushel said gloomily that very soon Ruyan would become the next mother of dragons, and as soon as this happened, the advantage would be on their side. He said that in the end it was a matter of time, because that was how the world worked. The girl's fingers curled. She thought that Rushel did not listen to her until the last. She looked at the man's back and asked if everything would be okay. Would Ruyan do everything right? Rushel said that she could not worry about this. He said that Ruyan would live happily and in abundance. He smiled and said that his daughter was very strong after all. The girl agreed with confusion. Thinking that she was not talking about this, she asked herself, does Russell not know anything about those two? She watched as Rae-jun hugged Rune. They entered the village territory. One of the boys asked the elder if he should do this. The elder said that they will observe the situation for now. He said that they need to think about everything carefully since this is the last option. The boy frowned at the elder and asked, don't they need to interfere with Ruin's inheritance? He said that if they want to use the mother of dragons. The elder said sharply no. He said that the children are not guilty of anything. He went ahead and said that Raymond has already started wielding a knife. The boy said that she definitely has talent. Another boy said that their Callan has played enough and he envies the elder. He smiled and said that Rae-jun is much more interested in his brother than the sword. He did not know if this is normal. He said that in their time they all grew up too quickly and took up arms as children. The guy said that they still have Rune. He heard that the guy reached a high level and said that if there was a relationship between them, then there would be no problems with the successor. The elder stopped and said that he was still his son. The guys confusedly said that it was her. The second guy asked if Rune would be at the ceremony. They walked forward. Rune's father said that his son should be able to come to terms with the backlash. He assumed that Rune did not even want it. However, if he agreed, there would be no turning back. He added that he did not really want to involve his son in all this. The guy solemnly offered to take care of everything, even the backlash. He said that Rune's power would help them a lot in the event of a reverse situation. The elder turned and asked why he was listening to him. He said that he did not want to drag his son into adult showdowns. The guy looked at him and said that this was not a showdown, but politics. He said that the slightest mistake and they would face a war within the clan. He looked at the elder and asked, does he really not want to drag Rune into it? He said that if a war suddenly starts, then no one will be left alive, neither Raymond nor Rae-jun. He looked sternly at the elder and said that if he were in his place, he would undoubtedly hand Raymond's sword, and Rune could become the owner of incredible power that will help them. He said that Rune's existence is a contradiction for everyone. He asked if his father is sure that they will not touch his son. The elder looked away. The guy asked what use is he to them then. The elder pursed his lip. Someone was watching them and sneezed. Rae-jun looked at his brother and asked, is he really going to leave? Rune looked at him in surprise. Rune asked who told him this. The boy looked down and said that his father had said that Rune might leave and that he shouldn't try to stop him because his son would be happier if he left this place. Rune was silent, surprised. He thought about the words he had heard. He remembered how his father had offered him to participate in the ritual. Rune's eyes widened and he asked again. His father folded his arms over his chest and asked why he was so surprised. He said that it was a great honor to undergo the ritual and be recognized as a full member of the Dragon Descendants clan. Rune was indignant. His father looked at him sullenly and asked him to become a warrior and protect his family. Rune was silent. He accepted his father's order. The snow continued to fall. Russell asked the man who had come up to him if he was going to start a war. The man chuckled and said that if that was true, he imagined a bunch of warriors and said that they should be ready for anything. Two men in cloaks looked at the village. People gathered around the fire. The observers were telling each other that what was happening now was called a ritual. One of them said that thanks to it, the clan had managed to survive all this time as mercenaries. People were standing by the fire. Rune was approaching them, while the observer was saying that the descendants of the dragon had an innate physical advantage. He decided that their main strength was connected with the ritual. The observer frowned and said that the received strength was comparable to the strength of knights. Rune looked at the leader of the clan. The observer said that only the leader is capable of conducting the ritual. Therefore, becoming a leader is important for the descendants of the clan. The stranger looked at his partner and asked if this is really what they need. But the partner said that they are interested in the ability of prophecy of the one called the Mother of Dragons. The stranger asked gloomily. The boy looked at the village and said that the legendary mercenaries who grant victory. He said that historically, the percentage of victories of countries that hired the descendants of dragons is much higher. He said that their strength is not behind this. He imagined the eyes of the Mother of Dragons and said that victory can be achieved thanks to the ability of what will happen. The boy frowned and said as long as they have the ability to know the future and control it, physical strength is nothing. The old woman said that this power is not the ability to predict. He asked her not to think so under any circumstances. Rian bowed and said that she knows. The old woman coughed and said that strength is not in seeing the future, but in feeling the direction of will. He said that she will see what can happen, not what will happen. Rian nodded silently. The old woman said that in other words, it is the future that can be changed by the influence and direction of their will. She looked at the girl and asked if she is ready. Rian said yes. The old hands touched the girl's face and said that this curse would haunt her forever from the moment she received it until her death. The old woman opened her eyes and asked the girl to endure it, to endure helplessness. Rian looked at the old woman with anxiety. Day had come. Rune remembered that the ritual was a kind of borrowing the dragon's power. He walked through the village. He did not believe in such superstitions, probably because he was not part of the clan. In general, nothing in his life had changed except that now he had to adhere to certain rules. He looked to the side, and so he became a dragon warrior. He looked into the distance and thought what was going on. He remembered the words of his mother, who promised to support him. He smiled and said that there was nothing he could choose. He heard his name. He turned around. Ruin came up to him and asked how he was. Got used to it. Rune looked down and asked what he should get used to. He asked how she felt about the role of the mother of dragons. Ruin looked ahead tiredly and said that it was difficult for her. She said that she constantly felt like someone was invading her head. She frowned and said that every time fragments leaked out regardless of her will. He remembered the words of the old woman who said that this curse would be with her until her death. She repeated this phrase. He smiled and said that it would be much better if they ran away together. Rune looked at her and asked if she saw who he would become in the future. Ruin looked away. The girls who came up said that he would become the protector of the family. Rushel smiled and said that Rune's role was determined from the very beginning. Ruin turned around in fear. Rune tried to understand what his words meant. The man smiled and said that once upon a time the mother of dragons told Rocken a prophecy. He said that on the battlefield he would find a child who would survive. He was destined to become the protector of the family. Rune remembered the man telling him that he was a very unusual person. Ruin looked at her father with concern. Rune thought that his father did not lead him here, he just brought him. He remembered his father, who worriedly said that Rushel was a cruel man. He said that he could do anything to become the leader of the clan, and if he took the place of the clan leader, it could harm Rajan. Rune remained silent and said that he asked if what he said was true. The father looked at his son with concern and said that it was true. The mother of dragons said exactly that. But Rune did not move. He said that he tried. All this time he trained harder than anyone else. Even after becoming a warrior after the ritual, he will never become part of the family and clan. The father screamed. Rune looked down and said all the time he thought about who he really was. In the end he turned out to be just a tool to protect someone else's clan. He asked if his fate was really predetermined from the beginning. He ran out of the house, his father shouting after him. He ran to the red tree and froze in front of it. He touched its trunk and pulled his hand away. He looked down sadly and mentally asked his mother who he was. Ruin stood on the other side of the tree and asked if Rune had come. He smiled and asked if she knew he would come here. He asked how far into the future she could see. Ruin looked down and asked since when had he been addressing her formally. She said that she felt like he was moving away. Rune did not move and asked why she was here. Ruin was silent. She closed her eyes. She opened her mouth and said that endless fragments were climbing into her head. She said that one of them was about her mother. Rune opened his eyes wide. Ruin turned around with a smile. He remembered running through the snow. His mother's voice said that she was worried that she and his father were very similar and kept their emotions inside. She said that it would be hard for the two of them to find common ground without her. Rune ran back as fast as he could. His mother said that his father was honest but closed, but he always felt the same as she did about him. He froze at the village gate. His mother said that it was still hard for her to tell him anything, but she tried her best to make him feel comfortable. His mother said that from the very first time they met until the very end, she would love him. Rune's face was frozen in horror. His mother's voice called him her first son. He looked at his father's corpse. His mother's voice said that she wanted him to be happy. His father did not move. The boy's eyes widened. He screamed. He sat down next to his father's body and began to ask what was wrong with him. Someone came up to him from behind. Drops of blood fell on the snow. Rushel lay dead in the snow. Rune stood in the middle of the ruins of the village. Ruin looked at him and said since both candidates for the position of leader are dead, she, the mother of dragons. Rune looked at her. The girl said that she appoints him as the main and only candidate for the role of the clan leader. Rune's father looked forward heavily. He told Rajan to run and not look back. He let go of the boy, and he ran forward. He looked back. There was a battle outside the village gates. The boy ran far into the void. What does the stream of consciousness mean? We are all driven by some goal. There is a point where these same streams of consciousness collide, the so-called intersection of streams. Numerous intersections, which in turn give rise to many others. The emerging bundles of intersections appear in the eyes of the mother of dragons. There is no meaning in the stream of consciousness, everything just follows each other's will. Rushel said that the leader died. Ruin was silent with anxiety. Rushel opened his eyes and noticed that his daughter was not surprised. He said that she foresaw his death. Ruin remained silent. Father turned away and said he was disappointed. He said that she saw such an important moment, but did not tell him anything. Ruin lowered her gaze and reminded her that her father told her that her ability should work for the good of the clan. Rushel turned around and said that she should know that if Rocken became the leader of the clan, then their clan would be wiped off the face of the earth. Ruin asked with concern that despite this, how could he do this to Rune? Rushel calmly said that as soon as Rune learned the truth, a turning point would come in the clan of the descendants of the dragon. He said that this is what they were prophesied. He looked from under his brows and said that Rakan would die today. Ruyen looked at her father with concern. He turned around, getting ready to leave, and said that the choice had already been made and everything had begun. Ruyen watched her father leave. He repeated her father's last words. Now Rune pressed her against the wall. He looked at her wildly and asked if she knew that this would happen. He pointed at the corpses of their fathers. He let go of her hand and asked how far into the future she could see. He angrily asked why she was doing this to him. Ruyen looked down sadly. She clasped her hands and said that it was done for everyone, the way they, the descendants of dragons, would live. She said that Rune should become a protector. Rune looked at her distantly. The girl said that she was not thrilled with such a future either. He narrowed his eyes angrily. He looked at her and said that, unfortunately, they could not satisfy their request. The observers asked why in surprise. He said that they had already agreed on everything with a man named Rushel. Rune turned around and told them to come another time. That was all he could tell them. The observers began to be indignant, asking what kind of disrespect was this. One of them frowned warily. They walked away. One of the guys assumed that something had really happened. He decided that the situation within the clan was not the best. The partner looked at him and said that they would in that case, but the second one interrupted him and said that it would not be easy because that man. He remembered Rune and said that his hands were stained with blood. One of the guys froze. The one walking in front asked if he was afraid. He answered that he was already fed up with these mercenaries, and moreover, he said that he was just an escort. He took off his mask. The guy ridiculed the reputation of the knights and said that they could not even get into the mercenary village. The knight said that this would be the only time he would help him and there would be no other time. He looked ahead gloomily. He was told that he was just as helpless, even having become a knight. Those walking froze. A man was sitting under a tree in front. The guys chuckled in surprise. Meanwhile, it was snowing in the village. People looked at Rune. They did not think that everything would end so quickly. They said that Rushel's squad was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at the boy. They said that if it weren't for this boy, something terrible could have happened. They said that this was to be expected from Rakan's son. Someone said that he was not his biological son. Rune walked forward. People gossiped that Rune had set all this up for the sake of the chieftain's position. They noticed that Rajan was missing. They said that all this was very strange. Rune continued to walk forward. People discussed his connection with Ruyen. Rune went into the house and said that he would go looking for Rajan. He said that the boy was a legitimate candidate for the role of chieftain of the Dragon Descendants clan. He decided that this was the only way to stop the development of the internal clan war. He planned to show that he was not going to become a knight. Thus, he found himself in the outside world, although he did not want to. He was approaching the place where the snow ends. He thought that this is exactly the place Ruyen pointed to. In the meantime, people approached Ruyen and asked if Rune had run away. The girl answered that he was not that kind of person. She said that he was familiar with the feeling of responsibility. Rune walked silently through the forest. He looked ahead and thought that this forest was too dense. He was going to find his brother before it got dark. A voice rang out behind him that they were seeing him for the first time. He turned around abruptly. Meanwhile, the mother of dragons fell to her knees. People worriedly asked what was wrong with her. She raised her hand to her face. The stranger asked Rune who he was. The guy looked at Najin. He said that all the trees in this area belonged to them. Najin looked at the descendant of dragons in surprise. He looked away and thought that he should not fall for his bait. He decided that Rune told him this to get him emotional. Rune looked at the hero expectantly. He closed his eyes and said that then Najin told him that his twin brother was very ill, and that now he would have to stand up for himself. Najin's eyes widened. He looked up and said that he did not understand why Najin told him all this. Rune looked at the exit of the cave and asked if he didn't wonder. He looked at the hero and asked if he wanted to know what Najin was really like. Najin was silent. He chuckled and said that he didn't even know. He opened his eyes wide and said that no matter what he said, he wouldn't believe him. He said that he didn't care at all what happened there. He said that for him only the fact is important, and the facts are these. He said that Najin was his family and he killed him. Rune looked down and said that for him the facts are more convenient than the truth. He frowned and said that it was about revenge and therefore he understood him perfectly. Najin looked at him. Rune looked at him and tried to understand what Najin was doing. He remembered how the boy told him that he wanted to gain power and asked what he needed to do for it. Najin was staring at Rune. He frowned, asking himself why Najin had revealed himself so quickly. He assumed that the real Najin was in front of him, only pretending to be Najin, but he decided that this was not the main thing now. The main thing was that he was a child of fire. He remembered Ruyen. He remembered Udian, the city of fire, and that he was there, the one the previous mother of dragons had mentioned. The one who was not subject to the dragon's power, the one whose will could not be read, the one who could not escape. He was the child of fire. Rune looked at the hero and thought that he was the spark that would set the dragon on fire. Snow continued to fall. The general looked at her and asked what was there. The dragon looked at him and said that both of them had something to hide, but they were definitely not against the general. He asked not to worry about that. The general looked at the dragon and said that he didn't care how they treated him as long as they didn't have any ideas that threatened their country. The dragon said that they were both very loyal to their homeland. He looked at the general and said that he was the one who could provide a threat, that's why he was using his services. The dragon smiled and asked why the general was asking him, clarifying that the man already knew what was going on inside. The general looked away. He turned away and said that it was because the dragon never lied to him. The dragon grinned, and the general clarified that the dragon could not lie to him. Smoke flowed over the forest. An explosion was heard. The knights began to cover themselves. Tamil screamed and asked if they were all right. The other survivors covered themselves from the explosion. Zeus looked at Martha and asked why they suddenly attacked him. He said that he asked them to act with utmost caution. The girl said that they really didn't want to do that. Pamel shouted that he was only thinking about how to respond in case of danger, but he was not going to attack first. He said that he felt like his body suddenly came first. Giraffe was surprised. Salvas angrily asked not to make excuses. Gius looked at the demon and thought. He looked at the silhouette in the sky. While Salvas demanded an apology, he assumed that the guy was manipulated. He looked at the girl and said that he was completely sure that there was an enemy in front of them and they needed to destroy him. Gius looked at the others and ordered the rabbit to grab all the students and retreat. He ordered the rest to prepare for battle. The demon smiled and thought that they were able to understand his ability and even the scope of its application. He decided that they were quick-witted and remembered that they had a special skill. His eyes widened. He said that it did not matter. He used dragon martial arts. He raised the fan up and used the falling dragon. Breath. A black beam rushed at the heroes. Salvas prepared for battle. She threw flying knives at the enemy. The knife flew at the demon, but it crumbled on the approach. A black beam flew under the crumbs of the knife. A black explosion was heard in the sky. A strong wind blew on the knights. Gius turned around and ordered the students to leave quickly. He ordered everyone to think about their next step. Tamil looked at the teacher in surprise and nodded. The students ran away. The knights froze. The demon smiled carelessly. Gius looked at everyone and said that their enemy was not simple. It is assumed that this man is one of the generals of the eastern continent. He said that they were lucky that they encountered him here. He said that they will be able to identify his capabilities and weaknesses. The demon grinned. Gius seriously said that they were putting their lives on the line. The knights looked forward. The demon looked at them. Gius asked him why he came to them from the eastern continent. He asked if he was pursuing military goals. The demon chuckled and asked if they were really trying to fish out information there. He said that they wouldn't succeed. He wasn't going to say anything. Salvas angrily yelled at him and said that they weren't even interested. Gius asked her not to answer. The demon waved his fan and said enough talking. Gius frowned. He thought that since he really had the ability to manipulate consciousness, their enemy was very cunning, in case something went wrong. He looked at the empty sky in surprise. The demon had disappeared. Everyone started looking around. The demon was standing behind them. He offered to look at the knight's skills. Everyone turned around abruptly. The demon waved his fan. He pointed it forward and used the falling dragon. The cat blocked the fan with her dagger and said Ajamni. There was a clap. The demon waved his hand. The cat said Sarangni. The demon broke her dagger. The girl frowned. There was no effect. Ajamni was the work of the 11th master of Gnosis. The blade is able to absorb some types of physical impact, and the handle releases them. Zeus shouted and said that the next attack will be real. The cat at this time was thinking why there was no physical impact. The cat turned around. The sky sparkled above her head. Salvas threw a needle. It pierced a colored spot and crumbled. There was an explosion. Salvas froze. The demon smiled. Zeus was behind him. He said that this was starting to irritate him. Zeus swung his sword. The demon disappeared again. Everyone began to look around. Zeus saw a small spot on the ground. He raised his head and saw the silhouette of the demon. He was waving a fan and thinking what to do. He thought that Zeus was able to predict where he would be next time. Zeus frowned. He looked at the cat and asked if she had any thoughts. She said that the enemy was not making accurate hits, but they needed to focus on the next ones. He looked at the badger and asked what she noticed. The girl said that she had discovered two things. She looked at the demon and said that he did not have lightning speed, and he did not prepare before using the skill. She said that most likely it was about instant movement. Zeus looked at her and asked what the second thing was. She said that it was really very strange. She said that it was about them. She asked if they were too predictable now. Zeus asked again in surprise. Salvas angrily said that they were knights. She said that they attacked first. Even if the enemy fights back, they are still fighting against one person. After thinking about the situation, she still could not understand their behavior. Everyone was confused. Zeus suddenly understood everything. He looked up. The demon was smiling slyly. The skill of the demon. It is able to enhance the mental function of a person who meets certain conditions. The demon will not be able to create new emotions. The person who has been subjected to the skill can hardly understand what is happening. Juice angrily looked ahead, realizing that they were already under his manipulation. He tried to understand how long ago. After that, a person completely doubts his judgment. Distrust of oneself limits subsequent actions and even thoughts. Such indecision leads to self-destruction. This applies to ordinary people. Juice pursed his lips and thought that since they felt hostility towards him, he would not be able to completely manipulate them. Knights are superior to ordinary people, that is why they are knights. Juice thought that if one of them was manipulated right now, it did not matter. In other words, Juice angrily looked ahead, realizing that they could only fight. Knights who were subjected to manipulation are unpredictable. Juice looked at the demon and realized that he had the same attack as the skeleton. He thought that the difference was that the skeleton's direct hit was powerful, and the demon's attack consists of a direct hit with low physical impact and a powerful follow-up. Juice remembered Salvaz's words. He frowned and thought that this was a completely different skill. He thought that his theory was valid and he should try it. The demon slammed his fan and laughed. Juice became wary and asked where he was now. The demon froze. Juice looked ahead angrily and thought that instant movement was possible since the enemy was not physically near them. His attack is delayed since it takes time for the physical body to appear, which is why the accuracy of the strike suffers. Result: the demon frowned. Juice decided for himself that their enemy was not here. He smiled and said that this was incredible. He asked how he guessed. Everyone looked at the demon in surprise. Juice smiled and said that although he did not know where he really was now, but since he was exposed, why didn't he show himself? He looked askance and suggested that they fight one-on-one. He said that they would use all the abilities they had. The demon appeared behind him and mockingly said that he was very scared. He said that it was time for him to go. He smiled and said that he was very sorry. He wanted Juice to use his power so much. He disappeared instantly. The knights were left alone. Salvaz looked angrily at the giraffe and asked, "What do you mean one-on-one?" She said that they should have teamed up. The boy didn't understand what it meant to use force. He looked at the cat and said that he just wanted to see his reaction. Last time he did the same. The cat thought that this is what it means to be a knight. She looked at her sword. Juice thought that their guest today had a long-range attack. He thought that it was unlikely to be infinite, but who knows. He looked ahead. He didn't like his idea at all, but he had no choice. He was going to ask for help. He thought of an unknown person. Forest, clouds above the forest, space much higher than the clouds. At the borders with space, someone began to cough. Rune handed the mask to the general and asked him to take a look. Heejin looked at the boy and said the name of Lord Narun. He looked at the mask and asked, "Is this all that is left of him?" Rune closed his eyes and said that, apparently, his body is with the knights. Najin behind him suggested that he might still be alive. Rune turned around. The general said that the hero might be right. He asked if there was a chance that the master was alive. Rune nervously turned around and said that it should not be ruled out, but he would not delude himself with hopes. He added that the report said that they dealt with the general from the eastern continent. Najin frowned and realized that there was a third person who saw the report. He wondered who it could be. He looked at the descendant of the dragon and asked if this information was reliable. He said that the source had never aroused suspicion. Najin lowered his gaze and began to think about who was standing behind his enemy. He assumed that the situation was much more serious than he imagined. Rune became wary. He assumed that before it was just a game and now he was worried. The full moon rose in the sky. The general looked outside and said that there was only more snow. He said that he did not want to stay long. The dragon screamed. Rune suggested waiting for dawn. The dragon objected and said that they cannot let the demon find their tracks. Najin stepped forward and asked where they were going. He said that they needed to find out what happened to the master. The general looked at the sky. He said that the mission was a priority. He said that he would tell them the location in the morning after waking up. Everyone froze and accepted the general's words. The dragon was warily silent. The snow continued to fall. Najin stood in his cloak and breathed in the air. He recalled the general's words. Looking ahead, the hero thought that the general was not the one running the parade. Perhaps he was helping the dragon's descendants with the mission, and for this mission. He remembered the scroll, decided that almost everything was ready for the mission, except. He looked ahead and thought that they needed the hippopotamus Hincher, a hero among the knights. Most likely she was the final target. He thought that they were definitely heading to catch her. He looked back and thought that it was safe to say that the dragon's descendants were using the general to destroy the knights. He remembered how he said that the dragon's descendants were not traitors. The hero was sure that very soon he would be able to break him. Najin exhaled and thought about how he could take revenge. He remembered Rune's words that he would let him kill him. Najin got angry. The words said helped him make a decision. He took out his sword and squeezed it, decided that he was going to take revenge. He approached the sleeping Rune. He froze in front of him and decided that he needed to use all his strength. He chose the perfect revenge. He brought the sword to his face. He sat down next to him and ordered him to get up and said that it was his turn to be on duty. He looked and thought that now was not the time. He decided that he would act when he was completely sure. Rune was silent. He opened one eye and said that the hero scared him because he thought that he was going to kill him. Neijin stepped back and said that he had such thoughts, but he knew perfectly well what he was capable of and that he could not kill him using his strength. He decided to choose to take a more obvious path. Rune stood up and said that the hero had done the right thing and that if they were enemies they would gain nothing from it. He said that the hero had done the right thing. Neijin froze. Rune said that the hero should not worry about his promise. He turned around and said that for the descendants of dragons, a promise made to someone is the same as an oath to the entire clan. Neijin sat down. He thought that he had a more specific and perfect form of revenge. He looked at the back of his enemy and thought about his deepest desire, about his plan. He watched Rune walk outside and thought that he was going to destroy everything when he was on the verge of success, then he would fight in despair and then he would destroy him. Dawn came. Salvas looked at Gius and said that no traces were found. The giraffe said that he had two. The cat came to him and suggested that they go somewhere else. She looked to the side. Something was approaching them. Gius also turned. He was surprised by the blow flying at him. He crouched down, only his hat remained in the air. The girls turned around. Lady Deer grabbed the giraffe in a hold and said that someone had not received a good kick for a long time. The cat was surprised. Salvas perked up. She remembered Tara, how he lowered his gaze. She looked ahead with anxiety and worried about Tara. At this time, a new day was dawning. Raymond looked ahead and asked if they had arrived. Rune's squad looked at them. The descendant of dragons was glad that everyone was safe. Neijin looked ahead in surprise. He was thinking about the people. They looked back at him. Among them was Darren. Neijin was shocked to see her. She looked at the hero in surprise. The hero mentally asked her not to look at him. She opened her mouth wide. The hero mentally asked not to call him and not to address him. She began to ask if the hero accidentally, but someone screamed. He frowned, thinking about what she was doing here. He noticed that the preparations were in full swing. He looked ahead angrily and thought that the raccoon was completely inattentive and did not understand the hints. He realized that it would be difficult. Rune began to turn around. The hero thought whatever it was, everything turned out exactly like this. Darren began to ask a question, but the hero immediately said that he was a man who accompanied General Narun. Darren froze. Neijin addressed the girl by name. He thought that he would never know how destructive the words from her lips would be. The girl looked at the guy questioningly. Neijin pulled out his sword and ran at Darren, calling her an enemy of the elder. He decided that he needed to shut her up. Darren looked at him in confusion. Rune raised his hand, calling the others. Neijin ran at the girl. Neither the dragon nor the descendants of the dragon were important to him. His goal was General Hedgen. He looked at the hero with interest, who thought that as long as he trusted him, everything would be fine. The dust rose. This was why he was going to attack. He thrust his sword forward. He remembered Darren saying that dodging was the foundation of knights. The girl managed to dodge. The hero hoped that she would not get hurt. He decided that it was worth a try. He looked at her and thought that this was excellent. Darren was surprised and asked why he was doing this to her. She started to ask another question, but the hero ordered her to shut up. He shouted at her. Hoping that she would understand him, he told her to stop pretending that she had no idea who General Narun was. Darren did not understand. The hero interrupted her again. He shouted at the top of his lungs that she was a damn knight and he ordered her to shut up. Mentally, he begged her to understand him. Darren froze. Neijin pointed his sword at her. He froze and said that if she valued her life, he advised her to choose her words more carefully. He frowned and said that this was the last warning. Darren fell silent, thinking about the hero's words and thought that if he said something, it could create danger. She remembered Juice, who advised her to think twice before saying anything. She nodded silently, mentally saying that she understood the hero. He lowered his sword, worried. The general and the dragon silently looked at the hero. The general frowned. Callan asked in surprise, "What was that?" She said that during their recent conversation, she really wanted to interrupt. She had a feeling that she was watching some kind of performance. Rune nodded and said that it was some kind of production. He said that she would have to get used to it. Callan asked in confusion why. Why does he continue to let everything slide? The guy said that this is done for a reason. The girl looked at Kaijin and said that he almost died because of the hero. Rune asked her to calm down and asked her to stop shouting. Kaijin put his hand on the girl's shoulder. Rune said that he understood her concerns. He said that he was not ignoring the situation. He closed his eyes and said that they needed to do as he said. They would soon be able to use the hero on the eastern continent to achieve their goal. He opened his eyes and said revenge for the clan. The general looked at everyone and said that he would step away for a while. He needed to send a message. Neijin nodded. The people were walking through the canyon. Neijin looked at the people and asked himself, were they really going to watch the hostages together? He looked at Darren and thought it was good that she was here, because in case of emergency, they would be able to use her power. He looked at the girl and asked where the weapon was. Darren looked at the hero with concern. He said that they could talk, but the most important thing was to be wary of this bald man. The girl relaxed a little. The hero asked if she was wounded. Could she fight? Darren looked down and said that she came unarmed, she had no wounds and she did not engage in battle and did not intend to do so. Najin looked at her in surprise. The girl said that she threw away her weapon and surrendered. She looked sadly at the floor and said that she deserved to die at their hands. The hero's eyes opened wide. He froze and looked at the knight. She said that in the past she contributed to the destruction of the clans of the descendants of the dragon. Najin frowned. Darren looked into space and said that for her, death is her form of atonement. Najin looked away. He asked himself, why is she still alive? He looked at the girl again and thought that if the descendants of the dragon are thirsty for revenge, then why haven't they killed her yet? He thought there was a clear reason for this. He thought he could find out the reason why they were keeping the raccoon alive. Meanwhile in the city, someone was walking through the crowd. The man turned around. He looked at the girl and said that she had arrived. The girl froze. The man called her a hero. About 500 years ago, the most powerful demon knight of that time, who killed people and committed all sorts of atrocities, was defeated by the hippopotamus knight Hincher. It was with her that the era of knights began. She is revered by all knights and considered a symbol of honor. She awakened after 500 years of imprisonment in an ice trap. She is also known as. Hincher asked discontentedly what kind of hero. She asked not to call her that and said that she was not such an outstanding person, just a knight. The man smiled and said that not only he, but others also thought differently. He asked what brought her here. Hincher remained silent and said that she had been summoned. Someone said that a war was coming soon. Everyone turned around. The people in robes smiled and said that this was a great time for a hero to shine. The man frowned and said that he thought that summoning a hero was a hasty decision. The people said that the outcome would be the same as always. They asked Hincher what she thought. They asked if she would fight for the emperor again. The girl thought about it. She looked at the people and said that she was fighting only for honor and justice. The general looked sternly ahead and asked what the war would be like if it began. The people looked at the general and remained silent. Najin looked at Rune, who closed his eyes and said that in his humble opinion, it would ultimately turn into a massacre between knights and generals. He opened his eyes and said that the most dangerous of the knights was the snow-white elephant. Najin was surprised, thinking that he was talking about a hippopotamus. The general looked at the boy and said that he had heard about the elephant, but did not know if the rumors were true. Rune looked at him and said that even if the rumors were exaggerated, they should be as prepared as possible. He said that she was a monster against which there was no weapon. Najin silently watched the descendant of the dragon, who said that there was not a single person who could repel her attacks and still live. He said that this applied to knights, generals, and everyone else. Najin became alarmed. The general folded his arms and chuckled. He said that Rune's words hurt his pride. He angrily looked ahead and said that in any case, to find out what she was capable of, it was necessary to see everything in person. Rune said that she alone unarmed was stronger than a dozen armed knights. He said that he did not doubt his abilities at all. He seriously looked ahead and said that sometimes just one look was enough to understand something obvious. The general thought for a moment and asked, were they really doomed to defeat? He said that there was no way to destroy the elephant, right? Ruse smiled. But Callan asked him to shut up. Rune said that their goal was to destroy the elephant first, increasing the chances of victory. The general looked at the guy and reminded him that he said that the elephant was the strongest and that it would not be so easy to take her out. Rune calmly said that this did not mean that she was invincible. He said that this girl was stronger than a dozen knights and that is what they wanted to find out. The general looked at him questioningly. Rune said that the necessary condition for starting the hunt for the elephant is the Dalton turtle. He introduced a red-haired man and said that they must kill him. Najin thought about it. Everyone froze and thought. Someone was watching them from afar. He put out his fist and looked through a small crack. Pamel looked through his fist and said that Najin was there. He shouted that Madame Raccoon was with them. Everyone looked at Tammin and asked what they were going to do. Tammin looked at them and said that they don't know how long they will be there. She said that they need the rabbit for combat power and also to guide. She looked at the students and said that Martha will be determining the exact location of the enemy, and Pamel will be in charge of observation and confirmation. Tammin looked away and said that if she leaves, it will be difficult for them to adapt to an unexpected situation that may arise. She said that everyone is irreplaceable. She also said that they have no means of communication, so they can't call for reinforcements yet. Everyone looked at the slope. Tammin said that they will continue to monitor in the same composition, and if there is a chance, they will begin a rescue operation. A house in the forest. Someone was looking at the ceiling. He raised his hand, bandaged. Everyone turned to him. The wolf entered the house. He asked if everyone was okay. Rudica frowned. She closed her eyes and looked at the floor. She told the wolf something. He listened sadly. He pursed his lips and angrily looked forward. Gias froze abruptly upon hearing this. Giraffe opened his lips to say something, but nothing came out. Hadian closed her eyes and said along with Baron that Juran was dead and the wolf was in critical condition. Gius froze upon hearing this. Varen slightly bowed his head and asked him if he was expecting this from the second squad, then asked Giraffe to admit that he had miscalculated. Salvas screamed sharply, trying to justify Gius. The black chicken glanced at her and abruptly interrupted her, ordering her to remain silent since she did not know most of the details. Salvas heard him and screamed in confusion. Varen stopped looking at them, telling her that they were no different from the Knight's apprentices, except that they were slightly stronger than them. They were just a disparate group that used the apprentices' strength to optimize their own. When Varen wanted to say something to her, Gius, who was standing to the side, interrupted him, ordering him to stop. Varen looked at Gius and asked if he was wrong. Gius answered him immediately, saying that there were things he was wrong about. No one was perfect, not even knights. Varen turned around, looking at Giraffe in confusion while he told him that thinking himself perfect and ideal was too arrogant. Gius covered his face with his hand, saying that he never imagined that things would turn out like this. He was right about that, and he was simply incapable of all of this, so it was his fault. Salvas and Padian were disappointed to hear this, realizing that Giraffe would blame himself again. Gius looked sadly at his comrades and said that it was not the end and the second special squad had not failed yet. Najin stared at Gius after his words. Marta and Pamel also stared at Giraffe. At this time, Tanchurin glanced to the side. She was looking at a sad Tar. Salvas looked at their backs and asked them what happened between them that made them feel so awkward. Tanchurin stopped looking at Tar and said that he was a younger brother. Tar turned away and immediately said that he never considered her his sister. Salvas froze and stood in a stupor after hearing this. At this time, Padian, who was hiding nearby, was watching everything. She asked the black chicken standing nearby if he knew the cat's past. Varen, looking at the guys in front, said that he knew the cat's past, which in the past was part of the magical community. Gius suddenly approached them and said that it was more of a sect that they destroyed a few years ago. It was called Malto, and the members of the sect held entire families hostage to recruit new recruits. Looking at Tar in front, Varen said that he was filled with a feeling of disgust. Gius glanced at Varen and asked if it was because his sister was in a cult. Varen, without stopping looking at Tar, said that Tar thought so. Although he was wrong, his main problem was self-hatred. He did not realize it, so he hated his sister by mistake. Tar, who was standing aside, was too sad to remember the past. Gius looked at the black chicken and said that he was too well informed. Varen glanced at Giraffe after he said that. Then he turned away, saying that he was an expert in such matters. Salvas suddenly shouted and asked Tanchurin and Tar if they had a fight or not. Tar immediately looked at her and began to deny it. Salvas abruptly interrupted him, saying that he probably had his reasons. Then the girl put her hand on the boy's shoulder, and smiling, she told him to try to hate Tanchurin less, because in fact he does not want to, but for some reason he still tries. Salvas sharply hit the guy on the shoulder, telling him to think about what she said. Tar put his hand on his shoulder and thought. Salvas, with a wide smile on her face, told him that they were all mortals and never knew when life would end, and he knew that sometimes it was too late to try to return the past. Tar heard her, narrowed his eyes and thought harder. Events take us to a nearby forest. Pamel followed Martha and asked her if she was cold. She answered him, saying that she did not see any problem with it. Tammin looked at the two students and apologized for not being able to make a fire. After the guy looked ahead and said that their chances of success were small, but they could not wait too long, so they would try to do everything tonight. Events take us to a rocky area. The branch under the man's foot broke. Rune and Heejin twitched when they heard this. Najin, who was watching them, did not understand why they reacted like that. Rune turned around and asked the general if he also felt someone's presence. Callan and Raymond instantly disappeared from their places when Rune called their names. The events take us to Martha, whose swordstone was shining brightly. She turned to Pamel, informing her of the approaching enemies. A moment later, they suddenly rushed forward. The partners ran away from this place. Soon they were already far ahead. They just had to attract attention, which is why they were now running away from the enemies at full speed. When the enemies arrived at this clearing, Hassan and Tammin were waiting for them, hiding behind the stones. Hassan stood up mentally, saying that without Najin and Raccoon, there were 5 enemies. As a result, 4 would clash against 5. Tammin nodded his head, giving a sign to get ready. Hassan immediately reached out his hand to his sword, but suddenly Najin pointed at them, after which he shouted loudly, telling the general that the enemies were hiding there. Tammin and Hassan were shocked to hear this. Najin narrowed his eyes, mentally pleading with the knights to retreat. Tammin stared at the protagonist and thought, and Hassan frowned, not understanding the reason for his action. The first to notice the presence of others was the dragon. He heard the rustling and whispering of people. He only chuckled, learning about the presence of people. As soon as the dragon heard the rabbit and Tammin, Najin noticed it from his gaze. The protagonist frowned, trying to understand what he saw. A moment later, his eye suddenly widened in shock. Not far away, he noticed the red hair of a comrade. which a second later became invisible. The protagonist froze. He had already seen this hair color. It was Tamon, the guy smiling at him. The protagonist froze, thinking about what to do next. He wouldn't be 100% sure that the knights had come if not for one thing, the dragon's reaction. He glanced at the grinning dragon and realized thanks to her that he didn't need to doubt what he saw. Neijin became nervous, trying to come up with a plan. At this moment Heijin was watching him to see what he would do. Watching Neijin, the general immediately noticed signs of strange behavior. Neijin immediately felt the general's gaze on himself and glanced at him himself. So the protagonist made a decision and pointed at the knights. Then he sharply shouted, warning the general about the strange people. Tamon was then surprised and stared at Neijin, and Rabbit frowned at the protagonist's action. Neijin himself frowned, afraid that his identity could be revealed and his comrades would be destroyed. So he decided to make some changes, and this was the only possible decision that Neijin could take, while the general was watching him closely. However, this made Hasten think about the possible betrayal of the protagonist, and whether his comrades would be able to understand his actions remained unknown. The general immediately turned around and swung his guandao. Hasten looked at the general and immediately told Tamon to retreat. He turned around and refused his comrade, saying that since they came, they had to do at least something. The guy leaned against the stone and said that of course they would not risk their lives. The rabbit was very puzzled by his comrade's words. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the place where Tamon and Hasten were standing. Heijin, who struck, looked at the rising dust after the explosion. For a moment, nothing happened and the dust gradually settled. But a second later, Rabbit ran out of the smoke. The general immediately turned around, looking at his opponent. He abruptly rushed straight at Hasten. In the blink of an eye, he was next to him and attacked with his guandao. Hasten turned around and put his sword out to block the blow, but the force of the blow made the guy slide on the ground for several meters. Hassen was battered. The general's blow almost took his life. Darren, who was standing behind the group, screamed in bewilderment, recognizing the knight. Suddenly, Tamon landed behind the dragon and Neijin. He threw the dragon back with one kick. Camelsia crashed into a rock nearby at great speed. At this time, Hassen got into a stance and introduced himself to the general. The guy was dejected, saying that although he was a peach rabbit, he had an intolerance to peaches. Suddenly, Camelsia's hand was enveloped in a sphere of electricity. A second later, the sphere exploded, distracting Neijin from Tamon. Neijin, having noticed the enemy too late, was surprised. A moment later, blood spurted from his shoulder. Darren's eyes widened in shock after seeing what she saw. Hassen suddenly screamed, calling for Tamon. Neijin fell to his knees after being wounded. The general at this time began to get angry, telling Rabbit that he would not let them go so easily. Hassen frowned at the enemy, mentally saying that his swings were too big, meaning he could have slipped between them. But suddenly he was attacked from behind to the side. Rune struck the side, knocking the knight back. Hassen looked back and cursed. His blood immediately spurted from the wound onto the ground. Tamon excitedly screamed, calling for Rabbit. Hassen, however, did not pay attention to his torn-off arm and stood in a stance. He slightly narrowed his eyes and asked Tamon not to worry, because his right arm was still fine. At this time, the protagonist, being very shocked, lay on the ground. The protagonist's eye was wide open in shock. He started to get up holding the wound. Although he had lost a lot of blood, he was still conscious. The wound was not too deep because Tamon had struck like that on purpose because he had quick wits, which is very important for a knight. The protagonist slightly squinted and looked to the side. Ryo stared at Kaijin and Raccoon standing to the side. Then he looked to the other side trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, his eye widened sharply. Before that, Tamon saw what Neijin was doing and understood his intentions. He was giving them a signal to escape. Tamon also managed to understand that Neijin was still under suspicion of the general, otherwise there was no point in what was happening. Therefore, Tamon decided to help Neijin. The attack was intentional. However, the general was much stronger than they thought. Hasten looked at Rune mentally, saying that he was not bad either. Tamon frowned, realizing that because of his incorrect calculations, Rabbit was seriously injured. The boy gripped the handle tighter, intending to help his comrade. The general looked at the enemy sullenly, asking him why he was following them. Hassen sighed, saying that the knight was only trying to find out the reason why the general of the eastern continent somehow ended up on the central continent. Heijin began to get irritated, reminding his interlocutor under what circumstances they first met, after which he said that because of this, he had no right to say such things. Hassen frowned at the general's words. Rune, who was standing behind, told the general that it was useless because knights were always so rebellious, arrogant, believing that only they carried justice within themselves. Rune narrowed his eyes, then said that they had to kill him anyway and there was no point in talking. Hassen suddenly shouted, ordering Tamon to run away now. As Kaijin approached him, Tamon decided not to run away because the rabbit would definitely die if he abandoned him. Even while he was thinking, Tammin was able to dodge the enemy's blade. Tammin immediately glanced to the side, not understanding why Raccoon stood rooted to the spot. Raccoon, standing to the side, watched the battle. She frowned, but did not dare to do anything. She clenched her teeth in indecision. At this time, the general glanced at Rune and nodded. He, understanding the hint, immediately stood up. Hasten, being wounded, was breathing heavily. The situation was too confusing. The protagonist glanced at Rabbit, trying to find a solution to this situation. He involuntarily remembered Jis, who asked him if he knew the reason why he continued to rely on him, knowing that he was incredibly weak. Standing in the rain, Jis said that it was precisely because of his weakness that the knights were too strong. They would try to solve any situation on their own, but this may not be suitable for every case. The giraffe turned slightly and told the protagonist that he was weak, so he obviously would not do anything alone. He always looked at the surroundings and thought of different ways to solve the problem. Juice looked at Najin and called him a child of flame. The protagonist closed his eyes remembering this. A moment later, he suddenly opened them, deciding to assess the situation. He looked at the battlefield and assessed the situation. He looked carefully and understood what he needed to do. His lips parted when he decided to attract attention. He hit his shoulder and coughed, attracting Darren's attention. She immediately ran to him, worried about his health. When she stood next to him, the protagonist became serious and told her that from now on she listens to her attentively, otherwise they will all die. The pain was a pretense to make the shocked raccoon approach Najin. Her expression at that moment was painful. The protagonist frowned. He knew that the girl wanted to die at the hands of the dragon's descendants, but at the same time, she could not just watch her comrades die. The girl parted her lips but did not say anything. But a moment later, she calmed down and asked the protagonist what she should do. Najin looked at the battlefield and said that it would not be easy, but for her it would not be difficult. The general abruptly moved his leg forward. Then the ground under his foot shattered due to the use of the meteor style. In an instant, he appeared next to the rabbit and swung his guandao. The blade of the weapon approached Hasten's face in a second. The protagonist had told Darren a little earlier that the moment the general attacked, she should block the rabbit with her body. That is exactly what she did now. Heejin's eyes widened in shock upon seeing her. The protagonist had told the girl a minute earlier that she could not be late. She should not appear too quickly to interrupt the general's attack and not too slowly to get hit. The main thing was that someone else had time to block the attack, which Rune did, saving the girl. Rune frowned, looking at the general, while the protagonist, sitting on his knee, watched everything from the side. Najin narrowed his eyes. Everything happened as he expected. Kaijin was a protection for Raccoon, because she was much more important than the other knights. Rune, standing in front of Raccoon, ordered her to return to her place. He was very worried about her, because if she died before the descendants of the dragon reached their goal, it would be a very big problem. The general pursed his lips. He did not know how important Raccoon was for the descendants of the dragon, and being too cautious, he did not trust Najin for a minute, as well as the head of the descendants of the dragon. Heejin frowned, doubting the familiar. Rune saw this and frowned too and called out to the general. The protagonist, holding the wound, understood that the misunderstanding would probably be resolved very soon, and this would not solve all the problems, but a rift between them could not be avoided. Najin narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that this conflict would become more and more serious. He couldn't help but remember how Gius told him that his abilities were limitless. The events take us to the black-haired youth asking who the child of flame was. The mother of dragons, standing in front of him, said that she didn't even know how to explain it to him correctly. The mother of dragons slightly turned her head and said that if we assume that the past is 1, the present is 2, and 3 is what is unknown, although they might not know about 1 and 2 either. Then she looked at the guy and said that she only knows that based on 1 and 2, she can draw conclusions about 3, 4, and 5, and then observe, and the child of flame is what is unknown to them. The guy froze, looking at the mother of dragons. She turned around and said that the child of flame could turn 3 into 4. The young man frowned slightly, realizing that the child of flame could change the future. The mother of dragons looked at him and said that the child of flame would change everything, since 3 had almost turned into 4. The protagonist held his wounded shoulder, not expressing any emotions. Ruse, who was hiding nearby, began to calm down. He looked at Najin and the general in the distance, deciding not to stick his head out. At this time, Rune glanced at Darren and asked her why she interfered, since they had agreed with her. Darren immediately remembered the protagonist telling her the plan. The girl frowned slightly and said that she was only fulfilling part of her agreement. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the general, asking Rune if there was anything he did not know. Rune became nervous and, looking at the general, said that this was not the most important thing now. The protagonist, who was watching everything from the side, knew that his enemies were allies out of necessity, not trust. The descendant of the dragon would not reveal everything, as it would make him vulnerable, and General Heejin was generous but always overly cautious. Heejin at this time stared at Rune, realizing that he was not told no. After that, he slightly pursed his lips in thought. Remembering the image of Hasten, the protagonist assumed that he was very smart, so he would definitely take advantage of the moment. At this moment, Hasten actually realized that there was no one behind him. He immediately took advantage of this and ran away. Rune turned around abruptly, and the general, seeing this, became angry. Heejin rushed after Rabbit. Darren screamed, asking the general to stop. She immediately ran after him. Rune abruptly turned around and shouted at Kaijin. He, stopping the fight, looked at Rune. Afterwards, the boy looked at his opponent in thought, but a second later, he turned around and ran away. Tamon sighed. For him, the fight was very dangerous. Afterwards, the knight looked at Neijin. He stood up and nodded to Tamon, giving him a sign. The knight immediately turned around and ran away. Only the protagonist looked after the one running away. Dust rose near the rocky area. In the middle of the rock, a huge dent was formed. The dragon's arm was badly wounded, and he himself was taken out of the fight. He looked at his mutilated arm and mentally said that the technology of the people here really amazed his consciousness. Camelsia stared at his arm, realizing that he would need a few days to recover. A second later, he turned his attention to the protagonist, who began to get up. He did the best he could for the knights with his actions and decisions. A second later, he was already completely straightened up. Neijin slightly bowed his head, deciding to finish what he started. His hand was badly wounded. Blood was running down his finger. A drop of blood involuntarily dripped from his finger, and when the drop of blood was almost at the ground, the protagonist abruptly looked back and asked Ruse what he was standing there for. Ruse, hiding behind a boulder, froze in shock. He slightly squinted and then looked at the guy with contempt. He scratched his head and said that he wanted to get hit and die. After that, Ruse looked at Neijin with some arrogance and asked if he had any problems with this. The protagonist turned around and told Ruse that he waited until they were alone because he wanted to ask him about something. Ruse, being uninterested in spite of the protagonist, said that he would not be able to give him an answer to what interested him because he was not told anything. Neijin began to approach the guy, saying that it did not matter because he would ask him something to which he definitely knew the answer. The protagonist approached Ruse and froze. Then he glared at Ruse, asking if he was the one who showed the dragon's descendants the way. Ruse looked down at the protagonist's hand and didn't answer. Neijin's hand was wounded, blood was still trickling down it. Ruse suddenly opened his lips, saying that he remembered that day. But a moment later he smiled madly and said that even if he remembered everything, he wouldn't tell him anything. Then he took out his axe, saying that in fact, he too was waiting for the moment when only he and Neijin would remain, because the wound he inflicted sometimes bothered him. The protagonist closed his eyes and chuckled. He gripped the handle of his weapon tighter and began to ruse predictably. The guy frowned deeply and covered it with his charm. The protagonist glared at the guy, asking him if he should tell him what would happen next. Ruse kept looking at the protagonist while he said that he would tell him everything himself because he didn't want to die a miserable death. Neijin stared at the guy after what he said. The guys were standing opposite each other, waiting for something. Ruse smiled slightly and asked Neijin if he was crazy and if he even realized what he was saying. The protagonist, without expressing his emotions, answered by saying that he realized everything and that he was fine, but it was just hard for him to understand what was being said to him the first time. Neijin stared at the guy continuously and reminded him that he would kill him right here and now. Ruse stared at the protagonist in bewilderment after what he said, but a moment later, he laughed loudly. He pointed to the protagonist's wound and began to laugh louder, saying that with such a body he would not defeat him. Neijin narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not get angry. Ruse closed his eyes and asked Neijin what was wrong with him. Did being with the knights really strengthen his ego so much? Ruse suddenly became serious, telling the protagonist that there was no one around and he himself was bleeding. Neijin, not paying attention to the axe in the opponent's hand, grinned. Ruse stared at the opponent, trying to figure out if he was scared. Neijin became slightly despondent, telling Ruse that he had not changed at all, which is why he lost last time. Ruse smiled widely, saying that the situation was completely different, because then he was completely alone under cover, surrounded by a crowd of knights. Neijin slightly parted his lips after the guy's words. Seeing this, Ruse smiled maliciously. The protagonist arrogantly looked at the guy, then said that he overestimated him and in fact he turned out to be a fool. Ruse frowned and became very angry after hearing this. He was very angry, telling the protagonist that he asked for it. In an instant, he swung his axe and began to attack the guy. A second later, his body disappeared. He found himself knocked to the ground by Neijin. His eye was wide open in shock. He could not understand what happened. The protagonist looked at him and ordered him to get up. Ruse started to get up, holding his side. He was sure that Neijin was weaker and slower, but still could not understand how he knocked him down. The guy suddenly screamed furiously and rushed to attack. The protagonist looked at the furious face of the enemy, realizing that the reason why he would not be able to defeat him was simple. Neijin frowned, looking at the enemy. Remembering what Ruse was like as a child, Neijin understood very well that he was much stronger than him, but he did not know that there was something inside him that could suppress him. His tactics were almost the same as last time: provocation, creating a situation where the trajectory of the blow is predictable. His opponent was reflected in Neijin's eye socket, whose strengths he made ineffective, and at the same time used his own to the maximum. The protagonist raised his hand and easily blocked the enemy's blow. Ruse was very angry, trying to understand how he could dodge his attacks with such weak stability. The protagonist looked at his hand that was bleeding and decided to act. He immediately clenched his fist and hit Ruse on the jaw, and then on his liver. This made the guy retreat and cough from pain. Neijin put his weapon to Ruse's face. After that, looking at the enemy, he offered to tell him everything he knew. Ruse frowned, trying to understand what he needed to do. He remembered how he was a knight's apprentice, then he wanted to become stronger than anyone else. But time passed inexorably, and Neijin always defeated him without any effort, although no one among equals could even resist him before. Neijin looked at him with contempt and said that he would never defeat him. This made him look at the guy with malice. Now Ruse looked at Neijin's younger brother with the same malice. He grinned and then said that even if everyone always talked about Neijin, they did not even know half the truth, even that they almost died because of him. The protagonist slightly parted his lips after hearing this, and looking angrily at Ruse, asked him what he was talking about. Ruse said with a smile on his face that he was there that day. He saw the village blazing in flames. As a child, he coughed, trying to understand what was happening. He slightly squinted, hearing familiar voices. He saw the figure of Neijin calling his older brother. He was wounded, but continued to call him. Finally finding him, Neijin was happy and said that it was time for them to go to shelter. But a second later, he stopped talking, seeing the torch in his brother's hand. He, very surprised, called his brother. He did not react at all, looking at the flames ahead. A little girl screamed, pointing at the burning house and calling for her father. She cried and demanded to let them go, because her father was still there. The house where her father lived was burning, engulfed in flames. A second later, the house completely collapsed. The girl cried loudly, seeing this. Neijin looked at Neijin and said that he did all this. Neijin, shocked and very scared, asked his brother why he did it. He closed his eyes and answered Neijin, saying that he did everything for him. The two brothers stood in the middle of the burning village. Neijin looked at Neijin and smiled slightly. Neijin, however, was stupefied. He wanted to ask the reason for this, but he could not. He looked at his brother, afraid that his question would confirm his doubts about Neijin no longer being the same. Neijin was even horrified to see his brother like this. In reality, the protagonist was calm, asking Ruse if he wanted to kill Neijin because he burned the village. Ruse raised an eyebrow and irritably said that he did not care about the village. The protagonist, without expressing emotions, asked Ruse what was the reason then, because he was not even a descendant of the dragon. Ruse parted his lips, preparing to answer. A second later, he smiled wickedly and asked Neijin if he thought he would really find out everything from him. The guy's eyes widened when he told Neijin that he would suffer for the rest of his life trying to find out the truth. The protagonist became despondent, not arguing. Afterwards, Neijin looked at Ruse and asked him if he knew the truth or was just pretending. Ruse put his finger to his forehead and said that his memory was much better than he thought, so he remembered all the little things. Neijin closed his eyes, happy about Ruse's good memory. The guy was slightly puzzled when the protagonist thanked him. A dragon began to approach the protagonist when he called Ruse predictable. The events take us to the forest, through which Rabbit ran. A general ran after him. He began to make the Guandao vibrate, using the meteor style. He dealt dozens of blows in an instant. The general, who was running after Hasan, immediately disappeared, and in a second he appeared in the place where Hasan stood. Some time later, the outlines of cuts appeared in the clearing, and a moment later, all the trees in the area were cut. Hasan looked back and saw Hejin, who had almost caught up. Hasan ran between the trees, trying to confuse the enemy, but when he looked behind him, he was surprised. The general had disappeared from his place again. Hasan immediately jumped back and rushed away. A second later, the rock near which he had just run shattered into pieces. The rabbit stopped for a moment and stared at the consequences of the general's blow, but he did not linger and immediately rushed away. Unexpectedly, Hejin pulled out his Guandao. He stood in a throwing stance, and although Hejin was several times weaker than Narun, the general was a cautious hunter. He aimed, wanting to hit the target for sure. He tried to aim while completely concentrating all his strength on the target, but then he frowned. The general lowered his weapon, realizing that the enemy's escape trajectory was very strange. Rune, who had come running, shouted, asking the general why he had let the enemy escape. The general, frowning, did not answer, thinking about the traps that were most likely set here. When Rune approached him, Hejin informed him of the traps. The general looked at Kaijin and ordered him to follow the knight's trail, but slowly and very carefully, and as soon as he found something, to return back. Kaijin first looked at Rune, who, after thinking, agreed with the general. Then Rune narrowed his eyes, realizing that the general's priority was to receive the least damage, so various tricks did not work on him. At the same time, Taemin watched everything from afar, but a moment later, he ran away. The events take us back to the rocky area. Rune and the general looked at the empty clearing. Rune became nervous, not seeing anyone. Heejin and he immediately rushed to the top of one of the rocks. Heejin climbed to the top, after which, looking at the mountains ahead, he reported the disappearance of people. The events take us to the dragon telling Neijin that Heejin will not leave this just like that. Neijin looked at him and said that this is why they were hiding, after which the protagonist asked the dragon if he heard everything that was happening in his head. The dragon narrowed his eyes, hearing the words of the protagonist. Neijin, looking at the dragon, said that he most likely knew what Ruse was thinking. The protagonist stared at the guy, reminding him that he asked him for help. Deer touched her neck and turned around when someone asked how she was feeling. She smiled and asked if the person was worried about her. Padian pinched Jis's cheek, asking why he called her if he was so worried and why he got into a fight. The boy looked at Deer with his yellow eyes and apologized. Padian looked at him silently. Then she put her arms around the giraffe's shoulders, saying that she was joking and that he had no sense of humor at all. Deer looked at her hand and said that it was the same because as soon as she picked up a weapon, it rejected her. Padian clenched her hand into a fist and suggested that Naringen was jealous of her. They stood under the night sky, discussing a plan of action. Behind them stood two girls in black clothes. Salvas turned around when she heard the blonde asking if such a relationship was normal, referring to Jis. The giraffe closed his eyes. Salvas looked away and said that the deer was much higher than the giraffe, but the two had been close for many years. Tarinchin narrowed her eyes and replied that sometimes she felt like they relied on Jis too much, that it put a lot of pressure on him. The blonde added that sometimes she wondered if they could cope without him or not. Salvas blushed and laughed that she was talking about something completely different. The man standing next to her in the iron helmet said that they were all the same. The girls turned around at the same time, looking at him with indignation and bewilderment. Salvas sweated, wondering if that was a compliment, and Tarinchin asked what it meant. The man looked at the young man standing in the distance and said that the giraffe was like that too, because without them they could do nothing. The black hen bowed his head and added that not everyone could really do something on their own, and there were only a few of them. He pointed his thumb at himself and said that he was one of them. Salvas looked at the black hen and said that Gius was completely opposed to them because he always tried to carry all the weight on himself. The girl came to the conclusion that the man knew the giraffe very little. He slightly tilted his head to the side in surprise. He came closer to Salvas, doubting her words, and the girl asked if she was wrong. She turned away and said that someday the giraffe would get into trouble and use its power without consulting them. The black hen looked at Salvas silently. On the red background, a black silhouette of a man was visible, who said that he had already done it, and Gius replied that there was a misunderstanding. Green trees were visible. There was a gap in the middle of the rocks. Drops of water were dripping from the stalactites. The surface of the water reflected a bright light. In the reflection, a fair-haired youth was talking about a deal. The protagonist, whose face was reflected in the water, was talking to someone about being a liberator. Kamelsha frowned when Neijin said that he wanted to ask something first. The protagonist looked straight at him, asking who or what they were trying to free themselves from. The dragon frowned and replied that it was the eastern continent. His face was emotionless, and he added that it was a demon, to be more precise. Neijin frowned in confusion, and Kamelsha explained that it was the demon he had asked them to avoid because it was the true power of the eastern continent. The protagonist's red eyes widened in shock when his interlocutor added that it was the dragon who had sold out his kin. Kamelsha tilted his head and said that once upon a time, there were many dragons in the east, but they were forced to leave because humans began to profit from them. He imagined two dark silhouettes and said that humans deceived and used dragons. Eventually they got tired of it and left. Kamelsha imagined the face of a smiling man and said that the only one who showed sympathy for humans was a demon. The blonde man narrowed his blue eyes and suggested that Neijin would be interested in why the demon sold out people of his own race. Someone placed a hand on the shoulder of the girl with pink hair. A shadow was visible on the wooden floor, and Kamelsha said that the demon devoured its own kind. The protagonist stood motionless. Kamelsha, who was wearing a beige cloak, asked if Neijin now understood what he wanted to be freed from. The protagonist remained silent, raising his black eyebrows. Kamelsha smiled and asked if Neijin understood who he would have to fight to free him. He widened his blue eyes and added that he would only be glad of the deal. Neijin sweated, looking at him. Night had fallen. They walked through the cave. Neijin said that he would look around inside. Kamelsha asked if the protagonist was sure that he would help him, and he confirmed it. There was a path in the cave. Kamelsha darkened, thinking about Neijin, the promise, the deal, the power, the descendants of dragons, and the child of flame. The protagonist stopped and reported a fork in the road, and he himself thought that the dragon's words were certainly true, which was confirmed by Ruse's face. Ruse frowned, looking at Neijin with horror. The protagonist brought his hand to his face and thought that Neijin had received special power from the descendants of the dragon, and they killed him because Neijin did not fulfill his promise. However, in addition to the deal, there was another oath. The protagonist did not understand why it was said twice if it meant the same thing. Neijin imagined Juse's face, thinking about the deal. He stood in the middle of the cave, wondering if the power of the dragon's descendants was something similar to the Oath of the Knights. The protagonist also did not understand the phrase Child of Flame. He assumed that it was some kind of code for Najin. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the protagonist looked up. Camelcia and Ruse also reflected concern on their faces. Ruse tried to scream through the rag in his mouth, and the dragon ordered him to shut up. He opened his blue eyes wide. A man in dark shoes was standing on the ground. The man with green hair closed his fan with a smile and said that he found his target. Neijin turned around and asked how he should address his interlocutor. Camelcia looked at him in bewilderment, and the protagonist reminded him that he had called him a dragon all this time. Camelcia thoughtfully looked at Neijin. Then he lowered his head down. The dragon looked up and said that he could not do it. The protagonist looked warily at Camelcia, who explained that dragon names had different meanings. He added with a serious expression that dragons were an abstract substance, and their names referred to and represented existence itself. Camelcia looked straight at him and said that dragon names went beyond the simple linguistic dimension, and if a person who knew a dragon's name were to say it in the presence of someone who did not, the latter would not be able to perceive it. Camelcia frowned and said that once they knew a dragon's name, they would know much more than just a name, and it could not and should not be so easily divulged. The dragon, whose face was framed by blonde hair, said that this was the reason he was in this situation now. He bowed his head and added that dragons were generally considered majestic creatures, but that was not the case. Camelcia called himself chained and unable to say a word. The protagonist looked at the dragon in confusion, thinking that he never thought of it as majestic, and asked what he should call it, to which Camelcia replied that Neijin should just call it a dragon. The man with dark green hair smiled widely, asking if they were happy to see him. He took a step forward. Ruse turned around when Camelcia shouted loudly, ordering the man not to come closer. The stranger stopped. Then he walked forward, smiling, asking what would happen if he disobeyed. Camelcia frowned and swung his hand. He extended his hand forward. White streams of magic rushed towards the man. He stood still. Dodging the projectile, he made a sound of delight. The projectile flew towards the forest. A powerful explosion thundered, and the man asked if everything would be okay since they were hiding. Camelcia gritted his teeth in pain, looking at his smoking hand. He looked towards the protagonist in surprise when he called him. Camelcia turned around and thought that they shouldn't meet under such circumstances, and the man asked if the dragon was talking to him or Neijin. He smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he hadn't heard that word for a long time, so he thought that Camelcia was talking to him. The demon suggested that Camelcia was the protagonist's ace in the hole. He said that he could defeat any general or knight. At that moment, Neijin realized two things. The protagonist was looking straight ahead, thinking that this was the demon. The man was smiling, holding a fan in his hands, and Neijin realized that he had managed to read the protagonist's thoughts. Neijin sweated and wondered if it had any meaning, because a demon is an abstract being. Camelcia turned around and shouted furiously that Neijin should not stand there, but run away from here, because the further he was from the main body, the less influence it would have on him. The demon smiled with interest in his eyes. He looked to the side, mentally asking what was going on here. Ruse was sitting on the ground. He looked at the demon with fear when he approached him. While Camelcia was scolding the protagonist, a loud scream was heard from the other side. They turned around at the same time. Streams of blood were running down the man's skin. There were splashes on the ground, and the demon said that it was disgusting. Neijin frowned, not understanding what it was. He looked at the black spot and thought that Ruse was here, and he could not have imagined it. Camelcia frowned and said that the demon ate the young man. The man licked his lips and said that now he also knew what was happening, and addressed the protagonist by his real name. Suddenly the demon froze, his long hair flying up. Camelcia clenched his fist so hard that it was shaking. The dragon closed one eye and said that he would try to detain the man as long as possible, ordering Neijin to run away from here in the meantime. The demon ordered the dragon to open his eyes. Camelcia immediately opened his blue eyes wide. Behind the man, the night starry sky and green trees were visible. He looked down and called Camelcia a beast. The demon narrowed his eyes and made a decision. He raised his hand with a fan. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, thinking that the demon's ability was to neutralize the enemy's consciousness in order to completely control the situation. The dark silhouette was holding a man in his hand. For a demon who has lived through countless eras, information about people was incredible, and one could say that people were as if he had them in the palm of his hand. The demon held the fan, thinking that he would see how strong Neijin was, because the technique of hostility would work even on the strongest. They stood in the middle of the cave. As Camelsia stood there, sweating, the protagonist tried to figure out if the demon was going to do something or had already done something. The man stood motionless, looking at Najin with confusion, and then used the anger technique. The fan was folded and did not move. The three of them stood in a cave near the water. A drop fell from above. The demon used the fear, excitement, and killing intent techniques. The protagonist was silent and did not move. The man frowned in shock, not understanding why nothing was happening. Najin frowned in confusion. For the demon, he was a person he had never met before and never tried to figure out. Najin was a natural enemy for the demon. Countless people tried to oppose him. The young man with long black hair held a weapon in his hand, shouting that he would show what he was capable of. Another youth was kneeling on the ground, saying that even though he had fallen, it was not the end. They were all worthless. The man in black clothes was shouting loudly as he approached the demon. No matter how strong they were, he could easily defeat anyone with his abilities. The demon licked the blood from his mouth, thinking that anyone who was a threat was the icing on his cake. He knew no fear. The protagonist's hair was fluttering in the wind, and the demon did not understand who he was. The demon stared at Najin, not understanding why his abilities did not work on him. The protagonist looked at the man through his blonde hair, noticing that he was agitated. Could it be that the demon's abilities did not work on Najin because Najin was some kind of extraordinary existence? Of course, that could not be. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's neck. The demon had overlooked the skill condition hostility. The man was holding a sword. The ability trigger is the enemy's hostility. Bright lightning bolts were coming out of the man's body. The demon uses the enemy's hostility as the root from which the rest of the senses originate. Behind the man stood a man with a fan in his hand. By strengthening the senses of people, he could restrict their actions, and thus the demon was practically invincible when it came to those who were hostile towards him. The disheveled hair of the protagonist was visible. Who was different because he had no hostility or anger in him. He only wanted to find a way out of this disastrous situation. The demon smiled softly, thinking that his abilities really did not work on Najin, who was weak and ready to resist him. Whatever you multiply by 0, the result will always be 0. The demon with a slight smile ordered to open his eyes and said something else that was unintelligible. The protagonist looked straight ahead, assuming that it might be the name of the dragon, because he heard what the demon said, but he was unable to perceive what was said. Najin frowned in surprise when the demon called his real name. The man touched his head with 2 fingers and asked if the protagonist wanted to know what Ruse knew. The demon offered to tell him everything. Camelsia frowned, shouting that Najin should not dare to let the demon fool him, and the protagonist asked what the man wanted. The demon touched his chin. He pointed his finger forward and said that Najin would hand over this tramp to him, after which they would begin to cooperate. Camelsia froze, his mouth open in shock, looking at the man's finger pointing at him. He turned around abruptly, saying that there was no need to even think about it. The protagonist remained silent, thoughtfully looking forward. Ignoring Camelsia's indignant cries, Najin thought about the fact that, being aggressive, he was trying to negotiate, which meant that something did not go according to his plan. The protagonist closed his eyes. Camelsia and the demon looked at Najin carefully as he said that he had a rough idea of how strong the man was, and he could definitely help in taking revenge. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he, however, had no time to play their games. His gaze was serious, and he thought that the demon had mercilessly devoured Ruse, and even if he did not consider him as his supporter, it would be the same with Najin. The protagonist thought that if he trusted the demon, he would be signing his own death warrant. The man lowered his head, thinking about the words the protagonist said. He looked straight ahead and said with a laugh that Najin was smart. The protagonist froze as the man pressed a fan to his forehead, using dragon martial arts. The demon thought that it did not matter if his abilities did not work on Najin. The demon held the fan to the protagonist's forehead, saying that he could destroy him with his power, and used the falling dragon technique. From outside, the ceiling of the cave was seen to have cracked from the explosion. Rock fragments flew into the air. 2 people were standing under the night sky. Jius was looking away, standing next to a black chicken and a deer. A bald man with a beard frowned. He was looking at a streak of black smoke. It stood out brightly against the landscape. Then the smoke disappeared. Dust rose into the air near the cave. The protagonist held a weapon in his hand, thinking that there was nothing left of the cave. His face was covered in bruises. Someone said that he was glad that he trusted Najin because so much time had passed since he was betrayed. Camelsia, standing in front of the protagonist, thanked him for his loyalty. The youth raised his hand and added that in exchange for this, he would become the protagonist's strength. Suddenly, a demon ran past Najin. He jumped high into the air. Camelsia closed one eye and said that he would not last long, and asked the protagonist to watch the demon and try to find a solution while he was holding it back. The dragon frowned and said that Najin had to do it no matter what. Najin looked straight ahead, thinking about finding a solution. The youth's hand was white against the blue sky. The demon screamed furiously that he told the dragon to open his eyes. Camelsia immediately opened his blue eyes wide. He clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, his hand was torn off. It fell to the ground with a loud sound. Camelsia asked with a smirk if everything was okay and said that this was the second time. There was a night sky above the green grass. The demon smiled and said that in any case, he would soon devour him. In the middle of the forest, there was a rock. Camelsia stood with his back to the protagonist. Negan furrowed his brows and thought that finding a solution meant something that the dragon couldn't say due to its limitations. However, the protagonist didn't understand what Camelsia meant by observing the demon. Negan was wondering if he could turn the situation around if he understood what Camelsia wanted to say. There was someone flying fast in the sky above Negan. The bald man jumped down with a deafening crash. Steam was coming out of his mouth. The protagonist looked at the stranger in confusion. The man was standing next to the protagonist on the rubble left from the cave. Jiz, who was standing next to the black chicken, gave the order to act now. The spear flew forward. The bald man's eyes widened. He swung his weapon and deflected the spear. His hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Jiz said with a calm face that the scoundrel who was there was one of their people. The black hen sat down on the ground, resting his hand on one knee. There were bright constellations in the night sky. The black hen and the giraffe were looking in the same direction. Juice thought it was the one he had a bad feeling about. The demon raised his hand. The giraffe told the black hen to go, but he said he didn't want to. Juice looked silently at the man in the iron helmet, who said that it was clear at first glance that the guy was dangerous, and that the giraffe could go there alone. Juice narrowed his yellow eyes furiously. The black hen looked at him silently. The giraffe closed his eyes and said that he had no choice. The girls were looking in the same direction, saying that they wanted to go too. Juice turned around and said that asking the deer would be wrong, because there was another job for her, and the giraffe decided that he would go there alone. He stood sideways, saying that everything would be fine, and asked the black hen if he was right. The man in the iron helmet turned to him. The gaps in the helmet were dark. The chicken thought that Juice was a brat. The giraffe turned around when he said that they would go together after all. The man came closer to Juice, saying that he would seriously kill him if he tried to do something like that again. The black chicken bowed his head, saying that the giraffe was blackmailing him and threatening to use his power. Juice looked away and told the black chicken to think as he wanted and thanked him for agreeing to go with him. The man raised his spear and told Juice to hold on tightly, because he was not going to be responsible for his injuries. The protagonist frowned his black eyebrows. In the distance, the giraffe and the black chicken stood. Negan did not understand if they came for him. Camelsia gritted his teeth, and the protagonist guessed that his goal was most likely to escape from the demon. The man waved his hand and Negan thought that his goal was to devour the dragon, but the protagonist felt hostility towards himself. He did not understand why the demon wanted to kill him. Negan turned around and Negan did not understand what his goal was and what he was doing here. The protagonist's hair flew in all directions. Frowning, he came to the conclusion that he was nothing compared to these monsters because he was just a flame in the wind that was about to go out. The protagonist touched his face with his hand and thought that there was something that the flickering flame could do. Negan looked straight ahead and thought that because he was weak, he could control the situation. The demon frowned his thin eyebrows when someone called him. The bald man looked down at him, asking what the demon was thinking of being here, because he was not helping in any way. The demon closed his eyes and smiled slightly, saying that he was the one who sent Negan here and this homeless man. The bald man furrowed his brows as the demon ordered him to focus on the knights. Negan looked at the protagonist, who realized that the two were not on good terms. The bald man asked Raijun to explain everything. Negan then wrinkled his nose and asked if it was Raijun at all. The protagonist did not know what to do or what to say. The bald man arched his black eyebrows and said that he had always treated him with respect and that such an answer disappointed him. Negan remained silent, standing still. He lowered his head and thanked the general, saying that he would never forget the crystal sea he showed him. The protagonist raised his head, said his real name, and said that he used Negan to achieve his goal. The man furrowed his brows. He then closed his eyes and said, "It's a pity." The protagonist turned away, not understanding why this happened. He walked forward, thinking that he didn't have to be honest with Negan, so it was probably a whim. The man was clutching his spear with a trembling hand. Something flew through the air quickly. Negan stood still as the projectiles flew past him. The man in the iron helmet extended his hand to the side, looking at the general. Negan, who had his back to him, told the knights to go their own way, and that they had no reason to fight here. The black chicken adjusted his red ribbon and admitted that he didn't really want to come here, and that Jius was very cunning. Negan turned around when the black chicken said that he had the ability of a skeleton, and that was the reason the giraffe didn't want to fight him. The general's eyes widened, asking if the black chicken knew Lord Narun. The man in the iron helmet froze with his hand raised, asking who it was. Negan looked to the side and said that the ability the chicken saw before belonged to Lord Narun. It was the martial arts of a dragon. The general frowned and asked the same question again. The black chicken tilted his head and realized who Negan was talking about. He turned to the side. The light reflected on the helmet, and the black chicken said that he did not know. A blade of a weapon appeared next to his face. The two men pounced on each other. The black chicken waved his cloak. A white stripe appeared next to him. The two spears crossed with a loud sound. Heejin and the black chicken fought. The ground beneath them cracked. The black chicken sighed heavily. Heejin frowned and asked where Lord Narun was now. Heejin looked to the right. Then he looked back. The marks of a flying spear were visible in the air. The opponents jumped into the air. With a powerful blow, the general deflected the spear away from himself. Varen looked at him in confusion. The rock behind him flashed. Suddenly, a huge chunk of rock broke off. Scratching his chin, Chicken praised his enemy for understanding the battle. Holding his weapon out to the side, the man asked where Lord Narun was. Raising his head, the knight replied that he did not know, and thought to himself that he had an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that the enemy prioritized honesty and that he would not kill him until he received an answer. The spear appeared behind him. A loud explosion was heard in the middle of the mountain desert. Varen jumped into the air. Swinging his leg with all his might, Chicken threw the spear at the enemy. Before reaching its target, the weapon made several turns in the air. Heejin dodged the attack. The spear, continuing to spin, flew past. Suddenly, its blade stopped in the air and headed towards the enemy. The general turned around, confused. The spear and its owner surrounded the enemy from both sides. The knight swung his fist. Startled, he noticed something very strange. There was an explosion behind the protagonist. Looking back, Najeon wondered if everything would be okay with his friends, and assumed that it was even for the best, because Giraffe probably left the general with Varen, and he himself was already heading towards him. Jumping from rock to rock, Gius tried to shout to his student. Frowning, the knight was glad that his friend was alive and hoped that nothing bad had happened to him. The dragon swung his hand menacingly. He put it forward and tensed his fingers. The demon watched him from above. The man struck the air. An invisible force threw the blonde's hand to the side. The opponents looked at each other. An explosion was heard to the side. Grinning, the demon wondered if this was all his opponent was capable of. Looking down, the dragon realized that his opponent had used his abilities on Heejin. Otherwise, such a cautious man as the general would not have acted so rashly. Putting his hand forward, the man declared that this was not something that should worry him at the moment and suggested that the enemy surrender. He did not understand what exactly fueled the enemy's courage. The protagonist hid behind a rock, thinking that everything was almost in place. Najeon looked back, hearing the voice of his friend. There was a battle going on in the other direction. The timing and location were perfect. Frowning, the boy wished that his friend could read his thoughts. Lightning flashed between them. The blonde's eyes widened in amazement. The boy jumped up from his place. In that moment, he found himself behind the enemy. Turning around abruptly, the demon doubted that his opponent had relied on a child and used the dragon's martial arts. A wave of energy rushed towards the boy, who was having a hard time finding a way out of the situation. Having exposed a broken spear, the protagonist decided to use one of the strongest weapons, but its power would not be enough and the probability of harming himself was high. Black energy was directed to the side. A blade flashed in the air. Gius looked back. Opening his mouth wide, Giraffe shouted that this was too reckless. The spear was next to him. An explosion was heard somewhere in the distance. The man's eyes widened. Just one movement and the spear would catch up with the enemy. Seeing the tip in front of him, he opened his mouth. Najeon resolutely held the blade in front of him. The demon could not understand how he knew how to use the spear and whether he had enough strength to strike. Swinging his hand, the man wanted to use dragon martial arts, but an invisible force seemed to grab his wrist. Looking back, the demon wondered if his opponent had spent all his strength. The dragon closed his eyes and clenched his fist, ready to reach the point of exhaustion. Opening his mouth menacingly, the man shouted his name. Frowning in pain, the blonde unclenched his hand. Blood sprayed into the air. The demon looked around, trying to catch his breath. Noticing a cut on his cheek, he wondered when the enemy had managed to hurt him. Flying high above the ground, the man thought that this was unexpected, that this child clearly had some kind of skill that could harm him. Baring his fangs, the demon decided that this would not do and that he needed to absorb the boy first. Suddenly, his eyes became round in shock. The boy was smiling slyly. Smirking, the enemy asked if his rival was really happy about a small cut and declared that nothing more would work for him. Standing behind his friend, Juice thought that he clearly had something else on his mind. Frowning, the boy thought that none of this mattered because his goal was not to cause damage. With each repetition of the summoning, the name was heard more clearly. In the past, the dragon smiled and asked if everything would be okay because this was already the second time. The blonde looked back. This is what the dragon wanted to say from the very beginning. The young man said his name, his brows furrowed sternly. The opponents continued to look at each other in silence. The man looked back. Camelius's body began to glow. The demon opened his eyes wildly and ordered his enemy to stop immediately. A bright flash appeared in the air. The giraffe rushed towards his friend, shouting his name. Varen bent down to dodge the attack. Raising his head, Chicken promised to take revenge on his friend. Suddenly, the knight noticed a bright explosion in the distance. The flash illuminated all the nearby mountains. A huge hand burst out of the ground. The heroes rushed to run away. Squinting, the protagonist asked what happened. The dragon explained that the enemy decided to release the power of his main body and that it would be better if they had a little more time. The demon flew high into the air. At his command, the hand moved forward. Looking at his student, Jias asked him to run faster, otherwise the enemy would catch up with them. Najeong shouted that he was running as fast as he could. Giraffe looked around tensely. A giant palm was hanging over him. His hands were lowered. The knight looked down. Then he closed his eyes. His hands were clenched into fists. The stone hand hit the ground with force. It was dark around. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Bleeding, Jias called the student by his real name and asked him to come to his senses. Giraffe looked around and asked if everything was okay and noticed that the giant hand was starting to move again. They were running out of time, so the boy needed to use the blind spots to escape. Frowning, the boy asked what would happen to his mentor. Looking at him, the knight said that there was no need to worry about him, because he always had a plan, the first part of which was to send the student as far away from here as possible. Lowering his head, he also asked the boy to stop acting recklessly, because the student was much more important than he thought. Frowning decisively, Jias asked him to quickly go into the forest, where deer would meet him along with the rest of the knights. Giraffe asked his comrade to survive. Camellia turned around and called his friend. The youth turned around and ran after him. The hand rose above the ground again, spreading its fingers. The demon's eyes turned black. The knight stretched out his open hands. Folding his palms in front of him, Jias reminded that the enemy wanted to see his true strength. Giraffe, sternly knitting his brows, decided to show it right now. The giant hand struck the ground again. Stretching out his hand, the demon said that now was not the best time. Suddenly, his eyes widened, noticing something on the ground. Strange sounds were coming from a huge cloud of dust. Baron held his spear out in front of him. The chicken lowered his head and insulted his enemy. Squinting, Jias asked if his opponent liked his power. The man gave him an arrogant look. Another explosion was heard behind the protagonist. Najeong looked back. Camellia said that it was time for them to leave. Watching the huge hand, the boy asked to explain what it was and if anything could be done about it, because the dragon should have gained freedom when someone called his name. Frowning, the blonde said that the demon's power had weakened. However, he still had no way to give out any information about the owner. Looking at him, the boy asked what they should do and reminded him that his comrade had promised to help him. Camellia stared at him silently. He put his hand forward. The young man said that he meant something else and asked if his comrade could see the world differently. The dragon closed his eyes and explained that his freedom had not returned to him 100% and that he would need time to regain his strength. Looking at his severed arm, the protagonist asked if that meant the ally would be able to do something if they had more time. The blonde replied that it was up to him. Turning away, Najeong thought that Camellia seemed useless and wondered if everything would be okay. A giant hand rose above the mountain. Pointing at it, Salvas asked if they shouldn't go there to sort things out. Fadian closed her eyes and said no and explained that they should stick to the plan. Looking ahead, White Deer stated that in a situation like this, they should trust their comrades, but she still worried about whether everything was okay on the battlefield. The knight stood in front of the giant hand. Standing in a cloud of dust, Varen thought that he made a mistake because he thought he definitely had the advantage. In the past, the tip of the spear was pressed against Jias's throat. Chicken decided that this man was much worse than he thought. Giraffe approached him from behind. When he was called, the boy narrowed his eyes. Without turning around, the man said that he hated knights. Jias lowered his gaze and sighed heavily. Looking back, Varen added that he was convinced that it was Giraffe who deserved hatred the most out of all the others. Looking at him, the boy thanked him for the compliment. The demon was watching them from above. Noticing something, he narrowed his eyes. Chicken pointed to the side and said that his comrade should better prepare for the consequences. Jias asked him to look ahead. The demon noticed that both of the enemy's hands were busy. The knight raised his head and said that he was already looking ahead. The spear caught the demon from behind. Suddenly, Heejin jumped into the air and swung his Naginata. A powerful blow sent the spear in the other direction. Its blade pierced the hard stones. The general swung his weapon again. Landing on his feet, he slammed the ground hard. The spear sank deep into the ground. The man looked down at him. Giraffe asked if his comrade had finished off Heejin. Varen looked back and said no, explaining that he had to run here. Looking ahead, Chicken explained that the man was quite a strong opponent, and that trying to kill him was pointless, so they had to simply block him in order to run here. The general turned away from the spear and walked away. Turning around, Varen asked if, given the situation, it would be better to just run away. Jias explained that they had to buy as much time as possible for Najeong. Heejin kicked off the ground. Chicken raised his head and said that it would not be easy, his red ribbon fluttering in the wind. Varen rushed forward. This knight was not only skilled in combat, but also very good at adapting to the situation. Giraffe narrowed his eyes and thought that this was his most unreliable comrade, but he could trust him with anything. Weapon marks from the meteor style single sky skill appeared in the air. The opponents rushed at each other. Shattered rocks rose into the air. Chicken noticed a wound on his shoulder. Looking ahead, he thought that his enemy's weapon looked battered, but it was still quite sharp, so it would be better for him to stay closer to the huge hand since it would be difficult for it to attack him in this situation. The giant hand turned into a fist. It hit the rocks with force. Spreading his arms, Gius asked if his friend was alright. Crouching down, Varen decided that it would be better for Giraffe if both died. A spear flew through the air. Chicken immediately pushed off the ground. He reached out to grab the weapon. Suddenly, the world around him darkened, and the knight wondered if Heejin would just let him grab the spear. A dark silhouette of a man appeared in the cloud of dust. His eyes flashed. The power of the eight heavens meteorite style pierced through Varen. Seeing the hole in his cloak, Chicken knew that he was not hit, but he was still having a hard time fighting after the battle with the skull. The general used tricks, and his style was different from his appearance. He somehow managed to compensate for the disadvantages of his huge hand. Holding his weapon in front of him, the man wondered what to do now. Watching the fight from the sidelines, Gius realized that even his comrade could be vulnerable. Frowning, he thought that everyone could die if this continued. A smiling Jiren flashed through his memories. Closing his eyes, Giraffe promised himself that none of his friends would die anymore. The knight looked ahead. His comrade said that he was destined to die by his hands. Varen turned around, confused. Rune watched the events on the mountain from the cave. His gaze seemed completely calm. The mercenary smiled and realized that it was time for them to move. With a threatening frown, the protagonist asked if the skills the demon used in the cave were related to physical strength. Looking down, Camelsia said that he could not tell anything about it. Looking at him from under his brows, Najon assumed that, judging by the demon's actions and his reaction, it was somehow related to the mind and psychology of his opponent. Closing his eyes, the dragon repeated his words. Without taking his eyes off him, the boy asked why the demon's abilities did not work on him and how he could counterattack him. Looking up, the blonde was silent for a while and again repeated that he could not tell about it. With his mouth open, Gius apologized to his comrade. Giraffe said that he was destined to die at Varen's hands. Chicken turned around. Blue lightning flashed around them. A bright flash rose high into the sky. Frowning, Salvas asked if her eyes were deceiving her and why their friend acted as if he lived for today. Padian narrowed her eyes. Hearing that it was exactly the opposite, Badger looked back. Putting her hand on her belt, White Deer explained that Gius always thought about tomorrow. The problem was that he constantly excluded himself from it. Opening her mouth wide, the girl asked what they should do, since they could not just stand and watch. The woman closed her eyes. Looking ahead, she declared that they had no choice but to go there. The men raised their swords. Varen hated knights who passed off violence as justice in the name of honor. Chicken stood behind everyone. He didn't mean that violence couldn't be justified by justice. It was just that they used chivalry as a shield against critical thinking. It was disgusting. The man looked forward. Light illuminated his helmet. In this sense, Giraffe was not an ordinary knight. The guy was standing next to the window. For him, honor was not an absolute standard, but something that could be overlooked for the sake of more important things. They were standing in the forest. Varen thought that the boy did not look like a knight at all. Jiu stood in front of the main character, watching him. Chicken realized that for him, the main priority was the future. The man did not hate or disgust him. It was just that this knight often did things wrong. Blue lightning appeared behind the man. His hand was tightly clutching the shaft of the spear. This was the reason for the strong contempt, because right now Giraffe was using his ability only to save his comrade. Raising his head, Varen asked if he was really doing this despite the consequences. The boy extended his palms together and looked back. Looking at him, Chicken concluded that the skill had not yet been activated. The heroes turned around. While they were standing opposite each other, something was approaching. The protagonist was running towards them. Najon narrowed his eyes, and his friends called out to him. The boy remembered how the bloody Gius said that he had a plan. Suspecting that it was a lie, the boy opened his mouth wide and asked if his comrades really thought that dying would be cool, and suggested that they start thinking about the day after tomorrow rather than just living for tomorrow. Giraffe opened his mouth in confusion. Varen lowered his head and laughed. Frowning sternly, the boy shouted that the knights were just trying to shift all the responsibility onto him, but he would not let them do that. Camelsia lowered his gaze. The dragon cannot directly answer questions or tell anything, but his expression changes, menacingly knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist realized that the demon has the ability to control and that now there is no point in trying to use force and go ahead, despite his immunity to the demon's abilities. Zeus looked back and wanted to object. Reflecting the blow with his hand, Chicken said that the child was right. Standing in front of the general, the knight asked what they would do after they dealt with the current situation at the cost of their comrade's life. Giraffe silently lowered his gaze. Continuing to fight, Baron asked what the plan was. Looking at him, Najeon asked them to hold out a little longer. They did not need to attack or win, but simply stall for time. A shadow from the hand hung over the knight. The giant hand spread its fingers. Chicken agreed. Something rushed behind the boy. A spear flew over his shoulder. Flashing its blade, it headed towards the demonic hand. The weapon pierced the stone palm with a ringing sound. Baron raised his head. A small hole appeared on the other side of the palm. The spear flew out through it. The demon gritted his teeth in pain. The chicken looked at him and was surprised. Heejin swung his naginata at the flying spear. With a strong blow, the general sent it towards the ground. The knight asked what it was. Someone pointed a finger forward. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted his friend's name. The dragon's blue eyes widened. Clenching his hand into a fist, he grabbed the spear. The next moment, Camelsia pulled his hand towards himself. The spear stopped in midair. Traces of someone's jump appeared. The weapon returned to its owner's hands. Frowning, Gia said that it was still not enough. The boy said that the lightning was a signal not to use the event horizon. The giraffe looked back in surprise. White hair fluttered above the dust cloud. Lightning was the signal to call his comrades. Salvas and Padian came forward. Looking at them, the knight asked how the student knew that they were coming. The young man reminded that the teacher himself said that they were waiting for him in the forest, so they had no choice when they saw the signal. Squinting, White Deer was happy to meet her comrades. Badger opened her mouth in displeasure. The protagonist again said the name of the dragon. Camelsia raised her hand with difficulty. The knights looked around in confusion. Suddenly, a strange wave of energy covered them. The blonde raised his eyebrows. Opening his mouth wide, Gias shouted the name of the student. There was no one else around Najeon. Lowering his head, he realized that his plan worked. The boy looked up. Heejin stood in front of him. The most important thing should begin right now. Some time ago, the guy turned his head and asked how exactly the movement in space that his friend uses works. The dragon frowned in confusion. Looking at him, the boy hoped that he knew how his own skills worked. Camelsia explained that he connected spaces, but it was too difficult to explain in words. Lowering his head, the boy realized that moving a few more people might be possible. Hearing a strange sound, the protagonist turned around. The blonde stated that the demon was still full of energy. Looking to the side, Najeon asked if there was really that much in common between them. The dragon raised his eyebrows in surprise and confirmed it. The boy mentally insulted him. Camelsia opened his mouth in displeasure and asked what it meant. Then his comrade said that it was a simple communication test. He pursed his lips. The blonde raised his eyebrows when he was reminded of his promise to help. Narrowing his eyes, the dragon agreed. Looking at him, the boy asked his friend to focus on his thoughts and listen to his instructions. Frowning, the boy asked Camelsia to follow them and trust him. Someone was running through the night forest. The knights found themselves in a clearing. Someone slowed down, putting their foot back. Squinting, Padian thought about moving in space. Salvas asked what just happened. Looking at the mountain, Gias thought that they had been moved quite far, which would take too much time to return. Sneaking up to Badger, Giraffe offered to talk, since they did not know the whole situation. Moreover, this man was on their comrade's side. Squinting, the blonde explained that he was simply carrying out part of his plan, the details of which could only be learned later. Menacingly clenching her fist, Salvas asked if the stranger really thought they would believe this, and offered to finish him off right there. Squinting, Jews wondered why the protagonist stayed on the mountain if his strategy was to retreat. There seemed to be something there that would put the knights at a disadvantage, but the disciples' motives were still unclear. Crouching down, Varen asked everyone to stop talking because he had a headache. Resting his head on his helmet, Chicken said that he and Giraffe needed to discuss something. The boy looked at him in surprise. The man said that he had left his spear on the battlefield, his helmet flashing. The weapon lay on the ground in a cloud of dust. Opening his mouth, Jews asked what was going on and if his disciple was okay. Varen put his index finger to his mouth and asked him to be quiet. Covering his helmet again, Chicken said that the boy was trying to talk. The protagonist stood in front of Heejin, the wind blowing through his hair. Looking down on them from the sky, the demon thought that the enemy was using spatial movement, but he did not understand what the enemy was planning to do alone without the knights and the dragon. Clenching his demonic fist, the man realized that he had used too much force. Squinting, the demon decided that the enemy would not be able to do anything anyway. After all, he had a general on his side. Najeon looked up at the sky carefully. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. A huge fist towered above the ground. The boy raised his hand. Putting a finger to his lips, he realized that the enemy had weakened his defense, although he still feared him. Putting his weapon to the side, Heejin asked if the child was planning to take advantage of the good attitude he had developed in the past. Frowning, the general stated that he was not so soft-hearted as to simply forgive a traitor. Lowering his head, the boy replied that he had no excuse even if he was pierced through with a spear, but he was left with only one question. Was the man sure that he had acted in accordance with his desires? Heejin furrowed his brows in suspicion. Facing him, The youth reminded him that avenging Lord Narun was a desire and fulfilling his duty was a path to serving him. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist stated that he would accept death if he was sure that the general was himself at the moment and was not being manipulated. The man lowered his head when asked if he could accept the murder. Heejin turned around. The demon hovering in the air asked if his ally would turn away from him just because of what a child said. The answer was negative. Frowning, the general asked if his comrade used it. Narrowing his eyes, Najeong realized that he was right about the demon having mind control skills. The demon widened his eyes in amazement. The man did not look away from him. Closing his eyes, the enemy expressed his disappointment that the best the enemy could come up with was to drive a wedge between them. The demon raised his demonic fist. Deciding that it was time to act, the boy extended his hand. The man looked at him in confusion. Thinking that his opponent was getting nervous and that the plan might work, the boy furrowed his brows sternly and said that he wanted to make a proposal, so he removed those who could interfere. The demon narrowed his eyes silently. Raising his hand, the young man said the name of the dragon. Deciding to use the fact that the enemy was possessed by the dragon, the boy looked forward and promised to help the enemy absorb it. The man silently looked away. Opening his mouth, he asked what the child wanted in return. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that someone would come here soon. Rune ran through the mountains with a naked sword. Najeong declared that he must be killed. The sunrise was visible in the background. Standing next to the window, Kandensha shouted that the people who sowed chaos on their continent must have come from the east. Dalchin, with a calm expression on his face, said that they had to be extremely careful, because the situation could escalate if they acted too impulsively and his friend should not get involved in what was happening at all. Clenching her fist, Slan said that no one but her could do this because the other knights were many times weaker and they had to destroy the intruders. Frowning, Turtle explained that this was only her opinion and asked her not to say such things about other people anymore. The man looked away, saying that they had someone they could trust. The unknown man cast a shadow on the tiled floor. People in white robes stood in a bright hall. One of them said that mercenaries were sent from the east who were supposed to infiltrate their territory. The man adjusted his belt and said that they killed a mage. His comrade said that the general was behind all this. The man opened his mouth and said that the foreigners were showing their disdain in this way. His colleague asked what the knights were doing in such difficult times. Someone was watching the group from the side. Squinting, Arton expressed his confusion as to why they were hated so much. Looking ahead, Miriam suggested that it was because of the recent events. In her opinion, if a war were to start, the knights would gain even more power, so they wanted to keep them. The heroes looked around when someone said that the situation left much to be desired. Smirking, Kamena asked what the point of waging a war was if they couldn't even unite. Because power really blinded, the dog asked her to refrain from such remarks. The man in the robe looked around and asked where their vaunted honor was. The woman stated that the knights were no different from animals. The snake raised its fist in anger and asked how dare someone say such a thing to people who swore allegiance to the emperor himself. The mouse held out his hand in front of her and asked her to calm down. The man in the robe frowned, assuming that the knight would start swinging his fists again. Someone entered the hall. Mrs. Hincher frowned sternly. The other knights bowed to her. The people in the robes did the same. Looking up, the man called the woman a hero. She was the one who defeated the demon knight. Behemoth closed her eyes. Her purple pupils glowed. She had an ability called the Eye of Insight. This skill allowed her to recognize other people's intentions and lies, or even read other people's thoughts. The man was hiding a knife behind his back. As Hincher passed by, the man in the crowd thought that this ability was very annoying. Squinting, he wondered if this knight would be a nuisance. Behemoth confidently looked ahead. Her brows were furrowed. A smiling young man appeared in her memories, saying that in a few hundred years, such knights might become commonplace. Pursing her lips, the girl thought that the knights had become much stronger and their numbers had increased. However, peace and stability had not been achieved. The man in the memories looked away. The knights were strong, but they lacked experience. They were powerful but imperfect in management and control. Hincher walked along the hall. She was worried about whether the knights would ever be able to become full-fledged heroes. Someone pointed a finger at a group of people. The man in the memories looked ahead and apologized to his friend for the responsibilities placed on her. The woman adjusted her cloak. Smiling, the boy said that she must endure, since this is what it means to be a knight. Behemoth lowered her hand. Her cloak rose into the air. The girl was approaching a crowd of people. Kandensha crossed her arms and asked if her friend was confident in her abilities. Dalchin's eyes turned white, and Hincher asked what that meant. Looking down, Slan explained that such an important task could not be entrusted to just anyone and that she had never seen her comrade in action. Turtle frowned and said that it was too rude. The woman frowned and declared that she was confident in her abilities. The man closed his eyes and apologized and said that she did not have to answer such questions. Kandensha asked if she would lose confidence if they had to fight each other. Behemoth frowned and explained that it did not matter who was against her because she was confident in her abilities. Without taking her eyes off her, Sloan asked if her friend was confident in her victory. Hincher narrowed her eyes and said that she would not back down under any circumstances. Kandensha's gaze expressed confidence. The same could be said about the woman's expression. Dalchin put his hand to his forehead in disappointment. Light illuminated the hall. Someone asked that such a thing not happen again. Turtle stated that their situation could get even worse if his comrade continued to treat Behemoth, who was a symbol of chivalry, like this. Scratching behind the ear, Elephant explained that she had no bad intentions and Hincher knew about it if her eye of insight really worked. The girl stated that she understood it at first glance. The man closed his eyes and asked what exactly he was talking about. Turning away from him, Kandensha said that although she did not have such skills, she knew very well why Behemoth was respected by everyone. Looking down, Elephant explained that this woman was strong and an outstanding knight. She wondered if she could one day become one. Crossing her arms over her chest, Dalchin answered in the affirmative because it was her duty. The girl looked up. It was very hard for her. The sun's rays illuminated the huge castle. Someone ran across the sand, but stopped. Rune opened his mouth to catch his breath. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The protagonist stood in front of him along with his opponents. Frowning, the mercenary asked if Heejin was okay and felt something was wrong. He did not understand what was happening. The demon grinned slyly. Taking a step forward, the man passed by Najeon. The heroes stopped opposite each other. The demon narrowed his eyes maliciously. Rune raised his eyebrows in confusion. The boy watched them carefully. Some time ago, the man lowered his head and said that he did not believe the child. He asked him for what reason he had to do this, frowning menacingly, since the boy was probably just saying all this to save his life. At that moment, the demon was hanging in the air above the ground. The boy looked at it and explained that the enemy did not have to trust him, but only had to trust the situation. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist explained that there was no point in him staying here if his goal was to survive. Looking ahead, Najeon stated that his main goal was revenge and that he did not need anything else. The boy frowned and explained that neither the knights nor the dragon would help him achieve his goal, but the demon had incredible strength and could hit him at any time. His manner of speaking suggested that it was just flattery. Narrowing his eyes, the man stated that this was not enough to believe, but the request sounded reasonable. Looking at the boy, Heejin wondered if he was really going to confront the demon and wondered where he got so much confidence from. Maintaining a confident expression, the boy thought that this was not blind confidence, because it was obvious that the demon would accept his offer. The man looked at him silently. He opened his mouth in bewilderment. Watching him, the protagonist realized that his strength was almost exhausted. Although the demon was trying not to show it, it was completely unprofitable for him to delay everything. A flash appeared in the sky. There was another, more compelling reason. In the memories, the man extended his hand and asked to give him the tramp in exchange for help. Imagining how the demon stretched his hand to Camelius, the boy realized that this man was obsessed with dragons, so he had a strong desire to absorb the blonde. The man in the memories lowered his head and repeated his words. Najeon found it strange that because of his obsession with the dragon, he wanted to destroy it. Someone opened a fanged mouth in front of Camelius. Probably, in order to absorb the dragon, some conditions are needed. The demon opened his mouth and promised to help. Words had different weight for the dragon. Frowning, the boy decided to hide the fact that he had this information first of all, so that the enemy would think that he had an advantage and a choice. Opening his mouth, the man declared that this was all some kind of nonsense. He raised his demonic hand. The shadow of the stone hand hung over the boy. Suddenly, the dark energy enveloping the hand dissipated. The stone hand began to crack. The fragments fell to the ground with a crash. Someone took a step forward. The heroes stood opposite each other. The demon declared that he had nothing to lose anyway and decided to see what would come of it. The man stood opposite Rune. The mercenary looked at Heejin when he said that this was the chancellor of their country. Closing his eyes, the descendant of the dragon guessed his identity. Smiling slyly, the demon called him to himself. The mercenary raised his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist froze in anticipation. The enemy bared his fangs. Najeon narrowed his eyes, watching what was happening. Raising his fist, the man declared that he was glad to see them. Rune looked around, confused. A while ago, Heejin had furrowed his brows sternly and said that this could not be done now. The heroes looked at him questioningly. Frowning, the general explained that the descendants of the dragon had made a deal with their continent. Clutching a naginata in his hands, he added that he would not stand by if someone tried to harm his ally. Turning around, the demon asked if the boy heard that. Smiling widely, the man stated that they would have to postpone their agreement because he did not want to fight Heejin. Looking down, the boy agreed and proposed another plan. The descendants of the dragon widened their eyes in shock. Walking up to them, Rune asked if everyone had returned and if there were any wounded. Raymond lowered her hands and said no and apologized for not achieving anything. The leader said it was no big deal. Kaijin looked at the demon with disbelief. The man raised his eyebrows in confusion. Callan approached her friend and asked what happened. The mercenary noticed something had changed. The girl shouted that it was a completely different person. Rune leaned over when Raymond whispered if everything would be okay with their plan. Looking away, the leader replied that he didn't know, but nothing had changed, so they should continue on their way. The girl narrowed her eyes and agreed. She was asked how things were going with the raccoon. The mercenary replied that there was no problem with her. Kaijin held Darren's hands. The knight's eyes widened in shock, not understanding why the student had returned here. The protagonist stood in the distance. His gaze looked determined. However, Najeon did not expect things to turn out like this. The demon smiled. He accepted the offer, but there was another reason why the boy did not leave. The full moon rose in the sky. The woman blushed with embarrassment. Looking away, Darren asked why the student did not leave because of her. The guy said that he wanted to hear something from her. Hearing that only she could say what was needed, Raccoon closed her eyes and asked what they were talking about. Frowning sternly, the young man asked her to tell him what happened that day when the dragon's descendants were exterminated. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The moon was visible from behind the tree crowns. Its light was reflected in a small stream. Lowering her head, Darren asked what they were talking about. Smiling, she suggested discussing something else, for example, how Vadran cried. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it was very important and asked to tell her everything. Raccoon silently opened her mouth. Without taking his eyes off her, Najeon expressed his understanding of how painful the topic was, but he needed information about why they wanted to kill the dragon's descendants. The girl gritted her teeth. Turning away, the knight explained that everything she said would sound like an excuse because the fact that she killed them would remain unchanged, and she had no right to speak on their behalf. Squinting, the boy thought that something really happened then, and said that the lives of many would depend on her actions. He asked if his friend was really going to sacrifice the living for those who were long gone. Darren tensely pursed her lips. Continuing to watch her, the boy assumed that all the descendants of the dragon had some common weakness because they were a single clan. The raccoon closed her eyes. Snow covered the spruce forest. The descendants of the dragon were a formidable clan who had cultivation in their blood. Someone said that this was unusual. Walking in the cold, the girl looked back and asked if they were talking about her. Valtanen explained that he was speaking in general terms about the situation, his hair covering his eyes. Stopping, Darren said that it was normal that they were given orders to protect other people from time to time. Sheep exhaled and said that until now, the territory of the dragon descendants was closed to outsiders. It was suspicious that they entrusted their village to knights. Smiling, Raccoon asked if this was not an indicator of trust. Hearing something to the side, she turned around. The boy hit her on the head with a wooden stick. Rian asked if she liked his attack. The girl wiped her nose with her hand and said that her friend was making progress. Hearing that his friend would soon begin to fight at full strength, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lowering his head, Valtanen thought about the dragon descendants. Tin looked back and said that it was all because of the mother of dragons. His comrades looked at him in surprise. Frowning, Toad said that she was actually the leader of the clan. Not long ago, the woman fell into a coma due to an unknown disease, and the descendants of the dragon were offered a deal, the condition of which was the provision of treatment by the knights. So the mother of dragons was sent to the capital with escorts, and they were sent here for protection. The knights entered into a long-term contract with this clan, and their duty was to carry out the order. Darren looked away. Now, lowering her head, Raccoon said that everything was going well and she really liked being on the clan's territory because the people there were very friendly. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist found it curious that the two parties entered into an agreement, which meant that the Empire had some benefit in this. Flashing his red eyes, Najeong decided that the descendants of the dragon had some leverage over the knights. He was interested in what really happened. The girl looked ahead, upset, and said that she was still thinking about it. The boy looked at her questioningly. The knight, widening her eyes, said that she really didn't know all the details. People had collected a huge pile of boards in the center of the village. Preparations for the festival were in full swing. It was said that it was a traditional event where they prayed for the safe return of the warriors. Putting her hands on her hips, Darren asked if the fire would be too big. The man replied that there was nothing to worry about because they would definitely cope with the fire. Turning away, Valtanen said that he would go to reconnaissance. His friend shouted that she wanted to go too. Walking forward, Sheep thanked his comrade and said that it was all because of his hand. Raccoon opened her mouth wide and shouted that it was not so. She looked down, apologizing and explaining that she had never meant to belittle her friend. When she heard that he would be leaving after this mission, the girl looked up in shock and asked why. Smiling slightly, the boy explained that he had begun to think about returning home when he lost his arm, because in such a state it was stupid to dream of remaining a knight. The knight silently looked away. Hearing strange sounds, the heroes turned around. Valtanen concluded that the festival was starting and it was time for them to return. Snow lay on the roofs of the houses. The heroes walked along the road to the village. The sheep noticed that it was too quiet. Darren looked back. Rihan was sitting on the ground, hugging his knees. The raccoon approached him and asked why he was sitting here all alone. The boy was shaking. Noticing this, the girl frowned and asked if he was being bullied again. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the side. The knights looked away in amazement. Tin held his sword out in front of him. Toad opened his mouth wide and ordered his friends to run and not come near them. Darren asked what was going on. A maddened man ran out of the gateway. Raccoon managed to grab Rihan and run away. Frowning, the guy asked if his friend was injured. The answer was negative. Looking at the boy, the girl asked if he was okay. Frowning menacingly, Tin ordered her to immediately move away from him. The knight looked back in fear. Then she looked at Rihan again. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, the whites of his eyes turned black. Cultivation was in the blood of the descendants of the dragon. Darren yawned. An apple fell next to her. The little boy was hiding behind the wall of the house. The next moment, he peeked out from around the corner. Raccoon was right behind him. She ran after him, leaving footprints in the snow. A cloudy sky hung over the forest. Rihan was holding a wooden stick in his hands. His mentor smiled widely. The boy closed his eyes and laughed. Now he clenched his teeth angrily. The girl opened her mouth in fear. Frowning, the dragon descendant growled. Seeing Rihan baring his teeth, the knight asked what had happened to him. Standing in the distance, Toad ordered his comrade to leave immediately and not let anyone touch her. The boy shouted that the infection was transmitted through open wounds, and the clan members rushed at him from the side. Tin clenched his teeth and turned around. The blade of a sword flashed in the air. With one powerful blow, Toad chopped off the heads of his enemies. Darren frowned in shock. The knight held his sword out in front of him and said that they had to try to cut off their heads or they wouldn't die, and that it was important not to get infected blood on themselves. Raccoon asked what was going on and why the villagers had suddenly gone crazy. Rihan swung his arm. Without wasting a second, vaulted and kicked him away. The boy crashed into a pile of logs. The girl rushed to his aid, but her comrade grabbed her by the shirt and pulled her back. Bumping his forehead against hers, Tin asked her to come to her senses. Frowning, he explained that the villagers were no longer human and that they should be thought of as monsters. The knight raised her eyebrows in surprise. Sheep asked what had happened. Toad turned around and explained that the dragon's descendants had suddenly started to change, becoming extremely aggressive and infecting everyone else. Darren asked with her mouth wide open if they would return to their original state. Tin frowned sternly and said that if this did not happen, they would have to destroy the entire village. Raccoon gave him a puzzled look. Valtanen suggested that it would be even better this way. Toad closed his eyes and expressed his doubt. The villagers bared their fangs. Their physical abilities were much higher, so it would be a disaster if the infected managed to get out of the settlement. Frowning, the girl realized that they had no other choice. There was a pile of boards and sticks lying outside. A spark appeared at the very top. The fire quickly spread throughout the village. The knight explained that one should always hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst, and that they must make the right decision. Standing in front of the fire, he decided to seal the descendants of the dragon. Darren gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Looking at her, the protagonist asked where Tin was now. Raccoon lowered her gaze and replied that her comrade was killed by one of the descendants of the dragon. Najeong pursed his lips and expressed his disappointment. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Raising her head, she asked what they were talking about. Najeong explained that the knights were supposed to be honorable and fair, but they decided to simply exterminate all the dragon's descendants. Lowering his head, the boy asked if their actions were really worth it and if the knights shouldn't have handled the crisis more humanely. Darren frowned silently. Looking away, she said that the student was right. Standing in the middle of the forest, the boy stated that the knights were a hypocritical group of thugs and that it would be better if they just disappeared. Raccoon looked at him and asked how her comrade could say such things. Someone clasped their hands. Tin frowned. His thinking seemed unusual, because he jumped to conclusions. Apparently, it took him only a little time to gather all the information and be confident in his decision. Something like this did not happen often. His silhouette was visible against the blurred background. Perhaps he already knew about the phenomenon that changed the dragon's descendants, but why did Toad hide it? Turning away, the young man thought that with such an attitude it would be difficult to regain the knight's trust, and wondered what happened in the period of time that Darren did not catch. Unfortunately, the only one who could know the truth was dead. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought if the dragon's descendants themselves might have some information. He was worried that they might be trying to take revenge on someone, but if their plan was not based on revenge, then on what? The man watched the heroes from behind the trees. Rune narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Someone put out a hand and asked his comrades to stop. Gius looked back and asked if they had really returned. Baron bowed his head and said that some stranger had appeared. The man in white clothes stood on a cliff. He walked from side to side, studying the area in search of tracks. Someone headed towards the spear. Something seemed familiar to Chicken. The stranger stopped in front of the weapon. Giraffe squinted and asked what happened. The knight in the helmet fell to the ground in surprise. Raising his head, he explained that the man had frightened him by suddenly turning around. Ember picked up the spear and looked at it. The light was reflecting off its blade. Looking at the weapon, Behemoth realized who its owner was. The woman looked back. In front of her were rocks and an endless green valley. She took a step forward. Gius opened his mouth in confusion and asked if it was really Ember. Rising to his feet and shaking himself off, Baron confirmed it and asked his friend not to ask again if everything was clear the first time. Closing his eyes, Camelsia said that he had also heard of Behemoth. Salvas opened her mouth and asked why the lady had come here. The dragon closed his eyes. Chicken asked her friend not to scream. Giraffe asked what happened next. Baron asked him to wait a bit. The knight shuddered. There were rocks in front of the spear. Suddenly, the woman pointed it at the ground. The world went dark. Having stuck the spear into the ground, Ember thought that her comrade could not lose, so it would be easy for her to find him thanks to the weapon left here. Looking at him, Behemoth thanked her friend. Chicken raised her hand and said that she saw nothing but the ground. The knight stared at him silently. Baron asked what they should do now. Juice thoughtfully scratched his chin. The protagonist looked ahead confidently. Thinking that he probably had a plan, Giraffe narrowed his eyes and said that the squad needed to reorganize and begin acting immediately. Turning around, he asked how things were going with Salvas. Badger replied that the rabbit had not yet been found. Hasten sat on the ground, pointing his finger forward. The leader ordered the girl to find him, unite in a squad and not fight with anyone. Salvas widened her eyes and agreed. The knight immediately jumped up from her seat. Baron stood next to Padion. Pointing his finger at them, Gius ordered them to go back for the spear and ask Ember why she came. The spear was stuck in the ground. The guys disappeared from their seats. The giraffe turned and raised his hand. They were left alone with Camelsia. The dragon pointed his finger at himself. Looking down, the guy assumed that their friend must have told him something before leaving. Turning around, the blonde confirmed this and said that he was not sure if he could tell him about this, although his ally probably suspected that everything would be exactly like this. Raising his eyebrows, Camelsia said that the boy said the word "get ready" before leaving. The knight froze in place, not understanding how far the student was trying to calculate all the actions. A starry sky hung over the settlement. On the table lay a sheet of yellow paper. Suddenly a blue symbol appeared on it. At that moment Rudica passed by. The gray fox took the sheet in her hands. Her eyes ran over the lines of the letter. Suddenly they became round. The girl narrowed her eyes, thinking about the giraffe. The forest was quiet. A sudden gust of wind stirred the leaves of the trees. Someone punched the trunk. The tree turned into splinters. Rukian asked if everything was true and suggested that they were deceived. Opening his mouth wide, the student asked why no one believed him if the main character showed this method. Pointing to the stump left from the tree, Vadran said that there was definitely an effect. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Musa ran up to his comrades and shouted that the mistress had an important announcement for everyone. The students gathered in front of the teacher. Standing with her back to them, Rudica praised everyone. The guys looked inspired. They were glad that they would finally be given a task because they were tired of training. Turning around, the gray fox said that at the moment the second squad should be disbanded. The guys widened their eyes in shock. They didn't understand why this happened. The girl explained that the students would be transferred to an internship organization. Someone was sitting inside the house and listening to their conversation. The knight extended his hand forward, and then he clenched it into a fist. Fidorans raised a menacing gaze. The man with white hair said that something was about to happen. The girl asked if it was about war. The boy explained that he was talking about the outcome of this war. He raised his index finger. Regia smiled and said that the key to this would be Behemoth. Ember walked forward. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion and the nights were about to end. It would definitely happen if there were no variables. The protagonist looked ahead. Suddenly, Najon turned around. Frowning, Heejin asked what he was going to do next. Looking at him, the boy asked not to worry, since the knights had nothing to do with him and no one would dare to stand in the general's way. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Rune approached him and asked him for a minute. The boy watched them, whispering. Looking at them from under his brows, the young man thought that at first glance it might seem like he was alone, but this was not so. There was a complicated relationship between them, in which no one trusted anyone. Heejin stood opposite the mercenary, each trying to use the other for their own interests. Without taking his eyes off the enemies, the protagonist decided that this situation was better, since everyone should restrain themselves in showing strength. Najon narrowed his eyes. Rune looked very serious. The goal of the dragon's descendants was to destroy the knights. Apparently, the mercenaries used the boy to achieve this. The general frowned sternly. His trust was completely lost. But the mission and interests of his native continent were in the first place for him, and this knowledge could play a huge role. Looking around, the boy thought that there was only one problem. Someone was sitting on top of a tall tree. The demon sat with his back to the others. It was impossible to understand what was going on in his head. His main goal was to absorb the dragon. The young man remembered the smiling demon and wondered if he was really going to help or just deceive him. The man took a deep breath. After that, he immediately exhaled. Sitting in the lotus position, the demon thought about the fact that the descendants of the dragon would hardly obey him, the general would try to restrain him, and he himself had no control over a certain creature. Closing his eyes, the man decided that he needed to figure out how to influence him. On the ground sat a cat. The man in the hat put his hands on his belt and asked why the animal refused to eat its food. Opening his mouth, the cat spoke in a human voice. The man said that it was disgusting, the brim of the hat hiding his eyes. Looking away, the cat explained that he was currently on the left continent and asked his comrade to go to him to help with the search. Turning away, the stranger refused. Opening his mouth, the cat said that Narun was dead. The man stopped and shuddered. He took his hat in his hand. Taking it off, the stranger turned around. 3 people were kneeling. One said he would choose a dragon martial artist depending on their answers to a question. The man behind the thick screen asked what color his hair was. The people were wearing masks. One of them said he didn't know. The second said he had gray hair. The third said it was green. The stranger asked the one who hesitated to give an explanation. Sunlight poured into the room through the blinds. Nyoran lowered his head and said that the man in front of him had held the position of chancellor for a long time, so given his influence, gray hair was a reasonable conclusion. Casting a shadow on the screen, the stranger asked the one who immediately gave an answer to explain. Asadin looked forward and explained that he saw the color of the hair through space. The stranger shuddered. Smiling, he decided to give him another chance and asked what Narun thought about it. The man raised his head. Looking down, the warrior repeated that he did not know the answer. Looking at him, his comrade thought that he could not be convinced despite the reasonable information he had. Someone pointed forward and said that he had made a decision about who would become the king's confidant and follower of the dragon's martial arts. The man put his hands on his waist, thinking about Narun, and said that he was not going to leave. Walking along the rocks, he concluded that there was nothing to do anyway and he would have to go to the left continent. Someone picked up the shaft. Pulling a spear out of the ground, Varen asked where Hincher was. Padian assumed that their friend had already left. Chicken suggested searching some more because he needed to meet Behemoth. Deer looked back and asked why he did this. Looking at the spear, the knight said that the dragon's descendants were hunting her and the enemy was already too close. Varen assumed that someone was informing them of what was happening and asked if his friend understood what was being said, his helmet glittering in the sun. Looking away, the woman asked why her comrade was speaking to her in such a tone. Lowering his spear, Chicken said that the informant could be a knight, and if so, there was a high probability that it was someone specific. Padian closed her eyes and declared that she was dealing with a knight hater. The man extended his free hand and explained that the dragon's descendants had become active precisely because of Udian, so they would certainly be able to get a hint from Behemoth. The white deer frowned sternly. She grabbed her friend's hand. Varen froze and asked what was going on. Without turning around, Chicken asked if the truth was too bitter. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that she could not allow her friend to see Hincher since there was a possibility that he was the informant. The knights jumped apart. Landing on his feet, the man asked what kind of nonsense this was and who they took him for. Padian spread her arms out to the sides and said that her comrade wanted the knights to fail more than anyone else and was going to use Gius for her own purposes. Varen raised his head. Looking forward, he insulted the deer and said that she didn't even know what the giraffe had told him. The boy put his hands in his pockets and watched the mountains. Squinting, the young man hoped that everything would be fine and that his friends wouldn't start a fight. At this point, the out-of-breath Salvas was very surprised by what she saw. There were many guys in front of her. She screamed in shock, asking what they were doing here. The guys turned to the girl and Pamel answered that Mr. Rabbit was telling them stories from the past. The sun was setting below the horizon and evening was approaching. Hearing the answer, Salvas screamed for everyone to get up quickly. Hasten, getting up, said that under no circumstances should anyone tell the badger what he had told. "What did you tell them?" the girl screamed angrily. At this time, Varen stood in a stance, waiting for an attack. Opposite him stood Padian, preparing to attack, when suddenly the black chicken disappeared. He jumped back with force. Seeing this, the girl was surprised. With a hiss, she rushed in pursuit, wondering in her head if Varen had decided to run away. Suddenly, a chicken leg appeared in front of her face, who happily said that she had been caught. Padian managed to react in time, dodging a strong blow. She slid backwards along the ground. At the same second, she jumped forcefully towards Varen, swinging her hand at him. In an instant, reaching her opponent, she delivered a strong side blow with her fist, but Varen managed to bend over, dodging the blow. Without losing her composure, the chicken delivered a strong blow to the girl's jaw. Jumping back a little, he mockingly asked if Padian still couldn't use a weapon, and then laughed. Anger and hatred appeared in the girl's eyes. "Shut up," she said sharply. After that, she delivered a strong kick to her opponent's body. Sliding on the ground and stopping, Varen said to himself that he was right after all and nothing had changed, so in that case, He immediately extended his hand. At that very second, a chicken spear appeared behind Padian. The girl looked ahead, thinking over her tactics. Suddenly, she looked away, noticing a spear flying at her. Reacting quickly, the girl jumped to the side and the spear stuck into the ground. Suddenly, Padian decided to jump with both feet onto the spear handle. Pushing off with force, the girl flew at Varen. Reaching her opponent in a second, she delivered a strong kick to his body. But the chicken suddenly grabbed the girl's leg tightly. Realizing that she was caught, fear appeared in her eyes. At that very second, she tore off. Sharply turning around, Varen pulled Padian by the leg behind him. Immediately after that, he sent the girl high into the air. Padian, realizing that she was in a bad situation, tensed up greatly, gritting her teeth in anger. Looking down, she suddenly did not see Varen. Disappeared, she asked herself in surprise in her head. At that very second, she looked in the other direction. Not far away, she saw Varen, who was getting his spear out of the ground. Having taken out the weapon, the chicken immediately prepared to throw it at his opponent. The next second, the spear was sent flying with force at the falling Padian. In an instant, the tip of the spear was in front of the girl's face. Reacting instantly, Padian grabbed the spear, stopping it in front of his face without receiving injuries. Caught, Varen said contentedly, looking at what was happening. He remembered Padian, who, looking at her hand, said that if she touched the weapon, it would immediately cause rejection. At that very second, rejection appeared in the girl's body. Horror appeared in her eyes, and blood spurted from her mouth. She immediately realized that the chicken had tricked her. The next second, the girl let go of the weapon and flew backwards to the ground. There was a strong impact on the ground. The raised dust dispersed. Varen stood in front of Padian's body. Putting his hand on his side and raising the spear, he loudly said that this was the end. Stop. Suddenly a loud scream was heard from the side. At that very moment, a powerful pulse attack flew in front of Varen's face. It was launched by Salvas, who shouted in anger that the chicken had shown its true colors, and then ordered him to move away from the deer. Tanchirin immediately appeared to his left, sword at the ready. Hasten appeared behind him, preparing to attack. Padian was lying unconscious on the ground, face down. Standing behind Salvas, Gius was surprised by the situation. Looking at Varen, he told him to explain. The chicken stood silently. This is what it all led to, the giraffe said to himself in annoyance. Suddenly, Varen put his fist to his chest. I don't want to, he said loudly after a short pause. What? Gius asked discontentedly, looking at his former comrade. Keeping his fist on his chest, Varen replied that no matter what he said, he would not be able to convince the giraffe, after which he added that he would not even run away, so he saw no point in explaining. After these words, he turned around and said loudly that he was going to meet the hippopotamus, adding that those who came should decide for themselves whether they would fight him to the death or let him go. Squinting, Decius did not know what to do. A deer, a hippopotamus, he said sadly to himself. After that, he closed his eyes in thought. And a chicken, he added to himself. When suddenly the giraffe abruptly opened its eyes, in which there was complete indifference. Salvas, standing nearby and raising her fist, shouted, asking the giraffe if he was going to do something with the chicken, adding that Varen had attacked the deer this time. Decius did not answer and walked forward. Approaching Varen, he turned his back to him and put his hands behind his back. Seeing this, shock and horror appeared in Salvas' eyes. Mr. Giraffe, she asked in shock. At this time, Tammin looked thoughtfully in front of him. He remembered how not long ago, Jews had told everyone that he and Varen would be back soon, and then left the boys to Tammin. He meant the students, Tammin asked himself in his head. He looked from the side at the chatting Pamel and Mart, or he thoughtfully said in his head. After that, he turned his gaze to the other side. Tammin was looking at the dragon. The guy was standing with his back to him not far away. Looking askance at the dragon with distrust, Tammin wondered what tricks he still had in store. Camelsia looked emotionlessly into the distance while the wind blew his hair. His eyes were burning with a blue fire, and he himself was thinking about something. At this time, Padian unconsciously continued to lie on the ground. Varen stood silently, looking at the girl's body. Zeus stood next to him, also silently. Salvas, seeing the giraffe's actions, screamed in shock, asking what it was doing, since it was obvious that the chicken was attacking the dear lady, and then asked if the giraffe didn't think so. After a short pause, she screamed to be corrected if she was wrong. Lowering her head, Gia said that the girl was right, since the black chicken and the white deer had fought one-on-one here. After a short pause, he added that this certainly seemed to be true. Well, Salvas screamed in rage. However, Gia suddenly said, raising his head, adding that the facts were important now. Salvas was very surprised by what she heard and fell silent. Lowering her weapon, Tanchirin said in surprise that they were talking about the black chicken, adding that she did not understand what Gius meant by the facts since everything was very clear here. Hassan, lowering his weapon and head, asked in surprise if the giraffe really trusted Varen. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, Gius firmly said no, after which he added, however, a chicken would not do anything without a reason. I do not understand, keeping his head down, said Hassan, when suddenly Salvas rushed in front of him. Looking at his hand, he saw that only the broken hilt of the sword remained in it. He immediately understood what had happened. Raising his head, he screamed with the last of his strength for the badger to stop. At this time, Salvas flew with a sword in her hands at Juice. A second later, the weapon was right in front of the cold giraffe's face. The broken hilt trembled in front of the guy's eye, in which there was not a drop of fear. Lowering her head and holding the weapon with a trembling hand, Salvas, restraining her rage, asked if Juice really wanted to say that there was a good reason for what happened to Madame Deer. The girl suddenly raised her head. There was hatred and contempt in her eyes. Looking at Jizz, she asked if the giraffe would really go against them, taking the side of the black chicken if they did not retreat. Jizz, slightly lowering his head, firmly said that if everyone attacked Varen, then everything would be like this. Hearing this, Salvas lowered her head in disappointment. The black chicken stood behind the giraffe, saying nothing. But if, Jizz suddenly said. Salvas suddenly opened her eyes sharply, looking at the ground. The chicken looked towards Varen and continued, if the boys let the black chicken go, then he would follow Varen. After that, he looked at the ground, on which Padian's hair was spread out, and said that then the boys would be able to help Madame Deer, after which they would find out what happened. Turning his gaze to Salvas, he coldly said whether there was an acceptable reason for this, they would decide after the fact. Choose, he firmly said. Looking at Salvas, in whose eyes there was confusion, he gave her a choice, to fight him and let the chicken go to meet the hippopotamus alone or to help the deer, letting him go look after the chicken, and then find out what really happened. There was no emotion in the guy's eyes. Salvas, hearing two options, narrowed her eyes, in which anger and contempt appeared. Juice also narrowed his eyes, waiting for an answer, when suddenly Varen said from behind that he had already chosen everything, after which he told the guys to kill the giraffe. Hearing this, Juice closed his eyes and told him to shut up. Salvas also closed her eyes, accepting the choice, when suddenly the weapon in front of Juice's face began to crumble. But, so you know, Mr. Giraffe, the badger suddenly began to speak. The giraffe was very surprised, looking up at the girl. Salvas turned around and, as she was leaving, said that if something happened to Madame Deer and the chicken's reason was not convincing. Turning sharply with her eyes wide open, in which there was death, she added that she would remember this moment. Turning to Varen, Jizz agreed, after which he told the girl not to worry too much because everything would be fine. As he left, the giraffe asked to take care of the deer. Salvas, with her head down, silently watched the boys leave. Hasten watched this from the side thoughtfully. Looking away, he said to himself that it sounded more like a warning than concern. It was daytime outside. The sky was dotted with clouds. Varen suddenly held out his hand, in which was a brown fruit, and asked if the giraffe wanted to eat. Closing his eyes and removing the chicken's hand from himself, he said that he was fine, wondering in his head where this came from. After a short pause, he asked what had happened. Suddenly, Varen put both hands to his head and, complaining, said that the doe had suddenly attacked him and he had been scared to death. Hearing this, Juice told the chicken to stop lying and not to leave out any important details. Without removing his hand from his helmet, Varen asked firmly if the giraffe could see that he did not believe him. Exhaling heavily and closing his eyes, Juice replied that it did not mean that he did not believe, but that he knew Varen and he knew the deer, after which he added that the only thing he did not believe was that. Suddenly he fell silent. After a short pause, he said that he would rather change the question. Then Juice asked if it was true that the black hen said that it hated nights. Varen immediately nodded positively and said loudly that it was. With coldness in his eyes, the giraffe asked if it was true that the black hen did not want the nights to cease to exist. Suddenly, Varen fell silent. Turning away and examining his spear, he asked who knew, after which he said that in any case, they had to hurry because they needed to get to the hippopotamus as soon as possible. After a short pause, he added that the hippopotamus could very easily get lost, and therefore, the more time they lost, the harder it would be to find the hippopotamus. Hearing this, Juice lowered his head and thoughtfully said in his head that the hen was really trying not to reveal anything. Closing his eyes, he said to himself that he had no choice. He knew that then he would have to put more pressure on Varen. As the black hen prepared to throw his spear, he asked if it was true that they would find the hippopotamus faster from the air, and then said that he felt a little sick. Just before the spear was about to be launched, Juice called out to Varen. Standing behind him with his hands behind his back, he asked if this was all because of the owner of that necklace. At that very second, the spear flew past Juice's head a few centimeters. Glancing in the direction where the spear had just flown, the giraffe did not notice that Varen's hand had appeared right in front of him. At that very second, the black hen grabbed the giraffe by the face. There was a loud slam on the ground. The birds took off en masse from the trees, very frightened. Varen's shadow was visible on the ground, leaning over Juice. He was holding the giraffe by the face, and the giraffe was trying to free itself with a shaking hand. Standing on top and holding the guy tightly, Varen asked in a rage how he knew about this. Once upon a time, Black Hen, Varen. He was a knight who loved to fight, and he didn't care at all about these strange rumors. While it was raining and thundering outside, Varen came up to him and asked if it was really a beautiful day. The first person who came up to him was the black hen, Varen. There was a strong friendly battle. Varen, having repelled all the attacks, said that he definitely had talent and that he learned very quickly, adding that perhaps he could even cope with Ranu better than he himself, after which he asked why he didn't become a knight and not bury his talent. The only one who appreciated his actions was the black hen, Varen. His friend the black hen, Varen. Some time passed. Varen looked at the setting sun over the horizon. "Goodbye, but where are you going?" he asked. After a moment's thought, the black hen answered, "To where he is needed." "I will wait for you," he said. Varen was silent, when suddenly he took hold of his helmet, preparing to take it off. A second later, beautiful female hair appeared from under the removed helmet. Under Varen's helmet, there was a girl who immediately called out to the guy. Turning around, the black chicken with a warm smile on her face said that she hoped the guy did not hate knights too much. No one foresaw what happened next. Varen's helmet flew into the sky. It fell with a crash in front of the guy's feet. He immediately reached out for the helmet. Taking it in both hands, he looked at the helmet for a long time. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on it. There were many clouds in the sky. The drops began to become more frequent. Then suddenly a heavy rain poured down. 3 black silhouettes stood on the battlefield, and on the ground lay a corpse pierced by a spear. The guy remembered the black chicken, who with a smile on her face said that she still liked knights. On the ground lay Varen's corpse. The guy with shaking hands looked at the helmet in his hands. He remembered how Varen turned to him and said that knights were cool and righteous people. "You've been protecting me all this time," he said to himself. The boy suddenly turned the slab upside down. He remembered Varen saying that she believed the boy would make an amazing knight. The boy began to put the helmet on his head. After a few seconds, the helmet fit him perfectly. The boy became Varen, putting on his girlfriend's helmet. Present time. Varen was sitting on Zeus, pinning him to the ground. Without letting go, he menacingly said that he knew the question, then asked who he thought he was. Zeus, whose mouth was covered by the chicken's hand, tried his best to say that he was the light blue giraffe Zeus. "Are you kidding me?" Varen asked in rage, adding that he was not talking about that now. Holding the chicken's hand with a shaking hand, Zeus said that he answered that question. "What?" Varen asked in surprise. After that, he let the boy go. Getting up from the ground, Zeus said that he meant what he said, adding that anyone would say that Varen had a special attitude towards one thing. Then added that this is why he came to the conclusion that the chicken was not an enemy, but most likely just trying to achieve his goal related to the necklace. After a short pause, he asked if it was better to be honest for greater trust. Getting up, Zeus looked at Varen with great tension and distrust, saying to himself that he did not expect such a strong reaction, but it means. Varen silently looked at the giraffe, not answering. Turning his body, the chicken asked if he meant anything about hunting knights. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, Zeus said that he had only heard rumors that had spread after fellow knights who had gone on a mission together had disappeared. Then said that he did not know the details since it was before he became a knight, then asked if the rumors had anything to do with the matter. After that, he looked up at Varen in surprise. The black chicken with a terrifying aura asked if he should directly tell the truth about the night hunt. Hearing this, Zeus was very surprised, his eyes widening. A second later, he returned to his normal state and said, yes. Varen was silent for a while, standing still, when suddenly he turned around and said, well. After a short pause, he began to say that he. Zeus looked at the chicken in surprise, waiting for an answer. When suddenly turning to the giraffe, Varen said that he was an enemy of the knights. What? Zeus asked in surprise. At that very second, Varen's spear appeared behind him. The guy noticed the weapon at the last second. A strong blow was heard. At the same time, blood spilled on the ground in another place. The protagonist was breathing heavily and loudly, trying to catch his breath. In front of him stood Kallen, who pointed her sword towards Najin. I will kill you, she said with madness in her eyes. The protagonist was holding the bleeding wound on his side. Najin was on the verge of a bloodbath. Najin, breathing heavily, looked at the girl in front of him. Kallen said with fury that she would kill the protagonist. Najin, looking at the girl, understood that he would not be able to dodge the next blow because he was almost at his limit. One could say that the protagonist himself brought this situation upon himself. A few minutes ago, the protagonist stood behind a tree, eavesdropping on what the general and Rune were talking about. The men were quietly talking about something alone. Carefully peeping from behind the tree, the protagonist said to himself that these two had been talking secretly a lot lately, and then wondered if the men were really planning a plan. Suddenly, Rune glanced sharply towards the protagonist. Najin immediately hid, wondering if he had been discovered. What was the matter? Rune said, turning towards the protagonist. After a short pause, he loudly asked if Najin had been eavesdropping on them. The protagonist hesitated to come out. Having made up his mind, he coldly came out from behind the tree, saying that he wanted to talk to the general, but saw that they were engrossed in their conversation, so he decided to wait for them to finish. Turning to Neijin, the general asked in surprise what he wanted to talk about. The protagonist tensed up greatly. "I'll just try," he said to himself. After these thoughts, he held out his weapon. Holding it in front of him, the protagonist said loudly that he wanted to return General Ashiguni, adding that he felt that the weapon should not belong to him. Looking at this, the general suddenly said that this was true. At the same moment, he glanced at Rune to his right. Rune did the same, looking at the general. Exhaling and closing his eyes, the general suddenly said that they had already had a discussion on this topic. After a short pause, he said that they had come to the conclusion that Ashiguni should be with Neijin for now. "Excuse me?" the protagonist asked in surprise. The general, standing in his place, answered that the protagonist was the only one who could wield this weapon, after which he said that Neijin still needed something to protect himself. "How strange," the protagonist said to himself. After these words, he closed his eyes and, lowering his head, said that if the general said so, he would return it immediately. In his head, he said that everything worked out for his benefit. After this conversation, the protagonist turned around and walked away along the path. He said to himself that this was very strange, because nothing good would come of it if he continued to keep the weapon. After a short pause, he added that the general and Rune's attitude towards him had changed, as if they were putting on some kind of performance. Rune and the general watched Neijin leave. Looking askance at his back, the protagonist wondered if these two were hiding something from him. He wondered if he was allowed to keep the weapon for something. "Now," he said to himself, when suddenly he stopped, hearing a strange noise. "You are a lucky man," he heard from above. Neijin immediately looked up. Kallen was sitting on a tree branch. With a smile on her face, she said that she was saying this because Neijin was nothing without this weapon. There was madness in her eyes. Looking at the guy, she said that he would not have a chance against her without Naringen. "How timely," the protagonist said to himself discontentedly, lowering his gaze. In his head, he added that he would use the girl to learn something. He looked at Kallen, who had a satisfied smile on her face. He remembered how she wore a mask with an arrow on both sides, adding that she seemed to have an unpredictable and impulsive character. Hatred and anger appeared in the eyes of the protagonist, and strangely enough, he said to himself. Contempt and cunning appeared in Kallen's eyes. "She is very hostile to me," the protagonist finished. Suddenly, the protagonist turned away from Kallen, closed his eyes and said carelessly that he was sure that he could beat someone like Kallen without a weapon. Neijin understood that the girl was a very proud person. Hearing such an answer, Kallen bit her lower lip in rage. At that very second, she jumped from the branch to the ground. Taking the sword out of its sheath, she said with madness in her eyes that they would still see this. The protagonist said to himself that Kallen also liked to show off his abilities. "Isn't that enough?" Neijin asked himself, looking around. The girl, seeing such disrespect, screamed in rage at the protagonist to stop looking around and grab his spear. "I have already told you everything," Neijin said firmly and coldly. After these words, he stood in a stance, putting his fists forward and saying that all he needed to win was his hands. In his head, he knew that he only had one chance. Kallen, seeing this, was very surprised. "This stance," she said slowly to herself, when suddenly she saw instead of Neijin, Yulnu, who was fighting with all her might. It was the galaxy style. The protagonist immediately began to swing. A satisfied smile appeared on Kallen's face. She immediately jumped up. In an instant, she found herself in front of the protagonist. Without wasting time, she immediately prepared to strike, saying before that each galaxy style. But before she could finish, the protagonist interrupted the girl and with complete calmness in his voice said that each technique in the galaxy style has its own unique movements. Hearing this, Kallen was surprised. She at that very second made a quick thrust with her sword in front of herself, but Neijin managed to dodge, due to which he partially avoided damage. His fist was still raised back to strike. Before he struck, he said that this is what they say before waiting for a pause and striking at the right moment. Kallen ducked at that very second. There was a satisfied smile on her face. She saw Yulnia in front of her. At that very second, a quick blow whistled by. The fist suddenly stopped right in front of the girl's face. Holding his fist in front of the shocked Kallen, the protagonist asked if she really thought that bare fists were not enough. His eyes were full of doubt. Looking at his frightened rival, he said to himself that hitting the girl would be useless because he would not have left even a scratch. After a short pause, he added that in fact, by stopping the blow, he hurt. At that very second, he jumped far away. Even further, he said to himself. The next second, he had already taken up a position 10 meters away from his rival. Humiliated, he finished. Horror and confusion appeared in Kallen's eyes. Looking at Neijin, she screamed that she would finish the guy off. Holding his bleeding side, the protagonist silently thought that his prediction had been correct, but he still couldn't dodge the attack. He knew that now Kallen would strike an even more precise and powerful blow. He narrowed his eyes at his opponent. He knew that he couldn't dodge the next blow, so he had to. At that very second, the girl rushed at Najin in a rage, screaming at him to try to dodge this attack. "What are you going to do now?" she asked herself in her head. Suddenly, Raymond appeared between them, telling everyone to stop. "Raymond," Callan asked in shock, stopping. Her sword stopped right in front of the girl's face. "I knew," the protagonist exclaimed contentedly in his head. He stared at Raymond and said to himself that he couldn't find the girl no matter how much he searched, because she was hiding and watching him from the shadows. The protagonist immediately remembered the moment when he was caught a few minutes ago. "That's why I got caught then," he said to himself. From the very beginning, the protagonist's goal was to lure Raymond out. He knew that she would intervene if the situation became dangerous, and the reason for that. Najin remembered the general, who said with his eyes closed that they had already had a discussion on this topic. Discussion, Najin finished to himself. This word is only used if the agenda was discussed in advance. Discussions are not held about the person who is going to be killed. The question of why is much more important. When suddenly Raymond looked askance at the protagonist and said that Mr. Rune ordered that from now on Najin. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised, waiting for the end of the sentence. At this time, Rune and the general were talking to each other in the same place. The general, looking ahead, asked if everything would be okay, because although Najin was weak, the guy had a force to be reckoned with, so the protagonist should not be taken lightly. Rune, looking in the same direction, said that with Ashiguni, Najin was a great threat, because not only he, but also the knights knew about it. "Then why?" the general asked, turning to his interlocutor in surprise. Rune answered so that the general would look at it from a different point of view. With a sly smile on his face, he said that they had a strong ally. At this time, Callan was shocked and asked if Raymond really wanted her. The protagonist looked at his savior and rival in surprise. From now on, she treated him like a comrade. Callan finished her question. The protagonist's face was perplexed, and he himself did not know what to say. "What is going on?" he asked himself in his head. "What is the point?" Callan screamed in rage. Trying not to pounce on the protagonist, she screamed, asking how he could be their comrade, because Najin almost killed Kaijin. After these words, she remembered how Najin coldly pierced her comrade's side. "I can't accept this," the girl screamed in rage. "I can't." Watching everything from the side, the protagonist said to himself that he also somehow couldn't understand. There was complete indifference in his eyes. Looking at the girls, he said to himself that it would be very good if he was considered an ally. But why go out of her way to help him, after which he suggested that perhaps the guys already had something hidden up their sleeves. After that, he imagined Rune. Lowering her head and closing her eyes, Raymond said that this was the order of Lord Rune. Callan suddenly fell silent. "Okay," after a short pause, the girl said discontentedly. "But," she suddenly said. Without finishing, she jumped up. At that very second, she found herself behind the back of the protagonist, who did not understand anything. "Only after I returned the favor," Callan finished, in whose eyes there was hatred and contempt. She immediately swung her sword, preparing to strike. "Callan," Raymond suddenly said quietly. At that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area. With her eyes glowing, the girl turned to Callan, telling her that she knew how much she didn't like to repeat herself. Seeing this, Callan was horrified. She immediately jumped back. Suddenly, Rune placed his shoulder on Raymond's shoulder. The girl turned her head in surprise. Rune, coming closer, said that he understood Callan's displeasure, but Kaijin accepted the situation, after which he asked if the girl hadn't already avenged her comrade. Callan was confused. Cold sweat was running down her face. Throwing her arms out, she screamed, asking why they should accept someone like Najin. Rune, stepping forward, said that he believed that they could cooperate as long as they were in the same boat, since the protagonist's ability would greatly help them. Hearing this, Callan screamed, "How could a weakling help them?" The protagonist, hearing the insult, turned to his opponent and said in his head that Callan lost to such a weakling. Rune suddenly asked if this weakling hadn't defeated Callan and Kaijin, since that was Najin's ability. Hearing this, with displeasure and anger in her eyes, the girl screamed in rage that it was all because she had let her guard down, since if Raymond hadn't intervened, she would have. Without finishing, she fell silent. After a short pause, she added that in any case, she couldn't put up with it. Closing his eyes, Rune said that they seemed to have no choice, when suddenly he told Raymond to attack the guys. Hearing this, the protagonist and Callan were very surprised. Why me? They thought the same in their heads. Stepping back and leaning on a tree, Rune told Raymond not to spare the boys and to fight seriously. At that very moment, the girl's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Callan screamed in horror, asking why she was also involved in this. Rune, with a calm face, replied that Callan would understand much faster by experiencing it himself than by explaining it 100 times. After a short pause, he said that one would demonstrate and the other would be convinced. Immediately after these words, Raymond rushed at the boys. But, Callan said, confused. At that very moment, the protagonist took out a Naringen and asked if the girl next to him was called Callan. Callan turned to Najin in complete bewilderment. "Just take my word for it," said the protagonist. At that very second, Raymond appeared to his right, holding a sword in her hand. "And do everything as I say," Najin finished. Some time passed. Raymond's foot slid across the ground, stopping at the edge of the cliff. The rocks that the girl had pushed flew far down. Najin and Callan stood in front of Raymond, who was pressed against the cliff. The boys were breathing heavily as they were tired from the long battle. Raymond was also at her limit. Putting his hand on his hip, Rune suddenly said that this was enough, after which he asked Callan what she thought after the experience. Looking at Najin, the girl said that she asked how she could fight Raymond just by following the protagonist's instructions, after which she said in surprise that Raymond looked tired, not to mention wounded. Their opponent was breathing heavily at this time, looking at the boys. Rune, looking at the outcome of the fight, said to himself that it could be said that Raymond was superior to the boys, but in fact, the girl was cornered due to the terrain. There was a cliff behind Raymond. Rune suddenly asked himself what the result would have been if the boys had continued the fight. After that, he looked at the protagonist, who was standing to the side, breathing heavily. Night had fallen. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, and just like that, Najin had become a comrade of the mercenaries. The boys were standing by the fire. Callan looked at the protagonist with displeasure, saying nothing. Then she handed him a fried chicken leg and said that what happened before would not happen again. "Okay," Najin said, then took a bite of the food she handed him. In his head, he said that the girl sincerely considered him an ally, as far as he could tell, then wondered if it was possible that Callan interpreted his words as hostility towards the knights. After that, he remembered the situation, how the two of them stood among the trees and talked. The protagonist said that he thought more of the knights as a hypocritical group of thugs, then said that perhaps it would be better if the knights disappeared. Leaving the memories and looking around with disbelief, Najin said to himself that even if it were so, it was still difficult for him to understand, and then asked himself if it was possible that the demon was using its abilities. Najin had two options. He could target the vulnerability of the dragon descendants, or use the demon. Regardless of his decision, he would interfere with their plans. Therefore, this situation could not be favorable for the protagonist. Najin was still sitting by the fire. In his head, he said that he felt uneasy. Rune, sitting opposite the protagonist and looking into the fire, wondered in his head if Najin was wary, and then said that it was only natural. After that, he raised his head and looked at the protagonist, saying that all he had to do was wait, because in time, Najin would understand. After a short pause, he added, "My true intentions." On the eastern continent, the sun was rising over the horizon. The mountains began to become brighter and more visible. A man in a blue kimono and a thick beard looked around and said to himself that a student should be somewhere around here. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard from the bushes. Hearing it, the man said that it looked like a student was there. Passing through the chopped trees, the man in the kimono, whose name was Mioran, seeing his comrade, happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he told him to come with him, because a demon was summoning them. The student turned to his old comrade with a tired expression on his face. After thinking for a moment, he turned away again without saying anything. Seeing such a reaction, Morin said that he was serious. Not receiving an answer, he lowered his head and fell silent, about to speak. After a short pause, he said that Narun was dead. Hearing this, a student slightly turned his head. Norin continued to wait for his comrade's decision with persistence in his eyes, when suddenly a student moved. Turning, he walked towards Narun, leaving behind him the dragon he had killed. "Let's go," he said firmly. Everything around for several miles had been destroyed by the dragon and Asuden. The dragon was dead. It was nailed to the wall with a hole in its belly. Generals Asuden and Mioran joined the squad.